Is it your religion?
Yeah, my religion's
No.
going to the Atlantic Ocean and seeing how flat the water is.
Because at school they taught us that the Earth is round, and
So what? They didn't give us any evidence when they taught us that, did they?
yes, they gave
Oh,
us some
really?
evidence.
Tell me the evidence they gave
Yeah,
you in kindergarten. This should be funny. In kindergarten, when they told you the Earth
they
was a ball, what was the evidence?
no in kindergarten they just told us to inform us, but in high school and
Oh, yeah?
maybe
Yeah, what did we
yes,
learn in high school?
So I like the way you said that though. They informed you. They didn't
Yeah.
teach you. They just told you.
yes, just gave us the information, but
Mm. Robert,
when we
Utah.
saw
This is
the
Robert Doofus, Utah.
Mia, maybe we shouldn't get distracted anyway. This guy's
Anyway,
just coming
keep going, Robert.
in.
Embarrass
Yeah.
yourself some more.
who me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, so they told us that the Earth is round, and I know that it's round
How?
because I've
You
seen
know that.
all
What is your primary information?
not
Mate, you have a long way.
not
He doesn't even know what he got
NASA,
himself into, I'll be honest.
Mm.
NASA. They told us, not they told us, they showed us.
Yeah, you said you
that
know. You're telling us how you think they know.
You keep getting told a lot
Yeah.
of stuff.
There's anything you know, or do we just got to get like hearsay, third-hand information from you about what other people said?
They didn't.
Do you have
they didn't
anything
just
that
say
you
it, they
got? Do
provided
you got
evidence.
anything for on your own?
They provided evidence.
Yeah, we. Okay, cool story, bro. Do you have anything?
It's like we've been told
Yeah,
that there is a
dodge,
genocide
duck, dodge,
Gaza.
dance around. You just admit it. You don't have anything.
Well,
All you can do is hope there's some other people that have something. That's all you can do. Now, okay, so
being
let's
really
take
rude,
any
you know?
NASA image, any random NASA image. How do we evaluate whether that's actually an image of the Earth? How do we test it? Like the 1972 blue marble. I want to determine if that's actually an authentic photograph of the Earth taken from 100,000 miles away from the Earth. How do I test if that's true?
You hire experts? I don't know. Tell me how'd you do that?
No, he's
Well,
asking. Listen,
go ahead,
Monkey. He was asking you a question. How does he test it? Not how do other people test it. He's asking how can I or you or anybody else in this room know the image of the 1972 blue marble is somewhere where they can actually take pictures from? How does he know that? Does he have to believe it, or does he?
From there, that's
can
what
he
the
know?
Earth actually looks like.
Yeah. How can he know this?
You have to believe because you don't have
Thank
the
you.
means to go yourself.
Thank you.
To take the
Thank
picture.
you. That's exactly what we're
have
telling
to
you.
believe.
That's what we're
You have-
telling you, though, Monkey. That's what people do. They just believe. It's a choice that you're making. You don't have to. You're making a choice to believe that they took the image from the place they say they took it from. So you're just believing this is true. You can't check it. You can't test it. Nothing you can do.
Well, the irony of this conversation is he came in and said, "Why do you believe the Earth is flat?" Believe me, I don't believe it because somebody
No,
told me.
no, because you have to understand where I'm coming from.
We do.
I'm surrounded by
We
people.
do.
I'm surrounded by people who also believe that the Earth is
So are we.
round, and to see that you believe that the Earth is flat is
It's not a
kind
belief.
of
It's not a belief. This
weird
is
to
an
me.
observation, Monkey. This is an observation you and everybody in this room make every day when you go outside. You don't observe a globe outside. That's not what you observe. You don't see a globe. You see a flat and stationary plane. There's nothing that you can do. There's nothing that you can do to convince yourself that it's a globe, because it's not.
A bacteria on a football is going to see that it's flat also.
Okay, but think about it like this. Even if that's true, what you said, how would you know that it's curved? That it's a curved surface? How would you know that? Let's say
You
you were a
would,
little germ
I
on
would,
top of a basketball or a football. How would you know that it's curving?
if something went away from me, it would disappear on the horizon.
Okay. Have you seen the curve of the
Yes.
earth that way?
Yeah.
You've seen it. Okay, so if it disappears from the bottom up, how do you know it's the earth curve and not an optical phenomena? How did you determine it was earth curve?
Because when something goes away from me, it kind of sinks.
I know, but there's an optical phenomena happening and you see it. How do you know it's the earth curving? How do you know this? How did you determine it? What's the method by which you determine that is exactly earth curve? What'd you do to figure it out?
Hello,
Maybe you
hello.
can use. Do you know what architects use to measure those lasers? When they're building a
Lasers.
skyscraper or a
Okay, so
building,
they
yeah,
use lasers? Is that what you're saying to
to
determine this?
measure. No, I mean from my own experiments, I could use a laser to do
Oh,
that.
you could. No. Not you could. What has been done to know that that is earth curve, not what you could do. I don't really care about that. I want to know how you determine
Hello,
by looking at stuff move from the bottom up, like you say something moving away from you, that is earth curvature.
hello.
How did you determine this? I know I hear you saying hello. Just wait. I'm talking right now. And so talking to this other guy. You can wait a little bit. All right. So how
Hello.
did you determine it was earth curve, sir?
By logics,
No. You think
using
it's curving. So logic, see, here's the most important part. If you've never looked into this topic and somebody told you it's earth curve, you would have to ask the question, how do you know this? Right? You would ask them, you're saying it's disappearing from the bottom up. I want to know how you determine this. You can ask the question. They're going to have to give you the answer. Well, we found out that from where you're making your observation to that thing over there, that's earth curve. And they're going to show you math. They're going to show you how to solve the problem for this. But you're not
Hello,
learning
hello.
in. I hear you. You can wait just a little bit till
What
I'm
about
done.
you?
Okay.
What about you, bro?
Just wait. All right. So if you're trying to determine whether it's earth curve or not, and you do not have any math, you don't have any way to figure it out, you can't say it's earth curve, sir. You
11
understand?
megabytes, weón. 11 megabytes.
yes,
Why is
I
everybody
understand.
jumping in right now?
Ojo.
Why? Okay, so monkey, you don't have any way to determine its earth curvature. This is the problem. It's not logic.
No,
You
no, I
understand?
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead. You want to ask something?
If you don't, yes. How do you know that the Earth is flat and it's not just a local phenomenon?
Interesting. I'm glad you asked. Because when we see things like what you just mentioned, right? Something disappearing from the bottom up, we ask the question. We were trying, when we first came into this topic, just like you, right? We had the same questions. We thought about the same things. But we try to figure out, okay, how did they determine that it's the ship disappearing from the bottom up? Well, I'm here to inform you that there's many things that cause this obstruction, the bottom up obstruction. And a lot of people will say, well, how do you know it's what you say it is? Well, we've seen phenomena like miraging effects, like the angle that we're standing from the surface causes an obstruction, like waves causing an obstruction. There's many different things, right, that can cause this phenomena to occur. But we know over time, because the things have been tested. And I'll give you an example. I'm going to put something in the chat. So I want you to pay attention. People are putting things into the chat right now. It's a great time for you to look at our information, so we can show you. Many people have things documented where we ask the question: are things disappearing from the bottom up because it's Earth curve, or there's something else different? And now's the time for people to put into the text chat whatever they can show you, and I'm going to show you mine so that you can see. So I want you to take a look at this. Now, this is a ship from a distance away from the observer. He's going to notice that over distance, that ship looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up. But notice that when that GIF, when it zooms in to the ship, that it's actually undulating up and down over the water in a very distant view from it, from the person. And it's not Earth curvature that's causing the obstruction. Okay? The Earth's not curving and the boat's not sinking. It's not going under the water, but it's a phenomenon that we see happening.
Can I just suggest something?
You can, but
Maybe-
but if you suggest something, you're going to have to be able to test what you suggest. Okay? If you suggest it.
Yes, but it's
Go ahead.
It's just a theory. Maybe the Earth's curvature is so unperceivable that it's so.
Okay.
The rate of
I've already.
change, it's so,
Okay, so
it's so small.
I know you've already said this
You
before.
cannot
You said
really-
what if you're an amoeba or a tiny microbe on top of a basketball or football? I understood what you said. So that means that for all intents and purposes, the Earth looks flat to you and me. You're agreeing with me when I say the Earth looks flat. When you say this, you're saying the Earth looks flat.
Yes.
It might be a ball, but it looks flat. Right. So we're getting right down to it, right? So we're trying to break this down to everybody who's joining us, and they ask the question: what if you're just so tiny you can't notice the curve? Well, then you're agreeing with me that the Earth looks flat. That's what you're saying, which is good. I like that.
It looks
So
flat.
we're gonna take this to the next step. If they're telling you that the Earth is a globe, the size of the Earth as a globe has already been given like some value, some numbers, right? It's given a size. So there's a radius, there's a diameter, there's a circumference, and this information you can look up online. You can see how big it is. According to how giant the Earth is, it's a certain size. And you can look this up. So they know how big it is. It's not just so big they don't know. They do know how big it is. And they're giving these numbers to you, me, and everybody to look at. So what we can do with these numbers is go out into the field, like where this ship was, and test and verify if the Earth is that size. Do you understand? We have these numbers. They're telling you, me, and everybody else how big the Earth is. Does this make sense, Monkey?
Yes, it does make sense.
Yeah, because they're telling you and me how big it is. They give us those numbers, so we can go outside and we can do our test. We can make some measurements and distance away from us, and we figure it out. That's what we've all. Everybody that's sitting in here right now that's not a globe believer is a flat earther, because they can test a long distance observation and figure out it's not Earth curve. Do you have any questions?
Your theory or belief has some kind of problems, because if the Earth is flat, where's the limit? It cannot just go forever.
Yeah, you want to ask that question. Everybody asked that question. My best friend asked that question when I told him the Earth is flat. The first question he asked me is, "Where's the edge?" Somebody's hot micing. Hold on, Monkey. Mr. Mo, can you put yourself on mute, please? You're hot micing, sir. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're hot. Yeah, thank you. All right. So we asked the question, where's the edge? A lot of people want to know where the limit to the realm in which we are. If the Earth is flat, right? It seems to be like an honest question that everybody asked us. But it's important to understand something, right? We're only talking about the surface and the known world that we know, right? So that's redundant what I just said. But the known world, how far it extends, we want to know only where we live, right? And maybe other places we can travel. But if there's some places that we cannot go or we haven't been, then we can't tell you about those places. Okay? So anybody in here, I would ask them, how far have you traveled? Where have you been? And if they say, I've been to somewhere you've never been, then I have to test and verify whether that's true or not. But if people here have traveled, in the known places like, China, Russia, Italy, United States, Mexico, Brazil, if they can travel to places like these, then we can test from those places if the Earth is curving in any way. And it's not. So from those places that we know, the Earth is not a globe. From every place that people can live and be on, the Earth, it doesn't curve like the way they tell us. And so if there's any place outside of that, then people haven't reported back to say, oh, I found, this mystical land or whatever. Nobody knows about those things. We only know about the known world, which we all are in. You understand? So if it extends out to a place like there's an edge or there's a limit or whatever, we wouldn't know that because we only know the place where we live. And so, does that make sense? Like it's hard to answer that question when we don't have the information to give to you, because people can't travel somewhere they have never been yet and haven't reported back.
Yeah, I understand. As an individual, I understand. But what about governments? Governments have a lot of money.
Yeah,
They can do
that's a great question.
practically whatever they want.
Yeah, that's
So
what's a
why do
good
they?
statement. What?
So because
Why
they
ca-
have big budgets, why do they go to places we can as single individuals go ourselves and don't tell us why?
Well, they can
Why would they do
travel
something like
places
that?
like they can travel places like the north, like people think like the North Pole what it is. There's I would say that people don't know exactly where that is because magnetic north is moving. So, but also in the south, people travel to Antarctica and they go to those places. There's stations over there, right? You could travel there if you'd like.
Mhm.
But as far as like going further, there's only a few people that have, in quotations, documented that they've went farther past that. And as far as what we can tell, people are saying things that are pretty extravagant. They're kind of these stories that you either have to believe or not. So, even though they make these stories about like what's over there, we can't take that for the truth because we can't verify ourselves. So what we do is it doesn't matter if somebody says they can go somewhere to this place that nobody can travel. We're going to have to be able to just put that to the side because we're only going to examine the places people can actually go and where they've been. Now, whether or not governments can go somewhere else, we can't verify this. When more people can travel there and more people can check, and there's a lot of travel to that location, then I can say it's more easily understood that it's within your realm, that it's a known territory. But if it's not a known territory and it sounds like some guy went to a place and he met some different kind of beings, and stuff like this, we can't verify that. That's a story that we need to have people travel to this location, and once much travel has been made there, then we can now start sending people there. But this is not the case, right? We only have the known world where we can travel. And like I said,
What
everywhere
about
we travel, it's a horizontal plane. It's a flat Earth.
What you'd also do
what
is
about
use.
science?
Hold on, dude. What you also could do is use all of the story. Don't cherry pick the parts. Don't say like these guys went there and they saw the Earth as a globe, and then ignore the rest of it, all the other context of what happened. Like if you really think this is the proof for you, make sure you've got all the information, everything they did, everything they said, all of it, and make sure it all maintains a logical, consistent story inside your worldview. Rather than say, hey, here's this one little tidbit and then ignore the rest of the information. So I would be willing to bet that you don't. Are you guys talking about the Apollo program or low Earth
No,
orbit?
he's just asking. He's asking about questions of like traveling on the surface of the Earth if it was flat, going to an edge. So
an edge,
I was telling, so I was telling him, it sounds like a legitimate question when you first make it, but it's difficult to get people to realize that we can't report back to places we haven't been, or it's not a known territory. Like, I haven't been to China myself. We had this discussion before, but in order for me to say that, in my perspective, that China would be a place that I can travel to, I have to go there. But that's not to say that it doesn't exist, because people, like I was telling the gentleman, can actually have access to that place where they consider what China is. Now, it goes a little deeper than that, and I know India would chime in if I was to talk about it, but I won't go too far into that about what people know as places we can travel, right? Like, how do you know it's China?
What about
So I
all
wouldn't.
the science that we have?
I wouldn't go into that just yet. But I will say, what'd you say?
What about all the science that we have? All the scientists, all the universities.
Well,
Yeah, but what is this?
we-
What is
we
the
start
science?
with-
research?
What is the science based on, though? We have to understand when we talk about science. Science is very specific. What are asking questions about the world around us, right? They want to discover things about the world around us. Are they trying to discover the shape of the earth? Or are they asking different questions? Like, why do things happen? Like a cause and effect. They're trying to figure out what's causing things to happen. So science is trying to figure this out. They're not trying to figure out the shape of the earth. That's not a question for science.
Hello, AB.
I don't think you have a PhD in physics, but all the
Oh,
physicists
hold
agree
on.
that the Earth
Oh,
is
hold
round.
on. Oh, hold on. What Alpha Veritas is pointing out to you that.
Hello, AB. Hello.
Oh, shush. Thanks. What Alpha Veritas
Hello,
is
AB.
pointing out to you is.
Hello,
Right,
AB.
seriously.
Where is he
Where
at?
are you from? Where are you from?
Just wait, sir. Just put yourself on mute. Let the gentleman finish, and then you can ask your question. Do not interrupt, please.
What AV is pointing out is science, the method, right, the actual step-by-step process, doesn't deal with geometry. Science that the scientists do, if they're claiming to do science, follows that step-by-step process. Now, the shape of the Earth, that's geometry. A scientist couldn't, if he tried, use the scientific method in any way for a shape. When you use the scientific method, it's based on what causes things to happen, right? In the natural world, not what a thing is, its identity, right? The identity is said to be a shape. That's geometry, that's math. To figure out that question, you don't use science. To figure out that question, you use just empirical observation, which isn't all of science,
Hello,
but part
monkey.
of it,
Hello, monkey.
and why? And measurement. So Alpha Veritas is just pointing that out. When you use a scientific method, we're not going to reach a conclusion about a shape.
I think he's more confused about that. I think he's saying that science is a person, a noun, a physicist.
I'm not saying
It's a
that.
science.
I'm
Is
not.
is
I'm
that
not
a
saying that.
I know.
yeah? Is it
I'm
in
not
your
saying that.
worldview? Is science an action, something you do, or is it something you have, like a degree, like a PhD? Is that science?
To put satellites in orbit, you need to know the shape of the Earth because you
Okay,
need
and
to
how did
measure
you come to
the.
that conclusion? And
That's good that you actually saw that, man. I'm glad you
Yeah.
even said that. So if
so
before
you put satellites into space, you need to already know the Earth is a sphere. Okay.
Yes, you have to know that. You have to know the mass of the Earth to measure the gravitational pull
Excellent.
from the Earth to put
Excellent. How'd they
satellites in
figure
a
that
place
out,
where it
Monkey?
doesn't fall on Earth.
How did they figure it out? What did they say about figuring this out? What did they do to figure it out?
They measured.
It's great. How did they do it? If you tell us how they did it, then we'll examine this. We'll review it. What did they do?
I'm on the edge of my seat. All of a sudden, this is cool.
They from the measurements of the Earth that you can have from the internet. I don't know how they got those measurements. They
See, this is the
determine
part where this is the part where we're asking people, Monkey, how did they figure this out? But you said, I don't know. It must be on the internet. Well, this is the issue. Nobody knows. They think somebody did something. That's the problem. Nobody knows who did what. So now we're asking you, can you see if somebody actually measured it or they just believe that it exists? And that's what a lot of people have. You just have a belief that someone figured it out. Most people think that as well. That's why nobody's checked, Monkey. Nobody's looked into this information because everyone in here thinks somebody checked this out. We got scientists, we got people that work on the surface of the earth, geologists and all kinds of crazy things. So we don't need to look at this information because there's a lot of smart people already figured it out. This is the problem we're showing you. That's the reason why you still believe it. You've never looked at this information to see if any of it's true.
someone proved to you today that the Earth was round. Would you believe him?
Was round.
It's not possible because it's not. It's not in order to have proof, you have to have evidence. In order to have evidence, you have to have somebody to test that evidence. You don't have any of this. There's nothing to tell us. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. The Earth as a globe is a made-up story that you believe, like Santa Claus. You got pictures of Santa Claus.
Who
You
made
got
up?
pictures of
Who
the
made
globe
up
Earth.
that story? Who
Yeah,
made up
well,
those story?
yeah. So you got to look back in history, right? A lot of people believe things because they have the church would tell them. Like we have instances where in the Chinese dynasty about the 1500s, this guy, this Jesuit priest, went to go tell the Chinese people that the Earth is a globe. When the Chinese people had a cosmology of a flat Earth, 1597, I think it was. The Jesuit priest, his name was Ricci, and he went to go tell the emperor that the Earth is a globe and it had got planets, and it was telling them the cosmology. They didn't know that the Earth was a globe prior to that. But this information was new. And whatever agenda that person told him, they gave those people, the Chinese people, the knowledge or the information that the Earth is a globe based on what the Jesuit priest was telling them. So it's a belief system. It wasn't something proven. This Jesuit priest was giving him some information that the emperor couldn't test. They did not test this information to be true. It was a story, and it still is today. It's a story. Now it's embellished with videos and pictures, but it's still a story.
If the Earth is flat, it must have a determined depth. It cannot just go.
Yeah,
flat.
yeah. Listen, and nobody disagrees that if that's the case, we'd have all of these things. But there's a limit to what people can do, right? There's a limit to how deep people can drill into the Earth. Do you know this? There's a limit.
Yes, there's a limit. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like people can find out how far down things can go, because there's only so far we can actually test.
Is the moon flat?
And also, if the Earth was flat, satellite wouldn't stay
No,
in
it's not
orbit.
if. Hold on a minute. It's not if. It's not if the Earth was flat. It is flat. You have listen. Let's put it this way, Monkey. You have been observing this your whole life. You've never seen a globe in your life. You don't go outside and say, "Oh man, the Earth's a globe." You don't say that. You say it looks flat. That's what you say. So you only observe a flat Earth. What do you mean? If the Earth is flat, no, you observe it as such. And it's tested and measured and used as a horizontal plane. So the Earth is flat. It's not just you say, "Oh, if it was." No, it is. It actually is.
How do you explain orbits? The satellites wouldn't stay in orbits.
Well, orbits is an idea that you have in your head. If I was to describe to you and you be able to tell me, I want you to be honest with me. Have you ever seen an orbit? Do you know what an orbit is? When you said
Yes.
the word, I don't even know if you know what it means. What is an orbit? You can say whatever, however it means to you. What do you think it means?
An orbit is a trajectory.
Okay, what does it mean though when something orbits? What is the thing doing?
It goes around.
Okay. Have you ever seen
trajectory is
anything? Have you ever seen anything go around?
Yes, the sun.
Okay. When have you witnessed the sun orbit? You.
Every single day.
You see it move across
not
your
every single
sky.
day.
Yeah.
Well, every
you see
single.
it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You see it move
What about
across
the
the
nighttime bit?
I made a mistake. My bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you did. So you don't see it after it goes away in the daytime because it's nighttime. Like Jedi was pointing out. So you don't.
The sun is
Okay, so
light
that
bulb.
you're proving the point. You don't see an orbit like you claimed.
You can see satellites moving through night skies.
That's
What, in a
great. I'm happy
complete
for you.
orbit or a short arc?
Yeah, I'm happy for you to see satellites. But the question on the table to Monkey is if he's witnessed an orbit. Now he's realizing he's never seen an orbit, which is the point, Monkey, I'm trying to make to you. You've never seen this orbit.
I've never seen an orbit. I'm gonna be
Thank
honest.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. See, being honest in this conversation, Monkey, is going to get you a lot farther than somebody who's stubborn and just doesn't want to admit. We're all about people understanding the nature of the earth. So we're having this discussion so you can realize what you have been witnessing and what they've been telling you. These are two very different things, right? You can see things, and I don't disagree with you. I see the same thing you see, but I don't see what they're telling me I should see. I've never seen an orbit.
I, I've never seen an orbit, but the idea of orbit makes me feel comfortable.
Oh wow.
Concerning satellites.
Well, that's
Okay.
cause and effect.
Satellites when they. Yes,
That's
satellites
your
when
cause
they
and effect
move.
relationship
I
there.
would,
What'd you
You're
say?
talking
They're
about
going to
sorry?
fall on your head or something.
You're talking about feels at this point. Satellites
Yeah.
make you feel something rather than think.
All right, so
No,
we're getting down
satellite
to
doesn't
the
make me feel
yeah,
anything.
Monkey. We're
You just
getting
said
down
that.
to
I
the
mean,
we're getting Monkey. Hold
the
on,
idea
we're
of
getting down.
orbit.
Monkey, hold on a second. Hold on. I know you want to stay on this, but I
Yeah.
want to move forward, right? So we're talking about
Mhm.
what we can verify. Now, a satellite,
Mhm.
even if you said it makes you feel a certain way, it's not going to give you information like you need if you want to verify an orbit. It's not going to give you this information either. Same thing. The same thing
No,
like the sun.
my problem is to know how do they stay up there.
We don't need to concern
How do they?
ourselves with that. The question right now is not how do the satellites stay up in the air. The question is the Earth a globe? So we're trying to figure out that question right now. We're not worried about satellites staying up there. We don't care about that right now. Okay? You need to stay focused. The focus is how do we know the Earth's a globe? Okay?
Sorry
The main,
to interrupt.
the main
Sorry to
focus.
interrupt. That's also, you reached that conclusion. Before the satellites were up in the air, we had to know the Earth was a sphere, right?
Mhm. You've even asked that too. So how do we know if the satellite is going around Earth if before they had rocket technology? They have to have figured it out. But you said remember at the end of that, you didn't know how they did it. So now we're figuring out that you don't know much, do you? A lot of people have it in their head. They think somebody figured it out. We got scientists. That's a nice story. But when you go do your research, you're not going to find it out who did what. It's all just a big story, man. Everybody's been believing. Otherwise, they'd be somebody we can point to. The flat earthers in here that have been doing this for years, we'd have somebody to point to. Oh, this guy figured it out. We can test his method. We'd find out that he did exactly what he said he did. We don't have that, Monkey. That person in your head doesn't exist. But
I
so
realize that I don't know much.
that's
Can you
fine.
give me some resources?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We have a server that has a bunch of resources that you can look up. But first, you need to go to the server, right? You can visit our server at discord.gg/flat earth. You could find us under Discover. When you're looking for servers on Discord, when you type flat earth, you're going to find us. We're the very top. We're the biggest flat earth server. And on the very bottom of that server, you're going to find as much information as you want to look into. We got long distance observation tests, other things in physics that you can look, the properties of water. Like there's so much information that I couldn't possibly cover in the short amount of time that we have this conversation right now. There's way too much.
Yeah, but it makes me feel a little bad. It makes me feel weird. I realized that I didn't know
I know
much.
this. Monkey, listen, man. Everybody who comes into this topic feels strange because the thing that they've been told this whole time, it's not that. I understand. Listen, even if you walk away from here and still are making your questions and like not you're not realizing the point that we're making about the earth being flat, that's fine. I don't care if you're a globe earther for the rest of your life. I want you to challenge what you know. This is the only thing I'm asking for. I don't care if you become a flat earther. If you do, that's wonderful. That's great. But being a critical thinker is above all else the most the point that I would try to make from this conversation. To question, figure things out, do your research. People have been taking information for granted and they have not looked into this, and that's why we're talking about it. That's why this space is here. So people can ask their questions.
Okay.
If you want to think about it some more, you can, and maybe we can go to another speaker. It's been good talking to you, Monkey.
Yeah.
But all right, bro. Yeah. Just if you want to know where the link to our server is, if somebody can post it, or I'll post it later. But if there's anybody else that wants to ask some questions, I heard a lot of hellos when I was speaking. So If you were trying to say hello and ask a question, you can do so.
Can I ask?
Yes, you can ask.
Okay. So you think that Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's an observation, so it's not a. I think about it, I can see it. The Earth is flat. It's an observation.
Okay. So you saw that Earth is flat,
So can you? Yes.
correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I have a small question. Do you believe that there's other planets or other planets or something? Do you believe there's other planets,
Hello. Okay.
or you just believe that
Only
there's
2 minutes.
only
Only 2 minutes.
Hey, who's talking? Hold
There we
on.
go.
what?
Hello, hello.
Salman Mohammed. Salman
No,
Mohammed.
no, Salman
Mute your
Muhammad.
mic.
No, Salman
Hold on.
Muhammad.
I'll help him out. I disconnected him. Hopefully he can fix his mic. Go ahead, Roberto. Ask your question again.
Okay. So do you believe there's another? Do you believe that there's an other planet like Mars, Venus, or something like that? Do you believe that? Like
Yeah,
there's other planets,
when they
or you
point to
just
the
there's only Earth?
sorry, you're cutting in and
No,
out. I didn't know if you were done.
because if that
Is he cutting out for anybody else, or is it just me?
No, he's cutting out for everybody, dude.
Yeah, I think he's
wanted
trying to
say
ask about other planets. We're talking about the Earth, dude. Like this is flat Earth. This isn't other planets. So like
Yeah, I don't.
like, can you try to focus your
No.
idea on the topic? The topic being flat Earth, the surface of the Earth. Okay. I think that's what he's trying to say. How many other planets are flat, or something like that?
Yeah, Crit is correct. We're talking about the Earth. So if your focus is what people have been telling us about things, hold on, Roberto. I understand your question. Okay, I did hear you.
Earth
Just
is the only planet that
hold on, brother. You got to let me say something. I mean, you can't jump in right away. All right, so I understand your question, but what Crit was saying is true.
Okay.
You need to focus on the topic of the Earth that you're standing on right now. That's what we're talking about. However, if you say that things in the sky, that the only thing that you know of is what you've been told about those things and what you can see. So they told you a story about what those things are, and you only see from your observation with a telescope what they look like. I can agree with you sometimes what you say they look like, not always, but what you say they look like, I can say, yeah, I see the same thing. However, if you believe a story about what they are, that's different. We're not here about belief system. We're here to talk about what we can prove. So that's why Crit said focus on the Earth. That's the most important thing you should do right now. So, can you focus on the Earth and tell us anything you know about it being a globe? The Earth on your feet, under your feet.
Okay. Okay. So my second question. So there's a lot of people that have been like go around the world. Yeah. What? Wait.
No, I was gonna say, are you gonna talk about the
Okay,
Earth, or
can I-
I was hoping you were gonna talk about the Earth, but go ahead, make
Yeah.
your question.
I'm gonna talk about the Earth. So, have you heard about like there's a lot of people that go around the Earth like in a circle? So
Yeah.
for a flat Earth, what do you think?
I think. Hold on, let me take this one, Jedi, real quick. Yeah, you're breaking up, dude. So it's kind of hard to know when you stop.
Can you?
All right.
Okay.
Are you're gonna have, dude? Your connection is horrible.
Okay.
All right. Circumnavigation is what the question you're asking, dude. This is crazy. Hold on, man. Hey, Roberto,
Yeah.
come back, dude. I'm gonna drop you.
Hello?
Come back, and your connection is horrible. I can't speak to him when he's lagging like that.
Yeah, no,
no
it's
way.
fair, man. It's fair.
All right, try
Give
again,
away.
Roberto. Try
Okay,
again,
okay,
brother.
okay. So, what do you think about the navigation? Because if the Earth's wait, if the Earth are flat, so how do we navigate? Where is the east, north, and south, and something like that? Does
Right.
and how do people go around the Earth? Like, there's an edge of the Earth or something like that.
All right. So you have this understanding that if you're, oh, are you done? Like I can't tell when you're done, bro, because you cut out in and out.
Yeah. I'm done.
Okay. So when you travel on the surface of the Earth, you use a navigational tool to do this, right? Probably many navigation tools,
Yeah,
not just one.
yeah.
Okay. What do those navigational tools rely on? Let's use a compass,
Magnets.
for example. Well, you're getting
Yeah,
close. Yeah. The compass uses magnetic north. Yes. You
yeah,
understand this?
yeah, yeah.
Magnetic north. Magnetic north is following the magnetic field lines of the Earth. Correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Are those magnetic field lines in a perfect circle for circumnavigation?
I think so.
Ah, that's the important part. A lot of people want to answer this question and tell you that you can just go in a circle on a flat Earth. But the problem we have is the navigational aspect. We need to dive into what that means because if you're traveling the surface of a flat Earth, you're following a compass, you're following a heading, you're following something that people are telling you to go to, right? If you're navigating on the surface.
Yeah,
It's not as simple as saying you're going in a circle when you start from one point and you come back around to the same point. That seems to be like something that people want to ask. How do you do this on a flat Earth? But navigating on the surface of the Earth, it encompasses a lot more than just saying you go around in a circle. That would be the easy answer because I can go like if you were standing in front of me, I could walk around you and go in a
yeah,
circle around you, and I can say I just circumnavigated around you. That seems to be the easy answer, right?
yeah,
On a flat Earth, let's say. But actual navigation on the surface of the Earth takes more than just saying you walk around somebody. That's just an easy answer. I want you to realize navigating on the surface of the Earth is a little bit more complicated.
Okay. So
You-
can you answer me my second question? Fuck. Wait.
Oh,
Can you
did
answer
you?
my second question?
Yeah, I want you to figure out is it
Wait.
possible to navigate
Okay.
in a specific way on the surface of the Earth if it's flat? And yes, there is. I
Okay.
just want to answer your question because I was giving you a way to think about it, right? I was saying
Yeah.
to you, even if you understand what I'm saying that the Earth is flat, that traveling on the
Yeah.
surface of the Earth, it takes a lot more than just saying you go around in a circle. That seems like the easy answer, but it's not always the case.
Yeah, also, dude, you think
Okay.
you've got the same answer twice in a row. Okay, you've asked about something other than the Earth. You said the topic is the Earth. You asked about navigation. You said, yes, on a flat Earth, you can navigate. Can you focus, please? Hyper focus on the topic of the room, the surface of the Earth. Anything else is either not that or some derivative topic. Get hyper focused. Flat and Earth.
Okay. So yeah, I'm saying around that, like, so if the Earth is flat like what? Like paper, like
No,
flat.
no.
So
Flat like the
no,
surface of water.
flat like round or something. Like, is it a sphere? Like, is
No.
it shaped like a
No, we're not
sphere or
talking
like
yeah,
a flat? Just flat.
in this regard we're not talking about a shape.
Yeah.
So, when we say
Yeah.
the word flat, it could describe the properties
Yeah.
of a shape, but it's not describing the shape. So the properties of a shape could have a flat surface, like a cube, like something that might have a flat surface in your mind. But it's not talking about a shape. We're not mentioning shape in any way. Do you understand?
Okay.
Did you hear what I said, or do
No.
you just saying okay to?
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. So, if the Earth is flat, where is the the middle point of the Earth and the edge of the Earth? Can you
Yeah,
answer
this
that?
seems to be the question. You're trying to figure out what the flat Earth looks like from a perspective that's at a distant view, like a top-down perspective. Like you want to know where everything is. Like in that regard, we only know the places where we have been. There's no way to tell where the center of the flat Earth is or the outer edges of the flat Earth. We're not talking about these things. We're only speaking of the places where we can travel and we have been. These are the things that we're talking about. Okay. So that question cannot be answered in the way that you want. Like, how does it look like? Like overall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Can I ask something?
You can, but I want to see if the gentleman Robert is done. You can. You can just wait a little bit, okay?
Okay, I just wait.
Okay, I'm done.
Go ahead, Robert.
I'm done. Thank you.
Are you done? Are you sure? You can ask another question.
Thank you. I'm done.
Lock can wait. You can ask another one if you want. Then
maybe he needs
because,
time to think, so we can move on to the next gentleman.
We don't have
and
any
he can hang around.
I don't know.
Oh shit! What did you say, Jedi?
I said if he hasn't got a question at the moment, we should move on to the next gentleman. This guy can hang around and got another question in a moment. It doesn't need to run away. Doesn't need to stop. Maybe just needs time to think and listen to something else.
He jumped out as soon as you said that. All right,
Typical.
Lack, do you have a question?
Yeah. So the name of this room, Flat Earth Discord. The word flat is not describe the Earth's shape. It's describe what we see in the daily life, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
That's you are not really think the Earth is flat shape.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
Yeah,
I beat you to it.
Oh, so you use this name just to warm us to challenge the to do some research and to post out our opinions.
No, it's not your opinions per se. It's more like realizing what you know and what you don't know. That's what we're doing. We're giving people the space to actually talk about what they know and what they don't know in regards to the nature of the Earth. That's what this is for. This forum is for this.
Oh, I thought this was a debate to determine how the Earth is flat or is a globe.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, that's you can take away from here that you can determine this, but you'd have to go and do research and make tests and do things and figure things out for yourself.
Okay, I see. I got no problems. Thank you.
You're welcome. But if you do have a question, you can ask us. Well, we're getting some new people that are jumping in here, but we'd welcome all questions. This is a place for you guys to learn critical thinking. That's what this is for. Advance your thinking in how you can make research for the Earth being a globe and figure things out for yourself. People can tell you whatever they want. That's fine. But you have to think about what they're saying. That's the most important thing. Looks like Josh is spiraling in the text chat because he's upset that we're speaking of this. He says, today I'm grateful for the globe. Happy Thanksgiving to my favorite flurs or a place to huff paint. Dude, you know that's a backhanded slight.
Yeah, that's
a very
TOS
disingenuous
violation.
thing to say.
It's also
you know that,
a TOS
right?
violation. That's advocating for self-harm.
And dude, you know what? You're a professional. How could you say something like that? Being somebody who's an advocate for a giant corporation like Amazon. You're an advocate for this company, and what a look on you that you got right now.
Yeah,
on a day that you're supposed to be giving thanks, and look at you doing this. Like, why? Like, what possessed you to say such a thing? What, Josh?
To huff paint? No, it's fun. You said it's a place for critical thinking.
No, it's not. Yeah,
it's
it is.
interesting. It's an interesting activity in here.
No, it's not. But huffing paint is harming yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, you're getting the analogy.
Yeah. So you're upset at the world, and this is what you're doing. You're coming in here to
Oh
let your feelings out.
I'm here to let you know I'm grateful for y'all.
Yeah, you're
grateful for y'all.
equivocating. You're equivocating being in this chat room like huffing paint.
It
That's what
does
you're doing.
feel that way sometimes, yeah. And I think there's some neutral parties in the
Yeah,
audience.
but do you think that
would agree.
we're just gonna take you pissing down our backs? Like that's cool? Like we want you here to do that? That's not what you're here for, dude.
No, that's fine. You can react
Yeah, no,
any
it's
way
not
you want.
fine. It's not.
I find
Listen,
it
dude.
interesting.
Listen, yeah, we find it interesting that people like you are stuck on stupid. Yeah, how'd you like that? You don't feel so good when you're on the receiving end of a backhanded slight, isn't it?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, no, you don't have to be. Just don't be stupid.
Do you have health insurance? I'm sure you could find a therapist to talk about it with.
Yeah,
This is
no,
weird.
I'm talking to you.
It's weird now. Can't enjoy your Thanksgiving, Josh. Maybe you've
Oh
been
no,
drinking too early.
I'm charging the car before I pop over to Thanksgiving. Just dropped off.
Yeah, you need to pop out of here, dude, because you have no
dude.
place with these backhanded slights, bro. Just bounce, dude. Don't need you in here with that energy.
Oh no, it's
no, it's not going high pitch every time you try to defend yourself. It's really weird. Oh no, no.
Well, it's because I'm
enjoy your
metrosexual as
day,
hell, dude.
my friend.
Yeah, I'm allowed to
go.
present myself
Thank
verbally
you.
as I like.
See ya.
Happy Thanksgiving. Bye bye.
We don't need you in here. Leave.
The audience should be aware that the satellite engineer hangs out with us every day, it seems, and can never provide a single measurement of curvature of the Earth. He just dodges and dodges and dodges, don't you?
And I just blurt TOS violations in text chat and try and make the place a shit show.
Wait, actually though, can you explain how it's a TOS violation? I did not know.
Yeah, telling somebody to conduct behavior that is self-harming is a TOS violation.
Is comparing the experience in here to that act, encouraging somebody to do said act?
And comparing it to self-harm, any comparison to self-harm is a TOS violation.
Oh, okay. Point taken. Okay, so
you know what you were doing.
I'll be
No,
more gentle
you're
about my
not.
comparisons in the
No,
future.
you're not. You're gonna bounce out of here. We don't need you in here. Leave.
I just wonder why you would come here with nothing constructive to add to the conversation, even just to debate. You rather just come and perform ad hominem attacks on people instead of being a genuine person.
He's supposed to be a professional that works for Amazon, dude, and this is the look he's giving you. So just leave, dude.
That's hilarious. AV, I had a question for you, buddy.
Go ahead, Spunky.
So you guys were chatting about circumnavigation, and I just wanted to understand how you propose a compass works on the flat Earth.
Compasses follow magnetic fields.
Okay, correct.
So there's a magnetic field on the Earth. The compass follows that.
Then, are you making the assumption that the central magnetic point just so happens to be in the North Pole?
No, the geographic north and celestial north aren't the same as magnetic poles. There are three convergence. Okay.
So where does North point then? On the
compass,
the flat Earth or the globe Earth?
The compass follows magnetic field lines. It can point in lots of directions. Field lines don't always go in a straight line towards a pole. We have to do something called magnetic declination. That's a calculation for how much that field line is diverted from that straight line. Magnetic poles, especially north, also move, which means they don't have a fixed geographic point. The north can be described as underneath the celestial rotation in the sky. So you might need to be a little bit more specific about what you're talking about with regards to what north, south, east, and west are.
Right. So, okay, so are you saying that, I'm just trying to understand. So as you progress through longitude, you actually have to perform that, sorry, I might get the terminology wrong here, the magnetic declination?
That's correct, yeah.
To maintain your supposed heading
Yeah. So, for example, your compass, which the needle would follow the magnetic field line, that compass can be, say, 45 degrees off of true north, depending on your
That much.
longitude and latitude. Yeah, a lot. And I'm being like kind. I was going to say 90, because in some places it can. It's variable all over the surface of the Earth. We also have
So-
three divergence and convergence points. One in the north, two in the south, one southwest of Australia, one in the Antarctic area, and one that's moving across the Arctic Circle at the moment from Canada to Siberia. So there's three of those.
So are you saying that it's a myth essentially that north is
Myth.
like that point where they somewhere up there by
I'll help.
Arctic. It's
No,
like that. They
there's-
say it's like it's off center.
Yeah. I'll help. If we're out at night and we've got our compass and it's not pointing north, we can look up at the pole star to see where it should be pointing to find geographic north. Geographic north being defined as the point of Earth underneath the point of celestial rotation. You find that point of celestial rotation by finding Polaris. Polaris circles it, like the other northern celestial rotation stars do.
Okay. So point I'm trying to make is it's a fallacy that all compasses are pointing to the same place, right?
They're all following magnetic field lines, yeah. So they're not all converging at the same point because some of them are going to be off by a certain amount of degrees. If the compass is what you're using to find north. There are other ways to find north. Like I said, you can look at Polaris. Or if you're in the south, you can find the Southern Cross that are point to the southern celestial rotation point. These things are in the sky, right? You brought up latitude and like longitude earlier. These things are measured from the sky. You're under the equator, underneath the north, celestial north. Underneath these stars and those stars, there's going to be your latitude points and longitude points. So what was your primary question, dude? I feel like we're getting a little bit further away. You're talking about navigation and how it works?
Yeah. So I was just trying to understand from, a globe versus flat Earth view. Like, a lot of people assume that compasses just all point in the same place. So, no matter where we're standing on Earth, above the equator, all of our compasses should be taking us to the same place. That if we just keep walking, we'll all end up facing each other at some point.
Okay, so no, they don't all point if you're just making like measurements. But if you're to follow the field line, obviously you're going to end up where the line converges with all the other ones. But that would be crazy. If you just get a compass, right, just as a child or whatever, we think that it's just that easy. If you're navigating, though, especially on a ship out at sea, you're going to have to do this correction because you can't really trust your compass all the time.
Right. Okay, cool. I understand. Sorry, it was more of a question than a debate point. I apologize.
No, you're absolutely fine, dude. Not worries. If you have got any other questions about navigating on a flat surface, I mean, it's absolutely fine. And Alpha, if you're still there, buddy, doing a wonderful show running.
I'm listening. No, I think you did. I think you did well. We covered the point that I was going to talk about, but Spunky, what is your research on this topic? I mean, have you looked into it farther?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've watched a bunch of videos, but to be very honest, I am not as educated as you guys are on the model. I don't mean to say it in a bad way.
No, I don't care. I think the way you express it, Spunky, is great, man. Because we need to know where you're coming from in your perspective, what research you've done, what you've gathered so far. I think that's important. So I'm grateful that you're asking these questions, man. To be honest, like you couldn't be having a better conversation with, people that are talking about this subject. So
yeah, I understand. Thank you for welcoming me here. It's just
Absolutely.
the thing that I struggle with the most is I find that there are a lot of I don't want to say infighting, but there's a lot of different opinions on how
Mhm.
it all works. You know? So it's hard to figure out, you know, who's
I'd say
saying
like
what. And
I'll say like this,
yeah,
man. I'll be honest. If you hang around 24/7, we always try to get like people that are asking these types of questions to realize that yeah, there's going to be differences within the people that are saying, well, you know, the Earth is flat. But if you hang around here, you'll find out the reasons why people make some of these arguments. Because we actually challenge ourselves with some of the arguments that we say. Over the years, thanks to the fact that we can call ourselves critical thinkers, we have examined some of the arguments that we've had, and some of them they weren't formulated correctly, or they're missing information or whatever, or just not even we don't even need to use them, and therefore we can advance in discarding some of these like old arguments. Okay, if you want me to give you an example, the AE map is a map of the flat Earth. That's one of them, right? It's a bad argument because if you say that and you're not able to back it up, that's just a reification of the map being the land, the territory. So we can't make an argument based on a reification fallacy. So it's a fallacious logic, essentially. And so examining all these arguments that we do, we can pinpoint where we can do better, or perhaps just discard it altogether. So 24/7 is very good at doing that. Because there's a whole bunch of us in here who have been doing this for a while. So, and we welcome you and whoever's wanting to inquire to stick around, bro. Like, if we don't know something, we'll be honest. Go ahead.
I've just got into this. I've been in it for like maybe a week. I'm just learning.
Oh, that guy's an OG, man. He's been there forever.
I've learned a lot.
Yeah. Well, how far are you right now with your studies, Spunky? What?
well, you know, I haven't spent like a lot of time going through everything. Like I said, you know, I found different guys with different models and different explanations, and then it gets overwhelming because it's like you have to look at, you know, 5 different wikis with a bunch of like graphs and mathematical stuff, and that's why I say it gets a bit confusing. So I'm kind of unsure. Let's just say that, but I am genuinely interested in learning about other points of view, and you know, there are things that I question about the globe model that I've always wondered about. So yeah.
Not surprised you're confused if you're listening to lots of people and their opinions about explanations for what the Earth is and what the sky is. It's kind of after the point because they're all working on the premise that the Earth is flat. So as long as we understand that the Earth is measured flat and it's flat, then everything else we must understand is things that are out of our reach. People like to make an awful lot of speculations, right? And this leads to an awful lot of confusion because people have different speculations.
Hello. Hello.
All right, I'm starting to get really concerned about people's politeness across the Earth.
Hello, hello, hello.
Let me just deal with salmon.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. That was
Bye-bye.
Okay.
So, okay, how do I put this? It's, you know, certain things like when I see the fisheye lens at the high altitude, and I'm like, you know what, come on, man. Like, do better. If you're going to prove that the Earth is a globe, like, do better, you know? So that's why I say I'm a bit on the fence in a sense, because I'm unsure. You know, I've lived my whole life seeing globes at school, you know, seeing Google Earth, you know, all these kinds of things that you get exposed to growing up. And then you find a forum of people who are talking about something that is considered archaic, right? You start listening to these people and you're like, holy shit, some of this makes sense, right? Like, I understand about I don't know the exact terminology, like the mirage, when you start looking at things at a very far distance, and then you get that bottom up disappearing effect. And then I start thinking to myself, okay, that sounds very plausible, and like now I don't know what to think, right? So I don't know if that's a good explanation, but that's kind of at the stage I've been at for about a year or so. But I don't spend a lot of time in the discords and like, you know, talking to people, but I do like to drop in once in a while and just kind of listen and lurk a bit, and then maybe chime in.
Yeah, we
So, yeah.
appreciate it, bro. We do appreciate it. Thank you. And I mean, it's good that other people listen to others like yourself making a step forward for this. So it's difficult, man, because we're in the social media age where everybody's relying on like what other people think about themselves. You know, so it's difficult. You're navigating through all that, and you know, even though the internet doesn't take kindly to this topic, you still are asking questions. So
Yeah,
it
of
shows.
course. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not one to stigmatize. You know, I've learned many times in
Mhm.
my life not to take things at face value, and I have experienced many failures of the system in my life, and so I understand that there are people who are out there that have an established narrative and an agenda to push, and so you have to listen to the other side as well. Otherwise, what are you even doing? You know. History is full of people who challenged the status quo and turned out to be right. So I think it's ignorant to disregard what other people say.
There's always somebody coming in with their microphone open and background. I do apologise, everybody.
I don't know if there's any way to control that other than just have everybody mute it when they come in here and then we just unmute them. That'd be another way to control that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? We could probably see if because then we'll just I don't know, people are just bad in this room with that.
There we go.
So
someone
to
give
give
him
you
a
more
disconnect.
to give you more context, right? I'm one of those guys who's like more interested in, you know, the pyramids and, you know, Graham Hancock type thing, like ancient civilizations. You know, stuff like the anomalies on the moon supposedly being hollow. But I know in the flat Earth space, the moon is often considered like a projection.
No.
Or
Again, there's yeah, you've been listening to a lot of people, and we get it, right? And you're obviously a really curious guy. Many of us talk about and research the subjects that you're alluding to, right? Well, I don't think many people say the sky's a projection. I think at best we say we don't know. That's the honest thing, right? We whatever speculation it is, it's a speculation because we don't know. So the honest answer is we don't know.
agreed, yeah. That's how I feel. It's like I don't know. Yeah.
And that's where we get with a lot of these things, where you were getting when you said earlier about getting confused with models. Like, yeah, we're going to get confused with that because we don't know. The thing that we can know, though, is the Earth is flat. We figure that out by measuring it. When we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily over water, we measure water to be horizontal. So that piece of empirical information is obviously going to be carried forward, but we must understand that it's measured flat. So it has to be that then. Whatever else the phenomena that's hard to model could possibly be, we must work from the base premise of our own empirical observations and measurements. When we measure the Earth to be flat, it's that.
The biggest problem that globe earthers run into is they're like, well, like, what else could it be? Like, just talk about what you believe, talk about what you think, right? And then maybe you might get somebody that's a little bit weak and they'll say, oh, okay, this is what I think is going on. And then it sounds so outlandish because you don't even think the earth is flat to begin with, because you never went out and checked for yourself. And that's why Jedi is trying to explain to you, like, we have to start with what we know first, right? If you want to know if the earth is a ball or flat, go measure it. And then once that happens, once you know whether the earth is flat or curved, then you can, you know, have your speculations and whatnot. But if you're going to base your speculation off of speculation, like, what's the point?
So, like for example, sorry, I can't read your name. Is it Sheepdog?
Sheepdog.
Sheepdog. Yeah. So I went up to a lookout point in my locality here,
Mhm.
and I saw a water tower on the horizon from an extremely far distance. But when I had used some calculators and stuff, basically it was too close to see the curvature, so I haven't had the chance to find a place that is straight enough. For example, like the mountain ranges that they use in a lot of the videos. I don't have something like that where I can, buy a very expensive piece of sighting
Why do you
equipment.
need to go high?
I don't know. I just assumed I would need to go higher or somewhere that I could see far enough.
How big do you think the Earth is?
See
I have
far
no
enough.
idea. I have
Oh,
no idea.
right. When you're trying to make an observation of the was it a water tower you said? You think that you shouldn't be able to see it, right? If the Earth was a sphere.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Yeah.
Yeah. That is going to be based on how big the sphere is and how high you are above it, because that tangential imaginary line from your eyes to where it touches the Earth at distance is going to be where the horizon is for the water tower to hide behind. That's got a mathematical calculation, a prediction, right? How far the horizon should appear to you, an observer. Say, for example, you're 6 foot, it's about just under 3 miles. If you're 8 foot, it's like 3.5 miles. If you're 1 foot, it's 1.2 miles. If you're 36,000 feet, it's 219 miles. Depending on your height of eye, it's going to change the distance to the horizon. So you said the water tower was an extremely far distance. Do you remember how high you were?
I'll have to go check. It is a landmark, so I should be able to
Yeah,
find it.
that's cool. So when we figure out to make this prediction on a globe Earth, we want to know how far away the horizon is and what the hidden value of the object would be, because that's prediction, right? So that's one of the very first starting points, right, for flat earthers, how far we can see, because the limitation should be the curvature of the Earth. We don't see the curvature of the Earth, therefore we observe a flat Earth, right? That's primarily one of the reasons why we're here.
Yeah.
So we got like hundreds and hundreds of these types of observations where we're looking at the geometric horizon, where the mathematics says that it should be, and the horizon is well beyond that limit. It usually gets further away if you've got, good technology to look with, high-powered zoom camera, telescope. The human eye's got resolution limits, so is the optic, but we make them so we can, magnify or see further, however you want to say what we see. And obviously the weather conditions. On a good clear day, you can see further. Yeah, that's kind of obvious. But if we're on a sphere, it wouldn't really matter, because the horizon should be 3 miles away if you're standing at the beach and 6 foot. If it's 10 miles away or 20 miles away, when you get your zoom camera out, that's a massive problem for the sphere, because the claim is we shouldn't be able to see the water tower. I guarantee you that you can probably see that water tower from about 6 to 8 foot off the surface of the water, if it's about 10 miles away, depending on how tall it is, obviously.
Jedi, you don't have the Black Swan, or it was called that. I don't we changed the whole thing with Black Swan, but that's the way I'm referring to it because
yeah, I have
the
actually. I'll get the
windmills?
nighttime one. Oh, the
Oh, you got a
windmills.
nighttime one?
Yeah, I've got I've got the one that I like using. I don't like the original one.
No, I think it's important because he's on the right path. I think Spunky is.
Yeah, for sure.
He just needs he's more that information that we've challenged ourselves with over time. So it's good stuff. I mean, Jedi's been looking into this topic as far as long distance observations go, and things that you can actually put measurements to. Is the reason why he'll be posting something in the text chat.
Yeah, so I've just dropped it in there now. It's 26 minutes past the hour posted by me, Jedi. There's Sheepdog's posted another one in there. Can you see it, my friend?
Yeah, I can see them. Thank
Cool,
you,
cool,
gents.
cool. So, right, so let me just briefly run through this. We understand that the horizon distance is going to be based on how high we are above the surface, right? There's water. There's oil rigs in these images. We're only interested in the oil rigs because we know the distance away from where the observation's taking place. Like you with your water towers, right? We know the distance. Being as we know the distance to these, we can make an estimated distance to the horizon. It could be in front of them, it could be between them, it could be beyond them. I think the furthest one is like 10 miles away or something like that. The one that's closest to us might be about 7 or 8 miles, something like that. Based on the height of eye of this observer, it's 8 foot. Based on the math that goes with the sphere, 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that 8 foot, the distance to the horizon comes out at 3.46 miles if we're on a sphere. Now, just to be clear, that's in front of the oil rigs. In front of the oil rigs, so we probably shouldn't be able to see a portion of the oil rigs, right? Now, we can clearly see the horizons beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of at least 10 miles away. So that observation in itself demonstrates that that physical geometric horizon that we should have a limitation to our view of isn't actually a limitation to our view. It's the weather conditions, it's the technology that we use, right? The angular resolution of the optic. It's not the curvature of the Earth. So it was interesting when you brought up your water tower, right? Because we should or shouldn't be able to see that based on the sphere. I guarantee we wouldn't be able to see a portion of these oil rigs if the Earth was a sphere from this 8 foot. We do, there they are, and the horizon's beyond them.
Yeah, I see. That's very good. It's a very good explanation.
Hello, JD.
Hello.
I hope you're doing your best of health and spirits.
Oh, that's very kind of you, and same to you as well.
Thank you. Do you remember me?
No, I
Yes,
do apologise.
I do. You.
Oh,
So
Alpha. Okay, cool. You do.
I'll refresh your memory. Jedi Aola, I think Alola, whatever her name is saying that their friend was I guess someone in science, someone from academia. Remember you said that?
Yes, I
Even
do
I'm
remember
very
now. I do apologise. I do.
Yeah.
Even I'm
Thank you
I
for
just refreshed his
refreshing
memory.
me. Yeah, thanks, mate. I'm getting
Anyway.
old.
even I'm very,
That's
can I
fair.
say even very academically talented, a bright student.
That's great. You might have your opinion on what that person is, but like, let's get down to the fact that the last interaction, you and that other person were not able to tell how the Earth is a globe or not, and we gave you many times to go ahead and show, any way that we can test and verify that the Earth is a globe.
You were
That's important.
adamant. You were not free-minded. You were adamant at your statement. It was like you were listening to answer our question. You were not listening to understand our questions.
No, I actually left the floor open for your friend to actually tell us. Was it your friend or you? I'm not really sure on this one. You guys were talking about evolution. Was it you or your
Yeah,
friend?
it
Was it
was
you?
me. I'm an evolutionary scientist.
Right. But you said you were 18, so you couldn't, the answer that you gave to it was 20 cups. I think 20 cups is in here right now. 20 cups, are you there?
20 cups, hello. You are being asked to speak. Hello.
He might be
Yeah.
here. He might not, because he usually goes to bed around this time. He stays up late.
Okay.
But he was challenging you because in the field. Remember A Lola that was the person that said it was 18 and they were talking about evolution the last time you guys were having a discussion?
Yeah, how could I
Yeah,
forget?
and
Okay.
20 cups lost, in a very high manner with a great margin. He lost in the debate. Only
I
some
don't think
people
so.
were able.
I don't think that's how it went down. Maybe that's how you're saying it now, but that's not how it went down. And he asked you something very specific about it because he was talking about how they actually figure things out. And it's a lot of probabilistic models that are used. And he said to a high degree of probability, they were giving this information. It's like an estimated, or excuse me, an educated guess.
Okay. Can I just say something first?
Well, I want to know if he's going to respond or not. 20 cups. Remember when you were saying that it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
20 cups was not able to defeat me in my argument. Right, 20 cups?
You weren't able to prove your point. That's the whole thing. The whole thing about this was if you can prove your point and maybe show that evolution is actually true, then you were able to show
No,
how it was. But you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that.
when I
And
dropped the yeah,
okay,
let
you
me
can't
speak.
wait.
When I dropped the Master Blaster, that measurement thing, JD said to me that he needs to measure it, which is clearly shows the fallacy that here I got an edge.
Okay, I don't know what you just said. What
The delusion is real, man.
anyway?
The hill has an edge.
Someone literally said evolution is real, and thank you so much for supporting me. And I'm really obliged.
No, he's saying it in a question form. Like he's like evolution is real. Like he's
Not even.
No, he
I
didn't
said
put in
no.
yeah.
What I said was the delusion is real.
Oh my goodness, what rubbish.
okay, but you had your time to speak about evolution, and you weren't able to provide the evidence of how you know it's real. So that's the important thing.
I provided evidences, and you people started yapping that ChatGPT. What the hell is ChatGPT? I was providing the
You said, dude, you were saying you were pulling from ChatGPT. You told us you were doing this. You said so.
I told that I only pulled the facts from the ChatGPT because I wanted to be precise enough. I didn't pull the
Okay.
whole statement, but the assertion. I made the assertion in my own mind.
Yeah, I know. Based on what? That's what 20 Cups was asking you. Based on what? Just because you believe it to be true? Or was there research done to figure it out? And so he gave you... Go
Because of the
ahead.
research to figure it out. I just don't believe anything out of my mind, just like you did.
That's
that was his
exactly
fact.
what you're doing. Hey, Lola, you're just believing the information and you're thinking that it's true. And he walked you down the method of whatever they do with statistics and probability.
Okay,
And the
you
model
tell me
that's
that
created, dude, wait
you
till I'm
tell
done
me
talking.
modern
Stop
science-
interrupting me. Hey, Lola, stop interrupting me. So he's basically talking about that it's all probabilistic. It's not true, man. All these models that they're giving for evolution is not something that's a true thing that's occurring in nature.
Can I say, you are saying as if whatever they are saying it's to fool us, but not. Why would they? Okay, for example, in the epidemic called coronavirus, COVID-19.
Hang on, hey, Lola. That's not. Wait a second. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying anybody's doing this deliberately to fool you. Okay, that's not the statement at all. It is basically given their framework, right? The way that they concoct, their or they engineer their stuff, right? At best, they can get a best guess, okay? And then they have their own philosophical biases, okay, which these mechanisms or these results or whatever tend to support, or they find information in these results that do support that bias. So the people who are biased, they truly believe this. I mean, allegedly, right? You see what I mean? They're not deliberately trying to screw you over or anything. Allegedly, they actually think this is true. You see the difference?
Okay. Just in one word, tell me, do you believe that all the research and everything which is going up by the humanity, they are trying to fool you, yes or no?
They've got that depends.
Did you not just hear what I said?
But you are trying to make a diplomatic statement. It's very.
No.
Oh my goodness.
That's such a blanket statement. It's annoyed me. That's
Yeah.
such an overgeneralization.
And my answer actually kind of addressed that specific to this point. And then what? Did you not hear me or?
Actually, your voice was buffering for me. Could you please repeat? I'm sorry.
Okay, well, that's fine, right? So what I'm getting at is the people who work in these fields, right, specifically in bioinformatics and genetics and shit like that, the models that they come up with, like they give the results that they give. They're probabilistic or whatever, and they appeal to these biases. So the people actually, supposedly believe it to be true, and they use this information to reinforce that. So when they tell you, oh, this is the information that we have, they're not out to screw you over. They think it's legit. But they're honest with it. They're, at least in my experience, hey, it's our best guess, technically speaking, because all the numbers are giant glorified, rolls of dice, effectively. And then the story wrapped around that comes from their philosophical leaning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's, no one's out to get you. It's like, what the fuck? That's not what we're saying at all.
Okay, but I get that the figures might not be accurate, but they must be precise enough, right?
No, that's the problem, though.
From
You
who
don't,
and
dude.
what?
You can't
No.
know that.
This is sorry, I do apologise, but it's
Wait, man. Go ahead.
your question annoyed me. Like regards to, do you believe that all scientific endeavours are out there to fool people? Do you understand how scientific research is funded? Why it even takes place? There's obviously human bias within these things because at the end of the day, it's not always about the benefits to all of human society. It's about lining their own pockets with money. Now, if you had a small idea of how governmental policy is even written and the things put into place, you'd understand that this is legal bribery. When people lobby for positions and offer funding for researching, they're going to offer more funding to the researching that benefits them. Wow.
That's absolutely true, hey Lola. You cannot deny that because that's how that game is played.
Research happens because humans are curious. It shows
No,
the genius
dude,
of
listen to what he just said. Those things
I
are
listen. He's
funded.
saying that it is to fund their own ideologies and everything. I get that, but that can happen.
Yeah, but how does it get funded?
No.
Listen, bro. How do they get funded if nobody's going to be able to give them the money? They have to be bought and paid for so they can get that done. But they're being controlled by their financiers, the people that are backing their research, and that because they're buying it is going to be given the way they want. They're buying that research. What do you think the outcome is going to be? It's not like you think that they're doing it because they're really trying to figure things out. No, they're being bought.
And
it's the way the game is played.
Sorry, do apologise, Arthur. And also because of the way that the question was phrased, right? Do we believe that scientific research is out there to fool us? People fudge their own numbers all the time. People make claims to experiments and manipulate the results all of the time. So people obviously do these things. It's not necessarily just a belief for flat earthers that there's corruptness within the system. Anyone can see it. If you're in it, you do it.
And I want to add, have you ever heard the term publish or perish? If you don't get published in science, you're forgotten. You're moved aside.
Yeah, I know.
This is
If you go
this is
don't get published.
well, this is just the way that the game is played, man. And for you to be oblivious to this fact is astonishing. Because you should know, if you know anything about academia, that this is how things are done. The science of nutrition, right? Like what keeps healthy bodies, that's bought and paid for. I won't get into that, but I'm just telling you, certain agendas of what we're supposed to eat based on nutrition and things are being moved up the ladder because things are bought and paid for. That research is bought and paid for. Certain companies who have enough funding will give us, the federal government money so that they can put things on the high priority list of what things should be eaten so that their product can get bought.
Yep.
Dude, this is the game that we're seeing being played, and why you're saying this doesn't happen. It's amazing. Everybody knows this in this room right now that's got a brain, understands this is how it works.
I can understand capitalism is influencing these things in order to manipulate the masses.
That's what 20 Cups was talking about. That's what Jedi is saying, and that's what I'm now saying. That's just the way it is. It's not that they're trying to fool you. They're getting bought and paid for. This information we're receiving, it's misinformation from the very start. It's misinformation because you know why? When you make your research and you test things out, you find out it's not what they're saying. It isn't. We're making a strong case for people to make research. Hey, Lola, even you. Even I know you're a bit against this, but if you take some time out and you start to look into it, you're not going to fight against it anymore. You're going to be like, these guys are saying something, that's true. Like I can't deny it anymore. There's a lot of people who resist based on what they've been told. That's fine. But at some point, dude, you're gonna have to just drop it and be like, okay, now I'm gonna make my research.
No, I agree with this point. Of course, this one makes sense, and I'm agreeing to it.
Well, that's it, man.
But
Because of capitalism, that's messed up the worldview that we have for scientific inquiry. It's messed it up. We can't have people that are genuine characters, like investigating the natural world, just because we think that we're advancing our knowledge of what the Earth is, and figuring the how and why questions. We can't trust them anymore. We have to take matters into our own hands when it comes to what they're saying.
It's not just capitalism, it's communism as well, which is worse.
Communism, you can mix in a lot of other isms, but
exactly.
the most important thing, I think, is what we're stressing here is that people need to do research, and they need to, ask questions, be curious, and not, have other people, like as you were before, stopping that. Like, why would you stop that? Wouldn't you want somebody to get to the bottom of the question? Figure things out, be curious? You should say yes. Everybody would. That's all we want, man. That's
if
it.
not that, then what could be the sources of our answers?
Well, I mean, you're going to find that out if you, like, for instance, right? They say that the Earth is a globe, and it's measured to be a specific size, right? They give us the values for the radius, the circumference. We can go over the surface of the Earth and take a small sample of the Earth, like a certain distance, and find out if it conforms to the Earth being a globe in any way. It should have the curvature with a distance between a point of observation to a target, a distance away. Then we were able to say, yes, the Earth is curving by so much. But that's not, you can't do that.
Hey, Alpha, you know what you reminded me of? There's this quote by Upton Sinclair. When you said that, it says, it is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it. That when you said that right now, it reminded me of that.
Yeah, that's great, but that only applies to those in the academic realm who are placating to those who are they're getting funding from. But those like the regular people, like a Lola and everybody in here right now that's like a Lola that thinks like that, they don't have a dog in the fight. They're not like looking for funding. They just believe the information coming from these people. So what we're saying is, if the world was a place where scientific inquiry was held to the highest regard, and they wouldn't be coerced with money, then yeah, we wouldn't have a problem with that. But that's not the case. We don't live in that world.
Common
we used
men
to.
like listen.
We used to a while
Oh,
back.
I like that. Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
it used to be
Yeah,
like
we used
that.
to.
AB, hello.
What?
See, the thing is, like, you as a common man cannot take up a satellite and do the radar system to find out the circumference of the Earth, right?
Okay, so what is that? So what is that, like, that statement that you just made right now? Wouldn't that apply to everybody that's a common man, like you, me, and everyone?
But the space station,
Hold on,
like
man.
NASA,
You're not answering my. You're not answering. It's a one way. It's a one way like statement that you're making. You're not answering what I'm saying. I'm asking you right now. Wouldn't that apply to you as well?
Any common man does not have access to do any research.
This is weird again. Getting annoyed. Sorry.
Isn't that
you,
my
the
point?
common man, can't speak to a talking lion. It's ridiculous. What can the common man do?
They can protest. That's the best.
No, not protest.
No.
If we want to figure out the dimensions of an object, what do we do?
If you want to figure out the dimension of an object, for dimension you need to get the screw gauge of anything which is small in physics, right? And vernier degree.
Oh, dear. No, it's really simple. You're going to slap yourself on. You look at it and you measure it, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, you measure it.
Yeah. So to figure out the dimensions of an object, you look at it and you measure it. Being as we're standing on the Earth, do you think that we can look at it?
Earth is very gigantic. You cannot just look
I
at
know,
it and
but
say
when we stand on the Earth, can we look at it?
yeah, we can look at
Good.
it, but
When we stand on the Earth, can we measure it?
you are very intimidating, but okay. When we
It's
stand
a
on the earth,
simple
we can
question, so I'm just being clear because I want a clear and simple.
Okay. You cannot human. It's not humanly possible for you to measure it via standing and walking
Oh
and taking
boy.
the.
So when we build and engineer on the surface of the earth, we're lucky that we can do so because we can't measure it. The point is, we can obviously look at the earth, we're standing on it, we've got eyes. The thing is, we can obviously A to B over a distance on the earth. These are things that the common man actually does all of the time.
I agree with AV points, but listen, what you are saying, just because I can't see different planets from my naked eyes, that doesn't mean they exist. You're saying like this.
How do you think they measured them on?
Now I just have to remove myself from the conversation. That was a giant waste.
Yeah, dude. No, he's not. That's not what's being said here. The point of it is, somebody's got a train on the background.
That was me. My bad.
Sheesh.
Could you
All right.
please mute yourself?
The point he's trying to make though is that if you're trying to figure something out, you're gonna have to be able to test and verify the thing you're looking into. Now you made a statement, right? You're like, well, I can't put a satellite up, and how are you gonna make any kind of question about that if you're not able to test it? You're kind of proving my point, to be honest with you. You're proving my point. It's like they're putting the information far away from your hands that you can't test it. So you're just gonna have to believe.
Yeah, but different nations have different satellite things. See, not the
That's
NASA
great.
must be funded by the U.S. government, but the Russian Space Agency, the Indian Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, they are funded by their own government. Why everybody will lie and conspire?
Hey Lola, listen to me, man. The world that you might perceive is working in a specific way. You have enemies. One country doesn't like another one. All of that is theater. It's what some people in here call kabuki theater, but it's theater nonetheless. It seems to you that you perceive a world where people are enemies and they don't get along with the other country. They're all working together, man. Every country works together. They have a space organization. Obviously, they're going to space, and the idea that they are together, they're not doing it just those guys over there and these guys over here. They're all collaboratively working together.
I'll give an example, AB, of how, like, Alola, are Russia and America considered enemies of each other?
Yeah.
Do they trade with each other?
Right now, USA has imposed tariffs.
How can an enemy trade with an enemy?
Yeah, it's not possible. In your standard worldview, you wouldn't be able to do that. So
yeah, they're not trading. USA has imposed sanctions on Russia. They're not trading.
Listen, bro, like there's this idea that the world is a certain way, like you got friends and you got enemies. That's not how it works. In the political realm and things, the way they talk to each other, like they don't act like the way you might think in your head. They sit down with each other, they discuss policies, they're doing things outside of what you might say, wait a minute, you can't sit down with them, they're your enemy. No, they don't. It's not the way it works. So they are working together in the space organization, right? So they have countries that now have space organizations. They're working collaboratively with other space organizations. So there's no friends and enemies. They're all together. Everybody's together. So that's answering the question. Yeah, they are all together. These little other skirmishes they have on the surface of the earth with we got to fight a war in their country and stuff like that. It's theater, dude. It's there to show you that there's something happening. But if it was true, that there was truly enemies like that, then there'd be a bigger risk for all of the countries involved. And there's not. They just do their skirmishes and they profit off of war. Every side profits off of war. War's money. War builds the economy. It stimulates it. Yeah. So this idea that you have in your head, man, it's like a fantasy world. We don't live in that fantasy world. We live in this world where people are coerced with money to do things. And, they work together. So you got to realize, man, this is much bigger than you might have anticipated when you came into this conversation.
For real, I didn't think of it.
Well, but I mean, it covers a lot of topics, and you're fairly young too. You said you were 18, so you're fairly young. There's a lot more about the Earth that you don't know about. It's great that you're asking questions, and maybe you're a little resistant, which is fine. It's just everybody can be when they first come in here. But you do have to realize that the world, the way it works, and you can tell too, like people are bought and paid for so that they can give you information. So the information that you receive has been given from a source that has been coerced by some political, financial incentive, whatever it is. But it's not because they're benefiting. They're trying to, they want to benefit, humanity with this and like that. Those are just ideals, man. I mean, hopefully you're not oblivious to that. You're not just like, oh yeah, the world works the way I think. No, dude.
You can think that a scientist wants to do something to benefit humanity, but at the end of the day, he still has. Hold on. At the end of the day, he still has bills to pay. He or she still has bills to pay, and still has a lifestyle that they wish to live.
I agree with this on many parts, like big pharmas are funding certain research in order to benefit
Okay,
them.
yeah. You could see that though, right?
Yep. I agree with that, and there has been many proven results that that's how they are doing it. But when it comes to the flat Earth thing, I don't know they are benefiting anything from this.
Well, think about it like this. Think about it like this, hey Lola. Funding for certain projects, like if it was to be every country can have a way that you can gain more money from the people if you build an organization that seems to be doing something, but people can't investigate whether or not they're doing something that's true or false. Like space organizations, right? They can do all the theatrics of building a rocket, seeing it go up, vehicles like that. That stuff can operate to a certain extent in the realm that we exist, right? So we don't disagree with that. Flat earthers don't disagree that organizations can create these vehicles and they can go really high in the sky or whatever. But there's this other story that's attached to it, that they're going into the vacuum of space and they're advancing space technology. That's the story on top of what you see. So it's called an embellishment. They're embellishing the idea that you're going somewhere that you can't verify. But the technology's there, like the rockets and stuff. That stuff is working the way they're, making it, but it's not going to the places that they say that it's going to.
Then why do they say that, oh shit, our satellite crashed in mid-air, we lost and this, that, and
Yeah, but
things
dude,
like that.
okay, so we're getting to the place where you're starting to realize the story is a lot bigger than maybe you anticipated. So the idea that satellites are in a specific place, and you got ISS, and they're talking. They had I don't know if you've seen this or not, but they had school children that would call to the ISS, and they would talk to the astronauts, I guess you'd call them, the astronauts in the ISS, and the kids would make their questions, and the astronauts would answer them. But that's all just to embellish the fact that they're in a location. And so how are we can't verify this, dude. Like there's no way you and I can verify that their kids are talking to them from a school and they're in a really high in the sky, in the thermosphere. There's no way to test this. We are looking at something that's making us believe this is true. So everything that has been done is helped you believe that the story of the Earth being a globe and technology is the way it is because it's operating on the surface of a globe Earth. But when it comes down to you and me, we have to believe it. This is the part where I'm saying you never cross over into knowing something. It just stays in the realm of belief. So we're challenging people in here and right now in this conversation of how the Earth is a globe based on anything that you've ever seen. It doesn't matter whether it's satellites, a boat disappearing from the bottom up. I don't care what it is. We're looking for how people can know it's an actual globe with the surface measurements or whatever.
The only way we can know it that from someone from the flat Earth society who is very much believed, who can just verify it by sitting on a satellite.
No, see, that's bro. You're brought to believe this. You think that the only place we can test and verify the flat Earth is to go away from the surface. And let me give you an example. I'll give you an example, okay? If I'm a carpenter and I'm trying to build a table, if I want to say, I want to know how big the table is. I want to measure this table. I don't move away from the table. I stay closer to the table. I get my tape measure out. I measure the table. I don't say, in order for me to know that this table is flat, I need to move away from this table. I'm where the table is. So the analogy is, if I'm next to the table, I can measure it. I can test the table surface to see if it's flat.
Okay, but the idea is, but you do not want to measure the table, but you rather want to see if the table is fitting in this corner of the room or that corner of the room. So you have to step back and look with a wide eye view and see that the table is fitting in this corner perfectly. And that is why, in order to
No. We're not looking to see if it fits perfectly. We're trying to see if the surface of the table is flat. We're not going to move away from the table to test it. We're going to move closer on the surface of that table to test the surface. That's what we do. That's my whole point. You don't move away from something to test. You get closer to it. This is true. You know it's true, Alola. You're having trouble trying to admit what I'm saying is true because you think you have to move away. You have this idea, in order for me to know if the earth is something, I have to move away from it. No, you can be on the surface and know.
But if it's easy to just go above the sky and watch it, if it's really a globe, or what shape? If let's say the benefit of doubt that Earth is flat, then what shape do you believe it is in the 3D shape?
We don't make a claim to shape. We say that the surface of water is measured to be horizontal. Like when we build across the water with a bridge or under it with a tunnel, we measure the surface of the earth to be flat and build accordingly. These are at all distances, in your house or a stretch over miles. In every instance, we measure water as a horizontal plane.
Oh my God, that was so intimidating and daunting.
Okay.
I understand that. I do apologise, but it's kind of the fact of the matter.
Like I was mentioning to you before, you don't need to move away. Just measure the surface. He just told you that. We're just saying the same point over and over again to you. You at some point have to realize what we're saying.
Let's just believe that Earth is not a sphere. Then what 3D shape it is?
You don't have listen.
No.
You don't have to go there, Alola. Because the question isn't about whether it's a shape or not. It's whether or not the surface is doing what they're claiming it's doing. If it's a globe, it should be curving. And if it's not that, then it's not what they've been saying it is.
Oh,
Because
I
it
got
has
the idea. I thought the Flat Earth Society is advocating for a fact that the Earth is wrong, like some different shape.
like a
But you
disc.
guys are
No.
advocating for the fact that Earth is not a curvature. It's flat.
Yeah, we're not the Flat Earth Society, number one. So that's not us. That's not who we are.
We're 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah.
So the advocacy is that there's no curvature, so forth and so far to be seen.
No, and measured. It's not just seen. Yeah, you gotta remember, measured.
Okay. You want the
Can you say that?
measurement.
Okay, I don't know if you're following. It's not just observed as flat, it's not measured as a globe.
Okay.
This is important. I mean, otherwise you're gonna be saying, "Oh, you guys are saying it just looks flat." No.
All right.
We good here?
You know what a mile is, right? Alola?
Yeah.
It's something that was measured, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 10 miles is something that's also measured, right?
Yeah. Could you use kilometers and because that's a SI unit?
I mean, it's the
miles.
same thing, bro.
Whatever measurement you want. It's a measurement.
It's a unit of measurement, yeah.
Yeah, but like the kilometer system is accepted by the Paris Institute of
Wonderful.
Measurement.
I'm happy for you. That's a great way to measure. But still the same. You're gonna measure the surface using
Okay. Yeah, since mile is a bit complicated, like 1.6 kilometer, just use
Okay,
kilometers.
dude. We get it. We get it, bro. We get it.
Yeah.
It's complicated for you.
No,
Either
it's
way,
not. In
Just
present,
do quick
whenever you
mental
can,
sums and then subtract a
not
little bit,
in,
times by 2, and then just minus a little bit, and there you've got your K. So
But
approximately.
it really doesn't matter. We could be talking
yeah,
in
it doesn't
furlong.
matter.
This instance, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is called splitting hairs right here. Like you're just trying to.
no. Okay,
It doesn't
listen.
matter what it is.
Okay, so the claim is that after every how much of a distance Earth tilts 8 meters downwards, right?
No,
That's what the claim is that.
no,
And
that's a slope, like a grade of hill, like an angle, declination. We're talking about a rate of change of slope. So the claim is from the globe side, the Earth curvature rate is approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That's exponential. So after 8 miles, it's 8 inches. You don't just add another 8 inches for the second mile, you square the mile.
It's exponential. Hey, Lola.
can I ask you what's your academic qualification, AV? I know it's
My what? Academic
the
Academic
qualification?
qualifications, sir.
I didn't finish high school. I didn't finish. I got my GED.
What is GED?
Relevant
General
question.
education.
Oh God! Okay.
Somebody just yell.
And what,
Jeez.
Can I ask you a
somebody
quick
yell
question,
what?
Olola? I kind of want to nip this in the butt real quick.
I'm not getting a voice. Can somebody tell me what he's asking? You are in a like a hollow room or something. Your voice is echoing.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
He said your voice is
Yeah, I just,
echoing. I don't know.
I'm echoing. Am I
I don't
echoing?
know. I could hear you, but I don't know. Ilola's.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Can you hear me? Okay. So my question to you is, so you, and this kind of bugs me, right? Like something tells me that this is sticking in the back of your brain, and I want to nip it in the butt. So you said that in order to see the Earth in its entirety as a sphere, you'd have to go further away, and that would be an easy thing to do. How easy would
Yeah.
it be for you to get into a rocket right now and go to outer space?
First of all, I have to take admission. Shut up.
Okay.
Indian Institute of Aerospace. For that, I need to
It
clear a
sounds
very
hard.
competitive. For that, I need to clear a very competitive exam, which is given by 30 lakh students, and the seats are somewhere around 10,000. Not even 10,000. Wait a minute. 1,000. Yup. After that, I will get into a space organization. There, after I have to be an astronaut for this, and this will take me a lot of years.
Is this easy?
Is this easy or is it hard?
I think he's just covering
But it's
how.
not. But it's not impossible.
That's not the
Well,
point, dude.
it is impossible because how many people on Earth are actually astronauts? How many people on Earth have been to outer space?
Kalpana Chawla, she got blasted in space. She was like,
Yeah, she was one of how many of her culture?
yeah.
We're going to be talking about a handful of individuals compared to everybody who's alive at the moment and who's existed until what, the late 60s? So a
I
handful
mean,
of people.
the billionaires can go to space. Like, the
Oh,
Blue
no,
Origin is doing that.
sorry. We're just pointing out that it's not easy. It's not an everyday experience for the common man. We have to rely on a handful of people to share their experience.
You made this comment that it's easy, just get in a rocket and go to space and you can see the Earth. It's not. You have to take somebody at their word, and their word is paid for by the government. And I just don't trust that.
AV, hello. Do you see this FLW? Do you believe that this is the shape of Earth, that the middle one? They fake this, distract you this to complicate this one.
That's what a lot of people see online. I think he's putting that in there because what people try to be distracted with when they come into this topic is they have an idea
Yeah,
of what flat Earth is based on that.
listen, when you just close your eyes, how do you imagine all the massive continents and the oceans?
I'm glad you were asking this question because a lot of people don't even get to this point when they ask us,
Yeah.
like, because they spiral out of control. Well, I was talking to a good buddy of mine, Roots, and we were having a DM about like what it could be or what it could look like. And that question is speculative in nature. It's speculative because we have to start to think about, what the orientation is and how would it look like because we're on a horizontal plane. But with speculation, I would say it's something that we haven't figured out yet. But it would have to have something that would follow along the path. I think the path of the sun is probably the biggest indication of what we're dealing with as far as the Earth. But that's just my speculation. It has to follow the path of the sun, and people have taken the path of the sun throughout their sky, and they formed what is called an analemma. Have you ever heard of this? The solar analemma.
I have heard of solar skies and equinox, never ever solar analemma.
If you can just type it into your Google real quick. And I'm only doing this so you can see images of what we're talking about. And thank you for whoever's posting in the text chat. And this they put this
solar analemma, okay?
Yeah, analemma. Okay, so you see in the text chat, you'll start seeing images in the.
Can you give me the spelling? It is auto correcting it to eclipse. ENEMA. Is it this? Solar
I'm gonna give you. No, it's ANALE
Okay.
MMA.
Okay, thank you. Is the figure 8?
I want to show you some. I want to show you some images. This is important. This part right here. Huh?
Yeah, sharing your screen. I
No.
read it.
I'm gonna post in the text chat right now. We have a lot of friends that are posting things, so you can look at.
Yeah, the sun is making a 8 shape. Yeah, I have also read about
This
it. I
is
forgot it.
this is one of the greatest points I think, because I used to kind of get in arguments about this because we're like, well, what's the path of the sun? How could we figure this out? Like it's too, we can't see it from a bird's eye perspective to see what the track of the sun is like when we don't see it. Like, you have, the sun moves across your sky from east to west, right? But beyond that, there's no way that you can detect what it's doing. But if we follow this analemma, we're seeing a pattern. It's a cyclical pattern, right? And it gives us a better guess, because I'm saying it this way, a better guess as to how maybe things are organized with the continents, like how the continents would look. I'm not saying anything definitive right now. Don't ever take what I'm saying for definitive, but I will say that we could think about the Earth in such a way that the continents are organized in a pattern with the path of the sun, because we can know like where the sun is and what continent it's over and such, and then we can start to picture in our minds like where things can go. It gets a little crazy though, because we don't fully understand like what the continent directions would look like, but we can speculate. I mean, that's what we can do. It's difficult. It's a difficult process to think of like the continents in like relation to another. There's been many attempts to like put the continents in a certain orientation based on the analemma. So it gets kind of sticky with that, but like I said, it's the information I think we can use to kind of like picture where continents could be if we're making a flat map with the worldview.
Why don't you think this must be a lie as well with the solar observatory?
No, okay, let me put it this way: an observation is not a lie. It's just an observation. It's what you see. You can write down what you see, and maybe have others watch the path of the sun with you. Others can see this. So the path of the sun, the solar analemma, is an observation. It's not a lie. It's a true statement. When you say that you see this pattern in the sky over a year, it's a true statement.
Okay. Even observatory.
Yes, observation is.
You'll find it on navigational maps.
You'll also find it in some old globes. It's a thing that's observed with the path of the sun. It's not made up.
Yeah, this isn't made up. So
that's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, man. It's really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of tend to agree with you. I might add something else to it, but I wouldn't want to in this conversation.
It's difficult though because, like, I'll put it to you this way: if you're in the southern latitudes, I guess for lack of better words, here, if you're in the like if you're in Australia, do you know that the Analema will be upside down? And well, I say upside down, but in regards to people in the north, so the northern hemisphere.
Okay, so will it be the circle larger in the north and?
Yeah, like okay.
I always thought that. I always thought that. Yeah.
So, for example, you can tell. Listen, if you were seeing the, let's just take for example, everybody on Earth has witnessed the sun's path on the eastern horizon, or the western horizon, or solar noon. I think it's solar noon, right? Sorry, solar noon. They do solar noon and they see where the sun is. Everybody on Earth, that Analema will be in a different orientation for everybody on geographically on the Earth. So that figure of 8 would be like spinning on the hands of a clock. Like if you were to take like let's put it this way. If Jedi, he lives in England, right? He puts down how he sees solar noon and he marks the Analema and he shows like a picture in the sky, like the figure of 8. And I do the figure of 8 in North America. And let's say we have somebody from Australia, like Matrix or whoever, does the figure of 8 over there. The orientation of that figure of 8 will be very differently on their geographic location. And based on that orientation, you could tell what geographic location that person is from. Because that solar Analema gives you an indication from a perspective geographically. Because it moves throughout the whole year. So you see the yearly cyclical pattern. And so the yearly cyclical pattern is going to be that way every year. It's going to be in that orientation.
A full year of shadow moment is proof that the Earth is disappeared.
Well, just let me get to my point here. The point is, like, if Jedi was to show me an solar Analema, just by the Analema, I could tell you geographically where that place is.
Because of just the way that it's orientated in the sky.
Yes.
Gotcha.
The
That's
orientation
as hell.
Yeah, the orientation gives away the geographic location, just much as the same as traveling the surface of the Earth would if you were celestial navigation with celestial navigation.
I've got to ask this question. What happens if you can't measure a solar Analema throughout the entire year? You can only see the sun for a portion of the year.
Well, you'd go based, and I would say it this way, man, but it's post-diction. So based on years that you could see it. So the solar noon could be documented every day, and it doesn't matter if it was a super cloudy day or the,
No, I'm not talking about super cloudy day. I'm talking about extremities north and south. So we above the horizon for 3 months of the year in both locations, but for 9 months of the year, dusk or pitch black.
I get you. So, well, it just depends too. Like, what does the Analema look like in the far northern regions or the southern regions? That right there.
Yeah, we don't get one.
Yeah, but I'm saying that right there would be like.
At Earth,
somebody want to say something?
With the idea that there are poles which are experiencing 6 months of daylight and 6 months of.
I wanna just add what Master Yoda's putting in there. That's exactly what it would be. It's cut off, so it would be like you're only witnessing one portion of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one portion of it.
One portion of it. Yep.
Yeah, cool. So that means what? We've got 2 circles, and you can observe. You can kind of like blank one of them off, and you can observe one circle, and it be around you.
Yep.
Okay, in a flat Earth, how do you make poles? By the way,
how do you make
poles?
What?
You mean how do you get the idea of poles?
From celestial north and south, or from my magnetic convergence and divergence.
But if the Earth would be flat, it would not be able to generate a magnetic field.
What the hell?
Huh?
Does the Earth have a magnetic field?
Because as far as I've learned, the magnetic
field. It's a simple question. Does the
Yeah.
Earth have a magnetic field?
Yes, Earth has a
Do I
magnetic
need
field.
to
That
know
is
what causes the magnetic field to understand that it exists?
in the Earth.
Yeah, it exists, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I don't need to understand the cause of its existence to understand it exists.
It is. I mean, you're asking me to explain the cause why Earth is
No, I'm
having a
not.
magnetic.
I'm pointing out that it's irrelevant, the cause, the phenomena exist. You're saying
Yes, it
that the
does.
phenomena would be impossible on a flat
If
Earth.
the Earth would not have magnetic field, then you would have not there would be no life on Earth because of the
But this is
solar
then now
wind.
you're just descending. This is a weird descent into craziness. We're
Then why
talking
do you
about,
think that? Why
my
do you think the
friend,
compass works?
please, my friend, please. I'm appealing to your better nature. We're dealing with what we observe and what's empirical. There is a magnetic field, whatever the situation. What causes it or not is another matter. But magnetic field lines, we were talking about this earlier, they may converge at points on the Earth. There are many of them, not just two, there's three. When you get a compass, it doesn't point always to north. It'll follow a field line which is all over the place. You can measure an angle of, say, 4 degrees away from true north. You don't really use magnetic field lines. You're asking how north and south would exist on a flat Earth. I answered that question. We get celestial north and south by looking up at the sky. Is that it? Are we done?
I'm going to put something interesting in the text chat. Check this out.
Good stuff.
The sun. What does the solar energy on Earth look at the equator?
Check this out. I got more. Hold on. Oh, this is a GIF, dude. This is awesome. I don't know how to download this GIF, but maybe I should put this here. Let me put this link in here. It's an Instagram link. Hopefully you guys can see it. It
I'm an
basically
Instagram. Yeah, put it. I'm an Instagram influencer. I will see.
okay. Check this out, yeah. This is exactly what I was talking about. It just goes over it perfectly. Y'all check this out, man. Fascinating. I didn't know they had a GIF on this. I want to save that GIF.
Yeah, save that.
Instagram. Let me see here.
I saw that reel. It's very interesting.
Isn't it? It's crazy, huh? Let's see. No, I downloaded it. Where did it go?
But like, isn't it signifying that the Earth is not flat?
What?
No, it's not saying that. The heck?
The latitudes, different latitudes having different observations.
Oh, you're going to hate me for this. Different latitudes. Okay, latitude and longitude are derived again by the sky. You asked earlier about north and south and how they would exist on a flat Earth. They're in the sky. So are longitude and latitude. For example, you can figure out your latitude by measuring the elevation of the equatorial plane above the horizon or Polaris above the horizon. Because Polaris, the North Star, is the closest star to the circumpolar point, the celestial north. directly underneath this point in the sky is geographic north. So we get longitude and latitude by looking up at the sky. It's quite easy to look up at the sky on a flat Earth.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Could you please mute yourself? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you.
What's up, Zizo?
If the Earth
Does
were
anybody know?
flat,
Yeah, it's flat. We're gonna finish our conversation with
okay, that's fine.
Alola, but yes, it's flat. It measures. So hang out for a
Just real,
minute. We'll get to you, bub.
just real quick. Does anybody know how to extract that the GIF?
That's not a gift, that's a literal reel.
Oh, it's an actual
Um,
reel. Okay, so I can just
Yeah.
put that into. Okay, never mind. Okay, go ahead.
You have to download that reel, then you have to, put it
I'll
up.
I'll screen record it and then put it again.
You can download the reel.
Okay, so where are we? We're talking about north and south, longitude and latitude, down in the sky. Where are we now?
It was nice talking to you all. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much for your time. Welcome back. Of course, whenever you want to come
Wait.
back. Oh,
Before you go, Alola, can you at least
Yes.
concede that you lost this debate?
Oh my goodness. No, today I wasn't.
I don't want to hear you coming in next time saying you guys lost the debate.
Not at all. The debate is right now, it is die. We will continue it some other day. And I'm with my
We win. We
facts.
win.
No, I am taking a leave. We will have a debate once again when I'm fully prepared with all the evidence. Okay.
oh, I look forward to that. That'd be fantastic.
Yes.
Hey
Anyway,
Alpha,
thanks,
I downloaded.
Alola.
Hey Alpha, I downloaded for you. I put it in the side chat.
I appreciate it, brother. I think we can probably edit that music out of there. We don't need that dang music. We just
No
just a
music.
pure.
What makes life
Yeah, I'll
happy?
do it
No,
right now.
no, please. Keep the
What's life
music.
without
Yeah, I
music?
mean, we
Peaceful.
don't need the we don't need that background music. We just need the image and the motion. That's it.
I to tell you everyone, I'm a playback singer.
What's that have to do with the price of rice, bro?
What?
Braglaga 2210, dude. You're high making.
Ocio just brought up an interesting point about trying to measure an analemma, the equator. I mean,
With this, bye everyone. Leaving
bye,
you in
bye,
the
bye, bye.
yes. I hope you all live a very happy life and peaceful one and get
Yeah.
all the truths which are being hidden by the big society. Till then, see you
Yeah, yeah.
tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yeah,
Hate
yeah,
long
yeah, yeah.
distance.
See ya, man. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Yoder. I don't think that follows because like you're getting it at different positions throughout the year. So it's kind
Yeah,
of like
it would be a straight line.
well, no. I'm saying the path of the sun is just the straight line at the equator, but marking it at solar noon every day, you're plotting if you think about it, it would look like a figure of 8 after a while.
Well, obviously the analemma is measured throughout the. So yeah,
Yep.
on underneath the equator, and it's going to pass over, it's going to go north, and then it's going to go south. If you're measuring this at the same solar noon, then that's going to be a straight path north and then back again over your head and straight path south, because it's always measured at solar noon when it's there.
Yeah, but let me see. I
I
get what you're saying.
I wonder whether the bow, because it's a figure of 8, so maybe tighter together.
Well,
you're
I
always
mean,
trying to measure the sun at this, like, azimuth in the sky, right? So
yeah. I'm saying it would look like the middle one. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like, it would be the same thing, just. But if you guys think it wouldn't look like that,
I'm not even looking at it, dude. Sorry.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I get that much, Yoder. I do get it. A lot of mystery here, though. That's why I'm like,
Right. Yeah. It's interesting because I'm trying to figure this out in my head. If I'm measuring this analemma and it's approaching winter solstice, right? I'm going to measure solar noon, so this azimuth, when I'm looking south from my meridian on that line, and it's going to be low in the sky, right? Now, for somebody who's standing inside the Antarctic circle, this sun will be between me and them throughout the rest of the day. The sun for me will appear to go down towards the horizon. For them, it will circle around them and then come up to me in the morning on my eastern, southeastern horizon. All right? Cool. So that analemma, that's shows an 8, but it's not the actual 8, if that makes sense.
yeah. Well, if you, what do you mean? If you're standing in Antarctica, is that what you're saying?
It doesn't matter when, like when it's summer in Antarctica and they observe a 24-hour sun, and it's winter for me in the north, I still see the sun, right? When I'm measuring the yeah. So that's the lowest point in the sky for me whilst it's circling around them. Whilst it's circling around them, it's going to get dark for me. It's going to be around them, and then the sun's going to come between me and them and then illuminate my sky because it's closer to me, right?
Yeah, what I was saying too is like, I think it's just an indication of like maybe speculating on where the land masses could be in orientation to one another based on like who's receiving that sunlight. Because I don't know, I'm just basing it off the sun, but I'm saying even that's a mystery to try to figure out like the reach of the sunlight, because that's the other part. Like, how far is the reach based on the surface area? Like, how much surface area is it illuminating? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I really understand what you're talking about, dude. This is why I wanted to add the other thing into it, because we're obviously talking about seeing, we're all talking about seeing the sun. It appears to do what, 2 circles that appear to be an 8 over time. This is weird.
Let me post what I've been discussing with Roots in one of the back and forth that we were talking about.
Okay.
He actually, let me see here. Oh, he's gave me 4 things to look at, but here's this one. Okay, see if I can post this for you guys.
Someone's got the microphone open. I said in the dishes, I think.
That's how I can. All right, here's this one, Jedi. Hold on. Look at this GIF.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watch. Watch what it does.
I need to watch
You see
that
it?
again. Yeah, I need to watch it again. Hold on.
Yoder, if you're in the chat, man, look at this GIF.
So I'll be honest with you, Alpha. This is pretty much where I am. Now, you see these circle patterns that the sun makes?
Yeah.
And in this GIF, if you orientate 90 degrees, you look at two eyes looking. From my old days of looking into like symbolism and all this stuff, that looks like the owl eye kind of symbology. You got two massive eyes looking at you, noting wisdom. I used to think that was the toroid field of the Earth when it was the dielectric plane across the middle of the donut-shaped magnetic field. But I think it's got much more to do with the path of the sun. I also think it's why the infinity sign might be used as the symbol for time, but it's not Sunday, and I'm going well deep into speculation. But yeah, this is what I've started to think about. Started to think about this like almost a year ago now.
It's fine. I mean, I don't mind people disagreeing, but it's something fun to think about because I'm only looking at the path of the sun and nothing more. So there might be more about this, but in this regard, like the way it stands to be, like Antarctica, it could be a landmass. Like that, the way it's depicted there. But
yeah, well,
then again,
yeah, that's what I think.
I mean, somebody can have their ideas on what it is or whatever, but yeah, that's that's actually what Roots shot to me in the text. What you just posted, Yoder. That's some of the information he was showing me.
There was this guy in another server. He was talking about there's like this old was it Arabic or I forgot, some Middle Eastern philosophy or whatever, cosmology, and they had like a story how they talk about that the night and the day they fight and they engulf each other, and like one overcomes the other and then the other will overcome the other, and like it explains like how we see, how light and dark works. So it's not in this Eastern philosophy or whatever that
It's like Vedic.
they are two like entities. Like lightness and darkness are not just like light going away. This is in the explanation. It was really interesting though because he even had like a little graphic to it, and it shows you how the darkness takes over the light and the light takes over the darkness. And it's like in the mythology of it, it's an eternal battle between light and darkness. Really interesting. I'll try to find the little GIF or CGI or whatever. The graphic.
I typed into the text exactly what my sentiment was, and I wish we could talk more about this. I think it's really interesting, and Antonio Subrats had something to put out as far as like what he posted. That right there. That's what I was talking about before. That I was looking at Antonio Subrats' map of the Earth. That right there, dude, was freaking amazing. Where did you get that? Was it on one of his videos? You screenshot it? Bro, yeah, it's not an AE projection, by the way. Some people might think it might be. That's not what this is. There's a few others.
I know this isn't an AE projection, but Antarctica is still a sun.
Yeah, that's the other thing too, Jedi. Like that's what I'm dealing with as well. Because you'd have to figure out like why you'd see the sun, because this would put Antarctica as a ring around the flat Earth. Still, this one, Antonio Subrats. That's the only other thing. Unless there was a landmass that it was portraying it to be. Okay, well, okay. Subratz's map in color. Where'd you get that blue jumper? That's freaking awesome. Let me see. Let's save that. It's on magnetic declination and known sizes. He tried to correct the errors, but the sun was an issue. So he wrote the book of the sun. Multiple Antarcticas. Are you going to make my head smoke?
Why
It's
is
too
he?
early in the morning
Right.
for that.
If this
I mean,
is a
one could
map
be
of the sun,
Lemuria.
where's the observation point from?
Filament's concept seemed to be
Sorry,
visible to
Jedi.
me.
It was a delay.
You're all right.
So you mean one of them could be Lemuria? Antarctica and
Dude.
Lemuria?
I hope
And
you got your waiting. I hope you got your wading boots on, man. We're getting into some deep water right now.
what's that Greek island?
Hold tight.
What's that old Greek island? Starts with an A.
Where's the measurement of the sun? This conception of what the Earth looks like.
I think that's what he didn't include. I don't think it included in that. So, and Yoder is trying to say there's a possible different, and like what people call Antarctica.
Okay.
I think amongst us, we need to have like a greater discussion about this. It's hard to let loose in this room, man.
Yeah, this is far into speculation. We have a lot. So our lunar eclipses and stuff. Get back to scheduled programming. We'll get back to this after.
Hey, Pog,
This
what
is
the
what
hell
you
is
guys
that?
believe? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we're gonna get that, man.
That's the little graphic that they're showing like how the darkness engulfs the light and the light engulfs the. It's like a Middle Eastern whatever philosophy. I forgot how they said it, but it was pretty interesting because it goes. There's a story like an ancient story. You know how like Chinese have like dragons, eating each other, and there's all these different, like mythological.
Oh, dude.
Pretty interesting, dude.
Does it put Antarctica in there? Because where's Antarctica in that thing?
Yeah, it would be, I guess, on the edges. I don't know, around the whole.
That's the problem, bro. Like we have to deal with that. We have to confront it. Like
right. But it shows like how throughout the year, this is like you see the darkness and the light. Like it's constantly
interesting. I'm saving it.
The way the guy described it, I was like, damn, I've never even thought of it that way. And he said he found it like in this. It's like an old, like Middle Eastern like cosmology or mythology, and they have this story behind it. How light and darkness they are an entity, not just a a thing we have an absence of, like the way we say it, like, oh, well, the light goes away, so it's dark. Like he put some like deep, crazy philosophical meaning behind it. It's just really cool. Like if you look at it, it's like, oh, that's interesting.
It's a conversation for another room.
Yeah.
Crap.
Hello.
I don't know if Zizu is still here, or however we pronounce your name. Zizo, are you still here, my friend? You're asking about and stuff.
Hello, can you listen to me?
Yeah, we hear you, bro. Thanks for being patient, man.
Okay.
I'm
This
about to dip,
topic.
guys. Sorry, I'm about to dip. So
Hey, peace, bro.
catch you guys
Happy
later.
Thanksgiving,
All right,
everyone.
man. Hurry
You too,
Happy
you too,
Thanksgiving.
guys.
No,
What?
Zizo first, Nix. Hold on.
Okay.
Zizo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, brother. Thanks for being so patient. I appreciate that. We all do.
What?
Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, so Zizu, you can repeat your question, dude. What's up?
If you look at Earth's shadow during the lunar escape, you will notice that it's covered like a part of circle. The Earth shadow in the moon always circle. At every lunar escape, doesn't change. The Earth's
Okay.
rotation, the only shape that's make perfectly circle shadow every single time, no matter the object.
Okay. So thank you for joining us. I appreciate English isn't your first. Try to repeat what you've said so I know that I've understood you. We've all understood you. So you're saying that you know the Earth is a sphere because the Earth that's a sphere casts a shadow on the moon, and the Earth's shape can be seen on the moon. That shape being a curved shape, like a sphere. That's what it's saying, right? That's what you're saying, Zizu, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. Is the moon flat in your example?
Moon is flat?
Yeah. Is the moon flat in your example?
No.
Okay. If a surface is curved like a sphere, it's going to distort the shadow that's casted on, isn't it? Let me say it again. If you have a flat surface like a wall and you cast a shadow on it with a ball, the shadow is going to be circular on that flat surface. If it wasn't a flat surface, the surface would distort the shadow. You agree? You understand, right?
Understand, right? Agree.
Okay, cool. So you wouldn't see a true representation of the Earth on a moon if the moon was curved. It would distort the shadow. Right?
Right.
Okay. So that can't be the true Earth shape on the moon, like consequent of it being a curved surface. Look, thank you for your question. If you've got any more points or anything else.
Welcome.
Yeah, if you take a look in the side chat, Zizo, I put an image of a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere. It doesn't make a circle. Did you have another question before we go to Nick's? I know Bruno's itching at it. Hey, Bruno. So when did you find out that the Earth was flat? How you doing, Bruno? Bruno Gaviria.
I appreciate that people come into the channel and just want to listen. And I appreciate that when they're listening, they go off and do other things. Stop listening. But it bugs me when they leave themselves off mute and we hear them in the background, but they can't hear us, Bruno.
An easy fix.
Yeah. Right. There are lots of names in the channel I don't reckon. This is awesome. Welcome to the channel, everyone. This is the 20 channel here on the English Hub. It's a pleasure to have you all. I'm confounded with all of the names. That's brilliant. So we are joined today. Let's actually read through the whole list by a couple of YouTube bots. That's a good place to start because I can remind you that we're live streaming on YouTube, 2 different channels at the same time. It's fantastic. So just be mindful, please. We are live streaming to the world, so conduct yourself appropriately. We are joined today by 20 Cups. What's up, my friend? Good to see you. Very quickly by Asia. Asia just jumped out before I got to him. Fantastic. Blue Jumper, Ragyala, we'll get to you in a couple of moments. Maybe I'll mute you, but that was background noise just a go. Is it Charismatic? Hello, Charismatic. Good to see you. We've got Chris, is it Lau in the house? What's up, my friend? Chris joined us. Dixie Don. Hello, Dixie Don. It's great to have you. We have the FE Batman. We've got Flat Hulu. Good to see you, my friend. We've got FLW. What's up, my friend? Good to see you. Greenweaver Alex. We've got Injo in the house. Myself, obviously, Jedi. Jesus Christ has joined us. He's back, everyone. Casey's joined us. We've got Kingsley. Matt is deafened, so I won't bother speaking to them. So is Midnight, so I won't bother in them. Morvis is in the house. Hello, my friend. OG Apocryphon. You've been away for a while. It's great to hear your voice again, mate. Who else we got? We've got Quiet Noobs is in the house. Rayleigh Criterion. Sammy or Sam Annie or Sam Annie. Good to see you, my friend. We have the Spaceman or Spaceman. Lovely PFP or appears to be Earthrise. That's really cool. Who else have we got? We've got Stark. Good to see you, my friend. We've got Car. And down the bottom, we are joined by Sheepdog. So welcome, everyone. Like I said, 24/7 Earth. The topic of discussion today, as always, is the Earth. What it is. What do you think it is? What are we told what it is? Do we believe and can we verify what we're told it is? Is it what we measure it to be? We measure it flat. So if anyone's got any questions, any points of view, anything they'd like to raise for discussion, please don't feel shy. We really don't bite. We just try to have a decent conversation. So, like I said, unmute yourself, introduce yourself, say hi, tell us who you are and where you're from. Being as we're in the English hub, lots of people from all over the world, so it's all, and bring forth your question. Like I said, loads of new people in the chat, so I'm sure lots of people have got things they want to talk about. But like I said, welcome.
I want to thank Jedi for that wonderful introduction for everybody.
Thank you, mate. I was wondering how long that silence was going to go.
It's like you've done this before.
Yeah, hundreds, maybe thousands of times. It's crazy. It's almost going to be 2026. I came into the flat earth in 2015. Yeah, the time is ticking by
That
and
late?
still waiting for that measurement of earth curvature.
It's funny. It's fun to have these conversations online too, right? Like you get to meet all kinds of people all over the world, people who've never experienced flat Earth. Some people are just vehemently against flat Earth. But I don't know if I told y'all the story. About a week ago, I met one of my wife's friends, and she's into like growing her own food and things, GMO. And I was like, oh, okay. So we got to talking and everything, and then I was like, so how far down the rabbit hole are you? Are you a flat earther yet? And she goes, I don't believe that. You believe that? And I said, I don't just believe it. I know it. I was like, and I went through the whole spiel. I was like, hey, from 5.5, she's like 5 feet 6 inches. From a 5.5 foot observer, it's roughly 2.8 miles to the horizon. Now, you've been standing out over water and you've seen things 10, 15, 20 miles away. If that's true, the Earth can't be curving. It has to be the horizon behind. And she thought about it for a second, and then her eyes got real big, and she's like, "Oh my God, I'm never going to sleep ever again." the power of being in face to face with somebody and just being honest with yourself.
In my opinion, it surprises the Globers because it's not part of the modernity. So it surprises them when they find someone who went back to old ideas like flat Earth and those things. It will surprise them if you don't go to a doctor and you go to herbist, someone who understand herbs and do traditional medicine. That's surprising for them. So the glow is just part of the modernity. That's what they sometimes they use those stupid words. I consider them like modern science. It's just science. What modern science? Does modern science wear jeans instead of jellaba like ancient science? It's just science.
Hey, sheepdog.
I've got a question.
You say you have a question?
I have a question. Yeah. If
What's that?
laser tests are so unreliable on Earth to show the shape of the Earth or the ground, why does NASA use them with retroreflectors on the moon?
And the military for targeting, like that's pretty precise too.
I think if anybody ever brings up the inaccuracy of lasers, first thing you should ask them is, do you believe in the moon landings? Did you know NASA put retroreflectors on the moon so they could shoot lasers at them to get accurate readings of the distance to the moon? So you're denying that fact now? Even Facebook had an idea a long time ago about putting floating 24-hour drones in the sky to provide internet services to remote areas. And each drone could communicate with another drone near it using laser beams. And they had an effective range of 10 kilometers.
Can you say again? Facebook did what?
Yeah, Facebook had the idea of putting up autonomous drones in high altitude to provide internet services to remote areas. And these drones could communicate with each other using laser beams.
It really makes you wonder how far advanced they really are, like military or NASA. Like, do they have drones that can stay up there for a year, 2 years? Crazy to think about.
Oh yeah, we've been withheld technologies. We should have had flying cars like 30 years ago.
Probably like 300 years, is my guess.
Yeah, overall we've been held back by many centuries. because the powers that be, even in the what was it said in the 14th century, they were well aware that the nobility and the rich people were eating meat and stuff like that, so therefore they lived longer and everything like that. But for the peasants, they kept them on the peasants' diet to keep them subservient.
So they're trying to make it again. They're going to try to make us eat bugs.
Yep, trying to get us off the meat. Make us docile, easy to control.
Eat
like cattle.
Cow farts are bad. We got to get rid of the cows. I've been off the tap water for so long. I live in a town now. I take the kids swimming, and the showers at the pool like burn my eyes. Chlorine in it. It's crazy. So desensitized to it that now it really bothers me.
Apparently, a laser can send 40 gigabits of data from 10 to 12 kilometers from ground to air, but it's not accurate enough to measure the Earth.
Hello?
Hi guys. Hey guys. How are
Hey,
you?
what up?
Huh? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Why?
All of these.
Why not?
I don't know because it's too much for people
Well, you
in
could
the
think
server.
about why you're here and just safely assume everyone else is about the same reason.
Okay, okay. You're saying to. Uh, okay.
Like, do you know why?
What?
Do you know why you're here?
I know. I don't
Why?
know really
Why are you
because
here?
because
Let's go through it. Let's step by step. So, do you know why you're here?
I know. Let me explain to you. I
Okay.
see a lot of people in this server, and I joined it because of
Well, there you
this.
go.
That's
You
all.
can see other people maybe did exactly the same thing. They saw people in the server and they joined it.
Oh, butterfly effect. It's called butterfly effect. You know, butterfly effect. Mm. So what you're talking about? You're talking about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Earth is flat. You think Earth is flat? Mm. Okay, guys. Goodbye. I'm going.
All right.
You know what?
Ladies and gentlemen, how's everyone doing? I sense a pin drop silence.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. What are you up to?
I just made a pizza and I burned it.
Do you have any globe evidence along with that burnt pizza?
Who, me? I'm a flat earth person. I believe it's flat. I'm not a glober, bro.
Well, I mean, but you don't need belief. Why? So how do you know the Earth is flat?
Well, because I walk on it and I believe that and I like it that way.
Well, yeah, belief is not something that we talk about here.
Oh, I don't know about belief or not, but I walk and I see and I observe and that convinces me Earth is flat.
That seemed pretty easy to convince you.
Oh, hello everybody. Hello man. Hello. Is it? What the fuck? Is there anybody in? Hear me?
Yeah.
Why did he walk away? Oh wait, someone is muted. Bruno Gaviria. I bet he did something wrong.
No, it's not that people do stuff wrong. It's just that sometimes there's noise or they're hot micing, and
Okay. He's hot mic. Yeah, that makes sense.
or they could have been muted by the server admins. You never know what's going on.
Huh, that makes sense.
Like a murder mystery.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like a murder mystery. Yes. Imagine what could he have done?
The best part is you could ask, just like send them a direct message, be like, "Hey, I see you're muted. What happened?"
Is he also not allowed to even chat?
Maybe they'll tell you. Maybe they'll be like, "Yeah, well, you see, what happened was."
Yeah, maybe his microphone stopped working.
Well, that's the way you can send them a message.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's responding, or else he could have typed in the chat.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
Easy solution.
Yes, easy. Bim bada boom. Done. Finished. 7 hours still no. Okay, who is this? Trinity is good and loves everyone, let alone expert flat earthers. 7 hours still no reply. Been messaging Shiva to get a debate. I don't think he has the courage. To be honest, I don't think he would even debate me. Who is this guy?
Well,
Is he
whoever it is,
God?
they're suffering, mentally, physically, and spiritually. What you're witnessing there is a deep-seated cognitive dissonance. They are asking someone to set up a debate, while also thinking that person's too scared to debate. They need to work through that before someone can take them seriously.
Yeah, maybe they just don't consider you worth their time. That's why they don't want to debate, you know?
Yeah,
You're not worth their time.
that's not the point. The point is they are asking for something that is illogical and inconsistent inside their own worldview. It's deeply contradictory. Like, if I know someone's scared to debate, I wouldn't ask them to debate. I already know they're scared to debate. I would use some other tactic to try to get to them engaged if I wanted to engage with that person. What that person's doing is they're scared to debate, and they're projecting their fears and insecurities on other people which has walked them into a deep-seated logical break with their own worldview. They've become incoherent.
Oh my god, that sounds very sad for this person, to be honest. Trinity is
No, it's
good
like
and
it's par for the course. You'll see it quite often. That is kind of typical. That's very typical of this sort of stuff. Another one too is like they'll say I want to debate flat Earth. You ask them what it is, and they can't tell you what flat Earth is. So you say, well, how can you debate a topic you can't define? And then they'll tell you to define it.
I mean, is it compulsory to debate on a topic that
They don't even know what it is.
I mean, people could just debate for stupid reasons for no reason. That's just stupidity. They should not
Hello.
like this. Now, in this particular person's case, why does he so particularly wants to debate one particular person? It's like, why do you want to prove someone so wrong badly? It seems like more of an issue and hole within you and your psychology than the person you're trying to debate. Quite a few. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, somebody said hello. Oh, did they leave? Did somebody leave? They just said hello and they left. Oh.
Seems so.
Hey, Manny, oh man, have you ever conducted any flat Earth experiments?
No, he said he didn't. He just kind of walked
I
around
mean,
the
I
Earth
mean,
and
here's what I did. Okay, so listen me out. I went to the top of a building, right? I had the binoculars and I tried to look and try to see, like if I could see that thing, that thing going downwards, like if I just wanted to see the fact, like to the end where I could see the last building, something it would give me. It doesn't just form a right angle triangle. It just didn't make any sense. It seemed straight. But then I went to that portion of the city, which was about 76 kilometers away, because that's where my college is. I looked from my building to the college. And then I went to the college and did the same thing further. And it was a straight, still the straight. It just kept going straight. Why was there no curvature? Why was there no bend? So that put a thought in my brain, there must be something weird, something that doesn't make any sense. And then I did a couple of more things, and I just couldn't find a reasonable explanation to argue with myself that, okay, there must be a curvature. It just didn't seem. And then I looked at this lake. So we have this huge lake in my city. It's big, it's really big. I would divide it into four corners, north, east, south, west, and I went and looked from every corner lying on the ground, looking perpendicular to the surface. It's a vast lake. And everything was straight. It was still straight. Why isn't there any curve? Why don't I see a bend somewhere? It just everything seems straight. So that just put me in the question, and like, nah, something's off, something's off. And
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
that's it.
See the horizon, it remains horizontal. People tell you there's curve, you never see it, never
Yeah,
measure it.
keeps
It's
going
weird.
straight. That's the thing. It keeps going straight. I went to my college. It's so far away, and then from there to the further, still away. Look at the lake. It's straight. Everything. It's straight. Where is the curve? Where?
So you
Fair
have
enough.
done some long distance observations. That's cool. Right on, man.
Yes. Yes.
Good on you, man. Keep making
All right.
observations, keep measuring, keep moving
All right.
forward, keep learning.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. God bless Godspeed. Peace, everyone. I'm gonna go. Right, if any Globers out there, just seek critical thinking and the truth will set you free. Just ask yourself why. Don't just read and say yes. Ask why. It's the critical thinking that unlocks the wisdom. That's all I want to say. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Stay blessed, man.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain
Control yourself
civilized,
and
or someone else will control you. Gravity is not a force.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm back.
Hello, friend.
Hello, fellas.
How are you?
Had a good. What about you, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a nice 3-hour discussion yesterday on here. Yeah,
That's
with
fucking
all
right, baby.
with all of the flat Earth motherfuckers in here, and we're back today for another 5 hours, man. We're gonna do 5 hours today.
What more do these people want, bro?
Huh? Didn't quite get you there, buddy. But yeah, who's up with the flat stuff? With the flat stuff, we gotta get it on, man. I don't recognize nobody from yesterday except this
What
Jesus
of it?
guy.
What of it?
What of it? I mean, we like covered that. I mean, we can go through some stuffs we said yesterday because I don't think you were here yesterday. Like, it could represent the flat guys.
You observe the horizon to be horizontal and you measure the ground to be flat. What of it?
Hell no, buddy. I didn't measure shit.
Oh yeah,
I'm
buddy.
here. I didn't measure shit. I'm telling you with common sense here out here because I know none of you guys didn't measure nothing. Yeah. And if you
That's a
measured
strong
something,
assertion.
yeah. But listen to me. If you measure something, you are looking at it wrongly. You are like,
Oh, so if it's not a ball, we're looking at it wrong. That's a
yeah,
strong belief that you have, and you're projecting very hard right now.
yeah. We can debate it if you want.
It's not up for debate. You've already made your mind up.
Nah. What the hell, buddy? I'm trying to debate with somebody about that. All right. You can give me a question that can like disprove my claim. Yeah. And I can give you a lot of questions that can disprove your claim. You claim the earth is flat, right?
I don't have a claim. You do.
So you don't claim the earth is flat.
Everyone observes the horizon to be horizontal,
Yeah. And
regardless of altitude. I don't have to
yeah.
claim
No,
anything.
not the
And
altitude.
when you go and measure it, or your surveyors do, they certainly don't find curvature. So I'd like to ask you this: who measured curvature in
Who
all of
measured
history?
curvature?
Who measured for curvature? I'll wait.
Who measured for curvature? I don't think the curvature was like I think measured by the space station, and they measured it from atmosphere. The curvature of the
No, the
earth.
hell
Yeah.
they didn't. Do
What
you
you
even
mean
know what
they
the
didn't?
cosmic distance ladder is?
Yeah.
How the fuck did they get
But what
there
does
without
that have
knowing
to do
how
with
to do
anything?
calculations for Earth? How did they get there?
What?
How the hell are you going to get up there, like go into the moon and shit, without actually knowing the Earth's geometry? How?
They know the earth
They
geometry.
didn't learn it from space. Their claim comes from much earlier than that, dude.
Yeah, but like precise measurings. I thought you asked that. But
Surveyors measure the ground all the time. You don't need an astronaut to do that.
yeah, sure.
I'll be back in a few. Perhaps somebody else is active and they can speak with you. But I got to take care of something real quick. So I'll be back.
Okay, buddy, don't you worry about it, man. I'll be waiting for you all night, baby.
What the fuck? Hey, Theo.
Scotty just woke up, dude. Sorry.
All right, who's up for the flat stuff? I got a question for you guys. Okay, so if the Earth ain't no globe, like you say, it's not a globe, but you can travel from like you can travel 360 degrees around it. You know, from east back to the same point you started. You know, east or west. You know, you agree with me?
Yeah, or north-south.
Yeah,
That's
or north
another thing
south,
that's
but
been
it's
done.
harder. But it's harder to do that. And that paired with the globe projection, with the globe map, it's the only way airplanes can function.
No. You can draw a circle on a piece of paper, and nobody's ever navigated north to south, ever. Nobody's done a full circle north to south. It has not
Yes,
happened.
they have.
No, they haven't. You
Yes,
crossing
they
over
have.
crossing over a peninsula doesn't mean you crossed over the continent. If you fly over Florida, that doesn't mean you flew over America. That's bullshit.
Okay,
Dude,
I understand.
people have done full north to south
Yo,
navigation.
Graham, let me speak, man. Let me speak, man. We having a debate, yeah. But listen, even
It's not
let's
up
say
for
people.
debate. Like I said, you've already made your mind up. This isn't a debate. It
Hold
never
on,
was.
big fella. We're debating. Me and you are exchanging ideas, man. I'm not no Graham like this dude Graham here. But listen, if the Earth was, uh, if you project the Earth on a flat map, you know the flat Earth map, then you would take the flight from Australia would take you all across fucking North America, Europe, and then to fucking South America, Africa. I mean, you understand? But on the globe, a flight from Australia to South Africa just goes through the ocean, and it takes like 5 or 6 hours. But on a flat Earth, on a flat plane, it would take like, I don't know, like 16, 18 hours, and it will take you across North America, Europe, and all of that, and the North Pole. Yeah.
Yeah, no, north-south navigation has been done. There's one more orbit from 2019. There's one from 1979.
Yeah. But
I don't know where that claim where north-south navigation hasn't been done. It's just false.
where are my flat earthies, man? Where are my flat earthies, man?
There's Sir Ranulph Fiennes, the Rockwell Polar Flight, the TAG Transpolar 8 from 2009, and one more orbit. 2019.
And how many hours did it take them?
One more orbit. Let's go, because that one appears to be the most, just straight over the poles.
Mm-hmm. Where are my flat brothers?
One more orbit. "46 hours."
Got somebody in the side chat who's asking you a question regarding that.
Yeah, I can provide the routes here.
But okay, guys, let's keep that one. But how do you guys explain satellites then? Like the ones you can see
No
with
one,
your naked eye, like
no one
Starlinks.
here has any issues with high altitude aircraft existing. It's not problematic.
That they're
What you
not
mean
high
that?
altitude aircraft, you can measure their
It's
speed.
not problematic at all.
Okay,
AG,
but
you can measure their speed.
hold on, Graham, hold
It's
on, man.
completely non sequitur to what I said.
You can see
Echo
Starlink
1
with
and
your
Echo
bare
2 were
eyes.
balloons. Do you even know how fast they traveled? None of this actually matters.
17,000 miles an hour, I know
It's non
that.
sequitur to the ground is the point. We don't
So
have a
you're
problem
saying
with high altitude aircraft at all.
Okay.
you're saying every satellite is a high speed aircraft or an air balloon.
I'm not claiming what it is. I know for certain that it's a high altitude aircraft. Anything that's in orbit or whatever you want to call it, anything up
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
high altitude aircraft. It is what it is.
So
Okay.
they're using
So
a
hold on. Do you know what the International Space Station looks like through a telescope?
I do not have to care. It's
Yes,
a
you
high
do.
Yeah, I
altitude
know.
Because
aircraft as well. No, I don't, because it's also
yes.
a high altitude aircraft, and I don't have
Well,
to claim
no,
what it is or that anybody's on there either.
Hold on, but why are you asking me and then
I
not
don't.
letting me answer? I know
It
how it
simply
looks like.
doesn't
the
I've
thing
seen
matter.
the
about the
photos.
International Space Station is if you look at it through a telescope, it's the
I'm
least
just saying that it's
aerodynamic
non
piece of
sequitur to the
shit that would have
ground.
ever been.
Yo,
Excuse me, let
Grumman,
me
chill,
speak.
It
bro.
never
Chill,
mattered.
Grumman.
It
Grumman,
is the
chill, but
least
listen.
aerodynamic thing that would ever have wings and
Yeah,
an engine.
it's like it's like an H-shaped thing. Like it's an H shape. But why does that matter? What does
Because
ISS look
what
like?
that
But
matters is
listen, no, I'm telling to this guy, you can see Starlink satellite with your own eyes, and it's like two rows of them. When they fly by, it's like 20 of them, and they are all going. And you're saying they're using some kind of propellant for them or something. I don't get it.
No, never said that either, because Echo 1 and Echo 2 didn't. I have no
Yeah,
issues
but
with
what
high
are they
altitude
using?
aircraft. It's not a problem. It never was.
But then you're saying
Echo
they're
1 and
using some
Echo
kind of
2 were in
propellant.
low Earth orbit.
Man, come on, Grumman,
Does
don't
not matter.
interrupt me, bro.
And 1,000 miles
Yeah.
above the surface of the Earth isn't low by any means. But okay.
Okay, so you're saying
In
they
low
are
Earth,
using a
yeah,
propellant.
no, dude, they're 200 miles. Low Earth orbit is between 200 and 1,000, and that is pretty
Okay.
low above the surface.
Whatever you say, buddy. The point
You can
remains,
measure their
nobody here has
distance, you
any
can measure
issue
their
with
speed.
high altitude aircraft. It doesn't matter what altitude they go. It will never matter at what altitude they go because it's all happening over a horizontal baseline. So it'll never matter. It just simply doesn't.
What aircraft can go 250 miles up in the air?
All of them treat Earth as a flat and stationary planar surface
No,
for
they
all
don't.
practical
What do you
purposes.
mean
Yes,
they
they do.
treat them like
And
a
it's a
flat
summary. So by
surface?
their own claim, they're not saying that the Earth is flat. They're saying that they have simplified the equations. But they most certainly do.
Here's the thing: pilots use a globe for navigation. That's how
No,
airplanes
the
You know
absolute fuck
the
they do not.
pilots need to adjust the trim
Yes, they
when they
do.
fly long distances. You know they adjust the trim when pilots fly long distances to adjust for a curvature of the Earth.
I'm gonna send you a photo here. It's gonna be a photo from inside a cockpit of the nav system that they use.
You
Or
know what's
the nav
adjusting the
screen.
trim, bro? You know that like pilots adjust the trim when they fly long
It doesn't
distance.
matter because a graphical user interface isn't going to change measurements of the ground. So you'd be wasting your time sending me anything to begin with because it
Why would
literally
they
does not
change
matter.
the trim? The
Well,
trim on the
why?
plane. You know what's the
Okay,
trim on the
how do
plane?
they use a globe to navigate if Earth isn't a sphere? To
Because it's a reverse
accurately
engineered
navigate.
globe for one that was engineered off of planar surface measurements. It's reverse engineered and wrapped around. It's a graphical user interface.
So
Are
they
you
do
hearing
use
me,
a
bro?
globe for navigation.
I'm saying that even if you did show me something, I wouldn't care because you would be showing me a graphical user interface that's non sequitur to the ground. There's no gotcha here, buddy.
No,
Yeah, I
you said
understand
they
what
don't.
he's saying. He's
No,
saying it's like a graphic, and then you can make like a program according to that
Yeah.
graphic, and that doesn't prove anything. It's
Yep. It doesn't prove
he
anything.
doesn't understand how that works. But let me ask you this, bro: why do then pilots adjust the trim when they fly long distances?
Why don't they curve downward when they're flying incredibly
that's what
fast
the trim
aircraft?
is for.
Yes, they don't.
That's what the
They
trim
do.
is for.
They do adjust the trim when they fly long distances, every so often.
How come they do that?
What you mean? How come they
Because
do
Earth
that?
is a
Tell me why
sphere.
they do. Tell me why they do that then.
So they adjust it for the curvature
Nope, they don't. That's not why. Nice
because they
try
need to
though.
keep the level.
No, it's not in any flight manuals.
Yeah,
There's
what you
okay.
mean?
What
The
flight manual
pilot.
are you reading? Because the
Yeah, bro.
FAA has a manual called
All of
Global
them.
Navigation for
All of them.
Pilots. That's
There's no
literally an
such
FAA
thing.
manual.
There's no such thing. Post it for us.
Are you a pilot?
All right, I can. Am I? No, I just
I just
very
posted there.
interested in airplanes.
Yeah, just post in the side chat, man.
I can't post in the side chat.
What? Oh, okay. You got to be here a little bit longer. It'll automatically grant you the
That's
ability
okay.
to
The
vote.
other guy who brought it up can. He's the one who says that
No,
that's what
hell
you
no.
hear.
I still don't have the no. I cannot send pictures.
Oh, so okay, so we're just gonna go take your word for it. So that's
What
that.
the hell? I would send it if I had the what do you call it? The ability.
All right. So
Or
from now
whatever.
on, make sure you have some proof when you say stuff like, "Oh, when you fly long distances." So how often are they adjusting that? Every 1 mile? Every 2 miles? How often?
I don't worry about it.
That's what I thought.
That's what the autopilot is for, mostly. I'm gonna see
Yeah,
if I can
there was a
send it
time
to
before
you.
autopilot systems and pilots never
Never mind, I can't
adjusted
send it to
down
you
to account
either.
for curvature. So
Oh yeah, and then there's the fact that the airplane itself does that. Level flight conforms to the curvature of the Earth.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
you fly at a positive pitch.
Yet, do you know why they do that?
So they don't
Yeah,
crash.
to aid in aerodynamics.
So they don't crash because Earth is a sphere as well.
No.
They don't crash because they're flying straight and level, parallel to horizontal plane. So it's
Or,
pretty
but why
basic.
did they change the trim to fly at the same level? Altitude, I mean.
Again, they fly at a positive pitch to aid in the aerodynamics.
Yeah, they fly at positive pitch because they need
Yeah, the positive
lift.
pitch has nothing to fucking do with them accounting with curvature. So just stop.
What?
They fly at positive pitch to keep lift over the wings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, and
Doesn't prove that Earth is flat.
definitely doesn't mean it's a ball.
No, you would
You
still, on a
guys
flat Earth, you
don't
would still need to
understand.
pitch up in order to keep lift over your wings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what
So-
they do. They're
So
flying
Why
yeah,
on
do
a
they
flat
need
Earth.
to do it
the Earth
constantly
is
over
the
long
Earth
range
is
flights?
flat. Yeah, the Earth is flat, and they do that now. So now what?
Listen,
Well,
why do
it's
they
not,
need to do
that's
it
the thing.
constantly then in flight? Why just not do it once and be done with
Which
it?
guy are we speaking to? Who we speak? Who's taking the lead for you guys?
You know, I'm just gonna leave. You can have fun.
Yeah,
No,
he got
you're just
it's
speaking over
saying
each
dumb
other.
shit. That's why he's leaving.
Decision, so. Just
No,
one of
I
you.
can't post
define it.
images, and
Yeah, me neither. That's not fair.
I'm
It's not
looking
Yeah,
fair,
at
man.
it's not under our
Internet
control. You can
Global Navigation for Pilots, 2nd edition, International Flight Techniques and Procedures by Dale D. Raymer and Donald W. McLean.
That's nice.
It's an FAA manual.
Okay. So, can you find in this manual where it
Yeah,
has
where it
anything to
says
do with
Earth
flying
is.
over a spinning globe?
Yeah, where it gives the Earth size and how they calculate when they have to do that automatically. Trim tab it.
Why would it be called Global Navigation for Pilots if...
Dude, are
that-
you gonna find it, or are you gonna ask us why they named a book something?
Just, I'm asking you why they would
I
name
mean,
the book that.
do you think that because they put global in front of it, that just automatically proves we live on a globe?
Yeah, it means
Well,
everybody can use it.
The basis of the book is that Earth is a sphere. So if you're
Yeah,
navigating
no
Prove it.
fucking
on a
shit. The
sphere
basis of
and
most
Earth
textbooks
isn't a
is that Earth is a sphere, but here we are measuring the Earth and falsifying that claim. So it doesn't really matter what symbols are on what paper from wherever. If measurements say opposite to that, then the papers are wrong. The advice is wrong.
the advice that airplanes use to navigate is wrong. That means airplanes couldn't navigate the way that
Okay,
they
how do
do.
airplanes navigate?
They use a sphere. That's their internal system.
Where do they
That
use a
is what
sphere?
pilots use.
Where do they use a sphere?
Their gyroscopes, their
This kid's making this all
accelerometers.
up. He's
Gyroscopes
just
have got
making
nothing
it
to
all
do
up.
with the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, he's making it up.
Literally, if I could post it, which I can't.
Gyroscopes are to
Yeah, there's
maintain
10 people telling
a
you to
position
send it to
in
them.
3D space, right? To
There's 10
reference
people
off
in chat telling you to send it to them so they can post it for you.
Send a DM to ANG. I already tried. Send it to you, Stark, hopefully. Let's see, let me find the photo here.
What you don't need is the photo. What you need is circle or clip out the part where it gives the Earth radius and how you calculate what your trim at your altitude.
Yeah, that's what the autopilot is for. Again, that's
So now it's
why
just
you have
autopilot does it. It's built into that. How come that's when you build those and design those instruments, you don't take curve into effect, Earth curve?
How do you think the autopilot works on a sphere?
Wrong. Asking me questions isn't the way to do it.
Begging the question.
They begging the question because they work on a sphere. They use a sphere as their
No,
nav
they're
screen.
not designed over a
You
sphere.
just don't understand anything about them fundamentally, and you just assume they're working on a sphere out of ignorance or personal incredulity.
Considering I've been in airplanes, I definitely
That's
know
nice.
that they
I've been
use
in
a sphere.
airplanes too. What was that last part? Did you say you observed the sphere?
I
He plays
definitely know
flight
that they use a
simulator.
sphere.
What?
How come Flight Simulator is flat?
Which flight sim have you been playing, buddy?
All of them.
Yeah, no, that's an insta fail then, because Microsoft
Oh,
Flight
really?
Sim 20.
How
Yeah,
did they
because
how
Microsoft
did they
Flight Sim
calculate
2020,
everything?
if you get high enough, it starts to show the curve of the Earth.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
have to go
fucking
high enough.
2020. Try every
How
single
high?
flight simulator prior to that.
No, he said you have to go a certain height, and then it turns into a ball in Flight Simulator.
Yeah, and then the nav system that you're using also shows that it's a sphere.
No,
That's
not.
nice. You can project routes onto a sphere. Well done.
How that would distort the shit out of the route.
He thinks
Yeah,
that the
that's why
plane
you
is
fly
drawing a
by
ball.
compass headings. That's how planes actually fly.
And what does a compass heading do on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? Do you know how to use a compass?
I don't think he does.
Do you know?
You locate a
which
heading
direction?
relative to north, right? And since all these routes have been traveled so many times in history already, we knew them prior to the advent of flight pretty much. We maybe optimized a bit here and there, but we generally knew the headings to major locations.
So you knew the headings to major locations on a flat
Yeah, you
Earth.
don't think we traveled around the world before planes?
Anyway, here's a page out of that book that shows a sphere. Sending it to Stark, and
So
here's the cover.
what are the formulas they have on? Just send the whole page with the formulas and all. I want to see how they derive the radius of the Earth.
Again, Brandon, like we can sit here and we can grant you all this, but you're still going to need to verify it with measurements of the ground. So what happens when we go and measure the ground and no curvature shows up? Do you concede or what?
You measure the curvature of the ground in a different way, because that is something that has been done.
Has it? I mean, we're asking people every single day to provide
Brother,
measurements.
hold on, Stark, I'm not a pilot, and
I've
I've never claimed to be a pilot, so
No,
don't
that's
make that
fine. I know. I
assumption.
heard you. I heard you. I'm saying that we can grant
No, I'm
you all
talking
the
to
claims
Stark
you want
because
to
he
make
said-
regarding how you believe aircraft operate over the Earth, but we're still going to say, okay, where did you verify these inferences essentially with direct
Because I've
measurements of the ground?
seen... You can see the nav system that they use.
No.
So they do use a globe to navigate. So that point is bunk.
No, they don't use a globe. It's drawn on a screen.
So they use a globe to navigate.
It's a drawing on a screen.
That is a coordinate system on a sphere.
Yeah, there's no the coordinate system for Earth is not on the ground; it's in the sky.
You do know latitude and longitude is ground-based measurement.
No, it's sky-based measurements.
No, it's not. It's ground-based.
There is.
Very much
That is why a geographic latitude
derived from
longitude
celestial
coordinate
hemisphere.
goes straight to a point on the ground. If I said 80 degrees north and 20 degrees south.
Yep, you would look
latitude,
in the sky
longitude.
to figure it out. Yeah, you would look in
No,
the
you
sky
wouldn't.
to figure
You
it
would
out.
pin if
Yeah,
I put that in,
absolutely. You
No, if
don't
I
use
put
any.
that
No, we're not using devices, weirdo. We're
you
using
wouldn't look in the sky to figure that
sextant.
out.
We're going to use a sextant. Yep, you sure will.
Yeah, sextants that shows the star position relative to your latitude, which
So
directly
not on the
correlates to
ground
your
then. It's in
position
the
on the
sky.
ground.
So you're measuring to the
Your
sky
latitude
then.
and longitude are your
So you're
position
measuring
on the
to the
ground.
sky
The
then,
stars
not the
directly
ground,
correlate
right?
to that.
So you're measuring to the sky then, not the ground?
You're measuring where the sky is relative to your
All right,
position
thank
on the
you.
ground.
There you go, measuring to the sky. Thank you. That's all I wanted you to clear up.
Relative to your position on the ground.
Right, the sky.
Latitude and longitude is a grid
in the sky
on the Earth. It's not in the sky, it's on the Earth. That's why a latitude longitude point directly correlates with a point on the Earth.
Right then, you're out at sea. You got no.
What?
You got no. Yeah, yeah. You're out at
What-
sea.
Speaking
You
of
got
out
no
at
sky.
sea,
It's
speaking of-
cloudy. You're out, and you've got no map. How do you find your latitude and longitude?
how do you think nautical miles were a thing?
Yeah, that's what I thought, bro.
how nautical miles were measured. You have no clue.
Nautical miles are 1 degree of latitude.
That is not how a nautical mile was measured.
Okay, you're just gonna say, nuh-uh, look it up, dude.
Yeah, we know, but you don't have a verified distance of that lateral nautical mile.
It's about 69 mile.
Yeah, I know that's the calculation for the map, but you don't have a measured validation of that distance compared to the angular relationship.
Except every sailor that's ever used a nautical mile ever, which is every sailor ever.
Yeah, show me a single moment where they verified that 69 miles have actually traversed with 1 degree of angular displacement. Show me a validation of that. Never been done.
So you're just saying that sailing isn't real?
Oh God, no.
No, I'm saying that nobody's validated the distance and angle relationship, dude.
So
we
then
turn
you're
we
saying
turn
that
him into a brain
sailing-
in the jar. Dude, you're
So then
turning
you're
into a brain in
sailing-
the jar. Nothing is real. Sailors aren't real. Everybody's not real.
That's exactly what you're saying. When you say that nautical
No.
miles aren't real,
No,
you're
I'm saying there's no
that
evidence.
sailing isn't real.
I'm not denying anything.
So
I'm
there's
asking
no
for
evidence of
validation.
something that sailors have used for centuries.
Yeah, they assume that their calculations are correct without ever validating it.
They get to their destination.
Yeah, but they don't know how far they really went.
Yeah, they do. That's why it's
Prove
logged.
it. Prove it, because we're waiting for that validation. If you can provide that validated measurement to angle relationship, we all pack up and go home, because we know what that means.
Sailing across the sea is quite hard. You go up and down and side to side a lot. It's extra distance.
Who go up and down? Like because they're going a globe, so they got to go up and down.
A wave. You've also got tides and winds that are going to blow you from side to side. Constantly going to be readjusting your course. It's not as simple as going in a straight line, because you must understand you're going to deviate from that straight line. I mean, I'm only just beginning.
Yeah, of course.
Nowadays, nowadays.
But why
It's
do
Pretty
pilots
much
crazy.
use
You get
straight
these
line
people
because
fucking
ships aren't
talking
as
through you. I bet he'll probably start complaining when I talking through him in a moment. Let's see.
ships are not as susceptible to wind nowadays, being that they're not wood and sails. They're metal and just huge.
Really, you think these things that have got massive sides aren't affected by the wind that's pressing up and blowing up against them?
I said not as much. Jedi,
As
I
much.
said not as much.
Have you got the measurement of that or not as
Compared
much?
to ships that literally sailed because of the wind.
Still going to have not a straight line distance.
No, they
You're
can't.
also going to have varying distances with multiple transits because the paths aren't exactly the same. Now, this is just like first issues, dude. What our friend Yoda's pointing out is a little bit deeper than that, but wow. Why are you so defensive? We're just pointing it out.
This reference of 60 miles to a degree is a map by Nicholas Germanus, or however the hell you say that name, in 1482.
Validates the
No.
linear measurement to the angle relationship. How is it known to be valid everywhere on Earth, even if it's measured as such in one instance? I'll tell you what, this is an extrapolated calculation. It's also based off of the assumed equatorial distance.
It's extrapolated from known values.
Yeah, with extreme error, the greater degree of extrapolation.
So, math.
Yeah, not measurement.
Do you hold on? Just
Yeah, take your
off-topic
time.
question.
Take your time.
Are you saying that you take geometry, for example? When a thing says find x, are you saying that you have to measure x with a ruler on that triangle?
I'm just asking to validate that
And
Did you
distance
say
and angle
sorry.
relationship exists.
Did you say triangle?
Sorry, do apologise. But if you said triangle, have you only got one length of your triangle, or have you got all three lengths of your triangle?
You can find all three with one.
So you can get a distance to the star using the hypotenuse and the opposite line.
Mm-hmm. That's what sin,
You sure?
cosine, and those are.
Sure?
Yeah.
Sure about this?
What I want to know, guys, is when these
Yeah,
NASA
what do you
guys
think
go
sin,
again to the moon.
cosine, and sine are?
But listen, man.
Dude, I understand what a fucking triangle is. Right? I understand that you can get the distances between the points because the lines of length. But we're doing celestial navigation. We're using stars in the sky. Are you saying that the hypotenuse and the opposite lines converge at the star, giving you a distance of the hypotenuse and a distance of the opposite, because you appear to want to claim the distance of the adjacent?
What?
You understand what an adjacent is, right?
Yeah, it's the line next to the angle.
Yeah, the one along the floor, the bottom leg of the triangle. The hypotenuse is the one between your eye and the star. The opposite
Yeah,
is
the
the vertical one from the star to the floor. You're saying a distance along the adjacent, but we're doing celestial navigation. Do you have a
Right.
distance along the hypotenuse and the opposite?
You would have, if you have the distance across the adjacent,
then by consequent,
you can figure out the opposite.
Yeah. You can
and
figure
then
out the
use
length of
that.
the hypotenuse and the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which will give you a point in space where the star is.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you
Do we
shouldn't
do
be
that?
able to do that on a globe.
No.
No, you can't do that on a globe.
Why not? Spherical triangles exist. That is
No,
something.
it's not
No,
spherical
dummy.
triangles.
No,
It's because
dummy.
the light is emanating in parallel rays from a flat surface in your globe cosmology. That's the geometry. You think you're getting angles off the curved surface to account for this phenomenon, right? We just want a curvature measurement. The way to validate the 69-to-1 rule or 60-to-1 rule is with a planar survey. You don't use a coordinate reference grid to calculate distances. You do an actual planar survey, measure the surface, and measure the angular relationship to the star. And at the same time, make sure that you understand what your range-bound conditions are for error. But this has never been done.
Every ship ever.
Yeah, they're working off of calculated map distances, not actual measured surveyed distances.
You take
There's
your
variability.
angle. You take your
Because at
angle
sea, you
off
have
the prime
absolutely
meridian.
no point of reference except for the stars. And the celestial sphere is something that people constructed in their minds when they looked at the heavens in the first instance, based off of a limited viewing angle and certain stars they cherry-picked.
Such as what stars? Like Polaris and Thuban?
Yeah, such as Polaris, yep, and the 57 navigation stars or so.
The
But you know
brightest
what's funny
ones.
is nobody's ever documented being underneath Polaris to have a 90-degree zenith relationship with it in the first instance either. That's another problem for the globe.
Because Polaris isn't directly on the North Pole. Or the North
Well, we know that, but
Celestial
nobody's
Pole.
been directly underneath Polaris to know that.
There's also you know the second star I mentioned there, Thuban?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it? You can tell me about the precession of the equinoxes now?
Yeah, that was previously the North Star.
Cool story.
Why ancient architecture lined up with Thuban, and they don't really line up with Polaris anymore. Because Polaris is in a different position from where Thuban was.
Yeah, the North Star is
Just
changing.
dodge.
Yeah, it's not always the same.
This is good.
Thuban and Polaris switched. Well, Thuban moved, Polaris took its place. Stars
Yeah.
change position every year.
And in 20,000 years, there will be another North Star. But I want to know. I want to know with my played buddies, what's the opinion when if NASA goes against the moon in a few years? What are you guys gonna say then?
What?
If
NASA
NASA
goes
goes
back,
to the moon,
if NASA goes back to the moon
again.
Yeah.
Oh, if NASA go back to the moon again, what we
I mean, they've
what
already
we say?
done it again, if you think about it, because they did it 6 times.
No, they never did it the first time, so
yeah.
Okay, but I'm saying
the Russians didn't. So the Russians didn't call them out. even
Oh,
though
the
Russians were.
Russians! Oh no, the Russians would have told on us.
This conversation's already descended. This is weird. It was going really reasonably well, but now it's not.
Yeah, sorry. Fuck it.
No, you're fine.
Go
It's
back
our
to
other
the-
guy. He started to get upset all of a sudden.
I'm not really upset. I'm just wondering stuff.
Having some kind of emotional reaction. Okay.
No, hummus.
What's up? What emotional reaction? What happened?
Yeah, I don't know.
look,
I'm kind of
they've
calm
been-
right now.
They've been saying since the original moon landings, supposed, that
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
going
yeah.
back.
But I'm asking
right.
if they go now. or
Yeah,
they,
I mean,
said in the
here's
70s that we're going to have moon colonies in like 5 or 10 years. Okay, this is a can that's just
who said
indefinitely
this?
kicked
okay.
down the
Here's the
road.
thing. When
Who
NASA
said
said
this?
that, which I don't think they did, their
They fucking
funding
did.
wasn't down the
Being a
toilet like it
project
is
for
now.
NASA, right?
Man,
Oh,
this
bloody
Gunther
books on it.
woman.
How much funding do you think NASA gets per year?
Oh, my God.
Plenty
Who
enough.
cares?
I'll tell you
Wrong.
how much. I'll tell you how much. 0.3% of USA
The
budget.
federal budget.
Yeah.
Okay,
Compared
this is
to the
lovely. What's the
military,
point?
is almost 15.
What's going to be the point of this line of conversation?
The point is that money matters when you're doing something like that.
That's true. Okay. Is this going to be some kind of excuse as to why it hasn't been done yet? And our friend is appealing to the future and what will happen in the future. Like we've all been told since the first time they went there that we would eventually go back.
Artemis 1 has already been around the moon and back.
Yeah,
and
again,
Artemis
you
2
seem to be
is
not
fully
addressing what
constructed.
I've said. Weird.
Because your point is moot.
No, dude, your point was bringing up money. I'm saying, are you bringing up money because that's an excuse as to why they haven't been back yet?
Yes, because
Otherwise, what was the point of you bringing it up?
In this case, money matters.
Dumbass people. Following what you're saying, pointing out, is this your excuse as to why you haven't been there? Or been back, sorry. The answer is yes, that's correct, or no, it isn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Money
Yeah, I know, I'm
matters.
clarifying your point. Stupid, isn't it? This is your excuse. Okay, it sounds reasonable and plausible. Yes, things are expensive to do, and we've got to save up a lot of money to go and do it again. All right, okay. That's just what seems to be a plausible excuse. Now we can move on.
What
Do you understand that the 60 to 1 rule is
to...
in contention?
How is it going, Hummus?
It's going
I
very
don't know
well,
what's
my
going on.
friend. What about you?
Like I don't. Other than the money and why haven't we been back? What other points of contention are there with the 6 moon missions?
They can't leave the thermodynamic system of the Earth if it is open into a vacuum to transit a rocket through it to land on it. That whole scenario of the moon and Earth existing within a vacuum and us being uncontained from that vacuum is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay,
You can't
is
have
Mount
gas
Everest
pressure without a container,
is
for
Mount
example.
Everest is Mount Everest
It's
also a
weird.
violation?
I'm still bloody talking. You're going to point up to a gas pressure gradient, okay? And then you're going to affirm the consequent and end up with gravity's causing that. When I'm pointing out a law of nature, and you're going to still need to be told that the gas pressure gradient that you're measuring is still going to be required to be caused by a limitation of volume, that's the container, being as gas pressure
What
is the force the
limitation?
gas exerts upon the walls of its container. You can speak
No, it's
now.
not.
It's not. Are you aware of the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT?
Yeah. Gas
Okay.
pressure.
What's the
gas
P
pressure is
stand
not.
for?
Can you let me speak?
No, what's
gas
the P
pressure,
stand for?
Gas pressure is not based on the container. If you take
What? The fuck?
If you take
Are you trying to tell me that if I put gas into a tyre, by consequence of the fixed volume, the gas pressing against the container isn't causing gas pressure because the gas is pressing against something? That's not gas pressure, right? Are you fundamentally ill? You stupid? What?
As I was trying to say, air in a go outside, right? Air in hot air is higher pressure than cold air.
Yeah, that's because of the energy that is given to it by temperature. Yeah, it's moving faster.
And
the
there's
molecules are excited.
Yeah, and there's no container between weather systems. Like if you take hot,
No
what
kidding.
do you think
pressure.
weather is, man? It's pressure moving around.
Yeah, we're not claiming a static system. We're claiming a dynamic system that's closed.
And how does so? What you're saying is that your point of pressure is because of a container and the collisions with the wall.
Yeah, there's a limit.
Bunk.
Why is that? Why don't we have joule-free expansion going on for infinity?
Earth isn't a closed system. We lose a lot of
That's
atmosphere.
a problem.
Oh, we lose a lot of atmosphere. Okay, how do you prove that? How do you prove that gravity is actually reversing the course of molecules that are heated?
You said it was
and not only
open system.
reversing, but causing an isochoric compression. because volume's not changing.
Volume is changing. That is something that changes on
Oh
Earth.
God.
Oh, really? So the container's getting bigger and smaller?
No, because there's not a container. The amount of air is getting less and more and less and more, depending on where you
How do you prove
are.
that?
That's what temperature
100.
gradients
How you
are.
ever quantified that statement, man?
Yeah. Do you realize that pressure is not gas pressure is not dependent on mass?
Yeah, it is. That's why.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No,
That's why.
No, it's independent of mass. Avogadro's law defines this. The mass independent nature of gas pressures, known by 8th graders.
It's dependent on the mass of the air in an
No,
area.
it's not. It's entirely two things: frequency and the number of moles, independent of their mass.
I'm saying mass of the air as a whole, not the mass
Yeah.
of each
Do you even
particle.
Boltzmann constant, bro?
Wow.
Yeah. So you just failed like freshman physics.
Fuck. This is depressing.
Would you like to continue with the flat earthers?
What I'm mostly wondering, again, is the pressure gradient.
Yeah, so it's a dynamic system providing that gradient condition. We've got the diurnal cycle within that contained system.
Okay, have we seen a container here on Earth, like down here, that goes from 14.7 to 0.1 psi?
Yeah, cave systems, and I've got a great practical example with my propane tank that's even more extreme.
Your propane tank is the same
Yeah,
pressure
it actually
pretty much
goes
all the
through
way up.
cycles of evaporation and condensation within the tank.
Yeah, that's not air
contained.
getting higher. Yeah, that's not higher, lower, depending on height. That's
Yeah, it is. Based
air.
off
No,
the
that's air.
velocity of
That's
gas
your tank.
molecules. Yeah,
That's
based
your
off the
tank
velocity of gas molecules.
evaporating,
Different at the top versus
condensing,
the
and then
bottom. If you
coming
heat the
back.
bottom or heat the top.
It's not listening to
Condensation
me.
isn't air
No,
pressure.
he's not. He's just chanting.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Sorry, dude. Like you failed physics. Insert
The
coin to
fact that
continue.
the fact that a pressure gradient exists
Yeah.
is
Because
evidence that we
sorry
don't.
to do apologise. The fact that gas pressure exists means there must be something for the gas to press against. Because
Which
if there
is the
isn't,
other
hold
gas
on,
in
I
the
haven't
system.
finished. You silly man, shush. Because if there isn't, and there's an available volume for the gas to fill, guess what will happen? Entropy will increase. The gas will fill that available volume. That's why the container is so important, dude.
Okay,
because
so
you can't limit gas expansion without it.
So what's stopping the gas from expanding into the void that is at the top of Mount Everest, essentially?
The void that is at the Mount of fuck me.
You gonna answer the question?
It sounds fucking
Yeah, I'll
malformed.
answer
Is
that.
there a void
There's
at the top of
nothing-
Mount Everest?
There's something stopping it even higher up than that.
That's not my question. What is stopping it
yeah,
from
way higher
filling
than
that
Mount Everest
space?
is the point. And listen, do you think gases originate in outer space and rain down on Earth?
Not
Or is
at all a
gas
claim that
produced
I've
by
made.
geological processes and biological processes at the surface, where you would find a higher incidence of it, and therefore greater pressure?
Also not something that I've said.
Well,
just
what I'm
talking about where
describing
the
for
gas
you
is
is the condition
produced.
for a gradient to take place based off of the incidence of the moles that are available within the dynamic system.
You
The
still
moles are
haven't
provided
answered
at
my
the surface.
question. What is stopping the air from taking the available space that is 1/3 of the air pressure down here at Mount Everest?
You've got temperature for one, because the surface of Earth gets baked in the sun.
So does Mount Everest.
Yeah, is it hot up there?
Why is it
It's
snow-capped?
not hot. It's not hot up there
okay.
because there's so
Why is it
little
snow-capped?
air for there to be
So
heat
there's a
transfer.
temperature change.
There's a pressure change, which
There's also a
correlates to the
temperature
change.
change. There's also a density change.
The gases are
Yes.
still mixed, though.
So what is stopping it from the air down here from expanding up into there? That is my point.
Yeah, some
Because
kind of
it's
containment, obviously, because there's an upper limit based on the
okay,
stability
what
of our.
container is between
He's
29,000
asking
feet
why
and
the gas isn't equalising. I'm really struggling here.
It's high pressure down here, low pressure up there.
What causes pressure?
Air molecules hitting each other.
And a restriction in volume. Otherwise, these gas molecules that hit each other, by consequent, now can expand.
Heat,
Brother,
not gravity.
That's why the freaking hot air has more pressure than cold air.
I'd like to lecture the room a little bit on the law of Avogadro, because this is a very key point. If I take 3 different gas molecules of 3 different molecular weights, 3 different atomic masses, okay? One could be helium, one could be oxygen, one could be radon. Suppose I could, for a minute, like a pharmacist, count the number of moles. Let's say I put 10 of each into 3 different boxes. So you got 10 moles of, what was it, hydrogen, 10 moles of oxygen, 10 moles of radon in each of 3 boxes. Each of the 3 boxes have the same volume. If I heat them up to the same temperature, they will all have the same pressure, regardless of their molecular mass. Furthermore, the pressure will be equal on all sides of the box with no downward bias. Between this and what's naturally observed in cave systems, I've got a great article from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies I can share with you. It's a natural observation, which is why I like it, because that's how you do science, right? They say that gas stratification by molecular weight is not observed within cave systems where the air's been trapped for millions of years without any outside contact. The air is homogeneously mixed. There's no stratification based on molecular weight, which means gravity is not pulling the heavier molecules down as predicted. And this is completely fine because this is in accordance with kinetic molecular theory and the laws of thermodynamics. If you're going to argue with that, you're going to have a bad time. I'm going to go post that journal real quick. So, and step back. Thanks for giving me the floor. I've got a turkey to smoke.
Cheers, buddy. Appreciate that. Enjoy your turkey.
He fucking left just as Yoda was getting into that.
Oh, that's a shame.
What a coward.
Right, that's right. Arpan has joined us. Welcome, Arpan. Got lots of
Hummus
new.
has been waiting patiently.
Awesome. What's up, Hummus? How are you?
He's all right.
Shall I unmute him?
More wacky, but he's all right.
All right, Hummus, you are unmuted.
Great, man. I'm finally free. I'll go grab a cigarette and be back in 10 minutes if you guys want to chat about anything. Yeah.
Gets unmuted, goes for smoke. Fair enough.
Yep.
If there's anything more important than learning the Earth's flat, it's getting that hit of nicotine.
All right, lots of bings and dings. So whilst our friend is having a cigarette break, I'll remind you all where you are. You're on the English Hub, and this is 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the English Hub. Obviously, I understand not a lot of you are English speakers, but you're all invited to listen and take part in the conversation to improve your English. Sometimes we use quite specific language, so don't be afraid to ask what words mean if you don't understand them. The topic of discussion is, as always, the Earth. What is it?
How can we find out what it is? Do we have to believe what we're told what it is, or can we verify independently what the Earth is? If anybody's got any questions, points of conversation, if you believe the Earth is a sphere and you want to defend that point vehemently, then we will oblige you. Not a problem at all. But first of all, please unmute yourself, say hi, introduce yourself and tell us where you're from, and then bring forth your point of conversation. But like I said, welcome one and all. Lots of new people in the chat. So, like I said, please don't be shy. If you want to unmute yourself, please do. Okay. I won't take that personally. But welcome, everyone. Welcome to all my friends, the Flat Earthers. Hope you're all doing well. Let's see if we can rustle up some entertainment. I'm going to run through the list. Remember, guys, I'm starting at the top. We are on YouTube. We've got 2 YouTube bots. If you want to find out what YouTube channel to subscribe to or watch it from, you can click the link with the bot. So that's at the top of the list. We've got a lot of people, like I said. We have Necros in the house. We've got Cider Filer. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, I do apologise. We have got Crit, he's deafened, unfortunately. Dixie Don, welcome to the channel, my friend, joined by FE Blackman. We've got Grumman, welcome. I like your PFP of the airplane. F6F, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Indio as well. Oh, hello.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry, I had to go do something.
Okay.
First off. Second off, yeah, no, the F6F Hellcat is, as you can probably tell, one of, well, my favorite aircraft of World War II. It's the thing about the Hellcat, and this is sort of off topic of the Earth, but I thought it would be a nice change. The thing about the Hellcat is, well, it's not as iconic as stuff like the Corsair or P-51. It's hold on, you've never heard of what?
Never heard of them. I'm used to Spitfires and Hurricanes.
Oh, basically the P-51 is it was originally made, sorry, history dump, autism. You got me started, dude. So, the P-51...
Let Jedi finish his shout-outs and
yeah, sure.
close.
Sorry.
You can
I
continue
also have braces in my mouth, so that's why I'm a bit awkward talking.
It's fine, man.
You all right, buddy? That's fine. I will. Thank you very much, my friend. Continue just reading off the end of the list to see if we can invite some flat earth conversation. We'll definitely circle back to you, my friend. Jesus Christ has returned. He's just underneath me, Jedi, so welcome, Jesus Christ. I don't think we've actually spoken before, but you have been in the channel for quite a number of weeks now, so it's good to see you around. KC is in the house. Oh, hello, who's that?
Just saying hi.
Ah, nice to see you, Jesus. Like I said, KC's underneath. What's up, KC? Thank you very much. Master Yoda as well, who was speaking just a moment ago. Wealth of information. Obvious has joined us. What's up, Obvious? Good to see you. Quiet Noobs is in the house. What's up, Quiet? Russ B, good to see you again, my friend. Says who is in the house? Oh, dearie me. Stark is here. T-Dub. What else we got? The Reverend Mr. Ed. What's up, Reverend? How you doing? And obviously right at the bottom we got A&G. So welcome to the channel, everybody. Like I said, the forum is about the flat earth. If you've got something you want to discuss, please unmute your microphone, introduce yourself, say hi, and tell us where you're from as well. That's always interesting to know. But if nobody wants to speak, then we can return to our original conversation about World War II aircraft.
All right. Speaking of where we're from, I am from California, which is hell on earth.
Well, at least you noticed that much.
Yeah, well, I mean, hell on earth because it's always freaking hot.
Ah, there we go. I thought it was going to be that. Not hell on earth because of the insane gender politics and all that shit.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that's all right. We don't need to go into that. Tell us about World War II planes.
So, Jedi, the fact that, just sorry to insult you here, but the fact that you know about the Spitfire but not the P-51, how? The P-51 is basically, or is, I don't know what to say because it's not flying anymore. Past tense, present tense, I don't know. English. Didn't learn it. Oh no, Yoder, I don't mistake your approach. I can come off as a major dickhead as well. Yeah, P-51 is basically the American equivalent to the Spitfire. It was actually originally made for the British in a Lend-Lease.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
And then we just decided, yeah, this worked so well, we're just gonna make it.
Cool.
For
Awesome.
us. But, well, the P-51 was, or is, because there's still some flying, maneuverable. It's not very rugged. I mean, sure, it can take a lot of hits and still fly, but if you look at the Hellcat has this giant fuselage, which hampers its maneuverability, but it makes it able to take a lot of hits and still keep flying. Which is why I love it, because I'm more into the sort of puff and gun. The Hellcat. I'm reading the chat. The Hellcat was based on the Wildcat. It was a replacement to the Wildcat, which was the F4F Wildcat was slower and heavier, and could not perform very well against the Japanese Zero. So the Hellcat was made as a replacement to that could perform well against the Zero, to a degree. Because while the Wildcat was able to take a lot of hits, like other naval aircraft, the thing about the Wildcat is once a Zero got on your ass, you were your goose was cooked, essentially. So the Hellcat was made more maneuverable so that they could get out of that and cook the Zero's goose. Which is actually something, there was a tactic used by Japanese pilots, which was basically fly vertical because the Zero could climb better than the Wildcat. Wildcat goes up, goes greedy, tries to get the shot, couldn't get the shot, stalls out. Zero noses over and shoots it out of the stall. And a pilot tried that with a Hellcat, which looks very similar, and the Hellcat easily kept pace and shot him out of his climb. And it's funny that you bring up the Thunderbolt, because that's actually what the A-10 Warthog is named after. It's the A-10 Thunderbolt II, officially. It's just called the Warthog because it's ugly as shit. Which is brilliant.
I don't find the Warthog ugly at all.
Well, it... For Christ's sake, okay,
It's got its own charm about it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, to be fair, the military has weird ways of nicknaming aircraft. Such as, if you look at the B-52, it's called the Buff. Right? And that's not something like, oh, it's big and strong. That's an acronym for big, ugly, fat fuck.
Yeah, I mean, teams of engineers sitting around, after they're done for the day, just chit-chatting and making jokes about what they're coming up with, and they come up with these names,
Yeah. I mean, a lot of names are really cool, like Mustang, Hellcat. no clue what Corsair means, but that's cool because the airplane is cool. The Sky Raider, like, holy god, dude. I can just imagine the meeting when they were making like the A-10 Warthog, and it was like, let's make a gun for this aircraft that is so large that the aircraft is built around the gun, not the other way around. The gun is offset from the center of the aircraft slightly.
Why is that? Is that to
Because
account for like
for the
what
fact
would
that
it be?
the airplane
Centrifugal
has
forces when it spins?
that, and the fact that the aircraft has a nose gear. It's also the fact that the magazine or drum is huge, and you also need room for the rear landing gear and other payload in a bay. Or payload on the wings. They have their missiles on the wings, they don't have them under. The only thing they have under is the gear and the gun. But the thing about that gun, it's a 30mm autocannon. 30 millimeters is 1.18 inches in diameter. That's how wide that bullet is. That's huge.
Oh yeah, it's no joke.
It's 3,900 rounds per minute, which is the entire mag in less than a minute, because the drum is 1,900 rounds. They fire it in 3-second bursts. And if they fire it for too long, the gun has so much recoil it acts like a rocket engine and can cause the plane to fall out of the sky due to lack of lift.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Dude, the A-10 Warthog may look ugly as hell, but oh my god, you do not want to be on the receiving end of any of that. It's like, good lord. Like, and I thought the P-47 Thunderbolts, the original Thunderbolt, its 8 50 caliber machine guns was overkill. No. Yeah, the military was like, yeah, let's just take this airplane and make a gun so cosmically huge that we can't just put it in the aircraft. We have to build an airplane around it.
What's the actual utility of the Warthog at this point? You know, if it was up against a modern Air Force, I mean, it's pretty old and pretty lumbering. It needs a lot of support. Would they even really utilize it?
I think they utilized it in Iraq and Afghanistan, but that's old wars. I think there are still a few flying around in Ukraine.
Yeah. I can't imagine, though, against, you know, equivalent technological force.
Yeah, like
I bet there would.
I was about to say MiGs, but that's old stuff. The Sukhoi, like 5th gen, whatever.
I don't think Warthog was in Ukraine.
I thought it was. I thought we lend-leased.
No, I think we didn't.
I can look it up. I thought that they were. I might be wrong, as I typically am. A-10, Fairchild... I thought it was Lockheed Martin for a sec. It's Fairchild Republic. Recent deployments. Oh, there's still issues in Yemen that we're dealing with. Or at least as of...
What do you? I
March.
mean, if you don't mind debating it, flat guys. What do you guys think about Artemis 1 mission, which like gave us like recent footage of Moon and Earth in the same shot? You know.
Yeah, Artemis 1, Round the Moon and Back, 2022.
Yeah, and they brought the footage back with the Earth and Moon in the same shot.
See if I can. Can I post images yet? No, I can't. What level do you have to be to post images?
I think it's
I'm gonna post.
time based.
Yeah, I
Alright.
think you have to spend some time.
I thought it
just
was
received.
level based.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it in the chat so you guys can see it. Like, I mean, it documents the whole thing from the launching to the splashdown.
I really love if you think about Soyuz, the Soyuz space capsule. They hit the ground. They touched the ground in Kazakhstan. They launch from Kazakhstan. They land in Kazakhstan. We the U.S. we launch. Well, unless you count the space shuttle. We launch from Florida, land in the ocean.
Yeah.
Makes for a softer landing and less engineering for like shock absorption, stuff like that. But it is still quite a bit of an impact when you hit the water because those parachutes, they only slow them down to about 40 miles an hour around there. You're hitting the water and you're going from 40 to 0.
I mean, do you actually watch these videos with a critical mind?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
These are not one singular takes of anything. They're absolutely filled with cuts in all different types of
There are videos that are
irrelevant
single.
angles.
There are videos that are single takes. If I could post videos, I actually found a way on YouTube. If you go into your console, you can speed videos up past 2 times. And it's really handy when I'm trying to
Premium.
condense something that's like 10 minutes into something manageable.
Yeah, but even without the cuts, so you're saying they're like animations or whatnot.
Well, I'm saying, how would you ever verify what they're showing you?
I mean,
okay, well,
I don't
What are you
verify a
what
lot
are
of
you
things that I
referencing?
believe are
people
proof.
with telescopes can track them. Something
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
done, something I've done with the space station.
There's a lot of claims regarding such things, but actually verified them.
Yeah, I mean there are ways to. Your telescope, you can verify there's something there. Radio, you can measure distance and speed, same way that they measure airplane distance and speed.
Yeah, but can you verify there was not an object already there until it was brought to your attention to start looking for something to track that they've put a story on top of now?
Would you be satisfied if somebody tracked the Artemis 1 to the half of the distance to the moon?
Well, yeah, if you got that, post it.
Yeah.
No, don't worry. I'll post it.
Because again, it's not the first time we've encountered such claims. Usually you get the headline claim and then you look into it and they didn't actually do any such thing. Or there's some wild inferences in their methodology. They think because I saw it in sight for this long and it's going this claimed speed, it must therefore be this claimed distance from Earth now. But not that they actually verified that distance. I mean, if I just post you this image here to think about.
Okay, so there's two things about this photo. One, the bottom photo is on the other side of the moon.
Yeah, I knew that'd be your first response.
I mean, that's not really a change of anything. It's also the fact that it's different cameras.
Yeah.
If I took a photo of the
shitty
moon,
consumer grade camera versus a camera from, you know, an organization that receives billions in funding. 238,000 mile distance versus 80 miles. That's a significant percentage difference.
But what are you arguing that like
Pure
the picture looks
empty
better
rationalize
from
it
the
because
Nikon?
you have to. What was that, Hamas?
But what are you arguing that like the picture looks better from the Nikon one?
yeah, I mean,
Are you arguing that it doesn't?
I'm arguing that they are not the same cameras, yeah. And this one is
Yeah, okay.
in outer
Which one
space.
has better quality? Which one has better resolution, better detail? Which one
This
shows
one.
more features?
the one that's in outer space seems to have
The one
better
that's in outer
detail.
space, right? So this is what I mean when it comes to
Well, because you're
talking.
looking. Well, because
people
you're
that believe
first
in the
off, you're
globe,
looking at two.
you
Well, you're
have
looking
to
at two different
you
faces
have
of the
to
moon.
say ridiculous things like this that are it's clearly self-evident which image shows more detail and is just of general higher quality. But you have to deny that reality.
Oh yeah, there was a Soyuz launch 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago.
Yep, that's nice. That you just
Soyuz.
whistle past it. Yeah.
Soyuz, it's Union in Russian.
That's nice.
Yeah, that was
It's like
nice.
telling me
A
to
nice
use soy.
pleasant walk past the graveyard. Yep.
Well, hello guys.
But you understand that the actually the Nikon camera is better than this one on the Orion because they use
Yeah, quite telling that,
they
you know,
use
you'd spend all
cameras
that
for
money
durability
sending
and
things to the moon and you wouldn't even splash out on the camera. That is retarded rationale.
Okay,
yeah, but
well,
I would spend all
cameras
the
that
budget right up until they had
There's
to pay for the camera and they had to
okay.
skimp there and go down the dollar store.
There's the tyranny of the rocket equation. The more weight you add, the more thrust that you need.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. The fucking weight of the camera is not going to be the determining factor. Get a grip.
the weight of the camera is pretty significant. It can change a
Whatever
lot.
significance it is, you could stick like a Hollywood movie level, like $100,000 quality
No, you
camera on
couldn't.
there. That's not gonna be the
Yes,
determining factor of
yes.
whether that thing gets off
Hold
the
on.
launch pad and all the
You
way
know
to
what
the moon,
camera
right?
is on that Artemis Orion
Unrational.
spacecraft? It's a GoPro 4 modified one for space.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what makes the moon. That's what makes the moon look like an egg.
Modified for space.
Yeah, and then the ones that they had on Apollo were Hasselblad 500 EL.
Yeah.
Those pictures were just recorded. Those pictures were like on film, weren't they?
Wait until
Yeah, they were
like
on
the
film.
digital images we get today, right?
Man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
film is normally higher quality than digital because it goes through
How
less.
did they get that
steps.
film through the radiation belts without any damage to the film?
Okay,
They must have put it in some kind of special box or something.
No,
If
it's the
radiation
camera
got
casing.
through the
It's the shielding in the capsule and the shielding that the
The
camera
shielding in the
provides.
capsule. What shielding was
Yeah.
that? How thick was it?
The
What was it
aluminum
claimed to
skin.
be? Like 2
Like
millimeters
11
of fucking
layers,
aluminum
11 layers of
foil.
coating.
11 layers.
No,
What are these layers? How thick are these
11
layers?
11 layers is the spacesuit.
You mean the one that they said that they could poke their finger through? They had to be really careful.
Yeah, that's what
No,
they
the
said. Yeah.
spacesuit they
It was
couldn't
so
poke their
thin.
finger through.
That's a quote from the people.
You can
that,
okay.
Who
you
was
can
that
punch.
quote from?
You
Peter?
can
Do you
punch
remember?
if you take the internal wall out of an airplane, you could punch through the skin of an airplane.
Yeah, that's not equivalent, right? At all.
Well, it is because it's
Depends what the pressure
Out of
differential
an
is
airplane,
inside
right?
the container and outside the container.
in an aircraft. You're going.
Why
The
are we in
aircraft
aircraft? I
are
thought we were on
usually
the moon.
pressurized. Aircraft are
Yeah,
usually pressurized
Roman,
to. Can I
We're
speak?
not talking about being in the
No, I'm
midst of
trying.
deadly
Well,
radiation belts when you're at cruising altitude.
well, you're not. You're on the
We were
Apollo
talking
missions.
about pictures. You brought up Hasselblad. We were talking about the film. Now
There
we're
are
trying to
film
figure out
photo-
how the
Brother,
film survived
God
radiation belts.
There are film photos from inside Chernobyl.
Hello. Okay. You know.
There's
Damn, what were
thousands
them?
of times more radiation at Chernobyl than there was on the moon.
Not talking about on the moon. We're talking about the radiation belts around the Earth that the rocket
Yeah.
would have to pass through twice.
Yeah, okay. Those
Yeah,
are
the Van
alpha
Allen
and beta particles. Okay? They're comparatively low energy. They're very low energy compared to gamma radiation. The equivalent dosage that the astronauts got from the 2 trips through was about 3 millisieverts.
Was it?
So that's why NASA is struggling to figure out how to get through them again with people.
Not really. We've done missions through them before, as not just Apollo.
Yeah, I mean, we can find the video of the NASA astronaut with his little
Okay.
whiteboard outlining this is the issues we have getting past low Earth orbit, the Van Allen radiation belt.
So that was
which you
talking.
so simply brush off as being a micro dosage of radiation, basically, that it shouldn't even be a concern.
So it's a
just go through.
concern. It's a concern.
No, it shouldn't be a concern because they
Let
already
me
went through it how many times in the Apollo missions? How many people? With significantly inferior technology?
It's a well, that's what it is. It's a concern to the computers.
Right, it's a concern to computers,
Definitely
but
not to the biological
camera
life
film.
then. Okay, cool. Phew.
Yeah, because we know how to shield the biological life. The newer computer
How do we do that?
You're just full of all the excuses, aren't you?
We'll chase you down your path of bullshit. We will.
The aluminum shielding
The
is enough to stop.
aluminium shielding.
Well, the aluminum skin.
Yeah. How thick's that?
How thick do you think it needs to be?
I'm asking you a question. How thick is it? You seem to be the instant expert. So being as you're playing that role, I'm hoping that you're going to be able to answer any question I throw at you. So how thick is it?
It's not very
this
thick.
Aluminium shielding.
It's not very thick.
How thick?
I don't know the exact thickness.
1 millimeter, 2 millimeter,
Roman.
3 millimeter, 4 millimeter, an inch. I mean, you've only just discovered the Van Allen radio belts, right? We've just
No,
brought it
I've
up.
known about those.
Oh, have you? So why did you think that we were talking about it on the moon then? We're not talking about it on the moon. We're talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Because I'm
Instant
bringing
expert.
up on the moon.
But you did. I'm pointing out you're walking through this story that you're weaving.
That's where you started. Then we had to clarify. Then you became the instant expert at this.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what happens when you already formed your conclusion and then you have to work backwards, proving it.
The total thickness of the skin of the command module, which is where the astronauts were most of the time, or actually all of the time through the Van Allen belt, was roughly 0.3 to 1.1 inches.
So, what exactly is it that makes you believe it went to the moon originally?
Because people tracked it with their radios.
People tracked it with
Because,
their
bro,
radios.
listen.
Okay.
It's something that you can do today.
People tracked the 1969 moon landing missions with their radios.
Yeah.
That's your evidence.
Yeah, it's ham radio.
Okay, and they verified that what they were picking up was coming from where? How?
Same way that radio waves and radar for aircraft works. You can measure speed and distance.
You can connect to like space stations today with radios and listen to their channels.
Yep, and also as it was not only bouncing signals off the capsule and measuring distance and speed, it was intercepting the communications in essentially real time. This wasn't some secret thing. It wasn't encrypted. It was full-blown. You could go out with a radio and steal their signal.
And you know that Apollo mission used like a satellite from Australia to get their communication to America,
Yeah, they
because
used. Yeah, they used.
the Earth
the-
was pointed from Australia to the moon when they went there.
Did they record this data?
Yeah, there's
I think it's called
things.
telemetry. Is it? Hold on, telemetry data, right?
Yeah, there's stuff. I can find it. There's Apollo in real time.
So we've got the
don't know how the fuck
original
you're gonna
telemetry
find it when
data
NASA
from when
can't
they
even find
went
it.
to the moon. Is that correct?
Is in archives, yeah.
So we have the original telemetry data.
Yes.
Oh, NASA need to stop lying, then I guess.
Are you, dude? The thing that they lost was the slow scan television tapes.
Slow scan television tapes, not the telemetry data.
No.
Hmm.
Telemetry radio communications can be found by people that go through the archives. People post it on YouTube.
That's nice. I mean, we understand the lore runs deep, but just how did you verify any of this? And it's not just a claim you believe.
Because people back then verified it, and you can verify space travel today
How?
using similar methods.
How? What we doing?
Have you been to a
Have you
rocket
done it?
launch in person?
Have you done it?
Yes.
Been to a
You've done
rocket
any of this?
launch. Sorry, been to a rocket launch. What? Watch a rocket go away. This proves interstellar travel. What?
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
the most recent rocket launch that I watched and actually helped track with the camera
Yeah.
was,
Rocketry
as I
technology
was
is not
trying to
exclusive
say,
to a globe Earth. Watching rockets launch doesn't
Can
prove a
you
globe Earth.
can you let me speak?
Well, I'm just trying to save you some time here. That this is a
It's
pointless kind of.
the rocketry that I'm talking about is exclusive to a sphere.
Okay. And you watched that proved through your very eyes when you watched the rocket launch.
So can I tell the story without being interrupted?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify points. That's why I'm trying to keep it short. Yeah, please continue.
So, Amazon Project Kuiper, the third flight on an Atlas V. When it left our camera's field of vision,
okay,
we had a guy beyond our range on the range track
Mhm.
in France. And at exactly the time that we expected it and speed that we would expect it to be going when it crossed over that area of the world, he got a hit on it with
Okay,
his
so a
radio
rocket
and his
went over this
telescope.
guy's head. Okay.
I mean, I feel like I need to bring up Marconi here.
It's okay. So far, we've got 2 observations of a rocket. Our friend here watches it go away. Our friend in France watches it come towards them. Okay.
Like up over the horizon toward him.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Yeah. Where else is it going to fucking come from? So we see a rocket go away, and then somebody else sees a rocket come towards them. Awesome. Okay. And next, yep, I'm with you so far. So what now?
By that point, it's already very much at an orbital height and
What
in
height
orbit.
is that? What height is that?
Around 200 miles.
Okay, so you have an object take off and you watch it go away whilst it's ascending in altitude, and it reaches 200 miles, did you say?
Yeah.
By the time it gets to overhead France. So
Yeah,
the rocket is above the Earth by 200 miles. Okay. And?
Maybe 110.
Okay, so the rocket is at height above the Earth. Okay, yes, that's what rockets do. It's above the Earth.
And it is and it is measurably going the speed that it is said to be going according to telemetry from the official live streams.
Okay, how fast is that? It's obviously accelerated. I'll give you that. It's accelerated up to a speed. What's the speed?
Around 16,000 miles an hour by that point.
Okay.
The second stage engine's still going.
Okay, awesome. So this rocket has taken off, climbed to an altitude and accelerated speed of approximately 100. What was the speed again?
16,000.
Okay, so the rocket's going fast in the sky. Okay, 2 people can see it. You could see it take off and go away. The other person can see it come towards them. I'm with you so far. And?
How does that work? Like, on the flat
Does
Earth.
that work? You're asking me how a rocket that's literally designed to fly above the Earth can be observed by 2 people that are a distance apart. One watches it take off and the other one watches it come up from the horizon because they're not where it took off from. You're asking how that works.
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
No, dude, sorry. You're supposed to be concluding it's a sphere.
Yeah, that is, unless you can explain to me how it works on a flat Earth, that will be my conclusion.
At the moment, you've just described to me, which I was painstaking to speak back to you, a rocket taking off, reaching an elevation and speed, and asking how that works on a flat Earth. It's taken off and reached the speed and climbed to an altitude because that's what rockets do. What are you actually trying to ask? And you must be concluding a sphere. Like, wow.
Yeah, what is stopping it from reaching that speed?
What is stopping it? Well, apparently nothing. It has reached that speed, hasn't it?
This is just stuff I've heard from other flat earthers. I know that these aren't your claims, but people have said...
Now I'm confused. We're listening to you prove logically, because you watched a rocket go away, that the Earth is a sphere. Now you appear to be asking questions, talking about other flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm asking you to explain how that works on a flat Earth.
Why? I just have. The rocket has... Okay, let's be more specific. Where were you when the rocket took off?
We were in... Well, the camera was in Florida.
Okay, so in Florida.
Controlled.
So the 2 locations. Florida and France.
Yeah, Florida and
okay, so
South
the
France.
rocket took off from Florida, sped up, accelerated, reached an altitude by the time somebody in France could see it overhead. You're asking how this works on a flat Earth. The rocket, which is designed to fly at speed, has done so. You're observing it from where it took off to where it's going to be sometime later. And it's like, wow. How do we conclude a sphere from this?
Because the track is across the entire ocean.
Okay.
First off. Second off, it's going into orbit, which exclusively works.
Oh, right. I mean, I'm not concerned about it traveling a distance of water. I mean, wow, that's not going to lead us to many conclusions. But this thing about orbit, what's that then?
Like what?
Because this is where we get to the crux of the claim. Because so far, everything can happen over a flat Earth. You seem to have some kind of mind blockage. But now we're talking about an orbit which is very specific. Just for mine and everybody else's benefit, what's that then?
An orbit is basically going so fast that while you are falling, you are continuously missing the surface of the Earth.
Sorry, I do apologise. I've got to take care of something for 1 minute. I should be back soon. Do apologise.
So you're in a free fall, like an unpowered free fall. And you are missing the surface of the Earth. In a curving path. And we know the speeds required for altitudes for orbit.
Yeah, what's that based on?
Based on measurements that you can take of stuff like the International Space Station.
Oh my god, bro! What's the what's the equations based on, bro?
The equation it's based on is gravity.
Which is going to involve what?
Mass of the object and the mass of the Earth.
Yeah, what the center
and
between?
Distance.
The distance between the center of both?
Radius of the Earth.
Right. Where'd that come from? How'd you get that?
Not something that's in this discussion. That's
Yeah, it is, because that's if that's the foundation of the claim and you can't establish it to be true, then you can't establish these other things to be true.
Except you can see an orbit happen. So
well,
that
you can't.
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
Lie.
That is,
sorry.
I'm explaining to you how I've seen an orbit happen.
You've never seen anything orbit.
What do you mean by
I've seen? Again, coming up over
you've
the
seen
horizon.
something in the sky, and then you've waited in the same location an amount of time, and then that object's returned to your field of view. That doesn't verify it just went orbited around a sphere. You've never seen anything orbit.
Except, yes, I have, because that.
No, you've already described that it came up from the horizon when you couldn't see it.
You think it's doing, and then you've inferred.
When I couldn't see it because it disappeared over my horizon, it came up over his horizon, and then disappeared back over his horizon.
Dude, that's not
on the other side.
Excuse me, that's
So
not
you're in
true.
2 places at once, Gunman, are you telling us?
No, we have people across the world.
Yeah, you were talking about your experience. You've seen an orbit.
Yeah, I've seen
with
the
your
International
singular
Space
pair of
Station.
eyes. How have you
I've seen
an
the
orbit?
International Space Station.
Yeah, from one location.
From one
And
location,
then you
it goes
waited in that same location, and then it came back into view in that location. And you inferred from that it must have fallen all the way around a spherical Earth to get back to you. You inferred an orbit. You've never
if you can give an
experienced an
alternate
orbit.
explanation
No,
as to how.
No, we're just trying to be clear here on what you've actually experienced.
You claimed
Not
you've
an
seen an orbit. We're
But a
pointing out
phenomenon
that
that allows
only you get to see a certain portion of the arc of that orbit. You describe that
Yeah,
from...
and then...
Oh, dude, thanks. You described it as coming up from the horizon, right? That's like after you couldn't see it. So you don't clearly, before you start relying on other people to see it for a bit of an arc, you don't see an orbit, do you?
See a segment of an orbit.
This
There
is
you
an
see a
honesty test
segment.
from it.
It's begging the question, bro.
No, it's not. Learn what that fallacy means.
Yeah, I know what it means. It's circular reasoning. You've baked your conclusion into your premise.
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Yes, you have.
No,
Just
I
because the
haven't.
path of an object above the Earth is circular doesn't mean the object it's travelling over is a sphere. And we're giving you a circular path. And we're giving you've seen this. But even if you've seen this, it won't conclude an orbit. That's 360 degrees rotation around a sphere.
Yeah,
It's a
until
circular
it
path.
comes back around in
Which is a
basically the
circular
same
path.
place again.
Yeah, a circular path.
Over a sphere.
Yeah, no, that's you affirming your consequent.
It's not
Because
affirming the consequent.
it is.
No,
If
it's
the
not.
Earth is a sphere, we will observe orbits. We observe orbits, therefore the Earth can only be a sphere. Excuse me.
No.
I'm
Orbits
trying to point
only...
out the alternative explanation to you, but you seem to want to jump.
No, Jedi. I guess it would be affirming the consequent, but it's a different form. Its orbits only work on a sphere. We
Yeah, that's
observe
you
orbits,
affirming the
therefore
consequent,
Earth can
saying it
only
only
be
works.
a sphere.
Dude,
It's an affirming.
that's you
It's an
affirming
affirming
the
the consequent.
consequent.
It's okay. Yeah, but that's
When
okay.
you
It's
say
a
it would
different
only
form.
work. I'm pointing out that you're describing at best a circular path. Right,
Over
question
what?
for you. Can you draw a circle on a piece of paper?
Yes.
Is the paper flat?
Yes.
Okay. What's your problem?
And it gets into the issue of you're not seeing a change in speed that you would see if you're getting a circle over your head.
It's not a circle. Are you talking about the ISS or what?
Yeah, I'm talking about the International Space Station.
Yeah, that's not a circle.
Except it is.
No, it isn't.
No.
Okay, then what is it?
It's an arc path. It doesn't come back to where it started like you keep describing.
Except it does because you can see it twice in the same sky.
In the same sky, what, at the same location? Because
Yes.
you'd have changed your location.
No, you can
But it's
see it
moving.
in the same location.
You're just making shit up now.
No, because I've done it. It's passed over my location in California.
Okay, so
I
it
waited,
comes up from the same area on the horizon, or has it changed with the side of the sky?
as I was trying to say, and then 90 minutes pass after it disappears, and then it comes back over.
It'll change its azimuth.
It'll be in a different position.
That means I'd never fucking see it.
Wouldn't you see it?
Because it'd maintain one singular circular path above the surface of the globe. It never goes directly over me. It'd be going over you and some other places of the Earth, never me.
Earth rotates. First off, Earth rotates
Oh my
underneath
He's
it.
not listening.
Second off, it again, as someone in the chat is pointing out, it's not a perfect circle. It is an ellipse.
Oh, fucking, that's what we're telling you. Now you're just going to appeal to the chat. We've been trying to tell you that for the last 5 minutes. Now I guess
I've
you're going to
known
become
that.
the instant expert in what we've just told you. Apparently it's now all new.
Jedi,
Fuck
for
me, this
all intents
guy
and purposes, the ellipse is so slight
doesn't
that it is basically a circle.
necessitate a sphere or orbit. At the moment, you're just seeing something move in predictable patterns in the sky.
And that
Wow.
prediction is based on a spherical Earth. So
No,
how does it match? Yes, it is. So how does it match
Hold on,
observation?
my friend. Let me explain. Do you know your location? Its location.
Yes.
Good. This is going to be based on a coordinate system, isn't it? What coordinate system's that?
The longitude, latitude?
Is longitude and latitude on the floor?
Yes. That's why it directly
Yes. No.
correlates.
No. Which one?
Both.
No, it's in the sky. It's transferred onto the floor, but it's in the sky.
No, it's not.
So the coordinate reference system in this instance is spherical. So if you're going to tell me that the prediction matches this coordinate system, that's fucking surprising. It's designed to work that way.
So it's a sphere that is projected onto the ground, and it works.
It's a sphere. That's a
Projected
hemisphere
onto the
above a
ground.
horizontal plane.
You just said it was a sphere grid.
A hemispheric grid in the sky above a horizontal plane. It's observer-centric. The observer standing on the horizontal plane, measuring vertical elevation angles and horizontal azimuthal angles. All of these angles take place on a horizontal plane. The arc, sphere, is in the sky. Longitude and latitude are in the sky. Celestial north in the sky. Celestial equator in the sky. So the arc is in the sky. The Earth in this model is flat.
Not.
It is. You're measuring from a horizontal plane. Your projection is of the Earth up into the celestial sphere. It's where you get your globe from.
Why is it like you realize that you're
Because
debunking
that's a
yourself?
choice of the coordinate system.
The celestial sphere works because people on one end of the Earth
Because
see
it
other
works.
stars.
Yeah, it's a coordinate system. By consequence of its practicality, it works. Fuck, wow.
By consequence of the fact that it's based on a sphere that the Earth
Which is in the sky.
So are you saying that there are stars underneath where we're standing?
No, because it's observer-centric. The stars and the sun and
No, that is what you're saying.
sunset and sunrise.
Because if it's a sphere around
You're
a
an
flat
idiot.
Earth.
Hello, I'm answering your question. It's observer-centric. Do you know what that means? We'll go slowly for you.
Yeah, it's based on the observer.
Yeah, it's how we perceive the world around us. So the star above our head and the one close to the horizon. You've asked me, do I think there are stars under my feet? What is that? Because the stars appear to go downwards towards the horizon. It's a question.
So, yes.
Yeah,
How
no.
does that work?
No, that's called perspective. How you, making the observation, observe
They
the
don't get
world.
smaller as they get further
Hello,
away,
it's
so it's
like he
not
doesn't. We're
perspective.
just dudes. I'm trying to, but if you're going to talk through me, I'll just stop. Someone else can entertain you. It's fine.
Yeah, I would have muted you for him by now if I had mod perms here, but just stay quiet while other people are talking. A lot of people are listening, not just you. I want to hear what the man has to say.
Okay, it's a debate, and that is my way of debating.
Okay, so is your point of a debate to interrupt somebody in the middle of what they're saying? Is that how a debate works for you? Is that how a debate works for you?
When you say something that is bullshit immediately, I'm going to
No.
interrupt and call
Hey,
you out for
listen,
saying
Linda.
bullshit.
Listen. Did you hear that other people are listening? I don't care if you think what he's saying is bullshit. Other people are listening. You're interrupting.
That's nice. I'm not going to let false information go out in
Well, we're not going to let you interrupt
space for
us.
people that
We're not going to let you
claim they're looking
interrupt
for
us.
truth.
We're not going to let you interrupt.
Hello?
Hello.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask. I don't know this topic and the idea about flat Earth, but okay. Yeah, I want to ask about airplanes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I know that they fly. Like I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's a fastest way from, for example, New York, California, I don't know, to Europe, but to Asia, can they fly like another side of Earth? I don't know how to explain. Yeah. Do you understand what I mean?
No, I don't really understand what you're saying. Like, are you saying that the flight path would be longer?
Sir, are you able to clarify?
Just one sec. Are we finished speaking to Grumman or what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain. Sorry for my English. I mean, that's airplane fly to from America to Europe, and it's only one way, but just it in front of, for example, yeah. But to Asia, they use the same way from Europe, maybe, yeah. Just they landed to Istanbul and go forward. Yeah, but they can from America maybe to Asia to Japan fly another side. There's, I mean, that's I cannot understand. It's is it the Earth, the circle? I don't know. I mean, yeah, ellipse or flat.
Sorry, I'm not quite understanding this guy's question, and that is a good point. The other guy who was interrupting you, is he done interrupting you? I think he is.
Was I interrupting him?
It
Not
was
the
brought
current.
forth that
Yeah, that
we
guy talking now.
think that the stars are underneath our feet because of how the celestial sphere works. Understanding that the celestial sphere is observer-centric. It's based on how we see the world. And I could only draw the conclusion that the person thought that we perceive the stars to be under our feet because the stars appear to get closer to the horizon with distance, and because of the way that they appear to go down from 90 degrees towards the horizon, they would continue in this path
and circle back underneath our feet, which is what he said, and then come up from the other side, demonstrating that I don't think you understand what the celestial sphere is. You said you understood it was observer-centric. So it's based on how we perceive the world around us. It's also how we measure the world around us, because the things above the horizon will be measured in angles. The thing above your head, if you're standing under a star, that's 90 degrees at your zenith. The ones close to the horizon, 10, 15, 20 degrees, measured from a horizontal plane, because it's an angle measurement. So, no, we don't think that the stars are underneath our feet because they get closer to distance, much like we don't think the ceiling that's above our head is actually touching the floor when we look down a corridor. We know it isn't, because when we walk there, the angular size increases and we can stand underneath the ceiling. It's not curving back around underneath our feet and reappearing behind us at the other end of the corridor. It just sounded ridiculous to me. You must understand how we perceive the world. And if you understand what the celestial sphere is...
God damn, dude.
I haven't fucking finished.
Size...
I haven't... It's like...
Okay, fine,
wow.
go. Thought you were done.
What, whilst I was still speaking?
Dude, the amount of pauses that you had every time I opened my mouth.
Yeah, I've got to fucking breathe. Is that all right?
Jedi, just finish speaking.
I'm like literally almost done. I'm just trying to point out that that's the...
We're going to pull the angular size argument or perspective argument. The angular size of the stars doesn't change as they get closer to the horizon. They just don't.
It's completely irrelevant to what I'm talking about.
If it was perspective, the angular size of the stars would change. They do not do that.
No, I'm not talking about angular sizes of objects.
You mentioned angular size of the objects.
No, angular measurement of the objects above the horizon. 15 degrees above the horizon, 20 degrees above the horizon, 90 degrees above your head.
And then you said that the reason they appear to go below is because of perspective, and that would be an angular size change, which we don't observe.
Yeah.
Same reason the sun doesn't change angular size.
Sorry, was this your point of your argument as to why you thought that we thought the stars were under our feet? I'm pointing out this point with regards to the celestial sphere. Not talking about angular sizes of objects in the distance. That's a slightly different question. I'm talking about the celestial sphere, how we measure that, how that perception of the sky, stars getting closer to the floor with distance is just a consequence of how we see the world. It can end in the conclusion, though wrongly, that if you were to follow these stars, they'd be underneath your feet. That's silly, though, which is why I addressed what you said. Obviously, we don't think that.
Okay.
God, this guy's a fucking idiot.
But that's what we know it would have to be if it were a celestial sphere with a flat Earth in the center of said sphere.
Have you ever been in a planetarium?
What about a leap?
Planetariums literally move. And things come...
Planetariums literally move. They're a hemisphere above a flat surface, representing what you witness as per the perspective of the individual. One person standing in a singular spot, what he would witness from that position.
And they prove my point because there are stars...
And they don't prove your point. It proves my point because it's a flat surface, you numpty. How about you stop interrupting other people?
The stars appear to come up from under the floor into your field of vision.
I'm glad you said appear, because in reality it doesn't work like that due to perspective. As we know, there's a convergence point. Anything above your line of sight will converge downwards. Anything below it will converge up, from the left to the right, from the right to the left.
And does it change
some reason
angular size
you
when it
don't
does
want to
that?
understand that.
And does it
I don't
change
know
angular
why.
size when it does that?
Who gives a fuck?
Answer the question. Does it change angular size when it does that?
What's that got to do with the price of eggs? And why have
Does
you
it
taken this away
change
from Jedi's
angular
point?
size when it does
Yeah,
that?
you're just an
What?
interrupting little
Alright,
shitstone. I'll
what?
show you we fix people like you.
What? What changes angular size? Or doesn't
The
change angular
stars.
size? Stars. See, it's a bit of a problem when you're looking through like the air towards the horizon where the air is denser. And there's a lot of, and we have to take account for displacement of the object anyway. Very rarely do we observe stars through what? Infrared cameras? And that doesn't work. So we only have the visible spectrum for us to observe the star through. And being as it's the densest point in the atmosphere, it could be doing all sorts of things. And the star's really, really small. So for it to change what its angular size is going to be, maybe in the 3rd or 4th decimal point place, sorry. It's crazy to me. Matrix, did you make him piss off?
Unfortunately.
Oh well.
You could probably have a sensible conversation with someone else now.
Yeah. Hopefully that can happen. Well, welcome to the channel, everybody. If you've just jumped in, I see a few names that I don't recognise. No, hold on, let me rephrase that. I recognise them because they've been here for a few hours, but I haven't heard them speak. But generally, I don't see them around the channel, so they're kind of new today. So maybe you haven't got the confidence to speak. Maybe English isn't your first language. That's fine. If you do just want to sit there and listen, then obviously we welcome that. If you do want to take part, obviously please make use of the side chat. And if you do have the confidence to speak later, then please unmute your mic. Say hello, introduce yourself, tell us your name and where you're from, and hopefully we can overcome your shyness. So specifically, I'm talking to Cinder Filer, or Cider Filer. I do apologise if I'm saying that name incorrectly. And Dixie Don, 2 people I've seen around for the last few hours. If you want to speak, guys, you are more than English to do so. Is Fiden, by the way. I guess that's how you're going to say your name. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Who else have we got that I don't recognise? I think that's about it. Yeah, everybody else I recognise. So welcome to the channel, guys. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Subject of discussion is the flat earth. Been an interesting day so far. Lots of conversations taking place. But like I said, welcome everyone.
Oh man, he just can't keep away.
Oh, we'll put out some food for him. I've unserve and muted him. Maybe he'll recognise that in a moment and undeafen himself.
There he goes.
We go.
There we go.
You finished having a sook now?
What the fuck did you just post, man?
Yeah, that's the celestial sphere.
That's a cartoon ball. Well done, idiot. We're talking about reality.
So wait, so that's your flyer model I was asking you for.
Sorry, hold on. That's the celestial sphere, and that's within a terrestrial sphere, right? There's a terrestrial sphere in there as well, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, like I said to you earlier, the terrestrial sphere is the flat Earth projected upwards into the celestial sphere. That's why we keep harping on about the angle measurements taken from a horizontal plane and the longitude and latitude being in the sky. And for them to match, guess what gets projected where in this preferred coordinate system? I say preferred because you can use others. But in this one, the little image that you've got, you'd literally have to take the measurements from the equatorial plane, which would mean that you would be in the center of the radius of the Earth.
Yeah,
but
that's how we know that where the celestial
So you've
equator
been
is
to the
and
center
where
of the
the
Earth.
equator is. No, you don't need to go to the center of the Earth. You go to the center of the circumference
Because that's where
of
it's
the Earth.
projected from.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, what's it measured from?
What is what measured from?
The elevation angle to the star to get our latitude.
From the ground.
Okay, and that ground, being as the line of sight between you and the star is straight, is the ground also straight?
Does it need to be?
Is it?
No.
No, it's not straight. So this line that we're making an angle measurement from is a tangent plane, only touching the Earth where you stand. Okay, if you're not going to pay attention.
This guy really 17 years old.
Yes.
Wow.
Do you know what a tangent plane
Now
is?
I understand the arrogance.
You know what a tangent plane is?
Tangent plane?
He's not sure what a question is. Jeez.
No, I know.
What's a tangent plane, mate?
Can you explain it?
Do you know what a tangent is?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
Can you explain what a tangent plane is?
Yeah, it's a straight horizontal line that touches a curve or a sphere at one point. What you're describing.
Okay.
So, how do you jump from, we measure from a horizontal plane when we navigate across the Earth from one place on that horizontal plane to another place
Where
on
did I
that
say
horizontal
that?
plane to you're standing on a curved surface?
Where did I say that we navigate with the
We're
flat?
talking about celestial sphere. Its primary function.
You can measure that from a curving surface.
No, I'm not asking you measuring from a curved surface. I'm asking you how you have a jump of logic from measuring a horizontal plane to that horizontal plane is a tangent plane.
Where did I say that?
No, I'm asking you how, because you bought the celestial sphere. I'm asking you where it's measured from. You said a horizontal line. We reached that agreement. I asked you, is that the? I'm just, wow.
I completely understood what you were asking him, and I'm not sure how he didn't understand.
How did you jump from measuring an angle from a horizontal plane to that's a tangent plane?
Did I?
You brought up celestial sphere. We're measuring angles from a horizontal plane. You're saying that this works only on a sphere. You've shown the image. I asked you where it's measured from.
The way
The
that
surface
we
of
observe.
the Earth, you making the measurements because it's observer-centric, and you measuring an elevation angle upwards to the star from a horizontal plane. I'm asking you, how did you jump from the horizontal plane to a tangent plane? A tangent being a straight horizontal line touching a curved sphere at one point. How did you jump to that conclusion?
Did I jump to that conclusion?
Yeah, you posted to the celestial sphere. It's got an Earth in it. That is spherical. I'm asking you, how did you get to spherical when you measured from a horizontal plane?
Because you don't measure from a horizontal plane when you're
It's
doing
an elevation
celestial
angle to a
navigation.
star. It's observer-centric. You agreed to the horizontal line on the Earth. Now you're saying it's not that. Are you lying to me?
No.
But then, I'll tell you what. Take a breath. Remember what you've said. Maybe you're confused with what you've said. I'll accept that. Think again.
No, it's not that.
Right then. So we measure an elevation angle. Do we have to define what an angle is? Do you know what a protractor is?
Yes.
Good. So you understand that a protractor we can use conceptually as a representation of a hemisphere. Much like us standing on a horizontal plane within that protractor, measuring angles 90 degrees above our head, 45 degrees up towards the horizon somewhere. So the measurements are from a horizontal plane. How do you jump from horizontal plane to tangent plane?
Did I jump from horizontal
Yeah,
to
you
tangent?
threw a sphere, celestial sphere, it's got an Earth in it. That would be a tangent plane.
I still don't get the point.
The tangent is a straight line. Listen to this bit that touches a curve, a sphere. You think the Earth is a sphere, don't you? You
Yes.
understand why I'm asking about tangents now, don't you?
Yes.
Being
So
is
your
you're
baseline
measuring
would
an
be
angle
a
from a
tangent. Yeah.
horizontal.
Your baseline would be a tangent. Yeah.
Good. How would you jump to that conclusion?
How celestial navigation works.
No.
No, it doesn't.
Damn. You're not following, are you? So
Okay.
I'm trying my super best with you.
Grumman,
I'm asking you to point out the logic that makes you draw the conclusion that the horizontal plane that you measure is and can only be a tangent plane.
Because Earth is curving, and we know this.
Okay, I'll bite. How do we know this?
Because you can see that it does indeed curve. You can see and you can measure it.
This kid's off his chops.
Matrix, even whilst you were laughing, you maybe should have felt he said you can see and you can measure it. Right.
Wait
Where
a second.
do we see it? How do we
God,
measure
Oh
it?
shit.
You've been speaking to us for 3 hours about all this other random shit that you can't verify. And you've got measurements of the Earth you could have just provided.
Yeah, and then you're going to say nuh-uh and laugh at it like you just did.
I don't know.
Poison the well.
What are you
Fuck
talking
off.
about?
First question,
What
right?
measurements have you got? Post
Yeah.
them.
Where do we
What we're
see
about.
it? How do we measure it? Let's go.
You can see it at high altitudes.
What altitude?
Left or right. 40,000 feet and above.
Shit.
Oh, that's just.
Are you talking
saying
about
nothing
a
wrong.
rate of change of slope from left to right?
No. Even before that,
curvature of the
altitude
Earth.
is a flat Earth. Sorry.
No, it's not. That's unfortunate, but no, it's not.
Yes, it is because of what it's referenced from. Hello, boy. Catch up.
So the surface of the Earth is what altitude is referenced from. If the surface of the Earth is curving,
Yeah,
altitude
sea level.
is referenced to
Sea level. Water
Level does
being
not mean flat.
horizontal. Water being horizontal. flat,
Do you know
level,
what level
horizontal,
means? It doesn't
whilst
mean
at
flat.
rest.
Yeah, level means
Did I say it
having
did?
higher or lower than another. That's how it's defined. So,
No.
flat, straight, horizontal.
So if something isn't
No,
higher
we're
or
not.
lower,
We're not.
And we're the
we're
ones
not
that are gonna
fucking
nut
going-
up.
We're not playing. No, guys, we're not playing definition wars here. He said he's got measurements. First thing he brought up was eyeballing the horizon from whatever altitude. That's a bunch of shit. Next, what else you got?
I've already provided pictures of.
Yeah, that's a bunch of shit. Eyeballing the fucking horizon is no way to verify the surface nature of the Earth. What have
So
you got?
why would the horizon be curving if it wasn't?
It's not. It's not at 40,000 feet.
It is.
Everyone
That's
here has
the
been
thing.
on a plane. Nobody's seen curvature out the window. We've got footage from even higher altitudes. No curvature, right? And it does not matter because if you're going to bring up something, let's go to images from space depicting a sphere Earth. Well, we're going to say, how did you verify that depiction?
Because
Can
we
that
have the
curvature
physical.
be found in reality? So,
Yes. First
what have we
off,
got
yes.
next?
Second off, we have the physical film.
I still want the
That those
measurement.
It
photos
doesn't
are
matter.
taken on.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm still going to ask. Because if we go outside and we measure the surface and it does not curve, then that should tell you that whatever you're referencing is depicting a spherical Earth is fake in some
And
way
how
or
do
another.
you suppose that it's fake?
It might not be
It doesn't
fake. It might
matter at
just be a
that point. Do you
distortion
not
of the
understand?
lens.
Like, can you not make logical connections here?
How do you suppose that it's fake?
It might just be a distortion of a due to the lens.
And there are videos with rectilinear lenses.
Sorry, excuse me.
That show...
I get it. You said we can see the curvature of the Earth, the horizon, from left to right, from an airplane at 40,000 feet, didn't you?
Yes.
Good. How many panes of glass or perspex are you looking through?
You're looking through two in the cockpit. You're looking through two panes of glass that, under federal law, cannot have distortion.
Wow. This guy's pretty slippery. So the measurements, that's all we care about. Just get those.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grunman, that was a nice little deflect there. You've never been in a plane in a cockpit, so
Yes, I have.
your only
And
vantage
I
point
do
is
know...
being from the passenger seat. So
No, it's not.
Of course,
Oh,
he's
it's
been in
not?
the cockpit of a plane and seen the curvature left to right. I mean, come on, this guy's
Right.
completely genuine here. Come on.
So we've just got to take his word for it. So how about those measurements?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you have actually, Grumman, but there I posted something for you in the side chat. There's 70,000 feet. Can you identify the curvature for us, please?
Yeah, there's a little bit of left to right there.
Or a little bit of left and right. Right. So are we going to settle our entire fucking worldview on that eyeball conclusion?
Like, are you for real, dude? Seriously, man. You must tell all the girls you're hung like a horse.
$70,000 feet high, and you said there's a little bit of left to right. I'm presuming that 40,000 feet there would have been less than that, and you perceived it, did you?
First off,
I mean, I don't want to call you. I don't want to
what are
call you
you-
out to be a liar, but I bloody will.
How
do
big
we
of a
even
window are you
account
looking
for your
at, first off?
potential confirmation bias in this instance with this standard of evidence?
I mean, what would happen if you turned around, like by 90 degrees, to look out what was out the sides of your perception? So it was in the midpoint of your view. And then you turned around again, so you're 180 degrees from your first position, and then turned 90 degrees again. You must understand that the horizon is just a circular view based on the limitation of your optic when you look across a surface. It's going to be circular when you turn around.
What's limiting our view?
What's limiting our view? The optic.
Here's two photos from a U2 spy plane.
That's nice.
So let me get this straight. You're happy to post
wait,
up your
what
photos of the
shitty
U2
fucking
spy
game
plane,
did you take them from, man?
but you don't give a shit about the video that was posted from the U2 spy plane.
No, I've watched that video. You're looking literally out the tiniest window. He's looking out the HUD.
He's looking out the front window.
Yeah, the window that you said by federal
the one that
law
you said can't be distorted by
contains
federal
no
law.
distortion.
That's not distortion. That's the size of the window. Do you know how big commercial airplane windows and private jet windows are in comparison?
I think he's just going to whistle past everything.
Yeah.
Measurements. We want measurements. That's all we'll accept from this point forward.
Yeah, Grumman, I want to know why you're trolling us with like
do you see how small that canopy window
You
is?
said we observe it and we measure it.
Yes, because we
now,
do.
We will have to confirm, my friend.
That window is on the front.
I'm trying to get some clarity because it's going nowhere. We're going to have to confirm our observation with the measurement. So, measurements, please. Let's get to that bit. You said we observe it and we measure it. Let's get to the measuring bit. Then we can validate our observation.
So, not only you can also visually see effects of curvature, but you can measure how much you should be seeing on a flat Earth.
Oh, you should be seeing. So you haven't measured actual curvature.
No. Not how much we should see on Earth, how much curvature there is. You said we observe it, curvature, and we measure it, curvature. So where's the measurement of curvature? That's what we want. That's what you said.
Also, the barrel distortion thing. What barrel distortion is there on a phone camera?
Barrel distortion, no, that's a lens. That's not a measurement of curvature. You said measure curvature. Lens happen.
Yeah, that is an overlay of what?
Described.
That is an overlay.
Yeah,
that
lovely.
Is an overlay of
that's not a measurement.
Please, I beg you.
That is an overlay of measured curvature.
Why?
At that height.
Why? The conversation is going to go this way. Measurements, please.
The measurements are in that photo.
Of what?
You're a fucking joke, bro.
The measurements of the curvature? No, we're talking about a ground measurement using technology, not observation. Are you going to piss me off, sunshine? Measurement, like surveying the land. The use of technology to measure distance and rate of change of slope. Grade. You understand these terms, right?
Yes.
Good. So that then. Now you understand what they are. Those, please.
So, nautical miles, for one.
Nautical miles. Is this a celestial navigation or navigation term?
No.
No, nautical miles for navigation isn't a navigation term. Celestial navigation, nautical miles, that arc of distances in the sky between the PZX triangles.
Which directly correlates to the shape of the Earth beneath you.
No, it directly correlates to the arc in the sky because that's what the celestial is. Now, can we get
how
to the
do you have a celestial
that's me commanding my authority.
With a flat
Can
Earth
we
in
please
the center?
get to the measurements of the surface of the Earth? Not you just saying nautical mile.
Nautical miles are a measure of the surface of the Earth.
No, it's a presupposition that that distance traveled is a curved line.
They're a measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Which is a curved line.
Because
it's a
the
presupposition.
Earth is
the Earth is curved. I've already pointed out to you where it comes from. That's the same problem as before. Longitude and latitude, the distance between nautical miles. You can get statute miles, 69, multiplied by the declination of azimuth or angle measurement. Sorry, zenith angle measurement. You can get both. Miles, nautical miles. Arc minutes, arc seconds. Do these terms ring bells for you?
Yeah.
Good. So we're asking for a measurement that's drop over distance at the rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth. Then you can tell us that that distance that you've measured is curved.
Have you heard of Barini's method to determine?
Alberini, the guy who went to the top of a mountain and looked at the declination of the horizon from.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, talk about that.
Which you can still use.
I miss you guys, by the way. I miss you guys.
That's what that.
Can you please?
That's what that photo.
Can you please
that's
tell
what
me
that
how he
photo
got the
includes.
height of the mountain? Can you please tell me how he got the height of the
Radius?
mountain?
Do you mean?
Height of mountain. He went up a mountain. He measured the separation between eye level and the horizon. He calculated the radius of the Earth because he knew his height up the mountain. The question is, how did he know his height up the mountain?
Bro, that's easy, bro. Like, the calculation begins from the surface of the. Nah,
Yeah,
bro, you can't tell me that, bro.
Question is not for you.
God,
Dude.
Yeah.
And now you can do it with better measurement of your altitude with
How
modern
did
smartphones.
he know his height up the mountain, sir?
Does that matter?
Yes.
It's not the point of his experiment.
Dude, do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah.
Good. So you know that you can figure out the height of an opposite if you can measure an angle of altitude along a distance along the adjacent. If you know that distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can figure out lengths of triangles by measuring other lengths and angles. Again, do these terms ring a bell for you?
Particularly, no.
You don't know what a triangle is?
No, I know what a triangle is.
Of course, so you understand that you can calculate the length of a line of a triangle by knowing another side of the triangle and an angle. Yeah, good. Phew.
So you can calculate your height based on the other side of the triangle.
Yeah, exactly. This is what Alberuni did. This is what we can do with trees and mountains, right? We can measure its angle above the surface. If we know our distance to it, we can calculate the height of it, right?
So you knew that and we're still asking.
No, we're pointing out to you that this is a triangle and all the lines are straight, specifically the distance line between the observer and the base of the mountain. That's a straight line. He used this straight line known distance to calculate the height of the mountain. So he measured a flat earth. He then went to the top of his mountain and measured the declination of what he could only have claimed as the true geometric horizon of the Earth. And based on his assumption that he was actually standing on a sphere the whole time, could calculate the radius.
Well, but then if he's on a sphere, then he miscalculated the height of the mountain. So he's going to have to go back and fix that. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
And then you can do that same experiment today with modern technology.
We do.
Go do it then. Go show us.
We do this all the time.
That's what that Rainier photo that I was showing you was.
Rainier, what the fuck? We do this all the time. It's one of the simplest ways that we can navigate the land by measuring vertical angle measurements and horizontal angle measurements across.
plane using things like mountains and lighthouses and other known things. If we know that distance, or we can calculate their height, we can figure out our distance. If we know the distance, we can calculate the height. That's a simple triangle. So
and if you're on you're not going to be able to get the true distance to the horizon or any kind of proper declination drop from the top of the mountain until you know the size of the sphere, or the height of the mountain, sorry, and you're not going to know that until you get the size of the sphere. So you're in a paradox, man. You can't do it.
Are you in a paradox?
Well, you don't have the correct height of the mountain if you're on a sphere, right? If you've just used flat, right, trigonometry, planar. So then you've gone up and you've miscalculated that. So because your foundation for your calculations are based on flat, now you're saying it's a sphere, but you've got a miscalculation for your foundation. So you have to go back and fix that, but you can't get that until you know the size of the sphere. And you can't get that until you know the height of the mountain. You're in a pickle.
Yeah.
I've been paying attention closely, but my mind's still stuck on his comment of, you're going to ban me for being a dishonest weasel? How lame. What should we wait for?
I missed that. Okay, hell. Yeah, we are going to ban you for being the dishonest weasel. That's what's going to happen.
It's another one of those things anyway. Even if you gave Alberoni his assumptions, he's off, right? He's not quite correct because guess what he didn't account for? Refraction. Yeah. So the question is, how did they get the actual size?
So our little friend took off. Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, no.
And I noticed his White Knight took off too.
Oh, well.
So no measurements. Lying little tick turd.
Oh, well.
What I did find interesting is him having a bitch about the angle of footage shown from the U2 plane that Obvious put up, I think it was. Sorry if I got that wrong. And then in his image, the second one was out of the exact same window.
Yeah. It's interesting when you see somebody's impulses take over, this defensive global reflux. It springs into action as soon as cognitive dissonance starts taking effect, when something contradicts that belief or whatever it is. It's become really fascinating to me. Poor people. Just got to defend that ball, haven't you? Just got to.
Found it interesting that he couldn't grasp the whole concept of, you've just measured from a plane, how did you get planar measurement or tangent measurement, and how did you jump from there to a ball? And he just bypassed that completely. It's like his brain just went into backwards mode or some shit, I don't know. But yeah, he didn't want to answer that one.
I thought that was funny too, yeah. You been dressing up as any novelty seasonal characters, Matrix, today?
Not today, thank you. Oh, shit.
All right, fellas. We back. Let's get back
What's up?
on.
What's up?
What's up, fellas? Yeah. Let's get back on the topic here. What will you guys say? Let's say the Americans go back to the moon, yeah? Or in your case, they go the first time to the moon, like Artemis program, yeah? Would you be like?
I'm gonna give them one condition before they attempt to do that.
Okay.
Solve
Which
the homelessness issue and stop all the unnecessary wars and the high cost of
Who,
living.
the NASA
let's
or
solve
the
some
Americans?
problems here first. Let's solve some problems here first.
But you understand we could solve those problems without like lowering the space budget.
Oh yeah, we won't have those problems on Mars. I forgot.
No, I said we can solve those problems without like space budget. If you double the space budget, we can still do it.
Why aren't those problems being
Because
solved?
it's
And
human
why are you
nature.
thinking of going to the moon?
What?
Why are we thinking of going to the moon when we still have those problems? Shouldn't we solve those first and then maybe think about it?
Yeah, I agree with you, but humans don't work like that because humans get greedy. But the part of humans also is exploration and hopping to other planets and moons and stuff. Yeah, so they do that, but they don't fix the economy.
Nobody's going to those lights in the sky, my friend.
Except
Okay,
you can
but
see that
I'm
they're
telling
not
you,
just
if they
lights in
did
the
go,
sky.
I'm telling you, if they did go again, like
No.
today,
No.
would you be?
Right.
Would you
Let me
be?
help. It's annoying. If tomorrow I took you through the back of a wardrobe and we came out the other side and you had a conversation in English with a talking lion, would you believe that lions could talk?
Oh my god. Okay, bro. But we have something like that is based in reality.
Please humor me. Would you
All
believe?
right, I'll humor you, feller.
So, would you believe in this scenario where you could go through the back of a wardrobe and talk to a lion that talking lions exist tomorrow?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, cool. So when you asked us tomorrow if within the scenario that the Earth is a sphere and the moon orbits around a sphere and NASA moon sphere that the Earth was a sphere, would we believe the Earth was a sphere? Well, obviously, within the confines of the hypothetical, yes.
Great.
Good. So it's pointless asking those types of questions. You could say anything. If I said this and took you there to experience it, would you believe it? Well, yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
So purple three-toed gnomes with fire that comes out of. You can make anything up, dude. This is what we call an appeal to the future. If tomorrow. Also, within your question, you said, if the Americans went to the moon again, that would mean that they went the first time, right?
Yeah.
When they went the first time, wasn't it the idea to go to the moon, look at the Earth, and always in that the Earth that's a sphere?
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing.
So yeah, they wouldn't like. You're saying they wouldn't like prove anything to you.
They never went in the first place. But you appeal into the future within some kind of a logical framework. Bloody redundant.
So tell me, okay, but why don't you believe they went when all of that evidence is given to you?
Because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah,
you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Violation of the second law of thermodynamics. How about this? I don't believe they went there in the first place because they promised moon bases by 78, which would have been 9 years, or 9 years after supposedly somebody walked on there, knocked a golf ball around, drove a little buggy. There's nothing there. At this point in time, I should be able to take $1 million out of my trust fund, take your girlfriend, you, my lady. The four of us should be able to go to the moon, $250,000 each, take pictures of the Earth, float around the anti-gravity room, knock some balls around a 30-hole course. Nobody can do that.
Okay, I
Nobody's
get
ever
it.
gone
Yeah, I
back.
get it.
So thank you very much.
But you have like Elon Musk also promising like we will be living on Mars.
So
In
Elon
the
Musk
20.
can promise me the moon, but he can't give it to me. Thank you very much.
Hold on, brother. But he got like to promising we will be living on Mars in like 2030. But still he won't deliver on it. But you cannot take like single people's promises and put it on whole of humanity's accomplishments, because it's not like a single company, single government. Space exploration is it's a conglomerate of a lot of countries, agencies, governments, companies, people, scientists, astronauts, all of that.
Okay, pause, Linda. What's taking so long? Back in the 60s, they did it within 10 years. Why hasn't Elon gone to the moon yet?
Because there's nothing there's not a strong incentive for him to go to the moon when he has
You
other
just implied
projects
going
going.
back. You just implied going. The whole beginning of your conversation was if they went back there. Now you're talking about.
But I'm telling you,
Whoa,
they will go back
hold
there.
on. Wait a
But
minute,
you're
Linda. I'm still in the middle of asking and or explaining something here, and then you're just going to go through the moon. We're going to go to Mars. That's what Elon's telling us. Through making the moon a base to bounce off of to get to Mars or re-up supplies, or no, we're just going to leave straight from the ground to Mars. Interesting. How?
Yeah, if I can just interrupt just for a second, Elon Musk promised that there would be a Starlink. This would be like a space station that's orbiting the moon, so that they could land on the Starlink, and then from Starlink, not Starlink, sorry, I've forgotten the name now, but there's a space station that was supposed to have been built so that they could land on the space station, and from the space station, they would then go onto the moon. That space station hasn't been constructed, and that's what Elon Musk said that he was going to do.
Again, I'm telling you, Elon Musk he's a little bit of a retard. I'm not supporting Elon Musk. He lied about being like a top 10 player in the world. You can like see the guy's got a few screws loose, yeah? But I'm not supporting that boy. But what I'm trying to tell you guys, how do you think then Starlink works for like anybody who has a dish for the
No,
for the Starlink?
that's old technology. I'm not talking about Starlink. That is old technology, which is like helium balloons. What I'm trying to say to you is this: something you may not be aware of. There are certain obstacles, supposedly, that are in space that NASA could have never made it to the moon. For example, radiation belts, cosmic ray
Yeah, I
particles.
know all about radiation belts, man.
Cosmic ray particles. Okay. Then
Yeah.
you've got hang on a minute. You're saying yeah, but I don't think you understand the implications and ramifications of what I'm telling you. Plus, the cold welding phenomena, outgassing phenomena, for example, those phenomena are obstacles that NASA never ever overcome.
What was the last one you said? What was the last one you said?
Outgassing phenomena.
What do you mean by this?
Okay, now it turns out that whatever is that's man-made, that is subjected to a vacuum, begins to outgas, meaning the molecules that make up the object, let's say it was a spacecraft and its aluminium shielding, for example, right, begins to turn into gas. It vaporizes, okay, breaks down into molecules and then turns into gas.
And the vacuum of space doesn't turn particles into gas.
It does. It's been proven.
No, it doesn't.
With film. They tested it with film here on Earth. Here on Earth. Yeah, I will.
No,
I'll
not
put
here
it,
on Earth.
I'll
I'm
put it
telling
back in
about
the side
vacuum of
in a minute.
space.
Sorry,
I'm talking the vacuum of space.
Yeah, well, look, this is evidence that they could not have gone to space because they subjected. Listen first. before you keep interrupting. Thank you. The Apollo detectives team subjected Mylar film, which is what they used supposedly when they went to the moon, to a vacuum chamber, 10⁻³ torr, for 4 hours, and the film was destroyed. Not destroyed into small pieces, but the emotion, the emotion that is adhered to the actual Mylar plastic, that film was destroyed. And I can show you that when I get the and I'll post it in the side chat for you later on. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what outgassing is. Whatever you subject, whatever that's man-made that is actually subjected to a vacuum begins to outgas. Okay, the molecules break down. And the higher the torr value, the faster the outgassing phenomena happens. Okay.
Yeah.
So at 10⁻12 torr, which is supposed to be the moon on the dark side, let's say, and on the lit side, 10⁻11 torr, that NASA and the astronauts could never have survived being there. The outgassing phenomena would have killed them and their equipment. Do you understand now?
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about, but you understand there was something inside the lunar modules that went to the moon.
And you don't seem to understand they could never have gone to the moon because the outgassing phenomena would have taken place and would have destroyed them. Because if you have a spacecraft that is outgassing, it means that its structural integrity is being compromised, okay? Which would mean that the pressure inside the capsule of the Lunar Command Module would have contributed to an explosion due to the weakening of the spacecraft itself during its mission, if that was the case. And NASA never had any. Yeah, go on.
But you understand when lunar modules were pressurized and their hulls were made of aluminum alloy protected by all kinds of layers. Yeah.
No, that's not true at all.
Shielded
No,
against.
No, that's not true at all. That there's misinformation. Basically, according to NASA, and this is Bill Woods, the NASA propulsion technician engineer for NASA, stated that NASA could never run the lunar excursion module at 14.7 psi because the thin aluminiums that they used were so thin that you could poke your hand through it. So it was dangerous for them to run it at high pressure. They had to run it at lower pressure, 10 psi. Is what he said.
But you understand when you pressurize it, it gets firmer.
No, you're not listening.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. He said that he had to run it. They had to run it at 10 psi because if they tried to run it at 14.7 psi, it would have exploded. It would have torn out. The skin that you mentioned could not have taken the pressure. Okay, so they had to run it at lower pressure, which means that the outgassing phenomena would have totally destroyed that thing completely because it was very, very less than a millimeter thick of aluminium. That's like a couple of sheets of your cooking foil thickness. So no, you're completely and utterly mistaken there. There's no way they could have done that. They didn't go anyway, but because of these problems that they never overcame.
Well, didn't the vacuum chamber here on Earth needed like 8 feet of concrete walls just to pull the negative flux?
That's correct. That would be the one in Ohio. Yes, that's the biggest vacuum chamber they had, and that means that they were not able to test to 10⁻11 torr or 12 torr. And before you go to these regions, usually you would test your equipment to destruction. And from that destruction point is where you begin to make your vehicle. But they didn't do any tests because they don't have the vacuum chambers.
Do you understand that vacuum on Earth is different than a vacuum in space? Because there's
you don't seem to understand. Look, I want to send my spacecraft to space, let's say, yeah. If I wanted to do that, and I could do that, I would ensure that my spacecraft could take pressure, for example, the torr value of 10⁻20 as a redundancy. So if I'm going to go to the moon, the spacecraft can easily go there and come back. If that was the case, if I prepared properly, right? But unfortunately, NASA didn't do that because we cannot test 10 to the minus 11, 12, 13 tours. We can't. We can only test 10 to the minus 6 tour. So how did NASA achieve the ability to test the equipment so that they knew for sure that the equipment wouldn't fail if they went to the moon at 10 to the minus 11 tour? They didn't test it.
What do you mean they didn't test it? They went to low Earth orbit before.
No, that's not enough. Low Earth orbit is only 10 to the minus 7 tour. We're talking 10 to the minus 11 to 12 tour. They didn't test for that. And each tour value.
They made adjustments which delivered.
No, they can't. You still would have to test. You would still need to test because you could kill your astronauts.
How did they test them the first times they went to lower orbit?
Excuse me.
They still didn't test it before.
They didn't test it. Look, what about the astronaut? Hang on. What about the astronaut that collapsed? What about the astronaut LeBlanc who collapsed in a vacuum chamber less than one tour? So it was in the plus value, and he collapsed and nearly died.
Who said the shuttle was pressurized like that?
All right. So this is going to be ridiculous because it's like arguing with somebody about their favorite comic book. This is all fiction. We need the evidence that the Earth is a ball because all of this is predicated on the Earth being a ball.
You know how much pressure was there in lunar model? Just over 4 pounds per square inch.
Sorry, friend, your entire premise is based on the Earth being a ball. So what I need you to do is show us how the Earth is all the measurements of curvature. That's all we need.
I can show you the video where there's a globe Earth.
Great. Can you show us the measurements of Earth curvature?
You know when you see like the Earth on video, that is a globe and moon just in front of it.
Can you show us measurements of Earth curve?
You mean from something we can test here ourselves and not trusting others to a place that we can't go to? He means here on Earth. Earth curve here on the Earth.
Yeah, you can show me all the pictures that you want. I don't care. If those pictures show a rotund or spherical Earth, I want to see the measurements of that curvature in real life. So where are those measurements?
So what about angle of sunlight at different locations? Like
so do you have any measurements of Earth curve, please? I don't care about sticks and shadows. That doesn't tell us anything about the.
Hold on, bro. You're saying how can I give you a measure of Earth's curve? It's a process. You take angle of sunlight at different locations at same time of day.
Yeah, I know. Does that, if we assume that the Earth is a ball in the first instance, is that going to give us Earth curve?
What? Yeah. You can calculate Earth curve.
Yeah. So if you assume the Earth is a ball in the first instance, then yeah, that would be Earth curve. But the problem is you're still measuring angles. Yeah, I know you don't get it. It's fine. This is way over your pay grade, but we're going to do this anyways. So if you assume that the Earth is a ball, and then you measure different lengths of shadows on the Earth, then you can go ahead and affirm the consequent that the Earth is a ball. If you assume the Earth is flat, and you measure different lengths of shadows at different places, you can measure the Earth to be flat. It proves nothing. This is not a measurement process. It's an affirming the consequent process. It's invalid.
But how would that work if the Earth was flat? How?
What do you mean, how would it work? You measure two different lengths of shadows in locations. That's all you're measuring. It means nothing.
Not the length of them.
You have to compare the lengths to get your angle.
Not the length, the angle of the mere shadow.
Yeah, that's why you need the length of the shadow.
Oh, jeez.
It's a triangle you
form.
Um,
In the side chat, I put it there. It's self-evident how it would work.
It's a
Close
triangle.
a local light source, divergent rays, you get angles. Flat surface. It's a redundant fucking test. Proves neither.
Okay, so how would a 24-hour sun work on a flat Earth?
The sun circles around locations.
If you stand inside the circle, you could. What? You're pointing out a 24-hour sun. The observation of it is it's circling around an observer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So why did you say what? That's what I'm describing. Describing the phenomena.
So how would that work on a flat Earth?
Well, do you mean how does it work? The sun, which is always in the sky, circling, can be observed to circle for 24 hours for one rotation up to 3 months of the year, twice in the summer months, north and south. The sun is in the sky, circling around locations on the earth throughout the seasons and the year.
But you understand, the sun has to be like outside of Earth. It's not like what are you saying? The sun is above the Earth, like completely above the Earth.
Isn't it? You said we see the sun for 24 hours above the horizon. That's above the Earth.
And why does it happen only on the poles or on the south and north of Earth?
Why does it happen? I don't know.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know why.
Why doesn't it happen at
It's
the
a deep
equator?
question. You're asking how do we observe it?
No. But I'm telling you, on the flat Earth, you cannot
How do we observe it?
Why don't you have it? If it's flat, it should be on the equator too. A 24-hour sun.
Sorry,
What?
No.
Why not?
Oh my goodness me!
What?
Is
Well,
the
if
sun on?
if it's flat, then it should be at the equator too.
Why?
No.
Because doesn't
It
make sense. If
depends
it's
on
only
the
on the pole.
radius of the circle, how far you can perceive.
Listen, you have a disk, right? And why
No.
would it only circle
No.
24 hours
No.
on the south
No.
and north and moon tips, but not
No.
on the equator?
No, we don't have a disk.
And how is it flat if it's not a disc shape?
Sorry, how is a square flat if it's not a circle?
If it's flat, how can it circle
dude,
south
listen
and north
very
only?
clearly, please.
How can it
If I
circle
have a
north and
table
south
and the
only?
surface is flat, does that mean that my table is circular?
Okay, let's say it's not, but
No,
how
that
can
was a
it only then
question.
circle south
I
and
need
north?
a yes or no answer.
Yeah, I said no, but listen, don't get
Okay,
into
good.
semantics and
So you said if the
things.
Earth is flat, it must be circular. You must understand
my
that
God,
this
bro.
statement is incorrect.
Okay, bro. Okay, but listen,
Do
if
you
it's flat,
understand that your statement was
let's
incorrect?
say it's any shape. Let's say it's any shape. How can it only
Yeah,
circle
stop.
north and south
We're not.
points?
We're not.
Whoa. Are you guys
Yeah.
pranking people?
We're not claiming a shape.
But listen, let's not claim the shape, but answer me.
Okay.
How can it only circle south and north, most south and north points on the Earth?
We have no idea. Hey. We have no idea. Next question.
There you go. You have no idea, but we have an
Right.
idea. We
No, you
have a
don't have
model
an idea.
to prove.
Yours requires that the Earth be curving, and the Earth isn't curving. So we've already
What do you mean?
debunked yours.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. It's you can see it with your own eyes, bro.
Yeah, what
No,
do you
I
say?
can't see it with my own eyes. I don't see any curvature. I don't measure curvature.
Hold on, bro.
That's
Hold on.
already been destroyed.
Let's stick with this, guys. Please listen to me. You can see with your own eyes only at the southern point and the northern point of Earth. There's a 24-hour sun.
Great. So what? It doesn't matter.
And
The
then
Earth isn't
how can it
curving.
work?
Friend. It doesn't matter because the Earth isn't curving, so it's not a
Bro,
ball.
why are you jumping back to that?
I'm not. This is all that matters. You are saying it works.
What do you mean it's all that
Affirming
matters?
the
So we shouldn't
consequent.
discuss anything
You're
else.
actually affirming the consequent. This is a logical fallacy that you're committing.
What
You're
logical
saying
fallacy
it
is
is a
that you don't
logical
want to answer
fallacy.
the
I'll
question.
give you the form. Are you ready? Are you going to pay attention?
Yeah, if you change the topic,
You
bro.
ready?
Good job.
I'm talking about
You're
your
changing
argument.
the
You're
topic.
saying because in two places on the Earth, apparently the sun is above the Earth,
Not
which in this
apparently,
case
not
already you've
apparently.
told
You
us that
watch
it's
video.
flat. So now, here's the form. You're affirming the consequent. If the Earth is a sphere, I will see a 24-hour sun above the horizon in the north and the south. Oh, I see a 24-hour sun north and south. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. It's a circular argument. It's affirming the consequent. The thing that debunks your silly argument is that the Earth is not curving. There's no measurements of that.
The topic again. You're changing the
No,
topic.
I'm talking exactly what you're talking about. Are you not talking about the
You're
Earth
not exactly.
being a ball because the sun is above the horizon for 24 hours in the north and in the south? Isn't that your argument?
Yeah. And what do you have to say about that?
So we are talking about the exact same thing. So now I've taken your argument, shown you that it is actually fallacious rhetoric, and I'm telling you that we debunk it because the Earth is not curving.
There you go. You don't have any arguments against that. You're just saying
I just destroyed it. I just ended your argument. It's over,
bro. Calm down. Listen, you're basically saying it cannot be because Earth is not round. That's your argument against it.
Yeah, exactly.
You understand?
Yeah,
and that's your argument. So anything I say, let's say I say anything about Earth, and you can say it's not true because Earth is not round, and
that's
you can boil every single argument we have to that point.
Yeah,
but that's
down
not
to
debating,
curvature.
They're just being ignorant.
Well, no, because it's a necessary of a sphere, the surface being curved. That would mean that we would measure curvature over distance. We don't measure curvature over distance. We measure the Earth to be.
You can go back to that as much as you want. Yeah.
Yes, because that's how we would prove what the Earth is.
Listen, if there's no way to measure curvature, there's also no way to measure its flat.
No, you misunderstand again what I'm saying. I'm saying we don't measure curvature. What we do measure, that's to be clear, is the surface of water to be horizontal.
How did you measure it with lasers?
Yeah, when we survey using
and then
tools.
When you get the explanation that lasers like refract off of like curvature of the Earth, you discard that. Discard that argument.
No, we don't. We understand that the tool. Excuse me. We understand that the tools that we use different wavelengths of light. Why do you think different wavelengths of light are important?
You cut out the middle sentence.
When we use the tools, dual and tri-band lasers, we use different wavelengths of light. My question is, why do we use different wavelengths of light?
Man, why are you asking me why you use different wavelengths?
Because you're talking about refraction.
Yeah, and what?
So I'm asking you, why do you think? I'm asking you a question, dude. Calm down.
Are you asking me?
With regards, he's talking again. I'm asking you, with regards to refraction, when we use lasers, why do you think we use 1, 2, or 3 different wavelengths of light?
Can you talk a little bit faster? But I will answer because I think you think that it doesn't affect refraction, your lasers or something like that. I don't know exactly, but it doesn't matter. Listen, when you have a light, light doesn't travel only straight in one stroke. It travels by waves. Yeah. Light is a particle and a wave.
Oh my God! Now you're talking crap. Please stop talking. Please.
So you're saying light is not a wave?
No, because you fail to understand. I feel I must interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you why we use different wavelengths of light, because you're talking about refraction. The answer is because different wavelengths of light refract differently. You understand this, right?
Yeah. And
so being as we use different wavelengths of light and we can measure the refraction over distance in those different wavelengths,
how do you measure refraction?
Calculate how much refraction there is.
How do you measure refraction? So you're saying there is
using different wavelengths of light over distance to see where the light signal propagates.
Hold on. You're saying there is atmospheric refraction of light.
I'm pointing out that different wavelengths of light refract differently. What the fuck do you think I'm talking about?
But so you are saying there is atmospheric refraction?
This guy is just impossible.
But if there's atmospheric refraction, what is not like?
Well, I'm trying to tell you that we measure it.
Okay.
Cool.
And when we measure it, guess what we get? Do you think we get a curved surface that the light is passing over through the air, or a horizontal surface that the light is passing through the air? When we mitigate and measure refraction, when we survey the land.
You get a curved beam
No, we
of
get
light.
a horrid seed, mate.
You
Just
get a
hoping
curved beam of light.
at straws. No, I'm
What?
telling you that we can measure the refraction that you're claiming, specifically in the infrared spectrum, because that doesn't have a high refractive value as much as the visible spectrum. So when we observe and measure using that spectrum of light, we most definitely measure a horizontal water plane.
Every type of light bends. Yeah, even infrared. And it bends so that you see the
we know
curved
how
beam of light.
much. And we know that infrared doesn't refract as
Infrared-
much as the
infrared,
visible spectrum. To be
infrared
clear,
does bend.
fuck you. What do you mean correct? Like, I'm waiting for your approval. I feel like I'm educating you.
Infrared
Don't be
light
like the
does
last
bend.
contestant and become an instant expert. I
Are
think
you
you're being
saying infrared
disingenuous,
light
dude.
Are you saying infrared light doesn't bend on
Okay,
atmosphere?
all right, he's going to play this game, Jedi. All right, Hummus, no worries. You say it does. I want you to give us the rate at which it does, and then I want you to include that in your margin of error factor when we look at some observations. So why don't you go ahead and give us the value, and then we'll plug it in, and we'll see just how much it's...
You're going to plug it in what?
Well, we're going to look at some observations, and we're going to see how much it's being affected by what you claim. But I'm going to give some...
look at, like,
don't worry about it. I want you to give us... Sorry, Hummus, don't interrupt me. We're going to get some observations, and we're going to go ahead, and you're going to prove to us how much this light apparently is bending in the atmosphere, all the different frequencies, and then we'll go ahead and take our measurements from there. How about that?
You're gonna go with infrared light and test it out.
No. We're going to use the visible light. You can tell us how much apparently it's doing what it's doing. I want you to get the values for us so that we can check.
Values for you so you can check with what?
For the refraction that you're claiming, yeah.
You're going to check it with what?
We're going to check it against the measurements that we have, the observations and the points that we're measuring to. We're going to see how much your apparently bendy light is affecting our observations. So what I need you to do is get me all the data, get me all the data, how they measured all the refractive indexes apparently of these different light spectrums, and then we'll go ahead and factor that in and see what happens.
Where are you testing this? Where are you testing this?
The first thing we need to do is get the data. So I want you to show me the data that you have of all these different spectrums. Sorry, get me the data. We'll start there.
Where are you measuring this, bro? If I give you the data and you have nothing but like
anything, I'm taking because you're claiming some kind of refraction. You say it's bending all this light. Now, if it is, then I guess we can't use light to measure anything because light's always bending, so we can't actually get a true geometry. But I digress. Maybe we can get close. So why don't you find out for me what kind of refraction we can expect and how they got that data, and then we'll take a look at some observations that we have and see what the margin of error might be.
Okay, buddy. All I said was infrared light does bend, and this guy said,
"Great. How much? How much does it refract?"
He's going to piss. Sorry, says who is going to piss me off. I didn't say it doesn't. My words are very clear and specific.
35.4 arc minutes for objects on the horizon.
I'm going to slap him.
Okay, 35 arc minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. For what kind of distance?
On the horizon.
What do you mean on the horizon?
At the 5, when you're at the 5 altitude, yeah. It's about
when you're at 5 altitude, 5 of what?
At the zenith.
The zenith? Dude, you
make
damn sense.
What?
He just covered out the words now, isn't he?
So, I'm just giving you data, yeah, online.
There is no data there. You're telling them 5 up and or something like that. You'll have to say 5 kilometers or 5 miles or 5 meters or 5 feet.
5 degrees, something.
5 degrees. You're not giving them anything. At the horizon, we know. I don't know if they showed you the observation that the horizon have different distances dependent to atmospheric conditions. So at the horizon, what distance was the horizon at that moment?
Okay, I'll give you the.
Thank you.
The coefficient of refraction, yeah, that is related to everything.
No, that's not what I asked for.
But you can plug this. But bro, how do you think it's calculated? It's not like blah blah blah. It's like you need a.
What kind of refraction even are you referring to in this scenario?
Refracted rate in arc seconds per meter.
What kind of refraction are we talking about?
A light refraction.
Light refraction? Okay, so light refraction is defined as Snell's law, being the divergence or the changing of angle due to the slowing of the speed of light when it passes at the boundary between one isotropic media and another, which means like air to glass or air to water. So if you're talking strictly about Snell's law, that's not going to be essentially applying to what we're talking about here today.
Listen, the formula I sent you is so you can compute the curvature of refracted ray in arc seconds per meter.
Friend, we need the actual deviation or refractive index for all the different spectra that you were telling us about, and I want you to tell me how they got that data so we can plug it in.
Plug it into what?
So we can use it for the observations that we're taking.
What observations are you taking?
We have a bunch of different observations of, us looking across the surface of the Earth into the distance. This is the thing that you apparently are bringing into question. Okay.
Yeah, but so you listen. When you take a visible light, listen to me, bro, and you shine it. Do you understand? It's a wave.
Oh, yeah? What kind of wave? What's waving?
What do you mean? What kind of wave? It's a wave, bro.
It's a wave. What's waving? Is there something waving? What's going on?
Format, yeah. It's not like a straight line. So when you put it across long distances, so when you put it across long distances, yeah, and you go to like with another camera to like film it, so you can see if it like goes straight. The atmosphere bends the light in your way, so it seems like you see it, but it's actually the refraction of the atmosphere.
Great.
Yeah, because
so these are
the
all
light
claims.
goes into denser medium.
That's fantastic. And also, you have a lot of claims to prove right now. So what you're doing, hold on, I don't want you to get ahead of yourself. You have many claims that you have to prove. So you claimed an atmosphere. Well, air does not have any inherent shape, so I don't know what that means. You must mean air, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? So, but that, if you say atmo, curving air around, is that around a sphere? Is the Earth a sphere in this scenario? Sphere, okay, so you can't beg the question right off the bat and say that we have sphere-shaped air wrapped around another sphere. Okay, you can't do that. You have to prove that part first. But you said now that we can't actually measure the Earth because the light is bending. So you kind of painted yourself into a corner. So can we measure things with bending light, or can we not measure things with bending light?
You're measuring the curvature of Earth, and then you're seeing the light which is refracted, and then you're saying it's straight, so it's got to be flat. That's what you're doing.
Okay, yeah. What curvature are we measuring? Where's this curve at?
What? I'm not saying you are measuring the curve. I'm saying you're looking at the light and then seeing a curved light and then saying it's flat because I see the light. That's what you're doing.
No, nobody was saying that. You're saying the light is curving. I want you to prove that.
I want you to prove it straight.
I'm not even claiming that it is straight. I'm just
So you're
saying
saying
you
in
need
your
to prove to
observations,
me. I'm not even
so
saying
you're
that it
saying
is.
in
You're
your
saying it's
observation, you're not,
curving.
you cannot get a curve measure, right? So you're saying it's
No, well,
flat.
I mean, no,
It's
no, no.
horizontal,
I'm
yeah.
not saying one way or the other, but you are saying that the light is
Now
curving.
you
I
are
want you to
saying
tell me
you
how
are not
much.
measuring the
No,
curve,
no,
so it has to be flat.
no, 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 no. What curve?
Yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
yeah.
curve. What curve are you
So you're
talking
saying
about?
it's flat. If something is not curved, it's flat.
Well, isn't that kind of obvious?
Yeah, but you're saying you're not saying it. Come on now.
No, I'm not saying that the light is curving. You are. You're making the positive claim that the light is curving. I want you
You're
to prove
saying
to
the
me
Earth is
that
not
it is.
curved, which means it's
No, I'm
flat.
not. We're not even on that right now. See, you want to change the
Yeah,
topic
why?
from the thing.
You're not on that
I
right now, but
busted your.
you're
So
saying
why
it. Yeah?
are you changing the topic? We're talking about bending light. Isn't
You
that your
started to
claim?
change the topic. Yeah, you started
No,
first to
no.
change the topic.
You've already accused me of this one time. Now we're on the topic that you wanted to talk about. You said that the light is
No, we
curving,
are
didn't
not on
you?
the topic I want to talk about. We are on
You
this
wanted
topic
to
because
talk
you
about
come back
curving
to this
light,
topic.
yes?
So you come
So
back
now
to
you
this
don't want to
topic.
talk about curving light. So the light isn't curving, or it is? I'm confused.
No, no. I want to talk about this because this is the point you come to when you
It
cannot
is.
argument anything else I bring up. Yeah, anything I say, you come back to this topic. You do not
Yeah,
measure a curve
obviously. But yeah, why would we not want to come back to the thing that makes the Earth a ball, which is the Earth curving? Why wouldn't we want to talk about that?
because it does, but you don't
It
Where
does.
is it
accept the
curving?
evidence. It is. You
Where
don't
is it
accept the
curving? Can you
evidence.
show
It
it to
is.
me?
Yeah, you don't accept the evidence. It is.
What evidence?
You haven't shown any evidence. You're just talking about some evidence that exists somewhere, but you're not showing it to anyone. I'm just waiting. I'm just an observer here. Don't mind me.
I will not mind you, brother.
Okay, so to recap, you don't have any curvature measurements of the Earth. You don't have any curvature measurements of the light that you say is bending. Does that about sum it up?
Listen. Let me explain this again to you. Every evidence we have is pointing that Earth is round, and then we
No,
have
it
this
isn't.
measure.
Which
Listen, bro.
Which
Listen.
evidence? Which evidence?
Which evidence? Okay, so first we have lunar eclipses. We have
No,
ships on the
fuck me,
horizon
no.
as they disappear. We have
We have
varying
lunar
star
eclipses
visibility.
on flat Earth too. Do you think that they deny that there is no lunar eclipse on a flat Earth? Do you think that those people think that there is no sun, no moon, no stars on a flat Earth?
Bro, I'm telling you, when the shadow of Earth
I
goes to
wanted
the
them to get the boat
no,
going
but
over
let
the
me
Gonna have
curve.
to
finish.
do
Let
it,
me
aren't I?
finish, bro. Listen, the
God
existence of
damn.
time zones. We have high altitude views and videos.
But we
Everything
Boat
from
going over
space
the curve.
shows the Earth is a ball.
You made the claim now. You're just jumping between
I'm not
claims.
jumping.
It's
He
not
said.
something you
What
no,
are
you
the
just
evidence? The
made the
Earth is
claim
a
that
ball.
there is the shadow of the earth on the surface of the moon. That's what
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
just said. You
yeah.
said that it is an argument. Can you just present to those people the evidence that it is in fact the shadow of the earth that we see on the moon?
What are you talking about? You think like when
You
you
lunar
see
just
eclipses.
claimed that
lunar
there is.
eclipse, it's not the shadow of the
I'm
Earth.
claiming that
What?
it's the shadow of your mom's ass. So
What the fuck?
There
do
we
I
go.
have to present any
Yeah,
evidence?
somebody
No,
mute this
it's
dude, bro.
something that you're just using.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, bro, man. You
you
sound
claim
low IQ,
something.
man. Come on,
If you
man.
claim something, you just have to make the.
Bro, chill, bro. Don't get excited, bro. Chill. Yeah, get muted. But yeah, let's get back to the point. Yeah.
Lunar
Um,
eclipses, was it?
no. Well, this dude asked me
It
what
wasn't. I
evidence.
thought. Sorry, I do apologise. I thought you were reading off like this, that, this other thing, all this also, and then we were going to go back through the list to see if what you were talking about was true.
Okay.
Okay. So,
yeah.
Did you start with lunar eclipses?
No, I started with like things disappearing over the horizon, like
I thought it was.
classics. But yeah,
So
let's not talk
again,
about that.
I thought it was lunar eclipses, things disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the order. So the first thing was lunar eclipses, then things disappearing over the horizon. I think your first one might have actually been time zones. I think that was in there somewhere as well.
Yeah, time
So,
zones, high altitude videos,
yeah,
photos.
awesome stuff. So would you like to go through these one
by 1.
I didn't finish. I have more.
I couldn't, at this moment, couldn't give a shit. When you've concluded, even if you have or not, are we going to go through this list, or are you just going to throw it at us?
Yeah, we will go through this list, but I have better examples. Those are the basics ones. I have better examples.
Okay, cool. Yep, okay.
And last two, I probably forgot a lot of them, but still. We also have 24-hour sun on the poles, and also what we have is different rotations of stars on each hemisphere, southern and northern one. Yeah. So how do you guys explain stars moving in opposite direction, clockwise and counterclockwise, on a Earth that is flat? Tell me that, bro. Tell me that.
Okay. So after all that list, this is the one that you want to go for first.
Yeah. I want to go forward with this one. We didn't go through this one yet.
Okay.
Something new.
So how do we have, I want to steal manual position. Forgive me if I'm incorrect. How do we have on a flat Earth 2 points of celestial rotation?
Yeah.
Okay. We have 2 points of celestial rotation in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. One's called, I'll go for it slowly. One's called north, the northern center of rotation, where the stars around the north rotate around the celestial north. There's another one, it's called south. The ones that rotate around the south rotate around the southern celestial pole. So you've got 2 celestial poles that 2 sets of stars rotate around. You're asking how this works on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
It was wrong because this list was meant to be proofs for the globe. I was thinking that you were about to ask him to explain each one of them as being a proof for the globe. Explain if he's saying 24 hours.
Bro, why are you interrupting? Nobody asked you nothing, man.
You said
it's a bloody good point, though.
From the beginning, you said that you had many proofs for the globe, and we are denying them. So you were listing those proofs, like for what you said. We have the lunar eclipse, the first one. We have this and this. So you are
you
meant
done?
to explain
Are you
those
finished?
proofs.
Are you finished with your observations?
I will just shut up when I finish. You are meant to explain those proofs. So you said that the most important one is the 24-hour sun.
No, I
Go
didn't
ahead.
say is the most important one.
You're
just putting words in my mouth.
Jedi, you said that there is more important ones more important than the eclipse, because he wanted to ask you about the eclipse. You wanted to jump to more important ones, and you said the 24-hour sun. I hope that you can eclipse how 24-hour sun is proving the globe. So you can explain what is the sun, and where is the sun, and what is doing around the globe.
Okay, bro, we can talk about that. No worries. But listen, man, are we gonna finish this point of like stars rotating in different clockwise and counterclockwise on different hemispheres? You guys don't want to talk about it, or what?
Yeah, you tell us how that works on a globe. Go ahead.
What you mean how that works on a globe? Take a listen. Do you have a ball in your hand? Yeah?
Sorry, friend. This is your evidence, so I'm waiting for you to describe to us how this works.
I will tell you how it works. If you have a ball and let's say you do this.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I gotta stop you. If you say if we have a ball, sorry, do we have a ball?
No. Bro, listen, okay, listen to me. Just don't
listen, bro. Okay, listen, bro. Okay, listen, bro. I'm gonna put you on mute for a second, bro. I don't want you to gish gallop. I don't want you to divert from this one point. Do we have a ball? Because you said this all starts if we have a ball. So are we living on a ball? And if we are living on a ball, how can you prove it? I hope you're not going to try and prove it with this star rotation thing, because that requires a ball. So how do we have a ball in the first place?
Great. Let's say we are on a flat plane, yeah? Let's say we are on a...
Sorry, friend, you said this proves a ball. So we're going for the ball, right? Tell us about the ball.
I'll tell you about the ball. You take a ball and you mark 2 points on it, yeah?
No.
You take across, they should be across from each other, like going through the ball, yeah?
No.
And then...
Sorry, I don't want the hypothetical. I want you to show me that we live on a ball in the first place. Okay? When I want to do the circle thing, I don't want you to go, it's because we have star rotation. We're going to have to start with the ball in the first place. How do we know we have a ball?
You have videos of a ball. Videos. You know what video is?
I don't accept videos as evidence and
What?
verify
You
it
don't
in
accept
reality.
video as evidence.
No, I don't. Most of the time, no.
Which mean most of the time, no.
Well, sometimes I will, but in this case, we actually have to have physical evidence.
What you mean physical evidence? I need to
I mean,
put
like
the Earth
physical
in your
drop
hands.
over distance, right? Physical drop over distance of the Earth curving. You know that bit.
You're saying a video is not physical evidence.
No, it's not.
2 seconds. Can images and video be manipulated?
Bro, come on, man. Now
That's a very simple question that just requires a yes or no.
Listen, okay. Listen, let's not get okay. Let's go back to
every single. Sorry, says who. I shouldn't have interrupted, mate. You carry on.
No, it's fine. I like that question. That's why I muted him. We're not going to this point because his best evidence is apparently pictures and videos. So the question remains: can pictures or videos be augmented or changed or tampered with? Very simple yes or no question.
I just want to thank you,
it's like I'm being interrogated. Yeah.
You are.
Yes, you are being interrogated. You've made a claim. We're getting the veracity of that claim out of it, right? So, can videos and pictures be contrived, manipulated, augmented, all that stuff? Yes or no?
Yes, my lord, yes.
Yes, they can. So, are we going to rely on things that could be tampered with? Wouldn't you rather have physical evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I accept the video is a physical evidence, yeah.
No, it really isn't physical. It's digital.
Bigfoot believer.
But you can have a film developed so it can be physical.
Right.
Can you start off and try and explain how the star rotations prove it's a globe or flat? But start off as you don't know whether it's a ball yet.
Yeah? I would
you
if
don't
you
know
allow
it's a
me.
ball yet. I want you to show how you got to a ball with it. So you don't know whether it's flat or ball. We're going to start with the star
Let me tell you, bro. Let me speak for 1 minute. I will explain it to you. Okay, so
give him a minute.
Give me a minute. Listen, it's a simple thing. Let's say we're on a flat plane, flat Earth. You put a clock on the ceiling of that flat Earth. Let's say there's a ceiling above flat Earth. Which way? How the fuck? Listen, just let me finish. How the hell would the clock go in any other direction? Anywhere you look at.
Okay.
And after that, listen, let me finish. You take a ball. You take 2 points.
Please. I'm just trying to help you. Do you remember our conversation about 2 points of rotation? Your singular clock just has 1. We must, if we're going to have an analogy, try to represent at least what we actually see. Now we have 2 points of rotation. Now that's not going to be useful if you just got a fucking clock. Try more.
You're saying
you must thank Jedi because he saved you, and I want you to keep rambling on that because I wanted to ask you at what moment you would change your place and you would see the northern stars changing their rotation and suddenly, and you will just have to talk about a second point of rotation. So, but Jedi saved you.
What are you talking
Thank
about?
you, Jedi.
Anyway, so you're saying the Earth has the stars we see have 2 points of rotation, not 1.
No, it's not what we're saying. Okay, I'm reminding you that this is what we see.
Yeah, we see it because
yeah, exactly.
Because,
so your
listen,
1 clock analogy wasn't good enough, was it?
So you're saying we
This
have
doesn't
2 points of
represent.
rotation.
Sorry, dude. This wouldn't represent what you see, would it?
Okay. I'm trying to explain.
So that's why I jumped in. I just tried to help you.
I know you jumped in, but you didn't let me finish.
Right. So now try
again. You didn't
again.
let me finish.
Yeah, try again
give me a
now.
minute. Just a minute.
Now I've informed you.
Okay, I
So
understand, but listen.
do it with globe.
If you
don't
do it,
don't
listen,
use
it
don't use
works.
flat. Don't use
It
flat.
works if you have a ball, but it doesn't work if you're on a flat plane. You understand? If it's on a ball, you can see when you turn each of the points of the ball, the north and south point of the ball, it changes from clockwise to counterclockwise, the rotation. But when you take the example of a flat plane, you cannot change it in any other way, the circulation of clocks. But then you say
Okay.
we have 2 points of rotation. What for? You say because we see it. And then you cannot give like explanation if it's true or not. You just say we see it. That's it.
All right. Can I attempt to steel man your argument?
You can do whatever you want, buddy.
All right. So, would you say that this is accurate? If we live on a spinning ball Earth, then I will see counter and clockwise and counterclockwise celestial rotation at the poles.
Yeah.
I see counter and I see clockwise and counterclockwise celestial rotation at the poles. Therefore, we live on a spinning ball Earth. Is that your argument?
That's one of the proofs. Yeah. No,
Right.
and also,
Okay. Thank you.
it makes sense with my analogy because when you put the clock on a ceiling on a flat plane and you look above, you cannot make it change direction any other way. Yeah, but I'm telling you, if you put it's an analogy for what we would
bad
observe.
one because it doesn't fit what we observe.
No, but Jedi, listen. I know you're telling me we see this, so this is why it is like that.
Yes,
but
so
I'm
stop putting
telling
one
you,
clock
it
on your
doesn't
ceiling.
make sense. It doesn't make
stop
sense.
putting one fucking clock on your ceiling.
Jedi, listen, bro. I know you're
No,
telling me.
no, stop. Stop appealing to me to listen where I know that word that's coming out my mouth. I'm just getting upset because you're putting one clock on the ceiling which has 1 point of rotation. There isn't 1 point of rotation in the though, is there? So why the fuck are you putting one clock on the ceiling?
But you're making it up like there's 2 points. Nobody
One's
agrees.
called north, one's called south. You're trying to explain it with fear.
Nobody says what you say like that.
Sorry, there isn't a celestial north and a celestial. That you
but if there
made
were
a
2 points of
clockwise and
rotation,
counterclockwise motion by rotating a sphere within it.
What?
I know you're not fucking listening, or, and I hate to say this, you're just stupid.
Yeah, buddy, but listen. You're saying there's 2 points of rotation because we see it. But I'm telling we can do 2 experiments. If you put it on a ball experiment, it works. If you put it on a flat experiment, you have to you have to say there's 2 points of rotation. Yeah, you have to say
there are 2 points of
rotation
rotation in the sky. A plane. I can put 2 ceiling fans and make them rotate differently, depending on which standing there is what I'm going to perceive. Why is this wanker talking through me? Right, I've got to stop because you're making me swear. But for fuck's sake, dude.
Yeah, I guess if you're denying now that there is a 24-hour sun in the south, then I don't know why you're letting that go. Well, you're saying that there's no 2. You are.
When did I say that?
You just told us that there's not 2 places of apparent rotation of the stars of the celestials above us in the north and the south.
No, I'm saying that wouldn't work on a flat plane.
Well, we're not talking about a flat plane. We're at least trying to have an equal equivalence, not a false equivalence, where you're painting it like there's just one clock above your head on the Earth. No, there's 2 points of apparent rotation.
I'm saying that's how it works on a flat plane.
Well, why are we talking about a flat plane? You must be creating your own flat Earth model. Can we see your flat Earth model and why it doesn't work?
I'm saying you cannot make 2 points of rotation.
Sorry, friend. I just want to see the flat Earth. This doesn't work. So could you present for us the flat Earth model that you're debunking?
I'm not giving you my flat.
He just threw Swiss watches under the bus.
Yeah. Right. So what we need is for you to show us what it is that you're debunking, because it doesn't sound like a claim that any of us are making. What are you debunking?
And tell me, what are you guys presenting of?
Okay, so anyways, do you have the flat Earth model that so we can have a look at it? Maybe we can approve or deny what you're going to show us and how it doesn't work.
True. Yeah, the most popular flat Earth map. You know, with the red outlines.
The azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. So you're telling us a globe doesn't work now?
What?
Yeah, the azimuthal
No,
equidistant projection, the most common thing given to people when they want to talk about the flat Earth, is the projection of the globe. So you're telling me the projection of the globe is now no good?
No, I'm saying the projection that assumes that the plane is flat, not a globe. That doesn't work.
Sorry, that nobody here presented you with any model. We certainly didn't show you an azimuthal equidistant map and tell you that that's where we think we live. Why are you debunking something that we did not claim?
And in reality, it wasn't meant to be a proof for the globe, not something that he tried to use to debunk another idea. Normally, I am waiting to see how you are presenting the rotation of stars that will show me that the surface of the Earth is curving. And the rate of curvature.
Great. Listen.
100%, Necros. I couldn't agree more. So what he was supposed to do is prove to us that this is some kind of evidence that the Earth is curving, and instead he was debunking a flat Earth model that he got off the internet that none of us here are claiming. So you've debunked something that we are not claiming. Why are you doing that?
Listen, you guys are not taking this. You go with the we don't know.
Sorry, I'm not here to have you poison the well and say you guys and then some ad homs after. We did not present you with any kind of model, certainly not the azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe, and say that that's where we think we live. So don't tell us about how you, in your mind, are going to debunk something that we didn't claim, and at the same time not prove your globe with it. So start proving globe, or I'm just going to keep you on mute.
Great. You want physical proof from me, from my camera, about the globe.
No, that's not what I asked for. I asked for physical measurements
physical
of
proof,
drop
dude.
over distance.
You're going back to that then. Okay.
Yeah. I'll reiterate, since you're still not getting it. No matter what you show us, we'll not prove a globe unless you're showing us drop over distance so that it's consistent with the globe that apparently you believe in, the size that you believe in, the radius value that we get from all that, right? It has to be consistent geometrically. We don't care about your photos. We don't care about your videos, right? Because we've all got photos and videos. What would be cool, though, is actual Earth curve measurements. That's what we want from you. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, great. So what about like people traversing like the equator and measuring how long they took to get from the same point they started from?
All we would need is for you to validate the distance between points and then show us the curvature between those points measurably.
Yeah, but if they ended up like going, let's say they went east from one point.
You have nothing but hypotheticals. I want you to show us an example of the travel distance between points, and then I want you to show us the drop over distance between those points. That would be Earth curve.
Sure, I'll give you the Riemann-Prop wind farm drop-off, yeah?
Terrific.
This is from the Belgian coast, yeah? So how is this possible on a flat plane?
How is what possible?
Prove out works on a globe first. Prove out that works on a globe.
I got physical evidence, yeah?
Yeah, prove it.
I got some physics. Hold on, where's my
physics?
But he's got a question proof.
If it's going to be a photo of the horizon, it's not going to go well for you. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, big fella. Okay, we got a nice little picture out here in the chat.
Terrific.
Right.
Okay, it's the horizon. That dog.
So it's the horizon.
Yeah, the Earth curvature. Yeah, because these windmills are all at the different distance from the observer. Yeah.
Terrific. So what I'm asking you is the horizon the curvature or the sagitta or the tangent point of a globe Earth that you think that you live on?
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. So that means that it's always going to be at the same place because the Earth is a certain size. It never gets bigger. It never gets smaller. So it's always going to be blocking boats and buildings and windmills in the distance at a very consistent location, correct?
Not a consistent look.
Not consistent.
Horizon
So
does not
is
raise
not Earth curve.
Horizon does not rise to eye level.
I didn't say anything about it rising to eye level. I'm asking, is the horizon the geometric Earth curve blocking out boats and buildings?
Yeah.
It is. Okay, so then it should be a very predictable geometric location, right?
Not predictable. Like sometimes it's different because of
Well,
atmosphere
wait a minute.
refraction.
Why do they have
Altitude of
Earth
the
curve
observer.
calculators then? Why do they have Earth curve calculators to tell you how much of a target can be hidden by that consistent, geometric Earth curve? Are they lying to us with
I
these
think
Earth
you were
curve
saying.
calculators?
I want to
Yeah.
talk about this. I want to talk
Hold
about
on a
this. Can you
second,
repeat
dude.
this,
I think
please?
I think you were saying that the atmosphere causes the ground to move.
What? Listen, man. You're interrupted, but I want to talk about this. What do you say about the curvature calculators?
Well, the curvature calculator says that the Earth curve, the sagitta, the horizon, is going to be at a very consistent location. It's going to block out the boats and buildings in the distance. So you're saying that that's not correct?
I'm saying Earth curvature calculators are not scientific tools, and no scientist uses Earth curvature calculators to
This is not a
calculate
scientific
the
topic
curvature
because
of the
we're
Earth.
not doing any science today. We're doing geometry. In fact, the word geometry, geo meaning earth, metric being measure, that's what it means. Earth measure. So we're talking about geometry, not science. So are you saying that for geometry purposes, the earth measuring purposes, that the Earth curve calculators are no good?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so
you
then
know why?
the figures.
You know why?
Why?
You know why? Because when you put Earth curvature into Earth curvature calculator, it calculates like 8 inches per mile drop off, but that means from the first mile you calculate, there would need to be 8-mile drop off in your curve. How would that work? That you want to tell? Let me finish.
That's
you want
not
to tell
the
me that when
formula
you start
used in the
looking at
Earth
something,
calculator,
there's an
my friend.
8-inch
The
drop
one that they use is actually 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's given that the Earth has a radius of
You are not listening to me.
3,959
You are not
miles.
listening to me.
You're not listening. I'm not listening to you because you're lying. You're saying
What
that
am
the
I
Earth
lying
curve
about? What am I
calculators,
lying about?
because you said that the Earth curve calculators uses an 8 inches per mile measurement, and that's not correct.
What do you mean it's not correct?
It uses 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet or meters.
Across what? What is the measure of the curve that is being calculated? How much does it
It's
calculate
just
the curve?
using the observer's height and the target distance.
Target distance, but what does it say about the curve? How big is the curve?
It tells you how much curvature is in that based on a very predictable
but how much?
equation, or formula, which is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You're saying that's no good.
But hold on, brother. You're saying it says how much curvature there is, but you're not saying how much it calculates per mile or per anything of the curve.
I am telling you that you have to give it the target distance and the observer height. And it tells you how much curvature is supposed to be there.
You are missing part of the formula there. You're not calculating anything if you just give it observer's height and the distance. Because
that formula is for the horizon.
It needs to
that
input
formula
the
is for
curve
the distance to the horizon.
anything.
Yeah. So do you mind if I get in here quickly? I just wanted to clear something up. So
Yeah.
or hummus, however you want to pronounce it there. There's two things at play here, okay? And I think you guys might be talking past each other. So in one sense, when you guys are talking about the distance to the horizon given a particular observer, okay? And in the other sense, you're talking about the strict geometric drop over distance curvature rate. Now, in a way, they are interrelated, okay, but they're not the same.
Exactly.
Okay? And I just want to address one thing. A minute, not too long ago, you said something about the 8 inches per mile squared bit, and you said, could you repeat the value that you got at the end of your example calculation? You said, did you say 8 miles? Yeah, inch per mile squared. Yeah, you forgot the squared part, but I thought I heard you say that over 1 mile, the curve would drop 8 miles.
8
inches. You said 8 inches. Okay, I thought I heard miles. And
he said miles. I heard that too.
Yeah,
I'm going to clarify one more thing real quick.
Yeah.
So 1.2, the Earth begins curving everywhere. It's always curving everywhere. That 8 inches per mile square is at sea level. That's where the curvature is. So in order to get to sea level, if you're above the Earth, you have to take into account your height, the observer's height. So now you got to get to the horizon, because the horizon is supposed to be where the Earth is actually doing the curving, right?
Exactly.
Do you understand that?
Listen, you guys do not understand that when you take the Earth curvature calculator, it says
give me any distance, and I will use 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and I will add that with 8 inches per mile squared, and I will tell you, or I'll subtract it from 8 inches per mile squared. I will tell you what should be hit every single time. Dude.
Exactly, bro. Let's focus on that. What you just said, please.
Yeah, let's do
focus. Let's focus on that. Okay,
give me
great.
a distance.
Great. Do you understand? Oh, bro, just listen to me. I will give you any distance. Just listen to me. Sure. Do you understand? Using that formula, you are saying exactly the first mile you are looking like anywhere on, let's say anywhere on the horizon, your curve should drop for 8 inches. Like the first mile should drop for 8 inches.
No.
Do you understand? That's what the calculator is doing.
How high is the observer's height?
Let's say it's sea level. Let's say it's sea level.
Sea level,
okay?
then
For
it's 8 inches.
Sakes.
8 inches for the first mile.
Sakes. So using that formula and looking at sea level, and from first mile, your curvature should be 8 inches. You understand that?
Yeah.
You understand how stupid
mile?
that is?
What's the second mile?
Huh?
What's the curvature at 2 miles?
16 inches.
No.
What you mean?
Squared. 2 squared. 2 miles squared times 8 inches.
Yeah,
8 inches per mile squared. It's a parabolic function.
Yeah, no wonder it doesn't make any sense.
Bro, you don't. Never mind. Okay, it's not 16. It's 64 or whatever.
Bro, after this guy finishes, can I have a question? After you finish, guys. After you finish, can I have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me finish with this guy real quick. So I'm going to see if he gets it. I'm going to take him all the way out to 10 miles. So at 3 miles, what's the drop over distance at sea level?
Bro, listen. You are not getting.
No. You're going to walk with me all the way to 10 miles until I know that you fucking got it.
I'm not
because
walking
you're intentionally misrepresenting this because you need a straw man. You don't want the Earth to be flat.
Aethergress, you can talk to the new guy. He's been wasting our time for a minute here. So if we got new people, go ahead and talk to him.
Am I allowed to speak, guys?
Yeah, Safi Fu, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Doing good? I miss you all. I really miss you. So basically, my question is, first of all, hi YouTube. This is gonna be a destroyed for flat Earth. Like, I hope you are ready. Where is
It's not
Where
a
is Officer
question.
Triangle? Where
That's
is it?
not a question. You're either giving proof or you're asking a question. One or the other.
Officer Triangle, I miss you, bro. I miss you, bro. I'm ready to destroy you again. Where's AV? I don't see him. AV.
All right, we're gonna mute you if you don't hurry up.
No. Give me a second, nah, bro. I'm gonna ask the question. Like, don't be
What is your
afraid
question?
easily.
So you're gonna ask a question, or you're gonna ask a question then, or are you gonna present proof? Which one are you gonna do? Ask a question or present proof?
I'm gonna ask the question. If the Earth is
Oh,
flat,
okay.
how does the sun
No,
stay
you can't
visible
start
for
with
24
if
hours
Earth is
for
flat.
months?
Yeah, you can't
In
start
the
with
South
that,
Pole.
dude. You can't start with if Earth is flat. You can't start with that.
Nah, who said so? Who said so? Who said that?
That's not asking a question.
Bro,
Logic says so.
if the Earth is flat, how does the sun stay visible for 24 hours for months at the South Pole?
Yeah, it only does it over a flat Earth.
Listen, I didn't finish. And
It
why
only does
doesn't
it over a
everyone
flat Earth.
see? Listen, bro. Why
How come the snow doesn't melt?
everyone
How
see
come the
sun
snow
at the
doesn't
same
melt
time?
if it's sunlight for
If it's
24
above the
hours
flood
for
of this.
months? How come
Answer
the
this
snow
question.
doesn't melt? I'll mute you,
Answer this question.
motherfucker.
Answer this question. Answer this
All right,
question, bro.
here. Let me ask a question. How come the snow doesn't melt if the sun is visible for 6 months of the year?
I can't answer if I'm muted, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Listen,
You're
bro.
unmuted now,
Answer
so you
the
can't
question.
answer. What the fuck?
Answer the question.
Oh,
Answer
God.
the question. Bro.
I'd rather continue with him.
Beans, you feel
So
hard
people
done
doesn't
by.
know how to do math
of the
problems. I
sun.
guarantee it.
Okay. Beans,
Ice
you'll
is
feel hard
75% reflected of the sun. There is no heat exaggerating by the sun to destroy the ice to be melted, bro.
Okay, that's nice.
And this is
So
basically because
why
of the
can you
color
see
of the
the
ice.
sun for
It's a white
24
color.
hours above the horizon? That's your question, dude. I'm getting tired
No,
of
bro.
repeating it over and over again and saying, oh, bro.
I'm gonna say the question. I'm gonna say the question again. Don't mute me, bro. Like, this is not good, bro.
Shut up. Just say the question clearly and concisely.
If the Earth is flat, how does the sun stay visible for 24 hours for months, bro, at the South Pole? Answer this question. And
okay.
why
Because the Earth is flat,
Don't-
dude. Because the Earth is flat. That's why.
Bro, what the fuck is this
don't need
answer,
more.
bro?
Oh,
Like,
fuck's sake. It's hard enough to control this fucking
crazy,
idiot.
bro.
It has to be the CIA.
Right, so the observation is you, a point inside the Antarctic Circle, observing the sun rotate around you for 3 months of the year. You're asking how the sun is above the Earth.
Yeah, bro.
What do you mean, how is it above the Earth?
Bro, the sun is visible in the sky, bro. Like,
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're describing. You're describing the sun above the Earth and asking how can you see a sun that's circling around you be seen by you?
Listen, bro. Because the Earth is tilted. Listen.
No, not because the Earth is tilted. It's because you're standing inside the circle of the sun. And because your position within that, you can perceive, let's say, from radius to the other. The reason why you can't see is like you cry and cry because you want an answer, and when somebody tries to give it to you, you continue to fucking talk.
Listen, you stupid. You didn't give me the chance to.
You literally asked your question. How on the sun for months and months in the year? I've asked you about the observation. The sun circles around you. Well, you're standing inside the circle. Due to the radius of that circular path of the sun, you can perceive the sun above the horizon because you're standing inside that circle. Now, if you're asking how day and night works whilst you see the sun for 3 months of the year and other people perceive day and night, that's because they're on the circumference or closer to the circumference or further away from the center of that rotation at this point in the year. So they can't perceive the sun at that distance. It's quite simple. It's fucking geometry.
Jedi, if you were to measure an angular relationship to the sun while it was above the Earth's surface for, I don't know, 3 months or something, would you be doing that from a horizontal position?
Yeah, if you're going to make measurements of place and time throughout the year, you're going to make vertical and horizontal angle measurements. Vertical elevation angle measurements to denote the angular displacement of the sun above the horizon, and its azimuth angular displacement over time, so you can show its location due to yours. Yeah, so to measure this, you require a flat Earth.
Right. And so if you were to describe that orbital path above the surface of the Earth, in this case, which is horizontal, would that orbital path also be a circle, and would it be horizontal as well?
Yeah, it'd be a circle. It'd be a circle plane above a horizontal plane.
Right. So we got two flat planes describing what's going on in the north and south in regards to the sun being above the Earth for 24 hours. That's great. So that's a flat Earth proof. How does it happen? No idea.
Bro,
crazy.
Give me a sec, bro. Like, you can just mute me and keep talking, keep saying your bullshit. Listen, bro.
I know why we mute you. It's so we can
Yeah, I mean,
clearly
I'll mute you and unmute you whenever I want.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. It's weird. It's like we're actually doing it. You know? He tells us we can, but we can. It's kind of how he's saying that we can't have a 24-hour sun above the surface of the Earth in Antarctica, but apparently that happens too. Weird.
Hey, he's mad at you guys because you're not giving him the answer he wants to hear. Didn't you read the chat? That's not the right answer. So you guys have to come up with a better answer for
Nah,
him.
bro, listen. Okay, listen. Let's all chill, bro. Like, I'm not there to fight, bro. I'm just saying something. For me, for the globe, Earth, I have an explanation. For you guys, you don't have a good explanation.
No, you don't have an explanation because the Earth is not measured to be curving, so you don't have an explanation.
Okay. I got it. Let me tell you my explanation for a globe Earth, and you can tell me yours. Okay, is that good?
We know what it is.
Guys?
How about
I can't imagine it any other way.
Okay, let me say it.
Hang on,
I can only imagine it with a globe.
You see?
One sec, guys. How about we get him to recap what Jedi explained to him.
Just let me say my explanation, and you can say yours if yours.
No, we know it. We know it. We don't need to hear it. We know it. We know it.
I'm a flat earther right now.
I want you to reiterate what Jedi said to you.
Bro, listen. My explanation for this phenomena is because the Earth is tilted.
Sakipo, do you want me to steel man? Do you want me to steel man your side? Do you want me to say exactly what we all learned in high school and elementary school?
Bro, listen, bro.
The Earth is tilted at 23.4 degrees on its axis. It goes around the sun 365 days a year, spinning once per day, and for half of that time, the angle is angled from Antarctica is angled towards the sun, and so therefore there's a 24-hour sun on the globe Earth, and that's how it works with the globe, right?
That's actually true. That's actually very convincing.
My God, bro.
You are good, bro. You are good. What you learned was right.
Okay. So now that I've told you that we understand what you're saying, now can you say what we're saying? Now can you repeat what we're saying?
You were saying just complete bullshit nonsense, bro.
You don't even know what we're saying.
I know what you were saying, bro.
What did Jedi say?
Just complete bullshit. That's it. And keep him muted.
Specifically, which part was bullshit?
Explanation.
اسمع رواش ده كيفك.
Which bit was bullshit?
Listen, bro.
رواش ده.
You listen. You're proving that you don't listen. You didn't listen to Jedi's response. You don't want a response.
I respect it, bro.
You think you've got a gotcha. You think you got a gotcha, but you didn't even hear. You didn't listen, bro. Why should we listen to you if you're not going to listen to us?
No, don't
Why
say
should we
that.
listen to you if you're not going to listen to us? Okay. Recap what Jedi said to you about it. What was his
Listen, bro,
response?
I respect every one of you, and I love every one of you.
You
I know
can't.
you,
You
all of
can't.
you.
You can't because you didn't listen. If you did listen and you didn't understand, then be honest and say, I heard it, but I didn't really understand it. Could you please explain it again?
I didn't understand it, bro. That's it, bro. Because it doesn't enter my mind, bro. It doesn't fit the physics. That's it, bro.
Oh, God's sake. This is crazy.
Nah, bro, this ain't crazy.
Okay, I'm going to address what you said. You said it doesn't fit the physics. You're talking about the circular path of something and how you would perceive it when you stand in the middle of it.
That's in the middle of that.
Yeah, you're standing inside the circular path of something. Over time, it would appear to you, because it happens over a few months, that the sun is increasing its angle above the horizon with each passing of a rotation.
Niggers.
Well, that didn't take very long.
Wow.
I really listen, bro. That was actually really good, but I don't get it, bro. That's it, bro. I need
Have you ever
something like
observed something,
convincing.
dude? Have you ever observed something else, not the sun, nothing in the sky, rotate around you? Like a friend run around in a circle, somebody cycle around you.
Around me, like I did see some satellites, of course, bro.
No, not things, just something going.
Have you ever had a friend ride a bicycle around you?
Yeah, you understand the
didn't see
circular
something like
path.
that. No, bro.
All right, we can't talk to you. And if you're going to keep like asking us questions and not trying at least to understand the answer, is the point of talking to you.
Bro, what did I say, bro? You said, did you ever observe something circling?
Why
I
you
said
see
no.
something circling around you?
No, I never
for
see
some
something
reason it
circling around
breaks your mind. You seem confused. Breaks physics apparently, but I guarantee that you would be able to perceive all of the time it's something circling around you. Now you can make things circle around you flat surface, and if you're lucky enough, you'll be able to see it. If it's far enough away, you probably won't, though.
Look up.
That's actually listen. That's actually
go outside
good.
and look up. Do you see buzzards?
But that's actually good. But based on what you said, why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time above the flat disk, bro? Like, why doesn't?
Who said
How
disk?
big is the sun and how far away is it? Like
Hold
you're
on,
already
who said
assuming a lot of
disc,
things.
Call it a pizza, call it anything you want, bro. It's just flat, bro.
Yeah, just flat. Stick with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the flat, but why doesn't everyone see the sun at the same time, bro?
Because the air is not transparent. Newsflash: the air is not transparent.
I know that, bro. I know that.
How far can you see? Let me ask you this:
40 kilometers, bro.
Let me ask you this: if you're 400 meters underwater, why can't you see the sun?
Because I'm underwater, bro.
Why? It's not a why. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you?
Because there is water.
Okay. Why doesn't the sunlight reach you? Because there is air.
There is air, yeah.
Yeah, thousands of miles of air.
I get it.
With dust, water
I get what
vapor.
you're. Yeah, I get the
Just
example.
think about it. Like between you and say 3,000 miles, how many thunderstorms do you think there are?
Too much.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to see through all that junk, man.
I get it. I get it. Finally, someone said something that I get it, bro.
Yeah, well,
this one is good.
Yeah, so check this out. What annoys me are people like you posting, we didn't answer in the chat. We do answer. Just because you don't understand the answer doesn't mean we didn't answer. Okay?
I get it. I get it.
You
Sometimes
understand now.
you guys are hard to understand. Like because you have your own physics and stuff.
But we're not using our own physics, dude.
You're using your own physics, bro. Like
No, you can. Everything I
our
just
physics
said.
doesn't say.
Look, so is your weather app My Physics? Because when you look on your weather app and it says the visibility and it says 15 kilometers, why is that? Is that the curve of the Earth? Or is that because the air is not transparent? It's not our physics, dude.
You believe in those apps?
What?
Hey, another one is why does it start getting darker before the sun's gone down?
Why is that?
Why is it brighter at noon than at sunset?
Because the sun at its peak, bro.
Yeah.
Like
And the air is what? When it's directly overhead, is there less or more air?
the same.
The same.
The same, bro.
Okay, so when you go straight up, you don't go to outer space anymore?
Nah, you go out to space, obviously.
Yeah,
But
does the air get thinner?
nah,
Okay,
the
dude, you're
opposite.
trolling now. Now you're just being a
Now,
goof.
now I understand. Now you've spoken to him. I understand. I'm not going mental. Good, thanks, mate.
Nah, bro, because you're trolling on me, bro. You're trolling on
You're
me.
trolling,
Because
dude. Your
you didn't
mind is.
answer the
See, this is what
first
all you
question.
guys do.
So
You
I tried to
just
troll
start
you.
falling
You didn't
apart.
answer the first
You're falling
question.
apart, bro.
Listen,
You're
bro.
falling apart.
Nah,
I know
bro.
it
I'm not
hurts.
falling apart.
Look,
My question
here's a
was
better question.
extremely easy, and you
Yeah, and
keep
it was
trolling me, bro.
extremely
You
easily
keep trolling
answered.
me. You didn't give me the answer. Listen, bro. You
Yeah, I
didn't
did
give
give
me
you
the
the
answer.
answer.
You keep trolling me. You keep
Repeat to
saying I'm not
me the
listening.
answer.
I'm not
Hold on,
smart.
bro. Repeat to me the answer I didn't give you.
You didn't give me why the reason you see the sun for 6 months, bro. Like you're gonna make me crazy, bro. Like I can't take this anymore.
Why you see the sun for 6 months? Where?
In the North Pole, bro.
You
That's
can see
3
the sun
months.
for 6 months?
That's 3
You're
months.
making it up, dude. Yeah, Jedi's right. It's 3
You
months.
can look this one. Nah, bro. You can look this one, bro. You
It's
can look this
6
one right
months
now.
if you had the 2 summers together. If you had the north and south observations over the time of the year, it's 3 months in the north, 3 months in the south, right?
Bro, it's literally 6 months. You see the sun. 6 months you don't see the sun. That's it. You can Google this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't need to
have.
fight about this one.
When you
I
Google
think you
it
need to
in the
Google it.
north, it's like 69 days or like 72. In the south, it's something similar, but they're not the same.
There's a movie
But
about this, a vampire movie that takes
Is
place
there?
in Barrow, Alaska. Yeah, it's called like
Oh.
90 Days of Night or
Oh
something.
yeah, of course there is.
You
It isn't
guys,
six.
wait
It
a second.
isn't,
You
bro.
guys,
It isn't 6 months a night in the movie, dude. It's 90 days.
bro, listen. You guys, you even don't believe in Antarctica and stuff.
I
You
also
don't
don't
believe in
believe in
North Pole, bro.
vampires.
Nah, you don't believe in that. You said that there is no flies to there.
Sorry.
Like there is
What?
green screen out there. Like you
What?
guys are
Dude,
full
who
of
are the
shit.
fuck are
Do
you
you
talking
mean?
about, bro?
I'm
What do
talking
you
about flat
mean,
earthers, bro.
dude?
Flat
Shoot,
earthers.
Yeah,
dude.
we're not.
Before we
Look,
start
bro, we're not a
fucking
club with a
smoking,
mailing address.
Ghosts.
Okay.
Bro, trust me, I know every one of you, bro. I know every one
what
of
do
you.
you
I've
mean
been
when you
here for
say we
past
don't
6
believe in Antarctica?
Okay. He's got verbal diarrhea.
He
Okay,
really has.
control yourself, dude. Control. No, go ahead, Jedi.
He said we don't believe in Antarctica. I want to understand what he means.
I want to know how he knows what I believe.
Fucking hell, yeah. You can start with that one. You choose which one we start with, I guess.
Yeah, let's start with how he knows in the first place. Are you in my mind, bro? Like, how do you know what I believe?
Bro, flat earthers have all the same
Flat
thing, bro.
earthers?
You
No,
listen. You are from what
that's
I
called, bro. Stop it. That's called a hasty generalization fallacy. We don't all think the same thing.
Hey, you know what? I'll play with them. I don't believe in Antarctica. I know in it. I know there's Antarctica. Now what?
Stop lumping everybody together, dude. Are you weak-minded?
Nah, bro, I'm chill, bro.
Okay.
I'm talking to you like
Well,
completely
I see
straight.
people
I'm
that
not
are
kidding. I'm not
weak-minded
trolling.
that have to like generalize and say all people are like this or this group of people is like that. It's because you're weak-minded. You don't want to spend the mental effort it takes to evaluate people individually. So it's just easier for lazy ass motherfuckers to just say all flat earthers instead of going, hey, each individual has their own ideas.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna go to each individual, bro. Like,
Of course not,
like
because
that's
you're lazy,
crazy.
though, which is why
Like,
you're a
I'm gonna go
glober.
to each
You're
one
a
and ask
glober
him,
because
like,
you're
what are you
lazy.
talking about?
You're a
Well,
glober
let's see.
because you're lazy.
Let's see if that generalization is hasty. Brings us into my question. What do you mean when you say we, flat earthers, don't believe in Antarctica?
Bro, you guys said
Yeah,
literally.
what does that mean?
From your guys, not you.
Yeah, and what
I'm
does
not
that
talking
mean?
about you, obviously. I'm talking about your guys, like flat earth, flat earth.
Who
They
in
said,
here in this room?
My guys.
I don't know, bro. Those guys
I've got
obviously have
guys.
their own things, but they
Who's
said
here
that
in this
in
room?
Antarctica there is
Okay, dude,
green
I've
screen.
had enough of this shit, dude. Honestly,
Nah, bro, I didn't
the
do nothing to you,
conversation
bro.
is now
I didn't
about
do
what
nothing.
flat earthers believe and what they don't believe. What about the evidence the earth is flat versus a globe? Let's stick with that, okay? We don't care about what people are believe, don't believe. This is why we stick to evidence, okay?
But there is evidence that flat earthers say that there is green
Who
screen
cares?
in
Flat
the
earthers isn't the
Antarctica.
topic. Flat earthers isn't the
So
topic,
you
bro.
don't believe in them.
Flat
You don't believe
earthers
in them.
isn't the topic, dummy. Flat earth is the topic,
So
not flat earthers.
You know what you're doing? You're trying to straw man us with the low hanging fruit, bro.
nah, I'm not trying to do nothing, bro.
Let me ask you
It's
this,
just a
dude.
question.
How do you defend an
You know,
idea you don't even understand? Yeah,
bro,
you jumped in
listen.
Cyclone.Maybe you can talk him in some sense into this.
I was just gonna say this guy's like
Don't do
this
this
guy's
to me,
like
bro.
when
Like I
this
did
guy's
do
like
nothing to
when
you. I'm a
this
fully
guy's
human
like
being. I know
when
my things.
Yeah, we're gonna
I
pass you
studied
around
biology
like a
and
bitch.
studied biology.
just mute
And I
him, just mute
studied
him. He's
ecology
annoying.
too.
Just mute him.
Dude, your verbal,
So
verbal
Yeah,
diarrhea.
just mute
Shut
him.
it, or you're gonna be muted.
Yeah, this
Cyclone
guy's
wants to
like
say
nah,
when
something.
bro.
this guy's like when CB pretends to be a retarded glober, but he's real.
Nah, bro. Like
Yeah, you're a
I don't
joke,
get why you're
dude.
saying
You're a
this to me,
joke.
bro.
You're a joke. You need to stop. You need to stop. Your troll isn't funny. I don't even think you're trolling. I think you're just genuinely confused and helpless. So just stop it.
Nah, bro. Like who
All right,
said I'm trolling? I'm
tell
just
me your
talking
top
serious.
three.
I'm
Tell
just
me your
talking
top
serious.
three
Listen,
globe
bro.
proofs.
I'm talking
Tell me your top three
seriously, and
globe
you
proofs.
say I'm
Okay,
trolling. And someone
okay,
said I
okay,
have.
okay. Being serious. Being serious. Tell me your top three globe proofs.
Top three. It's nah, bro. I'm not gonna say that, bro.
Well,
Like
then shut the fuck up. What are you talking
I'm not
about?
gonna
You don't even
say
have
that.
three
You tell
arguments.
me
You
your
don't have
three flat
three
Earth
arguments.
proof, bro.
You don't
You're
have
not
three
gonna turn this
arguments
to
for the
me.
globe. Why are you talking
Uh,
this whole time
you
if you
are
don't have
the
three
anomaly.
arguments
I
for the
am the
globe?
normal, bro.
You're the normal, but you don't have three arguments for your globe. Retarded.
I'm the normal. He's spurging out. Is
I
that
am a
normal?
normal. I am a normal.
I got 3 flat earth proofs: eyes, lasers, and radio waves.
There
This
you
guy
go.
doesn't have an argument for the globe, but he's going to spend 3 hours asking us questions about the sun in Antarctica that he's never seen and things that he doesn't understand.
And you
Good
were
one.
spot on, Indio, saying that he was just lazy. They are.
Do you want
They
three?
all.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna play
bro.
your game. You know
Bro,
that?
you were
No, I'm gonna play
literally.
your game. I'm
Why
gonna
You're
did
play
you
your game,
start?
literally.
guys.
Why'd you start talking in the middle of sheepdog sentence, dude?
No, because you all
Control your
fighting
mic.
me for no reason.
He's
Control
an
your
I'm
mic,
just.
bro.
unsocialized
I'm just gonna
glober.
finish. I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying because he's not gonna let me finish. So they are lazy, but they were programmed to be lazy, right? Like it's not. It's their fault, but it's not their fault. Like they could choose to not be lazy at any time, but their entire paradigm has been based on someone smarter figured it out for them, so they don't have to worry about it anymore. And so they just choose to be lazy about it.
Well, was he saying he's going to present 3 globe proofs? Is he saying he's going to do that? If not, just keep him on mute. But if he says he's going to do it, then maybe we'll listen to it.
Maybe he should put it in the side chat and say, "Hey, yes, I have to."
Well, let's explain to him. He seems a little touched. So the reason you need to present evidence and we don't, because you have the burden of proof for a very simple reason. The Earth is observed flat and motionless. Absent outside more evidence that contradicts that, we don't need more than that. So if you have evidence to contradict the observation that the Earth is flat and motionless, give us your best three.
First of all, guys, like, you don't need to do all of this. Like,
No, we don't need you
all
to
of
do
you
That's
all
not a
of
globe.
this.
That's
Just
not a
give
globe
us
evidence,
the
dude.
evidence, dude. Just give us the
I'm
evidence.
gonna talk. I'm gonna talk, obviously.
We don't need the bullshit. We
Right.
don't need your excuses
I wish.
already.
Listen,
Just
I
give
don't
us
wish
3
nothing, bro.
arguments for the globe.
I'm gonna
Okay,
start. I'm gonna start.
you've got
Shut
nothing.
the fuck
Okay, you've
up,
got
bro. I'm gonna
nothing for the
start right
globe then.
now.
Nothing for the
Okay.
globe then, yeah?
Okay. Give me a
Absolutely
second.
nothing.
First of
Okay,
all,
welcome to
listen.
Flat Earth then.
First of all, the first one is the stars, bro. Like
No,
North
we're
Star.
talking
Oh,
about the
hold
Earth,
on.
not the stars.
Explain how the stars prove the Earth's a globe.
I was about to explain. Come on, bro. The fuck?
Okay, we
North
look at
Star.
stars. We'll go through this step by step. We look at stars. Now what?
North Star only in the north. Southern
Okay,
Cross
cool.
only in
So I
the
look at
south.
my feet and I
Approximately
go,
flat Earth.
yeah,
That's
great.
it.
So I do that. I take that observation. I look at my feet and I go, how does that prove that what's under my feet is curving? By looking at the star.
Bro, look at the example I gave you and look what you said. What
Yeah,
the fuck
I
I'm gonna
looked
do
at a
with your
star
feet?
and I looked at the ground under my feet and I go, how the hell do I reach the conclusion the ground under my feet is curved because I looked at a star?
See, the fact that you said stars for your first
You
argument
gonna
shows us
understand
that
this,
you don't know why
obviously.
you think the Earth is a globe. You don't even know.
Bro, listen, I'm gonna say it again.
Why don't you be
for
honest
you
with
to
us?
understand it.
Why don't you be
North
honest with
Star
us and
only
just
in the
admit,
north.
dude,
We
just
have
be honest.
direction in the
Just
earth.
be honest.
Fuck.
Just be honest
Let
and
me
admit.
talk.
Hold on. Just be honest and admit
heard
that you
you.
believe the Earth's a globe because you were shown cartoon images and videos from the government. That's why you believe it. You don't believe it because you saw stars, you retard. You believe it because you were shown cartoons. Be honest.
Nah, every time,
You
bro.
dickhead.
Like, that's
Shut
too
up.
much, bro.
You're an idiot.
Okay, so how long have been people looking at stars and why did it take so long to realize the Earth is a globe?
Listen, my second
How
take
come
is the
people,
flight.
you're probably evolutionists, right? So men have been around for 1.5 million years, so they could see the stars the entire time. Why did it take till 500 years ago until they looked at the stars that you said look at to realize the Earth was a globe?
Bro, is 400,000 people gonna lie from NASA government?
You're an idiot. You're
Gonna
an idiot.
send a rocket.
So it's not
Is
stars now.
You called it
400,000
though,
gonna lie
Cyclone.
to
You
you?
I
called it. It
told
was the
you. I
cartoons.
told you. Of course it's the cartoons. It's
Bro,
always the cartoons.
400,000
It's
people
never the
trying to make
stars.
a rocket
It's
just
never
to
the
lie to you.
24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's never Foucault's pendulum. It's never the Cavendish. It is always the government space cartoon. That's it.
Dude, just freaking own it, bro. Just own it. I love cartoons. I like cartoons too. Probably not the cartoons you like, but I don't
Bugs
think my
Bunny and
cartoons are real.
Bugs Bunny's funny, man.
How about flights, bro? Like you said, give me 3 arguments. I'm giving it to you. You don't like just let me
Yeah, but
finish,
you're
bro.
not talking. Look, bro, you're not talking about the Earth. You're talking about everything but the Earth. Like, look, say
How
I
about
ask
the
you, what's your,
flights, bro?
say I ask you, hey, Seth, well, I'll give you an analogy. I go, what's your house made out of? And you're like, well, look at my neighbor's house. Look at the house down the street. Look at that tree. Look at the sun. Look at the moon. I'm like, no, dude, we want to know what your house is made out of. And you're pointing me in every direction but at your house. Okay? That's what you're doing with the Earth. We're saying, how is the Earth the globe? And you're looking everywhere but the Earth. Why is that?
Bro, I have a real image of the Earth. I don't need
How
to
do you know?
create a
How
disco
do you
drone
know it's a
named
real
Flat
image of
Earth,
the
bro.
Earth? How do you know it's a real image of the Earth?
How do you know that I am a real person? That you are a
Show
real
us,
Oh,
person?
Jesus
show us
How do
the
you
fucking,
know
image.
that?
put your brain
Let's
in a
see the
jar.
image.
You broke him.
Let's see the image. Show us your image of.
Google it, bro. Do you
Show
No,
have
we
me
want to
Google?
see
show the
yours. The
one you
one,
believe.
show it, yeah. Show us the best one. The one that's the most real to you.
How about your pizza? Can you show it to me?
Show us
Like, I don't get
you.
the shape of
You're
your
running
pizza,
away
bro.
from your own claim, dude. Go get the most real one and
How
post it in
about
the
the flights,
chat.
bro?
You've
How
got an
about
image,
the
you said.
flights? Real flight
Like,
times, only match a globe map, bro.
still not
How
talking
about?
about the Earth, bro.
Yes,
No,
you know
but you
your
didn't
You
daughter.
see
answer,
how
bro.
you keep running away from the question mentally? You're just running away. Oh fuck, can't talk about the Earth. Let's talk about everything else.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a challenge right now. If you
You've
prove
already.
me, listen.
Show
I'm
us
gonna
your
be a flat
favorite
earther today,
government
bro. I don't give a fuck.
No one. We're not trying to turn you into a flat earther. That's what you don't get.
Listen, if you
He's
give
turning
me
himself into
two,
one
just
by
two,
realizing how dumb he
you
sounds.
said three for me.
Yeah.
Listen, bro, you said three for me.
Does
I'm
he?
saying just two for you. Just two. Argument for a flat earth using only flat earth. Don't use nothing else.
Okay.
Just do what you did to me, bro.
Okay. The
Come
surface
on,
of
bro.
water.
I'm listening. You can mute me
Okay.
if you want. I'm listening, bro.
That's fine. You
Just
asked
give me.
using only the Earth. Well, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now, we use water as a horizontal leveling tool. It is parallel with the plane of the horizon when you contain it in a glass. The horizon that it's parallel to is more often than not, if not exclusively, over the surface of the water on the Earth. So that parallel line is parallel to any other horizontal line would hold. That's how you reference to be level with the Earth. We can also measure water to be horizontal on the surface by observation and tools such as lasers, propagation. So being as 70% of the surface of the Earth observed, measured, and then practically in everyday uses used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved.
It's that simple. Has nothing to do with the sky.
Look in the chat. So the city of Chicago uses as a horizontal datum plane to measure the heights of all buildings, streets, lamp posts, everything in the city is measured from a horizontal datum. And it's a plane. So you want flat earth used in the real world, here it is. I posted an image of the main benchmark in the chat. Everything in this city, the whole entire city of Chicago, is measured in reference to this freaking cornerstone.
That's actually crazy, bro. I never heard of this.
Well, you think you haven't, but you have.
No, I haven't, bro.
You have. Every single time you wonder why things keep rolling off of your table. It's not level. Well, when it's level, that'll be parallel with the Earth. This is how your foundations, your wood and brickwork, and your house stay together. Right? It's fundamental to how we construct upon the Earth. First point of order, find level, because we're going to either want to create a slope for maybe drainage or not. We do this all the time, dude. This point is just showing that this level of the city of Chicago and all of the points from this level, where do you think that level's taken from and is in reference to? That'll be mean sea level. That will probably be 0. That's where we also get the heights of mountains, right? The coastline, those cliffs, the depth of the seabed. It's all from a horizontal reference datum. We can create our own, which will be parallel, or use the one on the Earth.
So here's the funny part. Geometry was invented, and we invented Euclidean plane geometry. But the thing is, we didn't invent it conceptually. We built shit first. And they were like, oh my God, if we use these rules to build things, we have this thing called geometry, and Euclid formalized it. Now, how come we didn't have a spherical geometry right off the bat when we built things? Right? Oh shit, we better use why wasn't spherical geometry invented first? Why did it take until fucking Gauss in the 1600s? With no application to the Earth. Spherical geometry is an application to the sky. That's why you keep referencing the sky. Moons, stars, airplanes, planets, everything but that's not on the Earth.
This is concerning. This is the first time he's been quiet for longer than like 20 seconds, hasn't it? 3 hours.
I think
Nah, bro, this one is good. Nah,
we tripped the breaker.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna lie. This one is good, but it's kept me thinking, like
Why would you think
get
that
why
we're
you
trying to
guys
get
hate
hold on,
space
bro.
agency, like
Hold on, man. I want to ask you because you said something which bothers me. You guys say this shit. Oh, I'll be a flat earther. Oh, you guys are trying to convince me the earth is flat, this, that, and the other. No, we're not. We're not. We're showing you that a lot of information, a lot of things you think are true are not actually true. What you do with that information is up to you. You can take your head, you can stick it in the sand like an ostrich and go back to believe in the freaking globe. They'll stick you right back in the matrix, no fucking problem. Okay.
So you're
You're
out
gonna
of the
get. We're
matrix.
giving you information you're not gonna get
What's I'm gonna
anywhere
get
else.
to be out of the matrix, bro? Like, did you get something? Like,
Why do you have a
they
home
gave you
inspection? What, like, if you buy a house, why? How come you have a home inspection? You ever thought why? Why do you hire an inspector to come inspect a house?
I don't know, actually.
Because the person that's selling the house, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? So in school, when you watch TV, you listen to us, they're only going to tell you the good things, right? The things that work. They're not going to tell you the things that don't work. You hire the outside home inspector to come in and inspect a house, and he's going to tell you all the stuff that's broken or needs fixing or there's problems with, right? We're the home inspectors, buddy. We're sitting there telling you there's a lot of problems here. Now, you can just buy the house, or you can, say, hey, dude, I want to lower the purchase price, or maybe go buy another house because the house is actually a wreck. This house is a wreck, man.
Yeah, this house that
the
you're
home
looking to
inspector
buy
doesn't get mad. Listen, bro. The home inspector doesn't get mad when he didn't find anything wrong with the house,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, because the house doesn't actually exist that you're looking to buy. There is no house.
really, bro?
The home
There is no
inspector came to you
globe.
and was like, where's the house, man? You gave me the wrong address.
Yeah, there's no house here.
That's
House
brilliant.
has
I
4
like that.
walls and a roof. This doesn't exist.
Bro, I really believe that we live in a simulation, bro. There is
No
no
one
flat
cares.
earth. There is no globe Earth. There is
Of course you do. Of course
It's
you
flat
do.
it's flat in your simulation too.
Yeah.
Nah,
That's how you imagine it in your brain, in your jaw.
it's a flat in the simulation, I guess, bro. That's crazy.
So, Saf, you understand the point, right? A sphere, a ball, has a curved surface. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, but Earth does not. You understand?
I got it. I'm with you, bro.
Right. So no curve, no ball, no globe. Flat. Done.
What I don't get, bro, is that how the fuck all the space agency are lying, bro. I don't get it.
Yeah, because you're so
Even
gullible. Because
Chinese,
you're so
bro.
gullible, Saf.
I
You just
trust
believe
Chinese.
anything. Because you'll
Oh
believe
no,
anything.
I don't understand why my girlfriend cheated on me.
You
The
just said
fuck?
earlier, I've got an image. You just look to present their bullshit image as proof of your worldview. That's why they get away with it, because you're gullible.
Hey, can I use an analogy, Cyclone, real quick? Some people.
Only
Yeah,
if it's better than Indio's analogy that he just used.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. But
bro,
some people, I got one.
I'm not
India's gonna like
envious,
this one
first of
too.
all. Okay, listen. I'm not
India's.
envious.
Some people. Hold on, bro. So, like, let's say you just met this girl and think she's real pretty. You ask her to be your girlfriend, and then you take her to a party and you show her off to all your friends, right? But when you go to the party, there's like all these other girls there too, right? And so you say, "Hey, look, I want to show you my girlfriend," and we're all sitting there at the party with you. You show us, and we're like, "That's a guy, dude. That's a man. That's a male."
The
And you say,
fuck?
no, dude. There's all these other girls at the party. She has to be a girl also.
That's a crazy example, bro. Like,
How would you know if your
listen,
girl
bro.
is a man?
Nah, bro, listen.
Are you
What I'm
gonna look
saying
at
is
all the
that
other girls?
I get the example, bro. I get it. Listen, bro.
No,
What I
I'm
don't
gonna
get.
look. I'm gonna look at the foundations.
Listen. What I nah, bro. Listen. What I don't get, bro. Billions of dollars are bro. Like,
Wow.
what is this money
Does China
from, bro?
lie?
Like,
Does China lie? Does China lie?
they're sending rovers in
Does
Mars, bro.
China
Like,
lie to the people? Do the Chinese
how
government lie
about
to its
James Webb,
people?
bro? How about James Webb, bro? Telescope. How about the photos?
Bro,
Like,
I'll put it to you this way,
Not
okay?
the Earth.
Governments lie, and if the governments in all over the world all agree, then they're really lying. How about that?
that's actually
You
really
already
deep,
know,
bro.
Saf. You
How
already
about the
know.
Soviet, bro?
The,
How
the
about the
the
Soviet and
images
US
the
fight?
images are cartoons. The videos are Hollywood. You already know. Stop lying to yourself.
Why did you even
How
bring
about
up the James Webb Telescope? What?
nah, bro? James Webb Telescope is like it's cost very much, bro. I
Yeah,
think
that
16
costs a lot
billion
of
or
money.
something.
I appreciate
You know
it's
what is 16
expensive.
billion, bro? You know what? Like, I don't think
No,
you got it.
I have
Still
no
trying to
idea.
figure out what it proves, though. Your little ramble from this point to the next. You caught my attention when you said James Webb Telescope. How does that prove the Earth's a sphere?
Nah, bro. No. Listen, bro. I'm not trying to prove that there's a
Some
sphere right
people,
now. I'm just having a
if you gave
conversation
me billions of
that
dollars,
everything is fake. That
look,
everything
bro,
is fake, as you say.
if you gave me billions of dollars, and I was lying when I was doing, like, let's say I'm building rockets and going to outer space. Some people, you need to give me billions of dollars so I can do that. Okay, cool. And then I say that I'm building rockets, but I'm not building rockets. Wouldn't it be my prerogative to continue to lie to you so you'll keep giving me billions of dollars? Don't politicians lie? Don't lawmakers lie?
They lie all
Name
the
one
time, bro.
politician that tells the truth.
Does like money and power motivate people to lie?
Hey,
Even
that's
your
actually crazy, bro. Like, if
even
you
your
think
imams
about it,
lie, bro.
like, bro, listen. In my perspective, like all the footage of the moon landing, bro. Nah, bro. Everything was fucking fake.
He's a fanboy.
Let him let him
Something.
spiral. Let him spiral.
Nah, bro.
It's all fake, man.
Bro.
It's
The more
okay.
you
Bro,
spiral, the more you'll realize it.
I
Yes, that's
remember, bro,
correct. It's
watching the
all
moon
fake.
landing, bro, when I was a fucking kid. I was watching
you
this shit on YouTube, bro.
Hollywood.
No, you didn't.
Hollywood.
How about the Mythbuster? You know this episode that they do in the moon landing? Like
again.
I was fans of all of that too.
Mythbuster.
I liked Mythbusters. I liked the History Channel, the Learning Channel, all that stuff, man. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I like cartoons as well. They were good. They were enjoyable.
Cartoons were better.
Bro, I have a question, bro. I'm really serious.
Someone send this guy. Someone post some NASA bloopers in the chat and get him to watch them. That'll be funny.
Nah, bro. Don't do me like this. Okay.
Yeah, we've got
Like,
hours of NASA faking shit.
15 minutes of NASA.
Look in the text chat, and people will show you NASA faking their shit.
like guys, like I'm serious right now. I have a question. Like, do you guys believe Mars is real?
Yeah.
I'm talking
What
about
do you mean by real?
Like, is he really exist? Like, there is like people with telescope seen it. Like, is he really there? Like, what do you guys believe?
Okay.
You can see the light in the sky, dude.
We can see it, can't we?
We can see it. That's right.
Yeah. So does it exist if we see it?
Obviously, I think it exists.
Yeah, good. So we see it. So far it exists. Okay. So yes, Mars exists. Do you want to go a little bit further? Do you want to tell me what it is and does all the time? Do you want to tell me that there's remote control cars and now a little remote control helicopter? That there's terrain and all of these things,
hey,
right?
dude, yeah. A orange dirt ball in a vacuum? No, that doesn't exist. If that's what you're asking.
Nah, that's crazy, bro.
All we're pointing out is we see it, yeah, it exists. Can't verify, probably strongly deny the story that they tell us about what Mars is, about what Jupiter is, right? In actuality, what they are actually doing because of that distance. Because we know that, let's look at the moon or the sun, right? We've got to have a special relationship with them. The Earth's a sphere in orbit around one, and the other thing's orbiting around us. Now, the Earth isn't like those things that are portrayed in the sky, planets like Mars or Jupiter, because the Earth doesn't have a curved surface and we don't measure any motion. The best we can tell is the Earth is a stationary plane underneath these things in the sky. What they actually are, we don't know. Neither do you. You just believe the story you got told, which is fine. We believed it too, up until about 10 years ago, maybe.
Hey, so people, look in the side chat. Look at I took a screenshot of one of Elon Musk's tweets. What do you think about that?
Okay, give me a second.
And the tweet still exists if you want to go find it.
No way, this is actually true, bro. No way.
You want to know what the funny thing is, right? SpaceX says a new view for the crew. See that little module up there in outer space, right? Who took the picture?
Bro, this is the fakest. Nah, bro. We have to be honest, okay? This is
Who
the
took the picture?
fakest picture of the Earth, bro. This is the
all fake,
fakest
bro.
picture I ever seen, bro. Nah.
It's all fake.
Nah, bro.
I mean, dude, I get you, right? You're saying, oh, geez, look at this. This is obviously fake, right? But this is supposed to portray our reality, this guy. Forget what he says, right? It's what he's doing. It's weird, right? You have to admit this. You would really believe this, right? He wouldn't have any reason to lie if this is our true reality. So why make up bullshit like this?
I don't know, bro. Like, I don't get it, bro.
Right. There are lots of unanswered questions, dude.
I really appreciate every one of you. But, like, sometimes you guys need to understand something. Like,
what?
From where I'm from, like, we have studied this shit, you know. We have been studying
Where are
this
you from?
from we were kids, bro. We
Where are
were
you from?
kids,
Yeah,
bro.
we
Where are
understand
you
it.
from?
Dave.
No, you don't.
We
Portugal.
You
understand
don't
it
study
because
this
we were
shit,
like it
dude.
also. We were the same as you. We all got taught the same thing, right? We all went to school, got taught it, went to university, turned on the TV just like you. But we also understand that to break this brainwashing, sometimes we need to be a little bit harsh. So you pay attention.
Yeah, and there's a difference between studying something and being told something, right? So you didn't study it, you got told something. You didn't study anything about space. Can't.
I really remember when I was a kid and my teacher showed me the globe and said, this is the globe, this is the earth, this is where you live. And I looked at her and I was like, it doesn't look like it's round. It's like, that's because it's really, really big. It looks flat, but it's really round. And
Mate,
I'm
I
like, what
gobbled
do you
that shit
mean?
up.
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean? She's
Whoa.
like, don't worry about it. Smart people have figured that out for us already. And that was the end of the conversation. Like, I just took it on good faith. No one told me that, like, later on when I learned geometry, when they showed me the equation C equals 2 pi r, that in order to know C, you have to know R, or in order to calculate C, you have to know R, or in order to calculate R, you have to know C. Once I became a flat earther, I was like, oh my gosh, that equation makes sense now. You agree that in order to know the circumference, you have to know the radius first, right? In order to solve for the in order to get C equals 2 pi r, in order to solve for C, you have to know R.
Did he leave?
No, he's still here.
Nah, bro, I'm with you, bro. I was just thinking,
You
like,
understand that equation?
nah, this one, I don't, nah, bro. I never heard of this one.
Circumference equals 2 times pi times the radius.
Hello.
G'day.
All right, we'll give you a break, man. We'll go to the new person. Hello, new person.
Hi, new person.
Hello.
Go ahead, man. Thinking maybe he just learnt hello.
Maybe.
Hey, so I got a
Bro. Nah, bro, listen.
I got a new meme for all the people that come in here and say, if the earth is flat, then how does everything work, right? So if the earth is flat, then the earth is flat, because if P, then P.
Say no more. How is everyone today, anyway?
Yeah, good,
Day,
man. Yeah,
day,
it's been one
tonight, wherever you are.
it's been one of those days. Been quite fun, quite entertaining.
Why are these Globers so mad at you guys? I've been driving and listening the whole time. I had to chime in every once in a while, but you guys, I don't know what you're doing to them.
Trying to answer their questions and they're not liking it.
Yeah, because they don't have somebody talking to them about triangles. That's why.
They all told me they're mad at you. Why they don't come back.
No, nobody's mad at me. Listen, yeah, how can you be mad at the nicest one in this place?
Professor Nice Triangles.
Remember when you were the nicest flat earther or something?
Yeah.
I'm still the nicest flat earther. What do you mean? Remember when?
But it was your name. You changed your name to it.
Bro, what the fuck I'm gonna say to my family, bro? Like
Not too much.
this is
Why
crazy.
do you got to say
They're gonna
anything?
think I'm
Why do you got to
stupid,
say?
bro.
Keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself and let them figure
Nah,
it out
bro, I
on their
can't.
own, like I did.
Nah, bro, my
Yeah, they'll,
family is like, you don't
It,
get it.
they'll
You
think
don't
you're a
understand
lunatic.
this stuff.
yeah.
But they
Right,
know
just a
that
little
Earth
bit.
is.
Just a little bit of
I don't get.
advice. Don't run with this. Don't go talking to people that you love and trust and have respect for. Because even though that you share like, family bonds and stuff, these topics like religion and politics can cause friction, especially if you come in like overexcited and making claims that you don't understand. They might even just think that you're crazy for a while, dude. So I suggest you take a little bit of time, spend some time with us, do some research on before you start really openly talking about it, because you could end up getting hurt, mate, and nobody would want.
Because there's a
But I
lot
do
that
want
you
to
don't.
say this.
There's a lot you
I do,
don't understand, right? You don't understand what you've just been told. So maybe wait until you understand it.
Like,
and
I
I
also
want to
need to
say
be
this to
better, you know.
people. To people, I want to say this, man. I just heard you say that they know the
Okay.
Earth is a globe, right? You know, honestly, a little bit like
Yeah.
you don't need to be go around telling them the Earth is flat, but I kind of want it. Like, if they know the Earth is a globe, maybe they need to come in here and explain it.
Nah,
Like,
bro. This is wasn't what. No, I didn't talk about this. Listen, I didn't talk about the shape of the Earth. I was talking about everything being lie, bro. Like, obviously the shape of the Earth matter, but like NASA being lying, like every space agency, like fucking everything is a liar, bro. What the fuck is
not
this?
everything is a
Like
lie,
I don't get
man.
it, bro.
Don't get
You just,
black-pilled, man.
I know. Yeah, like you can trust yourself, man. You can trust what's happening right in front of you and what you're seeing and what you're doing.
Bro, I don't listen, bro.
This
I
is
I
the
had a
anger
talk
part.
like
This is the anger part. This is stage 3, I think. Anger.
nah, bro. We had a talk with Professor. We had a talk like I think not yesterday, before yesterday. We had a talk with me and you, and I asked you like, how about
Actually,
satellites?
this is like
And you
4, a little
said
bit
there
of
is no
3 and 4.
satellites.
He's reasoning a lot too.
Nah, bro, like there is no satellites. This is
That's the
crazy, bro.
bargaining stage. He's at
Yeah.
the
That's
bargaining
it.
stage after anger.
Nah, bro, Professor, come on, bro. Don't do me like that, bro.
Wait,
Like,
when you say there's no satellites, you got to be careful with that, right? Because you go, okay, well, there's
no,
no
this is what
satellites in.
Professor said, bro.
Hey,
This is what
hang on,
Professor
man.
said to me.
Dude, just chill out. All right, so there's no satellites in the vacuum of space. There could be things up in the sky that do things that they claim are satellites in the vacuum of space. See, you gotta be careful in what you say.
In the military, we use things called repeaters, and so they're used to like basically absorb the signal, reconfigure it, and send it back out at its original strength. So, I mean, things like that can be all over the sky too. It doesn't have to be like something in the vacuum of space.
Definitely not in the
Bro,
vacuum of space.
so what the fuck are they latching at this guy, bro? Like,
If you look up, the what was the balloon program called?
Project Echo.
Is that the one in
The
the
loon?
early 50s or?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Echo 1 and 2, when they literally filled up a ball balloon, sent it up into the atmosphere, and just bounce signals off of it. If that's the one you're
Yeah,
talking about, yeah.
yeah.
Echo
When
1 and
they,
2.
yeah.
It's around when they invented Mylar.
guys, how do I get better, like in this subject? Like, I want to be like extremely I want to know your knowledge.
We hang around
Sit
with
in
us,
here.
man.
Yeah, sit in here.
You can join our main server. There's heaps of information on there.
But like, I need Triangle to be my friend. I think he hates me, bro. Triangle, bro.
I don't hate
What's up?
anybody. I don't hate
Nah,
anybody,
bro.
dude.
No, you hate me, bro. I swear on that.
Yeah, just listen, join in the conversation. If you don't understand something, say I don't understand. You know, like just be humble. Yeah.
You think
Bro,
I
should
hate you
I?
because you think I hate you because I told you space is fake and you didn't like that.
Nah, bro. Listen. I have a question.
If he doesn't like you,
Should
just
I,
change your angle.
bro? Should I unfollow? Should I unfollow NASA on Instagram, bro? Like,
No,
I should
Sometimes
remove
it's
all
better
the
to
likes,
keep your
watching
enemies
them,
closer to
right?
you.
Yeah.
bro. I have to remove all the likes on NASA posts, bro. No, that's actually crazy, bro.
Don't stress too much, dude, about
No, bro, you don't get it, bro. If someone is telling you
that. Yeah,
like
dude.
everything is fake, bro, like how would you react at this? Like,
Well,
I don't think
dude,
you get it.
right. We do get it because we were like you. We believed the Earth was a sphere. We believed NASA. And most of us might have even had some kind of idea that the moon landings took place until we changed our mind. So we do understand what it's like to change our mind. We've done that. And then when we change our mind, we have those thoughts of, wow, these people have told me this story that isn't true. And then we even start asking questions about, well, what is it then? Yeah, we've been there. We've even had conversations with our peers and our friends and our colleagues, and they have gone well and they haven't gone well. So, yeah, we're speaking from experience, dude. This server, just to be clear, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, has been running as far as 2017. We've been live streaming 24/7 pretty much all of the time since then, give or take a day or two. So yeah, has probably spoken to hundreds of thousands of conversations. So yeah, we've experienced this, all of it.
You don't have to worry about meteors hitting your house now.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about meteors hitting your house or dinosaurs coming back to life or anything like that.
Was there ever dinosaurs? Like, do you guys believe in dinosaurs?
Oh, he's worried about evolution and how we got here. Well, if here isn't a sphere, maybe that story of how we got on the sphere might not be true either. Because if the sphere comes with a creation mythology and the sphere doesn't exist, then neither does the mythology. So being as the Earth is flat and stationary underneath the things above, we can now ask the same question, but from a new vantage point. The question is, how the fuck did that get here then? How are things usually created? By usually some kind of organized process.
Chinese factory.
Yeah, China, Taiwan, small Malaysia.
we understand that we're dealing with like an ontological primitive, specifically this question pertaining to the Earth, how it got here. We're told that if the Earth was a sphere that orbits around the sun, then this solar system came from a bunch of explosions that started with a big one called the Big Bang, which exploded everything into existence, all of the matter and all of the laws that control the nature of the reality. Well, if the Earth isn't a sphere orbiting around the sun, then like I said, we can throw that creation mythology away. If we ask the question again, though, how the Earth was created, well, we've probably definitely still got two answers. But let's see if they hold up. One, it sprang into existence from a Big Bang for no apparent reason, this perfectly ordered system where life exists and consciousness can ask the question, how did it get here? Or on the other hand, it was intelligently created. There is forethought and intent behind the creation of this Earth. So yeah, interesting shit.
A lot more interesting than balls in a vacuum.
Are you saying that you don't like your balls being... anyway, yeah, moving on.
Well, if you put them in a vacuum and they grow, does that mean that it's manifesting space from nowhere?
Oh my God, no. Well, this again.
It's the ether.
Ether balls. Oh God.
Yeah. Funny. I remember T-Dub going, what do you mean manifesting space? The space is already fucking there.
It's almost like there's nothing outside my door to go to, no area, no space until I get there, and then yeah.
You got to manifest it before you go.
Right,
As
yeah.
you're going, you have to manifest it into space.
What happens if you forget to manifest it?
No, you walk into a balloon, apparently. But if you don't manifest the space, then the balloon will become solid.
Did our friend leave?
I think he's going to lay down and roll around for a bit.
Okay, fair enough.
In a corner somewhere.
He's going to rock back and forth on his bed. Oh, bless him. I hope he's all
There is no
right.
space. There
I
is no
genuinely
space.
mean that.
Triangles.
I hope he's all right.
The triangles. Mr. Triangles hates me.
Oh, well. No, he stuck with us for a good, felt like forever. 4 or 5 hours. Okay, well, I guess I'll scroll up and down the chat, see if there's any names that I don't recognise or new names that have popped in that we haven't said hello to yet. We've got new people in. Look who's joined us. Elijah's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Feels like an age since I've spoken to you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
There we go. Yeah, it's awesome to see you, buddy. Still a few names that haven't spoken up. Is it Ciderfiler? I hope that's how you pronounce your name. Oh, look, Elbow's jumped in as well. Good to see you, Rob. What other names didn't I recognise? There was another one. Scrolling down. Marsun, Mahsun. If we've spoken before, but I do apologise. Maybe I just didn't clock your name, but welcome to the channel. That's Marsun. If you want to speak, my friend, please unmute yourself. Mohammed has rejoined us again. What's up, Mohammed? It's good to see you again, my friend. I hope you're doing well. What other names don't I recognise? I think that's it. Yep, just a bunch of random Australians at the bottom. That's awesome stuff. Oh no, T-Dub jumped up. But yeah, like Elijah said, happy Thanksgiving to all of our American friends. Not that the rest of the world celebrate Thanksgiving, but, you know, I'll say it back to you.
I'm still here.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, I meant Timbo.
Tim Dub. Tebow.
Tim Dub. Yeah, Tebow. Tim Tricks.
Hello. Hello, guys. Anyone here?
What's up, Lopes?
Oh, why you all parked here, man?
Wait, what?
Why you all
We were
parked
waiting
here?
for you.
Okay. Oh, I feel honored. That's good.
You are honoured.
So what we'll talk about?
Go on, T-Dub.
What?
We'll talk about the nature of the surface of the Earth.
Oh, okay. So who's the leader here? Or you have no leader?
The leader would be who can we pick? Professor Triangle. There you go.
Professor Triangle. Oh, okay. I see.
No, there's no leader, mate. No leader. We're just all here. You know,
Okay.
we're like-minded individuals, but also have our differences. So, but one thing we most, many of us here agree on is that the Earth's surface is planar in nature and not curving in the respect that it forms a sphere.
Okay. I see. But why is that? Can you explain to me? I'm not judging you. I'm just asking. I'm truly asking. Why?
Yeah, because the surface of liquid extended out in front of us appears and measures to be flat. horizontal, level.
Yes, but so you think we are being played, and why we are being played?
Could you please repeat that question?
You think we are being played by the world leadership and all these companies and all these scientists, and why is that? Why would they do that?
You're talking about like when you see pictures of a globe Earth on TV or on the internet?
No, I think I'm talking about that also, and all the governments agreeing to that, and basically almost every scientist. I'm talking about that, not only the pictures.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
this:
okay,
Why do
so
you agree? Why do you agree?
yeah, go on then.
Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
That's a good question.
Because it's a scientific.
So you believe
How-
there's scientific information for this, right?
What?
You said you believe there's scientific information for this,
Yes, yes.
right? Have you ever seen any scientific information for this?
What?
Have you ever seen any scientific information on this?
I mean, it's a scientific consensus about like the vast majority of people, like 99%,
Okay,
agrees to this.
yeah, that's
So
fallacious, but I'm gonna let you slide. But have you ever seen? Okay, they have. Who of those scientific consensus have ever shown you, or that you know they've seen the Earth as a globe?
what?
Who of those people you're saying the consensus is that? Which one of them has seen the Earth as a globe?
A vast minority. No, a little minority. Yeah.
Like how many people you think?
I don't think a couple of people, like hundreds or like
If I tell
tens
you that the people that will actually know if it was that they claim they've been far enough is only 29 people. Who supposedly has been, the claim is that they've been so far that they be able to see the Earth as a globe. It's only 29 people, supposedly, as if they went there to the moon or whatnot, or out of there. Everybody else is just believing that that is what happened, or that, you know, somebody has some kind of information somewhere, but without any evidence of it.
Me personally, what I think is
Just like you. I mean, you have no evidence, but believe it, right?
no, but one thing is.
I mean, I asked you,
Yes.
what evidence have you seen for the Earth to be a globe? What do you believe it? And your answer was 99% of people believe that that's
Yes,
in the
but
scientific consensus. So,
man, I
but
don't
you
have.
have no idea, no clue whatsoever if the information they're telling you that's true.
Yes,
I
that's
mean,
why
at least we
that's
have 29 people that went outside the
just
outside the whatever
Right.
space, right? How many
That
people
well,
do you
that's what
have?
they say. But have you ever?
yes, yes. That's
Have
How
you
many
have?
people you have?
My question is, can you validate that they've actually been there, or is it just a story?
Man, what's
Can
happening?
you
What's
validate?
happening here?
I
Yes.
can't. That's what I'm saying. I can't
Right.
validate it.
You
Right. So
can't.
it's just a story that they're telling you, that you cannot verify if it's true or not.
Sound
Man,
like you right
Elbow
now.
TV, Elbow TV. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen cells in your life? An atom cells?
Why are you asking about atoms or cells?
No. If you ever seen them.
No. Who has? Can you tell me anybody that has?
People.
About 50 people.
Scientists with.
Which one? Can you point me to the one scientist that has?
So, man, we don't have.
So again, you're trying to make a claim that again you can't back up. Now,
no, man, you
Yeah,
have
you
to
don't
back
get
up
the point.
because
That's
you
the
are.
no, but
problem.
what you're saying is that somebody
You
has
don't
seen
get the
has
point.
seen an atom.
Yeah.
Man,
Have you seen
Can
an
you
atom?
validate that they have seen an atom? Can you show me
Okay.
if the person that did
Man.
that?
Man, have you
Scientists
ever?
did.
Again, you're appealing to somebody you don't know who. Who's that scientist?
Man, that's
Pick
a
a
dumb way
name.
of
Doesn't
thinking.
matter.
No, you're the. We may pick a name.
Man,
Is your claim that somebody's a
No,
scientist? Hold
no,
on,
man.
stop.
Einstein.
No,
You're
stop
claiming.
because
Are you saying Einstein did
talking
it?
over. You are talking over people. You are talking.
I'm not talking over you. Ask me a question, and I ask you to provide the evidence for that person that's actually doing it. And you're saying some scientist.
What are you talking about? Has everybody ever seen an atom? Yes, of course.
Okay,
These
well,
people
who?
I'm telling you, scientists who look through the fucking microscopes and shit.
You think a microscope can
Man,
see an atom? Are you crazy?
What do you work with, Elbow TV?
I'm a software engineer. It doesn't matter though.
What else do you see? How else do you magnify and look into those things?
Yeah, that a microscope cannot get you there.
I'm not talking about your 10th grade microscope. Okay, school level.
What's a microscope? Can only see micro. You need an electromagnetic. I believe it's called an electron microscope, which is
but it's still a microscope, right?
Again, these are not actual things that you're watching. This is just something that it's making an image of something.
But it's a microscope, right?
Man, that's a very dumb way of thinking. I don't have to see everything in the world to say it's true, because people work on those things and those things work.
Because somebody works on it, you think that's when you know that people have an education and actually have work on what is it called, mythological studies.
Yes,
Are
man.
mythological studies true? Just because somebody works on it?
No, of course not.
Okay, right. So what you are saying? Why are you getting mad, bro? Chill out, man. Stop. Just because I'm pointing something out to you, now you're getting upset and not understanding that what your logic of thinking is completely fallacious.
You don't understand the point.
No, you are.
What's the point? That you can validate that what they're telling you is true?
If you want to talk, only you talk, man.
I asked you a question. Did I not ask you a question? I asked you that you can't validate what they're telling you to be true. Can you validate it?
What do you mean by validate? You want to pull up?
What do you understand English, right? Validation, when you can actually prove that what they're claiming is true.
What do you want?
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I'm trying to respond.
Don't discuss with fools, okay? He's a fool.
Yes, you are a fool. Because you believe people that you have no idea if they're telling you the truth or not.
All right, fuck you then.
Why are you getting mad, bro?
I'm not mad, but
then why did you cuss?
What are we talking about?
You're talking about validating. Adam. Well, I was not talking about atoms. You brought up atoms, and I said you can't validate what they're telling you, and then you brought up atoms. I told you that only supposedly 29 people have gone to far of a distance supposedly, and if you look at, have you ever looked at any of the videos of the people that supposedly went there? That any of the information that when they ask them questions, they look like they're like they're lying. They're practically they look disappointed because they have to tell a lie.
Okay.
If you've been to the moon, if you've been to the moon, will you be excited or would you be?
After spending 29 days in a quarantine van, not particularly. No.
I would be excited, bro. I'm out in the open now. I can breathe. They're asking me you went somewhere no one in the world has ever gone. You're telling me you're gonna be freaking mad and upset and looking like grumpy as hell?
That's because they're tired. There are moments in that.
Get out of here, bro.
There are moments in that where they
Get
are
out of here.
smiling, laughing, whatever.
Sure, get out of here. When they're asking them questions about how was a thing, their face were so out of touch to reality that they were like just upset.
Okay, I mean that's another thing is that's their job. That's what they signed up to do.
You've been to somewhere no man has ever been, and you're saying that that's just your job.
Yes,
they're exploring something new. Every man that does that, no matter where they're going, they're excited. Be like, hell yeah, this is where I went. This is what I saw. Yada yada yada. They'll talk a storm.
Those astronauts were
those
test
astronauts.
They're test pilots.
What?
All of them were either Navy or Air Force. They were test pilots. Their job was to do things no one has done before.
What are you talking about? You saying test pilots? What have the test pilot have never done? You saying all of them are test pilots, so they have what? This is a ridiculous. What are you saying, bro?
You do understand what a test pilot does.
Again, what is your point?
It's just a question.
Their job description was literally do this thing no one else has done that might kill you. And they had gotten used to doing that thing no one else has done that could kill you.
And you provide any evidence for this? Because all of a sudden you're coming with some bullshit that has nothing to do with going to the fucking moon, bro. They went to the moon, right? They should have been excited.
You're an idiot. That's what you are.
Sure. But again, you have no evidence that anybody been to the moon other than a story.
Well, except for the radio communications that people intercepted with their handheld radios.
Sure.
And you can still do that today. I did that with Artemis 1.
Yes.
So you can intercept a transmitted frequency between two parties.
Yeah.
What does this prove?
It proves that there's a radio communication going on.
Yeah, that's it. Well done. You've proved radio communication.
And then from that, you can determine where the signal is going to or coming from.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
how do you do that?
Can you please? And in the sky.
Yeah.
Cool. So on the floor and in the sky.
Yeah, you can determine where it's coming from.
Yeah, coming from the floor and in the sky and to the sky.
You can intercept signals between an airplane and air traffic control. It's the same.
We
principle.
know.
Exactly.
We know.
Thank you.
Yeah. We pointed this out right at the beginning. We're intercepting signals. Okay.
And again, you can determine distance through radio signals.
Okay.
So what happens if a radio signal is coming from a distance of 238,000 miles?
What happens if a radio signal is coming from a distance of approximately 250,000 miles?
Yeah. What does that mean for where that signal, where the source of that signal is?
It's kind of embedded in the answer, right? It's travelled this distance, so you say.
So that proves that something with people is 238,000 miles away.
Okay. I'm hoping there's more. That's why I'm being really quiet. The reason why I'm quiet is because I know we're trying to follow you in this line of logic to reach a conclusion after you've these premises together. We're just waiting for you to finish up.
What I'm saying is people have verified that people went to the moon. That is a verified thing.
Who did this?
There are numerous ham radio operators.
Wow, there's numerous people, yeah, that pulled gold out of a toilet.
I'm a ham
I
radio
can make claims. I can make claims.
Prove it.
And
How does receiving a radio signal prove anything?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to see. You see, I can make a claim.
So how does
I can make a claim and therefore not present you anything, and therefore it is. You see how that claim
is in the air?
You understand what I'm? Did you hear me, bro? Did you hear me? Did you hear me? That you could make a claim. I ask you who did that, and you say a bunch of radio hams. I can make that. I can make claims too, and then not back it up.
Okay, let's see.
And therefore,
Larry Basinger independently detected and recorded transmissions between the Apollo 11 astronauts and on the lunar surface and the lunar module. There's also the
capture a signal. Okay, again, you say you can intercept signals to the sky. Woohoo! You could say you can intercept signals to a plane. So you're intercepting the signal. What does that claim provides you evidence of?
It means that there's a radio transmitter 238,000 miles away in the sky.
Again, you haven't come out with a determination yet how you did that. You just said somebody's intercepted a signal, but you have not determined the distance yet. How did he determine the distance?
Because you can measure delay time and how much the signal degrades.
And he did this.
Okay.
Can you show his work?
Yeah, well, can I get in here? I want to ask a question on that. Dude, what do they do to actually get the time, like the receiver, right? The receiver of a signal, what do they do to know what the time was when the signal was sent?
It's based on the speed of light and the distance.
No, but if they
That's not
don't
what
know,
he's asking.
if they don't know the distance of a, like, watch this, they receive a signal. They have no idea where the fuck it came from. Okay? When they receive the signal, what do they do with that signal to determine when it was sent so as to be able to calculate the distance that it actually traveled, knowing that it went at said speed?
So, to figure out the distance with radio, you basically just do the opposite. You figure out how long it takes to get the beam back.
Yep.
And then you determine how long, like what distance that correlates with the speed of light.
Right on. Okay, so they have to know ahead of time, right? Let's say I'm a receiver, right? It's like, okay, you're gonna get you should receive a signal, or your buddy tells you, hey, I'm gonna send the signal in 10 seconds. So then you start the clock at that time, and then you stop the clock when you receive it, and then you do some calculation, right?
Really?
Well, I'm asking you, how do they know when the signal that they receive was originally sent? Is the signal carrying within it a timestamp of when it was sent? Okay.
It's just how light
How do
works.
they know when? How do they know when it was sent? Right? Like if I receive a signal right now,
it's math based on the distance.
Yeah, but dude, if you don't know the
speed of
distance,
light.
no, here's the thing, bro. You don't seem to see this, okay? you need the distance to be able to calculate the time, or you need the time and the interval to calculate the distance because you know the speed. But if you only have one of the two variables, you can figure out the other one knowing the product or knowing the end result. Okay, so you have to know one or the other. So if we don't know the distance to this thing, right?
But
We don't know the
the
distance
speed of
from the
light.
source. If we don't know, listen to me. If we don't know the distance from the emission, but we have the time, then we can figure out the distance. But how do we know the time? That's the question. How do we know the time it was originally sent when we receive it?
Because you're the one sending it.
Hey?
Because are you asking like if you shoot a signal?
No. Watch this, okay? Let's say I'm a ham operator, okay? I got my machines and I'm picking up a signal. How do I know when that signal was sent?
You sent it.
I mean, how do you know? It's
That's the whole point, dude. You guys following me? This guy's making a claim.
I think he doesn't know what he does. I think he's trying to ignore what you're asking him because he knows that kills his point.
Yeah, he knows he's cornered. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
No,
right? Just watch this,
your
right? There's this
question's just
guy. He's got
nonsensical.
a ham radio, right? He picks up a signal. Okay. Now what? You know, he's got a little beep beep, buzz buzz. You know, beep beep boop boop coming from the speaker. Okay, where'd that come from? How does he know?
Because in that interception, you're also sending out a signal to an extent. That's how.
You've intercepted the signal.
You're intercepting a signal, but you're also sending one.
Wait, what?
Okay. So what?
So you're saying that guy that intercepted, what's his name, Larry, whatever your name says, he said the signal back to them?
What the
fuck? It would transmit.
No.
Dude, but then that would mean that the receivers on the other end would have to pick it up, right? Do we have any evidence that the people on the moon were like, hey, we're gonna tune into Larry now, see if he picked up our signal?
No, because
and then respond back.
Because they're on different
It started making shit up. Come on.
Right. So this Larry dude emitting a signal.
When your radio picks up a signal, it will bounce the signal back.
Hang on, dude. If he sends a signal back, but no one's picking it up, what relevance does that have? You're not making any sense, dude. Because check this out, right? For obviously you have no idea how the fuck data transmission works, right? Normally you would send a timestamp, right? In your signal, digital or analog, you would embed in there, encode in there some sort of timestamp indicating the time when this thing was sent. So then the receiver would have to decode it. This part of the signal is a timestamp in number form, and then the rest is audio or whatnot. Right?
No, Larry was simply intercepting signals.
I know.
Hold on. Let me.
No, but dude, what I'm asking though is the emitters of that signal that Larry is picking up. Unless they embedded the time in that thing, he has no way of knowing when it was originally sent. Therefore, he can't calculate the distance, right? Because there's no interval.
I never made a claim that he figured it out.
Hang on. Can you let me finish my sentence, please? Unless he has a time interval from when he received it to when it was sent, right? He has no way to calculate how far it was given the speed. Right?
Yes, but
thank you very much. So if if nobody's making the claim to have been able to decode something and pick up the timestamp, right? Then he's got nothing, right? And then even if he were to pick up a signal, right, and decode it and look at the timestamp, one has to wonder how that timestamp was generated, if it was spoofed or not, et cetera, et cetera. There's all sorts of other questions. So I would ask you, Did you look into this? Did Larry present any research into this
Larry
or
didn't make a
information
claim about
this?
measuring distance.
Okay, so what the fuck are we talking about this for?
Because if you set out with a radio that is transmit, bounce back, that's how you measure distance.
What the fuck are you saying, dude? Does anyone else understand this?
No,
you do understand
he's
how
lost his
aircraft-
claim. He
how
lost his
air-to-air
claim. Yeah, you gunner man, you lost your claim, so therefore you're trying to make some other bullshit up now.
No, it's the way that air-to-air or air-to-ground radar works.
No, now we're talking about radar.
It's the same principle. Radar is radio.
What the fuck? Dude,
That's why
if an
it's called a
airplane
radar.
watch this. Dude, check this out. If an airplane sends a signal down to ground, okay, modern technology, with all the modern technology, I mean, they have timestamps. Guy writes software for a living, all right? You send signals, you send timestamps and shit like that, et cetera, et cetera. Fine, it's common practice. But back in the 1960s, right? Like, it's not the same as now. And you mean to say that you're not even mentioning this notion that they're actually sending timestamps down? So sure, the guy's got a signal, but how does he verify where the signal came from? That's the whole point.
Because his signals match up with things that are timestamped.
Okay, so do you have the evidence? Watch this. Do you have evidence to support this, sir?
Support the timestamping?
No, it's to support what you just said, that he has the timestamps or that he has whatever it was you just said. Excuse me, it just slipped.
People have lined up his recordings.
Okay.
For him, it's single-ended.
Yeah, he's receiving. Yeah.
He's receiving from the moon. He can't hear anything from mission control.
That's fine. How does he know that the signal is coming from the moon, dude? He's picking up a signal. Whoop-de-doo. How does he know where the source of that signal came from? That's the whole point.
Point of my argument was that he's picking up the signal. You can figure out the distance.
Figure out the distance to how do you do that unless you have a time interval?
He didn't figure out the distance. You can.
Oh, so he didn't. Okay, so how does one do that without a time interval?
You can get.
How? How do we do that? Nobody's on the moon right now, right? No one's sending signals from the moon right now, right?
Yeah, but you
so how do we
can
do
take
that?
a radio on Earth, bounce it toward the moon, and wait for it to come back.
Okay, now I get it. Okay, well, that's a different statement, dude. You realize that, right? That's a whole different thing. If we have an emitter pointed at something in the sky, and then it comes back, and then we record the timing, then we can do some stuff. That's one thing. But if you just have Joe Blow sitting in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, picking up a signal, and then says, "Oh, the signal must be coming from the moon," like how the fuck does he do that? You see the difference, right? Like, dude, you gotta think this through, man. Or reword it. I don't know. Maybe you do have it, but you're presenting it
That's what I was
very
trying
poorly.
to say. That you can measure the distance to an object in space using radio.
Okay. So if you want to go with that one, fine. But your horse shit about Larry picking up a signal from bumfuck nowhere, like that doesn't stand.
He picked up the communications.
Okay, how does that prove it came from where it was said it was emitted from, or that it was sent from? You want to go back to that, dude? I just asked you all these questions. You failed miserably on all of them. Now you want to return to it. Are you sure?
I'm just stating what I had been saying. I'm not going back to anything.
Yeah, you're restating your initial point, which got me to, perk up and come in here and ask these follow-up questions. Now you want to return back to the first statement, despite everything I just highlighted to you. Joe Blow Larry from bumfuck nowhere picking up a signal out of fucking thin air
It's
says
Louisville,
nothing about the
Kentucky.
origin of the signal. So it doesn't validate jack shit.
The origin of the signal is people that are definitely not on the Earth.
Okay, how do you verify that, sir?
The direction that your radio transmitter is pointing.
Okay. So what did he do? Elbow, do you want to continue on this? I just wanted to ask about the whole timestamp, the data format, whatever. Didn't want to cut you off completely there. But yeah, this guy's retarded. Go ahead, man. Take it away. Elbow, you there? Gee. All right, continue your thought, man. Grum, you there?
I'm just waiting for L if he wants to say anything.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be there, man. Tried to defer to him, but might be AFK. But if you want to continue your thought, man, go ahead.
So yeah, he did not perform time of flight ranging, Doppler frequency shift analysis, the phase coherent tracking, or signal strength and range calculation.
Okay. But Larry
What he confirmed was the direction and content. So it was a signal coming from the direction of the moon.
So what did you do? He had a dish pointed in that general direction?
Yeah, that's how you get it.
Okay. How wide is the receptor? What's the angle for the dish that he used?
Second, try to find it. Yeah, homemade 8-foot parabolic antenna.
Okay. Does it say what the angle of the scope is? Like the range they can pick up on?
I'm pretty sure that's what the 8 feet is, but I'm not.
Well, that's the size. That would be like the diameter of the outer part there. If it's circular, if it's like a cone type thing, parabolic cone, like whatever, 8-foot diameter at the opening, right? Because the thing is, if it's a wide opening, that could suggest that he could pick that the angle that he's pointing the midpoint at, right? That's the target. But if the thing is wide enough, it could be picking up from plus or minus a little bit around it also.
Are you talking about dish gain?
I'm not sure. I think that's more of a signal amplification type thing. I'm talking about the not the width of the dish itself, but the angle that it can receive anything from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So without these details, dude, like, it's hard to really say. Anyway, I'm long in the tooth on this. I didn't want to take over too much, but yeah, it's a hard sell, man.
Yeah, about 4 degrees.
Well, that any of your degrees are measured off a plane, so you can't do that from the surface of a ball.
Okay, we're talking about radio, which is definitely done off the surface of a sphere.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 4 degrees.
Nope. That's off a flat plane.
Means it could see signals from any direction within plus or minus 2 degrees from where it was directly pointed.
Yeah, degrees only come from an angle, and you can only have angles with straight lines.
Sorry.
I think here what he's talking about is the width of the range, not the elevation angle, to which your point would hold.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the range into it. So it's a pretty narrow. He
Okay.
would have to pretty much be pointing it directly at the moon in order to get a signal.
Okay.
How long does it take for a signal to travel to the moon and back or wherever?
So round trip is about 2.5 seconds.
Unless
one
you're
way.
unless you're
Yeah,
using a
light.
landline. Unless you're using a landline.
No. Landline transmitted through radio. It's radio patching. It's the same reason you can call someone on a cell phone with a landline.
So there should be a delay.
Yeah, and there's a delay of 7 seconds in one of the recordings.
Perfect. Well, Nixon had a special phone. His didn't have any delay.
No, his thing had a delay of 7 seconds.
Not at all.
So, if I could post the link, in the chat, which I can't right now, I would post a link to the site Apollo in real time, which keeps all of the delays. And just for a reference on how much we're dealing with, there's 3 missions on the website Apollo in real time. Each one is over 100 hours of communications and footage. We love saying that they screwed themselves with the images. You mean the Hasselblad film photos that you can still see? Hey, Professor, I also like how you say the moon landing, as if there weren't 6.
Yeah, there weren't any.
There were 6, and
it was
all
a
3
TV
of them,
show.
or
No,
all 6.
you
No,
can't.
all
You
6 of
can't
them
go
have
to. You
evidence.
can't go fly into a vacuum like that.
Why? Why not?
You can't. Go ahead and show me how you go from pressurized 14.7 psi at sea level to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, and where that point is.
The same reason that you can climb Mount Everest and have to use
No,
an
that's
oxygen
not
mask
the
so you
same
don't
reason.
die. Yes, it is.
It's not the same reason. What's the reason?
It's a pressure gradient.
What caused by what?
The air getting less and less dense as you get higher.
No, you need a container for air pressure.
According to what law?
According
Exactly.
to physics in general, gas laws. Look it up.
So all of the experiments
I'm on my
demonstrate.
phone. I'm on my phone, or I'd be just blasting shit into the chat for you to read. So unless somebody else wants to do all that, yeah, it's gas laws.
Yeah, I
You
don't have
can't
the
say gas laws. Which
I don't have
fucking ones?
I don't have the material on hand to say.
No
But
gas
I would
laws
ask
state anything
I
about
would
a
ask
container.
you Can I? Yeah, I would ask you, like, what's the definition of gas pressure, sir?
Gas in a
measured
system.
by bouncing off the walls of the container.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mention a container, but the definition has container in it.
No,
that's I said measuring it, measuring the gas
So
pressure.
you guys are unbelievable. How else?
There's a thing
You're
called,
not real- you're not real
called a
quick, are you?
manometer, which
Yo,
can
Richter.
measure
Richter.
pressure in
Dude.
giant
Yeah, hang on.
open.
Hang on, dude. I just want to point out, Richter, you don't need to jump in like that, dude.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been waiting for ages. I probably should have asked how I introduced myself. So sorry.
Yeah, nice to meet you there, but like a little bit of audio chaos there. All right, Grummer, go ahead.
Yeah, no, there's not a gas law that says you need a container. Gas pressure is determined by particle collisions.
On the walls of its container.
Gas
No,
pressure is the
on
force
the air.
exerted by gas molecules colliding with the wall of a container.
Yeah, how
measured
would you
as
measure
force
it without
per
a
unit
container?
area.
How would you measure it without a container, dude?
Called a manometer. Have you heard of that?
No, I have not. I've never
Okay.
used one. I've never used one.
Yeah, but that's in a container. I'm a plumber, dude, and I use manometers for gas lines. So that's in a sealed, contained environment.
Yeah,
That's
we
how
don't
you
use them
measure
where
it.
I work.
outside.
So it looks like plumbers use them.
Can anyone tell me what the average velocity of a gas particle is? The average.
5.
Why is that important?
It's 5.
Yeah, 5.
5 what, bro?
Yeah, but average. They go faster than some, but average is
Five
about,
movers. 5 movers.
average is about 1,800 kilometers an hour. Right? Escape velocity required is 40,200 kilometers an hour. So
Escape
how
from
would these
what?
particles
Escape from what?
Earth's gravity.
escape the
Oh,
gravity?
you haven't proven gravity yet.
So just
It's
gonna
a
deflect, not
universal
gonna answer
law of
that?
gravitation.
No, it's not a law.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
You
it is.
idiot.
Have you heard of
It's-
Newton's universal law of gravitation?
No, I have not.
Okay,
That
yeah,
doesn't
you should look
exist
into
anymore.
that. It's still a universal law. It's
Wait,
still very
So
much.
it's still a law, even though Einstein came up with space-time.
Yeah, wait, Grummer, so you
That's,
need to say,
that's the
you need
theory
to
of relativity. That doesn't
hang on,
take the law
Grummer,
away.
hang on, Grummer, do you mean to say that gas can be contained in an environment as a result of a gravitational pull on it?
By result of its own weight, which is then a direct result of the gravitational pull, yes.
Okay, how do you verify that? What experiment can you do to demonstrate that gravity, quote unquote, acts upon gases in the same fashion that we would expect it to affect on everything?
It's the same way that the ocean gets higher and higher and higher pressure as you get lower and lower. It's the same principle with the atmosphere.
That wasn't my question.
No, because water. No, that's not the same, dude. You're comparing water with gas.
Yeah, liquids and gases are not the
for
same,
that-
dude.
Oh,
No, they're not.
they're
They're not even close to the same. They don't weigh the same. either.
He has a point, though. You know why? Because in order for this to be pressure in water, the lower you get, it has to be contained. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that pressure.
What is it contained by? If I
The
can ask?
Earth, moron.
Of what?
The Earth contains the water. What are you
Sides
talking
of
about?
What? I'm talking about the ocean.
Yeah, the Earth. Is there not Earth all around the size of the ocean? Where's the Earth? Where's the water goes to?
Yeah,
What's
you know when
underneath? What are you
when it meets
talking
the
about, dude?
land, you know, like where it meets the land, like
Yeah, the
I think
trying
he's
to go
thinking
toward the
about.
center of the Earth.
I think he's thinking about on the top, right? Because there's no physical barrier holding the water down per se. But Grummer, if you take away the gas pressure, what happens to the water?
Yeah, it evaporates.
Right. So in a way, that's technically like it's technically like the lid, if you will, right? In that sense, but we're talking about liquid here, right? So that's satisfactory. When it comes to gases, you need something physical. That's all we know. That's what we can demonstrate.
Water doesn't evaporate because it needs a container to be liquid. It evaporates because as pressure gets lower and
It
lower,
needs air pressure. Correct. It needs air pressure. Yeah, it needs air pressure.
Yeah.
Actually, if you super cool water and put it in a vacuum chamber, it
Well,
won't
now we
boil.
got now we got
Yeah, no,
super cool water.
Yeah, dude, if you super cool water, what happens to it? It goes from liquid to
gas. Sublimation, isn't it?
no. If you super cool it.
It's
for example,
distillation, I believe it's called something like this. I forgot what it's called. It's the opposite one.
The reason that water.
Anyway,
the
that's not what
reason
happened. That's not
water
what's happening
boils-
out in my backyard, dudes.
The reason that water boils as pressure gets lower is because as a result of the pressure getting lower, the boiling point of the water also gets lower.
That's exactly what he just told you.
Yeah, no shit, dude. We get that.
Exactly what he just
So
said.
So in that sense, dude, the water is quote unquote contained. Okay, you got a physical barrier all around it, but on the top, it just stays there because there's sufficient gas pressure. Okay, right? Simple
the reason
enough.
it's not the reason it's not boiling is due to the air.
Yeah,
that's not what's keeping it on the. That's not what's keeping it in the ocean.
Okay, so take sec. So take away the gas pressure. What happens? Take away the air. What happens to the water?
The boiling point of the water goes down below what the current temperature of the water is, and then it boils.
Yeah. So you take away the air, and it turns into vapor, right? And then you put the air back in.
This is a different principle from.
Again.
This is a different principle from water in a glass.
No, dude. The only reason why we're here, we were talking about gas pressure beforehand. You tried to make an analogy to pressure underwater or something like that.
He doesn't know
the same principle.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He used a manometer as a way to measure gas pressure without a container. The guy's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Timbo,
not
can
the
you
same
be quiet?
principle.
It's the same principle. It's a pressure gradient.
Grummer, check this out, dude.
Yeah, and the pressure gradient has nothing to do with the amount of things that is on top of it. It has to do because of the depth. Has nothing to do with the amount of water on a thing or amount of gas. It's just depth.
Grummer, if you can provide a scientific experiment that was Grummer, listen to me, okay? If you can provide a scientific experiment that was conducted, okay, to demonstrate a variation in gravitational pull having an effect on gas pressure, okay?
It's the same reason propane hugs the ground.
I would like you to provide an experiment for that, please. Not the propane, but a variation of the gravitational force having an effect on the gas pressure.
I mean, you've already L has already come in, and he's talking about depth. What is there at lower depth?
Don't change the subject.
Compared to at higher.
Just answer what Mick was asking you.
Yeah, bro. We're talking about gas in the fucking atmosphere.
Yeah,
we're talking about the moon, all this stuff. You make the claim. You make the claim that we don't need a. Stop talking over me, dude. You made the claim that we don't need a physical barrier to contain the gas, right? I want to know how that was determined, sir.
Because as you get higher and higher, there is a point where the air has thinned out to basically nothing.
Yeah, but there's pressure gradients in containers, dude. You're not saying anything.
By the top of Mount Everest, you're
you're just repeating things. They measure pressure gradients in containers because the only way to get pressure is in a container.
So how high is your container?
Who cares?
Doesn't matter, dude. The principle of having a pressure gradient, okay, within a system, it exists. Okay, it's known. You vary the temperature, you vary all sorts of different components to it, namely temperature. Okay, and you can have a pressure gradient. So that's no surprise. But you're just begging the question and applying this principle to the outside.
I'm
Watch,
applying a
incoming
principle.
incoming
I'm
random
applying a principle that works because of something that Al has already put
But
in the
you
chat.
don't know that. You don't know
it's
that.
the
We can
antecedent.
demonstrate. We can demonstrate, dude. It can be demonstrated. Okay, gas pressure gradients within a contained system. Okay.
But you
How
can't
do you
determine the height of your container,
gas
and we can
pressure?
determine
How
that
do
there isn't one.
do you have to
No,
prove
you
it?
can't determine.
You have to prove it.
Yes, we can. Have you
Yeah,
heard
how
of
did you
the
do
Mage?
that?
Then
How did you
Have
do
you
that?
heard of the Mage
Wait, we-
experiment? High altitude
Then prove
balloons.
it.
Have you heard of Mage?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh
Do it.
my god.
I'm still waiting for
What
you
is
to
it?
show me that pressure reading from 60 miles up that you claimed you had. And then you know what he did? He showed me a watch with a altimeter on top of a mountain.
Yeah, that's a
No,
GPS altimeter.
we're not doing that. We're not doing that dumb shit.
Yeah, it's called a GPS altimeter.
Oh my god, man, you're a weird cunt.
Dude, I have 3 of them like in front of me right now. What about them?
Wait, was that 60 miles up?
No, it was about 700 meters.
Oh my god.
700 feet.
That's
Well, not even a mile then.
way
Not
off,
even a
dude.
mile.
Right.
I think that said
You're off by a
7,000
significant
meters.
margin there, dude.
It definitely is not 7,000 meters, dude. I can
Dude,
tell you
there's-
that right now.
Yeah, it's not a surprise to anybody in this room, the notion of having a gas pressure gradient outside. You go higher up, the gas thins out.
Okay, is there a
Whoopsie.
point where it stops thinning out?
I don't know. You tell us.
Yeah, that's your job.
Yeah, I
You make the
asked you
claim
for
that-
the
No,
spot.
you're the one.
I asked
You're the
you,
one
dude.
evoking that there's a container.
Dude, no, I
So-
asked you for where it
And that would mean
started.
that it would stop thinning out.
No,
so does it
I
stop
asked you
thinning
where
out?
it started.
Yeah, where did the vacuum start?
I asked you where it started. Where does it go 10 to the negative 17 torr? And you couldn't answer me. You started talking about all kinds of other weird shit.
By 38,000 meters, you're already 1 torr.
What's the number? How many feet high?
You said 30,000 meters?
38,000 meters, you're already at 1 torr, which is a
Okay.
medium vacuum. So
Okay, was that measured directly, or was that extrapolated out?
That's measured directly.
Okay. I'd like to see that. Think other people
Okay,
would like to see that.
I can
Or
send it to you.
it's not an extrapolation, right?
Well, it is.
No, it's
It
not.
has to be an extrapolation because the only way you're getting that height is through your pressure reading, right? Because that height, your
No.
GPS altimeters don't work because you've got nothing to compare it to, right?
No.
Yes. How do you know that
do you-
GPS altimeter is giving you that reading and that reading is the correct reading?
Because you are aware that GPS are satellites.
Okay,
They're
I'll
not
ask you
ground
again.
things.
How do you know that GPS altimeter is telling you it's at that height and actually is at that height?
It's not. They're plus or minus like 30 meters or 60 meters.
Yeah, because at that height they go.
Compared to barometric altimeters, which are plus or minus like 100.
At that height, they can only go off air pressure.
No.
Okay, so how do you confirm? I'll
That's
ask
like
you again.
saying
How do you confirm that GPS altimeter is at the height, is telling you it's at that height? How do you confirm that?
with another GPS altimeter. That's why most experiments carry several. Not difficult.
Oh my
You'd
god.
think that if they
Okay,
were
good.
off by as much as you think they're off, one would be reading a different measurement than another.
No, because if they're reading off the same thing, they're all going to read off the same thing. How do you confirm that that thing is at the height it's telling you?
Yeah,
So
dude,
which
it's
one's
a little bit
correct?
circular.
When you do
It's
two of them,
circular.
which number's correct, dude?
Yeah, it's circular reasoning at this point, dude. There's no gold standard reference.
Your mic's a bit muffled, Nick.
I really don't get the question. How do you verify something that the
Yes.
thing that you're trying to verify is already verifying? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, how do you verify what you're verifying?
By the first verification,
And what was that?
the altimeter reading.
Okay, so you just go off the altimeter reading and say, well, the altimeter reading says I'm at this height, so I must be.
Yeah.
How do you
That's sort
confirm that the
that's
altimeter
sort of
is
how
correct?
altimeters work.
How do you confirm that the altimeter is correct?
Hold on. Do you think, just
No,
aside,
just answer my question. Don't worry about what I'm thinking. I'll tell you what I'm thinking when I want to tell you. I just want an answer from you. How do you confirm that the altimeter is telling you that it's at the height that you're at? How do you know that? And if you don't understand my question, then I don't know what to do with you.
Dude, your question is nonsensical.
Okay,
How
so
do you verify an altitude that you've already verified with an instrument?
okay,
That
so
doesn't make any sense.
how did you verify it in the first place?
With the instrument.
How did you verify the instrument?
Yeah, but in
Because you
reference
calibrate it.
Grummer, check this out. There's an issue here. Okay, at lower altitudes, okay, they take measurements and all that, and then they make a model and they project out and get some sort of expectation of what the pressure would be at extremely high heights. Then they send shit up there, and then they try and correlate it with the model. Right? They'll have this thing. It'll have a certain reading. And then they look at their model and it's like, oh, well, this is the reading that we would expect at this height according to our model. Therefore, it must be at that height. Okay? So what would they do?
In other words, extrapolation, not verification.
Exactly, yeah. This is
Which is
like
why you
their best
carry
guess.
more than one barometer.
That's
But
not
if
the
they
point.
all give you the same reading, then they're all they're all
Did you
wrong.
see the image?
Then what do you? How do
Not
you?
the image, the photo that I sent you?
You don't make any sense, dude. You do not
Yeah,
make any
Grummer,
sense.
Grummer, check this out. If they send more than one barometer, one is plus or minus, they all get different values, plus or minus a little bit. Then they take an average, great. And then they take that average and compare it with the model. And then they get their estimate.
No, they take that average.
Yeah.
And that's the pressure.
Yeah, that they compare to a model, right? They take this pressure that they read.
So now it is the pressure. So
And then you compare it.
No, exactly.
And then you compare it to altitude readings from other instruments.
No, but no, dude. The whole point is we're talking about this is the first time that they send something up there. Okay, right? They get a reading, and then what do? They compare it to a model, and the model says, "Oh, well, this reading indicates that it would be yay high, 30,000 meters or some shit." Right? But according to their models, they have to extrapolate out from other data points that they did gather at lower levels that could be verified easier. Right? This is the point. So when they're that high and there's no other means except for that particular instrument to verify the actual height, how is it known that that is actually accurate and actually representative of reality? How do they know their model is correct? They couldn't. This is the point. This is why we're asking these questions. Unless you know how it was confirmed, except by just taking the reading. That's what it sounds like. It's just like their best guess, I guess.
So airplane pilots don't know their altitude.
That's not what I
is
said.
What I'm getting. That is
Different height. Different height.
Yeah, dude, you're talking about 30 kilometers high, 30,000 meters. How high are airplanes?
30,000
Why would
feet.
altitude matter with what you're saying?
What?
Why
This guy
would
doesn't-
altitude
this guy doesn't
matter with
listen,
what
does
you
he?
are saying?
It's an equation.
Because, dude, the higher you go, the less precise you can be from. Less precise you can be.
Yeah,
Further
'cause
out,
you can get readings up to a certain altitude, right?
You can get
Because you can
readings at
send.
any altitude.
Can I get readings at any altitude?
Yes, you can. You can get zero readings of zero at altitudes
So
where
how do
there's
you
no
get-
air.
Okay, so how do you get a reading at 200,000 feet?
And what is that reading?
You would compare your. Okay, so like from what instrument? A barometric altimeter?
What if it was
Yeah,
hotter that
anything.
day? What if it was
Anything.
hotter that day? What happens then?
You said you can get readings from any altitude. So 200,000 feet. How do you get those ones?
Barometric altimeter or GPS altimeter or both?
What are you sending up there?
A balloon or a rocket?
At 200,000 feet?
Yeah.
A balloon at 200,000 feet?
Yeah.
Can you show that?
I didn't say that anyone has done that. I said that you could.
There we go. There we go. You finally caved. This is your best guess, dude. You don't know this to have already been done. All right.
There
That's
have
why
been rockets. There have been rockets that have been sent 200,000
That's
feet.
why when you ask the question, why does altitude matter? That's why it matters. You answered your own question. Because no one's got the readings for it.
Still doesn't answer the question because we do have the readings for it.
Okay, where?
There are
Sweet,
people
now
that
I
have
wanna
sent amateur rockets up to
Oh my god.
there.
What if
Yes.
the rocket is off and it says it went up 250,000 feet?
Yeah, that's a rocket.
So what? What does that mean?
What? Just what are you saying? All altitude measurements are extrapolations? Is that what I'm getting?
Yep.
No, not all.
I'm saying that. Oh, above a certain height? Yeah.
Yeah. Up to a
So
certain
at what
altitude.
height is that?
Whatever, man.
I think there was a guy, Brandon, who's a meteorologist who's come in here. I think he said the mesosphere is where they don't have any measurements on.
Yep.
Is that it? Yeah. So
Yep.
anything beyond the one below it, or forgive me,
Stratosphere.
no? Yeah, they just use modeling.
It's extrapolation based on some inferences.
Right. And like as much as that can be helpful, right, to kind of like, estimate or whatever, there needs to be confirmation. So until such time as that has been done, the model is just, a guide for a good old maybe. Right? So we're asking for confirmation. That's all.
Yep. NASA has a whole paper on it. They made.
Right. So yeah, like, we're a little bit, into the weeds there. Where we started off talking about gas pressure and how it can be, created. And this guy says you don't need a container. And according to all, other applications of these physics, you need some sort of container. So if you can show that, that would be interesting.
The ideal gas law applies to uncontained gases.
Where?
EV, so pressure and velocity.
It's volume.
Where?
Not
Where?
velocity.
Volume, dude.
Use
Yeah.
pressure.
I
If
use
you're gonna
V
use
for
the term
volume.
pressure, you're talking about particles colliding with the walls of its container.
You're talking about particles colliding with each other.
No,
That's
you
why
have to
it-
measure
Nah.
them. Measure them for
You
on
can't
the
measure
container.
that.
Yeah, you measure them on the container.
No, you can measure that there's a pressure difference
No, that's
between
not how it's
right.
measured. That's not how it's done
Then how is it done?
with pressure gauges.
Which can be used outside of a container. How do you think barometers work?
How can I take a pressure gauge and point it at my vacuum chamber and tell me what's inside the vacuum chamber?
Talking about in the open air.
This
Yeah,
is the
it's in a
point, dude.
container.
Yeah,
So
that
I
exactly.
just lay the pressure gauge inside the vacuum chamber and it'll show me the proper reading if I just lay it in there. Is that what you're saying?
If you don't take the air out, yeah, it will actually read a slightly higher pressure.
Oh no, I'm gonna take the air out. Now what's it gonna read?
It's gonna read 0 because there's 0, or it's
Oh.
next to 0.
So we'll read it.
It's a zero pressure differential between the outside and the inside.
No,
right?
it's a
Right.
14.
Hold on.
It would be a
Watch this.
14.7 pressure differential.
Hang on, dude. So there's two different instruments here that we're talking about, right? One is you have a context where you have an isolated volume, right, with a pressure on the inside and a certain pressure on the outside, and the gauge compares the two, right? That's one thing. And then you're talking about a barometer. Take a barometer out in the open air, whatever. There's no real comparison with anything, right? You just get a single number, which is right, whatever.
And then
Okay.
you can,
Right.
and then you would compare that to what you would expect at an altitude.
Fine. But the whole point here, dude, is how do you know we're not already contained in which you have this barometer that actually gives you a pressure value?
Because no one has seen a container over the Earth.
Okay. Okay, so this is the tricky part, dude. This is the point of contention. All other circumstances that we know where we actually have gas pressure and variances and shit like that, or gas pressure at all, you have contained environments. So to suggest that we're not in a contained environment and have gas pressure, right? That's a wild claim, dude. So how would you prove that?
With the pressure gradient. The
No,
fact
we
that you
can have a pressure gradient in a container.
By how
Exactly.
much? Doesn't
matter.
it go?
It's a gradient.
No,
It doesn't matter how much. No, it doesn't.
No.
And does in a
It doesn't
propane
matter,
tank,
dude.
give me
No,
hold on.
dude.
In a
Hold on, watch
propane
this.
tank.
No, now check this out. Check this out. The variance, right, or the gradient, is contingent upon the other variables at play. So whatever they may be, right, differences in temperature and the distance between the top and the bottom, all sorts of shit like that, right? Those have a role. The point here is knowing that you can have these variances, period. Right?
Where does the atmosphere stop grading out?
We don't know, dude.
I asked you
I
that
don't.
question. You can't turn it back on us.
You
Yeah,
didn't ask
you're the
me that
one-
question, and my answer
No.
is that it doesn't. Because
I'm
it
at-
doesn't.
Yeah, right. So how do you know that?
How do you know that?
At least we're honest and to say that we don't know how high this shit would. You mean to
So
say
then-
that you do know that
so why-
there is no
See,
limit.
this is the double standard. I need to know exactly where and have measurements, but you don't need to know where your container is.
No.
Yeah, we're not making a claim.
No.
We
Yeah,
know
because-
we know there has to be a container in order to have gas
Your
pressure.
claim
We've
is that
shown
there
you-
is a
just hang on.
container.
No,
That is
you
your
need to Clear
claim.
it up, right? Yeah. In order to have gas pressure, you need a container. Therefore, the container must be there. We don't really care where it is or what it's made out of, but that is the antecedent to that problem, right?
Your claim is
So,
that there is a
You're
container.
the one. just hang on. Yes, you're the one that claims that you can have gas pressure without a container, but
Yeah, how do
every
you
other
think?
every other scientific experiment shows that to get gas pressure, you require a container. So your claim is the only one that doesn't match up to any observation and experiment.
Except those
so
that
you need to
demonstrate
prove it.
diffusion.
What the fuck are you on about, man?
He just went to a new direction. Now he wants to talk about diffusion.
Fuck me.
You do know what diffusion is.
I don't really
Go
care.
ahead.
Just
No,
answer the
I don't
question.
know. I don't know what it is. So go ahead and tell us all.
It's very slow loss of. It's like very slow equalization. Like
Great.
insanely slow.
Okay. All right. Cool. So can you show?
Which is
gas
something that
pressure
our
without a
atmosphere
container?
does do.
Yeah, you're just avoiding it, right? Because you're telling us that we need to give you numbers, but we don't, do we? Because we're not claiming that stuff.
You're claiming there's
claiming-
a container.
Yes. And the
So
requirement
then prove
of
it.
gas pressure.
It's
the
a requirement,
of
bro.
Gas
It's
pressure is a container.
Of what? I've already told you that
it's the
it's not.
antecedent. You know, okay, you understand what an antecedent, right? Do you know understand what
Under
an
what
antecedent, right? Okay, hold on.
law?
Let me show you. Give me a second. Give me a second. This Boyle's law is one of them. It's an antecedent.
There's
In
the
other words, you can have. Listen, stop.
equation.
Calm down. Calm
There's
down.
the ideal gas
Calm
law.
down. Calm down. Calm down.
The definition of pressure
Calm
is
down, bro.
per
Can you calm
area.
down? Can you calm down, bro?
If you're just going to
You
keep
know
talking
the
over
difference.
elbows, you're not going to talk very long, man.
Yeah.
Give me,
You know what does an antecedent mean? Girl, man, do you know what an antecedent mean?
Oh, can we start with the science classes? Just say what you got to say.
Shut up. I'm asking you. Yes or no.
Shut up, idiot.
We know.
Say it.
All right. So antecedent means is something that's required before the. It's required for anything, right? So in other words, in order for you to have steak, a filet mignon, the antecedent for that is a cow. Without the cow,
And
you don't have filet mignon.
Mm-hmm. And the antecedent for air pressure is force
Container.
per area. No, it's force per
was an area. Was an area. It was an area.
Not a container. It's not force.
man.
It's not
You
force
demonstrate that,
per
sir.
perimeter. It's force per area.
Dude, can you
Yeah, it was an
demonstrate?
area, bro.
Yeah, dude, can you demonstrate? Okay. Or can you cite a demonstration of a gas pressure being exerted in one direction, i.e. down or up or left or right, and not on any of the other ones?
Gas pressure is exuded in every direction on Earth. I don't get what your
Thank
point
you
is.
very much. So if there's no barrier in any direction except down, where do you think the gas is going to fuck off to?
Sideways.
Definitely not up.
How do you know
Yes.
that?
Well,
That's the lower pressure system up there. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation if you say it ain't gonna
It's a
fuck off.
lower. It's a lower
It's
pressure
the
on top of
second
Mount
law.
Everest.
Yeah, so the second law
So
of
where is the container
thermodynamics.
there?
So the second law of thermodynamics, that pressure in enclosed area will equalize. In other words, if there is a low pressure next to an area that has no pressure, the gas will fuck off to equalize on both sides.
Hold on.
Now,
Say that again. Hold on.
Now, in
Say
other
that
words,
again. Say that again. Gas pressure in a what system?
so if you have a gas,
Answer
right?
the question. Gas pressure in a
Listen.
what?
So let me put it like this: if you have two systems, right?
No,
a
you
pressurized
said in a
system,
closed system.
Okay, in a closed system.
Which
let's
Earth
say
isn't.
here. Yes, it
Which would
is.
be pressurized as well.
No, it's not.
I could give you citation that says gas is a closed system. There is a closed system. So don't say it isn't.
We lose atmosphere into space every day.
Okay. Where? How do you get there? How do you? Who give you that information? How do they measure that? They can't even measure the gas pressure in the mesosphere. How are they going to tell you how much gas is being fucked
They
off?
can measure the gas pressure in the mesosphere.
No, they can't,
and
bro.
they have.
I got NASA giving you that say they're extrapolating. We just went through this, bro. We just went through this, showing you that the mesosphere. Okay, sure.
Elbow.
Which matter of fact, I'll put you the citation right here. Bam. Right here. Bam. NASA from NASA.gov. That the way they measured that, which they didn't, way they extrapolated it is the way they have the density, the specification of the mesosphere, the density, the pressure, and the temperature is by extrapolation.
This
So
is from
in other words, they didn't measure it.
Your document is from 1979.
So what? You think they've you got an updated one?
I care because it's not.
You have an updated one. Okay. You didn't even know about this document, but yet do you have an updated one? Can you please give me an updated one then? That isn't based on extrapolation.
He doesn't know.
There's remote sensing of the
Oh my
mesosphere.
God. Remote set the fuck out of here.
There's rocket experiments that are done. There's the Artemis and
Where are these sensors at?
can
Where are
you
these
let
remote
me
sensors
speak
at?
for the
Yeah,
love of God?
I would like to know where the remote sensors
I'm
are.
just gonna mute you so that I can fucking talk.
You can't do that,
Dude, you're
mate.
so full of shit.
Don't fucking mute him.
Then let me
Don't mute him.
speak. God damn. There's the Artemis and Maxidor series, the AIM sounding rockets, the Middle Atmosphere High Resolution Spectrograph Investigation rockets, which I'm not going to pronounce the abbreviation for because that's gonna be really weird.
Spectrograph just
the
does
Viking
spectroscopy. Anyway, so what the fuck are you on about, man?
So spectroscopy.
Yes, that's why
Of
it would
what?
be called a spectrograph.
So they can measure air in the mesosphere with spectroscopy.
What are they? What are you talking about, man? What?
And the Artemis
Now
and
I know. Now I know you're just making shit up because
No,
you don't
I'm
even
not.
know what spectroscopy is now.
You've
He's
made a
reading
claim.
AI,
You've
dude.
made a claim.
He's just reading AI.
Yeah, dude, are you just looking all this up right now?
No.
No?
Yes.
He's not even sure about that. You heard him. He's like, no.
No. Dude, you're a fucking liar. Okay? You don't know any of this information already offhand and citing them, pulling them from your notes.
Okay.
You're looking it
Yeah,
up on the
because
fly.
I'm allowed to
and
do
you're
that.
fucking-
This
Let me
isn't a-
fucking finish, dude. Let me fucking finish, right? Right now, it's evident to everyone, okay? As we're speaking, you're frantically Googling and finding shit to confirm your bias. You didn't research this beforehand, okay, and are coming in to argue these points.
Because I didn't think someone was going to say something as stupid as you can't measure the mesosphere.
No, dude, it's not that. It's not that, dude. Okay? You never read any of this before. You don't know this information. You think it's there.
If this,
you're looking for it on the fly.
If saying they can't,
I'm
if saying
looking
they can't
for it on
measure
the fly
hang on,
to.
1 second. If you're saying it's stupid to say they can't measure the mesosphere, can you show us where they measured it?
I'm telling you the experiments that were used.
Okay, can you post that information in the chat so we can look at it?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, Mick.
No, take it away, man.
No, I want to
Also,
read
no,
what
I
he puts
can't.
in.
I can't post anything in the chat right now.
Send it to someone.
Yeah, send it to me there. Whatever.
Send it over to you. Point being, we have measured the mesosphere. Whether it be through direct measurements or spectroscopy.
I want to see that, please.
How high they were.
How do you measure gas pressure with spectroscopy? Just walk me through that process.
I didn't say they measured gas pressure. I said they measured the mesosphere.
With spectroscopy, how would they be doing?
spectroscopy involves light, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Through
Yeah.
what? Through air.
Okay.
No.
What the fuck? Wait. So what are they doing with it? What's the process?
How do you think we know the spectrum of light that hydrogen and helium
Why are you
are part of?
asking us a question? You can go ahead and explain it to us.
You're just
don't
saying
know anything
nuh-uh to
about
everything.
the sun, dude.
No,
You
we're
don't
asking,
know anything
dude.
about the sun. You don't know anything about it. Stop
Yes, we
talking
do.
about hydrogen. No, you don't.
Yes, we do. We
See, it's
know.
yeah, we do. You and who else? What do you know about the sun? You and who else?
Do you know what we is in this context?
Yeah, what's we? Why don't you help me?
It's royal we. It's humanity. Fucking learn
Humanity.
English.
Okay, what has humanity discovered about the sun? Please walk us through that.
We isn't just a set group of people. It can
I'm
mean
waiting for
everyone.
the information and how it was gathered.
First, you figure out the spectrum of light that
Okay, who did
hydrogen
that?
takes up.
Who did that? Who did that?
I've done it in a lab at
So you
school.
went to the sun. So you're like a genius or something.
Light
Wait, so you
spectroscopy
mean to
has
say-
been done for freaking, like, I don't know, 200, not 200, like,
Right. So do you mean to
60
say that?
years.
Do you mean to
Now
say
we
that
know you're a liar.
they've taken? Do you mean to say they've taken spectral analysis of the sun, or they've done a spectral analysis of the sun and
Yes.
determined its composition?
Yes.
Okay, can you provide that, please? My understanding is they take a spectral. If they do a spectral analysis on the sun, they get a continuous graph. Right? It's not discrete. So how the hell are they going to pinpoint which elements are in there when it's continuous?
How do you pinpoint what's in front of between you and the sun?
That's a whole other issue. Right? But just that alone, the discrete, the continuous curve, right, says nothing about its contents, except for maybe it's a mixture of a shit ton of stuff that we have no idea what the fuck is, because we don't know what their spectrum are, because we've never done the analysis. But to say that it's this or that other particular element,
we know what this.
you would need a discrete. You would need a discrete graph.
We know the spectrum of hydrogen and helium, and if we do a
Okay.
spectrograph on the sun, we will find the spectrum signature of hydrogen and helium.
Right. So that's what I'm saying to you. Right. My understanding is when they have done that, they get a continuous graph. They don't get little peaks, little amplitude peaks at particular frequencies, like you would expect if they were discrete elements. You have no idea what the fuck that even means, do you?
Yeah, he has no clue. He doesn't know what you're talking about. Him and the rest of his we have no clue what you're talking
about.
He's typing it in. Give him a second.
I'd implore you, dude. Go get just go look up a discrete look up a spectral analysis graph of the sun. Tap out.
Okay, plan C. When even your paradigm is being destroyed and AI won't help you, what do you do next?
What are you saying?
I'm saying even between you and your very limited helping you, can't answer these simple questions, what are you going to do next?
I'm telling you things that you can look up. That
Yeah, you're telling us things that don't have any empirical evidence.
Except that they're done by people that aren't scientists. A lot of these are amateur things. Like
Oh,
the
okay. So now
rocket.
we're going with amateurs again. Well, I don't want to talk to amateurs. I want to talk to the experts. What are the experts saying?
Remember, you want to talk to the flat Earth experts, not just people that take pictures.
Have I ever said that?
No, so long distance observations debunks a globe then.
As which ones?
All of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Except the ones that don't.
Which are?
Which what?
Such
so you
as,
have to prove. You have to prove
yeah.
the ball now. Now you have to prove the ball so we can
Okay,
compare.
yeah.
Yep.
Pick is the one, was it Pick Gaspard in
So now you got to
the
go
world
there
record.
and measure for a ball so you can make sure it matches.
I posted a citation for that they still don't know anything about what's the mesosphere. If you want to take a look. Says the mesosphere is difficult to study, so less is known about this layer of the atmosphere than other layers.
That's not
Weather
nothing.
balloons and other aircraft cannot fly high enough to reach the mesosphere. Satellites orbit above the mesosphere and cannot directly measure the trace of this layer. Scientists use instruments on sounding rockets to sample the mesosphere directly, but such flights are brief and frequently. Since it's difficult to take measurements of the mesosphere directly using instruments, much about the mesosphere is still mysterious.
So they have measured it.
So
no, they haven't.
Lie to us.
Your claim was literally they haven't measured anything in the mesosphere.
No, they haven't. They take samples, but they can't measure the freaking pressure of the mesosphere.
That's what those samples are.
No, it tells you they can't do this directly with instruments. In other words, they can't actually put something up there to measure the pressure of it. So they'll try to take samples of it, but they have very little flights of sounding rockets. And they like I said, it's still a mystery. So they don't know the pressure. They can't give you exact information of the mesosphere.
So they can measure the mesosphere.
No, they try to take samples of it,
which are then used for measurements.
What? You gonna take a sample? What the fuck?
That's fine. Yeah. Can you give us that data and how we can verify?
He's already said how they use it.
What a sample of air pressure looks like.
Yeah.
That's what they mean by samples. They don't mean that you're literally taking. They don't mean that you're literally taking. No, they don't mean that you're literally taking the air and taking it back down to the ground. They mean that you're taking measurements while you're in the air.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So you're saying while something is moving, they're taking the pressure of it?
Yeah, that's
how.
Really?
Yeah, that doesn't.
That's how airplanes work.
Oh no, it's not. That's the same.
Yeah,
way.
it is. Airplanes use barometric altimeters.
Professor Triangle, can you tell us what happens with air?
Hey, Professor Triangle.
The pressures change. Because a simple study of aerodynamics, auto manufacturers know this. They put cars in wind tunnels, and the pressures of the air around the particular object that is in the movement of the air, well, depending on where its location is over the surface of that object, it will change. So that's not a good measure.
Yet airplanes use barometric altimeters.
Right.
Yeah, you don't even know how that works, bro. So just calm your butts.
Sorry, they use barometric altimeters. Do you have a problem with that?
How come some airplanes smash into mountains?
Called pilot error.
Oh, not instrument error?
No.
Oh, wow.
Good argument.
Yeah, so all we need is the data from these particular measurements and then how we can verify them. That's all I need from you.
What measurements are we talking about?
We're talking about measurements of the mesosphere that our friend Gummin says he has.
You've already explained that there are measurements of the mesosphere.
Great,
You
let's get those
debunked
measurements
yourself.
and let's get the
We
verification
posted the
of them.
documents that have them.
Thank you. How do we verify
in the
it?
chat.
Friend, how do we verify it?
This guy doesn't know how pressures actually take.
This guy said go to the chat.
Hey, just as a quick aside there, I want to point out, just a quick aside, I want to point out, Grumman, if you check the post, my post at 33 minutes after the hour, this is what I was kind of anticipating you would bring, which you failed to do. This is what I was talking about, right? You see the image with the sun and the fluorescent light bulb?
Yes, bro,
charts?
just continue.
Hey,
That's-
shut the fuck up.
That's energy. That's the energy peaks.
It's wavelength.
Yeah, most of the sun's light
Yeah.
is visible.
Yeah, no shit.
And
What's
then
your
there's
point?
there's visual, and then there's a lot of ultraviolet.
Yeah, thank you very much. So how does one look at this graph, right? This spectral analysis graph, right? Of the sun and determine its composition. Because you would think, right? If you look down at the fluorescent light bulb, you see those discrete peaks, right?
Are you
can determine.
Okay,
you can
at this point you're just
determine-
at
hang
this
on,
point you're just
hang on,
ignoring.
hang on, dude. You can determine in there, right? Which elements are in there. Right? How do you do that with the sun when it's continuous like that?
The way that I showed you with the image that you're just ignoring.
Which one is that? I missed it.
The one with the bars.
Oh, the first one. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to explain to us what that's all about?
That's the spectrum colors of those elements.
Okay. Explain.
And then comparing to the spectrum colors that we get from spectroscopy. Sorry.
Oh.
Readings of the sun.
I see. So you just want to affirm the consequent because we things present in this situation.
Why do you scream, bro? Why do you scream?
Conclusion that the sun is made of those things?
Why do you scream, bro? Why do you scream?
Nobody's screaming, but I think you're about to get muted, unless you want to leave on your own. No, you already got muted. Bummer.
You kind of are, like, really loud.
Yes.
Well, okay, just turn the volume down a little bit.
Or
Listen,
you can
guys, I
move
wanna
away
ask-
from your mic.
I want to ask a quick
No,
question.
I really can't.
Can I ask a
No,
quick
it's
question?
fine for me, man.
Can I ask a quick question?
My volume's at like 10, so
Can I ask who here is counter flat earther and who is flat earther?
Everybody's a flat earther, even Grumman, who left.
So you think I'm
He
flat
left,
earther?
eh? Wow.
Are you all guys flat earthers?
Yep, even you.
Who gives you the right to decide what I think or what
Well,
I
let's
agree
see.
on?
Let's hear how you describe your experience on the Earth. We'll see if you're a flat earther. Okay?
Earth is
How's that
so
sound?
big that the flat earthers think it's straight just because they can't see the curvature.
No, sorry,
Did you hear-
it's not that, friend.
did you
It's
hear
a little
what-
bit more
did you hear what-
nuanced than that. But if you're just going to keep talking and you've been triggered by the subject itself, I'm just going to go ahead and mute you because you can't have a civil conversation.
I'm trying to speak normally. What is wrong with you? You're not letting me
And what
speak.
you were starting off with was just an attack on people that you don't know. So it's better if we have a real discussion. So let's start from here. Do you
Listen, I
have
don't know
anybody in
the
the
name of-
history? Sorry, friend, I'm asking you a question. I figured you want to discuss the topic. Do you have any measurements of Earth curve or can verify any measurements of Earth curve?
You listen to scientists like
So
one or two.
anyways, I'm asking you a very simple question that you're not answering. It seems like you don't want to have this conversation. Are you scared of
we
this
are not-
conversation?
We are not
You
science at
are
world
scared of
class
this
level, bro.
conversation, so you're very terrified of this conversation. I get it. But do you think that you could actually have a conversation? Let's see. So conversation is I ask a question, you answer. You ask me a question, then I answer. It's kind of like that.
No,
You think you could pull
conversation
it
is
off?
giving opinions too.
So sorry, I don't know why you're talking through me. I just want to see if you can have a conversation. Working out very well. Adults can have conversations. Children cannot.
Got
So
it.
I'm dealing with a child, or do you want to have a conversation?
You are so insecure.
So there we go. So now it's back to attacking me instead of just having a conversation. So I guess we're dealing with a child. Let's see if he still wants to attack me, which is not the conversation that we want to have. We want to talk about the earth, or if he wants to talk about me. We'll find out real quick. You want to have a conversation about the earth?
Can I give an opinion?
No, this is not an opinion topic.
I want to give an opinion.
Well, then
And
you're going to have to go to another forum that care about your favorite color. You know, like if you went to a forum where they talked about their favorite color, you
Hold
could
on,
give your opinion on your favorite color. Here, we're
Says
talking
who?
about empirical evidence.
Says who?
Yes,
There's a form he can fill out on the main server for opinions. I didn't know
That's
if
true.
you
You
guys.
can make your own channel.
Bro, the thing is,
So
I'm
ma-
gonna give a short opinion, and you ask me.
If you're going to give your opinion, go somewhere else. If you want to give us some kind of empirical evidence as to where you think you believe, then do that. Which one you want to do?
Bro, what do you exactly want from me?
To give us some empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, listen. I wanted to speak on example on Joe Rogan.
So, what's coming out of your mouth next? Is that just going to be nonsense claims, or is it going to be empirical evidence? Let's see if you understand the difference. Which one are we getting?
It's gonna be an answer from a scientist, a real-time scientist, which said if we
A real-time scientist. So, an answer to the question, did I ask this question, or are you answering questions that nobody is asking?
scientist said if we shrink.
Yeah, see, you can't even contain your laughter. Obviously. So, also, friend, I think it's important that you know right now, your troll is being live streamed, and no one thinks it's funny, I promise you. Do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe? I didn't think so.
Hey,
See,
listen, no,
this.
I was writing. Wait, one more time. The question.
Do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere?
No, not right now.
No. Okay.
Give
No
me
evidence
the
that the Earth is a sphere. Thank you for your honesty, though.
Oh, I was
I want to know the name
thinking
of the scientist that you claim studies
something with,
the
it's
globe
something
right
with,
now.
it's
Who's this
something with
scientist?
Nelson. I heard Nelson. I don't know the complete name.
Never heard of him.
Listen, he said if we shrunk the Earth, because he believes too that the Earth is sphere, it would be soft as a cue ball.
So
Yeah, that's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
yeah, Neil
Yes,
deGrasse Tyson.
yes, Tyson, not Nelson. Sorry. So I saw, and he gave such an example that he really
Yeah, he
convinced that
also
the
said
Earth
the
is
Earth
not
is
flat.
flat too. He also said Earth is flat.
Yes, but he said if we shrink, how do we shrink something that's flat?
How do you shrink it down to a cue ball if you don't even know that it's a ball because you can't measure any curve? Where are you? What is the scale you're using?
What do you mean? What is the scale, bro?
There's no measured Earth curve. So what are you shrinking down?
Go check on YouTube. There was flat earthers who trying to prove
No,
that
why is it always flat earthers that prove the globe? How come globers can't?
Bro, it's such an example that you can clearly see that the Earth is not what they think. They even found themselves that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, Earth is flat. Yep.
Bro, you can see with the light. They did the measurement with the light. When somebody went forward, the light didn't appear.
No lights. No.
And what do you? Isn't that a measurement? How do we measure?
No.
But the globe
Shining
is
a
super
flashlight
big.
is not a measurement, dude.
The Earth is big, bro. How do you measure it?
How big is it? Who measured that? Earth big. Earth big.
Let me see. 12,756
big.
kilometers
Yeah, Earth big. Who
in
measured Earth big?
diameter.
Who measured Earth big?
What are you on, bro?
I want you to tell me who measured Earth big.
I don't know, bro. The people who gave this
Oh
information.
yeah, fine. Yeah, get us those people.
Okay, wait for me. The ancient Greeks called us Eratosthenes.
No, I mean, so you can send
Yes, and they did it
satellites to space and
BC,
launch
bro.
rockets.
240
The
BC.
guys who
240
measured it so
years
you can fly to
BC.
the moon. Stop reading.
He compared
Stop
the
reading
angles.
AI, dummy. We're not using that. We're
I swear,
using modern
I'm not
day shit.
doing.
Who
I'm not
was
doing AI.
modern day? How do you fly rockets around a ball using a stick and a shadow? You don't. You have to measure the ball to make sure you're doing it correctly.
Okay, bro, you're the genius. Okay, then prove it to me. What did you measure to prove
Thank
that flat?
you.
What are the measurements that the flat is Earth? The Earth is flat. Sorry.
Zero curve.
What is that a measurement?
Yep.
If I say 100% curve, does that make
There's no curve measured, especially over water. Go to the beach. No curve.
there no curve because it's so big you cannot see the curve, but you are
And
so
now
small
it's so
compared.
big. Who measured Earth big?
Bro, you know that the Earth has countries, bro. Country to country.
Oh my God. So now
Continent
it
to
has
continent.
countries. Who measured Earth big?
I told you. Research, bro. I did a little fast research because I don't remember. I'm not a scientist myself.
No, we're not using shit from 2,000 years ago, dude. I want to know who measured it so you can fly satellites and rockets around the planet. That guy. And to do orbital mechanics. I want to know who measured the Earth to make orbital mechanics work.
And by the way, to my friend there, do you really think that we're not familiar with Eratosthenes?
Do you even understand what Eratosthenes did?
He just read it for the first time.
Do you understand the inherent assumptions that he never tested? Did you know that the Chinese also did the same exact test but had different assumptions, and their conclusion was the Earth was flat?
You have evidence?
Yeah, the Ming Dynasty did this. It's very simple to do. It's been replicated many times as well. It's basically all you gotta do is not assume the Earth is a ball to begin with, and that all the light from the sun is parallel, and then, well, you can have a flat Earth easily.
Did you
Problem
see?
is,
Okay.
both of these arguments are flawed. They're both begging the question, because in both arguments, you have to start with your conclusion inside your premises. So if you want to end up with a flat Earth, you start by assuming the Earth is flat, and that all the light is playing out from that point source in the sky you see, the sun. But if you're on a globe, you have to imagine that, like, the point source you see in the sky is actually a massive ball that's radiating light uniformly parallel to the ground and hitting a ball of the certain size and then you can calculate how big that size is. Basically, like you can figure out roughly based on your assumption of the parallel light how big the ball is. So you're basically begging the question. You're going circular reasoning. You start with your ball to assume the conclusion of a ball. You start with a flat plane to assume the conclusion of a flat plane. That is not evidence of anything.
What do you think about the layers of the Earth?
I don't need to think about any layers of the Earth because the
I mean,
surface of the
I mean,
Earth
if
is the
it's
thing
flat,
in question. Do you understand that we're not here to sell you a new belief system? We are the people who left your belief system because it lacks empirical evidence and the evidence stands against it. So if you measure the surface and the surface isn't curving, the Earth cannot be a globe.
you believe it has layers inside?
We're not in the habit of selling beliefs like I just told you. We just go by the verifiable. I, for instance, am a critical realist, empiricist logician. So none of your belief system actually functions within my worldview.
So you don't believe it?
I don't know what you're talking about or what you are imagining when you're talking about this, so I refuse to answer your
You,
question about
by
beliefs.
saying,
Bring it back to the topic of this channel and not your kooky beliefs. I don't care.
you think you gave no answer, but you actually gave an answer. Because if I say if you believe and you say I don't want to answer your question because
No
the thing
belief
you said,
required.
bro, I was talking to him. Wait,
I don't know what you mean, and I have no desire to
you said
learn what you mean.
okay.
This
So
is
what
very
I said,
simple. The channel has certain parameters we like to speak about. Layers underneath the earth or above the earth or wherever you're imagining is
don't
not it.
exist, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I said that's not the topic
Actually,
of the channel, dummy.
now you said the parameters I mentioned don't exist in your world. So that means you're saying no, you don't
No, you
believe.
didn't understand the English
How
I'm
about this?
using.
What are the parameters? What do you mean by layers?
Obiettiva. The core, continental crust, lithosphere, asthenosphere, upper mantle, lower mantle, outer core, and inner core.
Are all those
Reading AI
layers of a
again.
sphere?
Reading AI again.
Yes,
Yeah.
no,
So
I'm seeing your picture actually.
are those layers of a sphere?
Should be. What if it was flat? How should I
No, I'm
be?
sorry. I'm just curious. Are those layers of a sphere? Because then you'd have to prove the sphere in the first instance.
I believe yes.
Okay, so where's the proof for the sphere? The measurement of curvature of the sphere.
I mentioned earlier something about measuring the sphere.
I don't. Yeah. So you mentioned it. Actually, measurements that we can verify.
People did different calculation, brother.
Oh,
You
so
heard
they didn't actually measure anything. They just
200
calculated on a presupposition. Is that right?
What do you call a measurement?
You know, you physically measure something, like you take a tape measure, and it ends
Is
up being 4 feet long, according to the standard that you set.
so isn't calculation related to measurement?
Nope. It doesn't matter if it's related or not. It's not a measurement. Period.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you calculate something, does it exist? Like I could calculate how fast Superman flies. Does that mean is Superman real all of a sudden?
It's irrelevant.
Oh, it's irrelevant all of a sudden. So I guess any bring to the table would be irrelevant then.
Speak about the topic, not Superman.
Yeah, yeah. The topic is calculations, nothing, existence of something.
Okay, bro.
Okay, bro. Yeah, okay, bro is an admission that you just got owned intellectually,
Not
and
an
you have no
admission.
rebuttal.
Not an admission. You don't know what did I mean.
You concede that calculations have nothing to do with the existence of something.
Continue.
That's all I need to say. So you don't have any Earth measurements. Calculations mean nothing, according to you, by the way. And so I guess, why are we even talking about layers of a sphere since we don't have a sphere to begin with?
Because I think it's a sphere.
Oh, well, who cares what you think? Your imagination and your opinions mean nothing in empiricism.
Or if I believe it, of course, there will be
So
such a
you
thing.
need to go to the heliocentric religion server. Do you know where that is?
No.
Okay, well, do a quick Discord search and find the heliocentric religious server and go there, and you guys can share all of your musings about your religious system.
So, as soon as I say the word believe, you think everything has to do about religion?
No.
Then
Belief
why are
is
you suggesting
defined
that?
as acceptance of something without any evidence. So you accept that the Earth is a globe without any evidence. That is the exact same as having a religious system. Let's say you believe in unicorns.
You're
Okay?
saying yes. You said no in the start, but now you are proving that you are saying yes to my question.
Yes, in terms of religious systems? No. This just falls under the category of belief, like a religious system. Do you believe religiously that the Earth is a globe?
No, I didn't say I didn't say that. I said as soon as I said the
Do
word
you,
believe, you counted me as a religious, something about the topic of
oh,
religious.
maybe it's not a religion. Do you believe in the globe like you believe in Pokemon?
Expand on them. I didn't understand.
Well, you know, like Pokemon are things that people kind of believe in, but they don't really exist. So is it like Pokemon for you?
Not at all, bro. I don't know what that is.
Okay, so if you don't know what Pokemon is, how about well, it's like Superman. It's a caricature. He has all these attributes. He even has dimension, but he doesn't really exist. So is the globe kind of like Superman to you, or maybe Santa Claus?
No.
Okay, so then you must have more evidence, empirical evidence, physical reality, where we could find this sphere, maybe Earth curve measurements. Do you have any of those?
No, I don't have. Do you have the proof? Do you have your measurement that the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah, there's zero curvature.
I told you that before.
Zero
There's no
degrees.
curve. That's the measurement. No curve.
Yeah.
This
Zero
is proof.
degrees of drop over distance. Zero measurements of vertical drop over distance.
How is this a proof?
Because zero curve is no curve, meaning flat. It's actually axiomatic. See, if something is not curving, then by consequence, it is flat.
I mean, so you are saying that saying no curve, like you are saying, both of you, only this word is enough to tell me or prove that the Earth is flat?
Of course.
So, if I
Why
go
wouldn't it
in
be?
your system, if I go based on your system, I might say there's no flat, there's no straight line, it's a curve. There's
Okay,
day
well
and
then you'd show us the curve.
and around the sun.
Right, so you would show us the curve of the Earth then, right? You'd show us the measurement of the curve?
Okay, how?
Dude, how did you go from a straight line and then say sun in the same sentence?
Yeah, what were you talking about the sun for?
Hang on a second. Kinsey, hang on. I just want to point something out, right? Sorry, dude. I just want to point something out, right? So you just asked, how is it flat? We said zero curve, and you're bitching. Okay? What you may have wanted to ask is, how was it determined that there's zero curve? Right? And then you wouldn't have gotten just such a straight answer like that with no particulars, which you now seem to be complaining about. Are you curious about those details?
So you're talking about more of a proof, right?
Yeah, how was determined that there is no curve?
Shortly and simple proof.
Right. So the straight up statement, right, that there is no curve was the conclusion. Okay. How that was arrived at, we can show you if you're interested.
Okay.
Okay. Going to point that out because you didn't seem satisfied with that question or with that answer, even though it was a direct answer to your question in the way that you framed it.
One question. How did you find or how did you conclude that the Earth is flat?
No problem. So let's start at everybody's base experience and then we'll get more complicated from there. So everybody's base experience of the Earth is that it is flat with a horizontal and vertical relationship up and down, side to side, that it does not move, which is not really a positive claim. The positive claim is that the Earth is still, okay? So we have a flat and stationary plane where up and down are perpendicular to horizontal. Vertical and horizontal are always in connection with each other. It's a tied relationship. All the measurements that we make of Earth are according to a horizontal datum called sea level, and we measure angles of elevation both above and below the horizontal plane called sea level, rise over run, as how we measure the Earth. So all the surveyors that measure rise and fall for topography maps, or let's say a river system that flows from the mountains down to the sea, that's all horizontal and vertical. Everybody measures the Earth to be flat. In navigation, they use elevation angles to celestial objects, usually stars or the sun. That all measures the Earth to be flat as a horizontal datum. Finally, okay, we checked for the curvature that was proposed, which is roughly 8 inches square drop over distance, or 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as to a distance to the horizon, being the sagitta of the Earth curve, or the tangent point. Okay, we found none of that. There is no curvature. There is no horizon at a geometric point. There is no drop over distance in any direction away from your feet, which would be required on a ball. So not only do we measure it flat, we do not measure any curvature. That's a pretty simple way to determine whether or not you're on a flat Earth. Measurably.
And it's repeatable, verifiable. You can do it. We don't ask you to believe us. We ask you to go outside and test your own freaking beliefs. But that's also why Flat Earth never dies. Because we went out and tested it for ourselves, and it's really hard to get someone to just believe something when they know better. You don't want silence, or I will serenade you.
Sorry?
Yeah, I make music, so whenever there's downtime, I just play music.
Vay be Arda. Is somebody here a mathematician?
I missed that. I was
Hello?
listening to music.
Is somebody here a mathematician?
We used to have a professor of mathematics hanging around all the time here. He comes around still.
Okay, can you explain the image, the latest image, in simple terms?
Oh yeah, that's just the globe math. It's the spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It's just a table for easily being able to distinguish how much drop over distance there should be on the ball. This is basically the back end or the formulas that can go into the
Bridge
curve
of God.
calculators, and you can see this is just using basic trick, but like yeah, there's different versions of doing it. Like he explained to you earlier, there's a common parabola that's used because it matches the curve of the assumed globe, and that's 8 inches per mile squared. There's a few different ways of calculating how much.
Where is the
should be.
Professor Triangle? Where is he? Håller ni med upp till oss siffror?
Javier, eager up Syria. Adalim to ask a Muslim.
Right. Fuck y'all. I fuck your dads.
Well, great. I'm playing music.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's another example of the absolute best that the Globies have to offer when it comes to proof, when it comes to rhetoric, when it comes to logic. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. And for those who are new to the conversation, right there, that should have you asking yourself, if that's the best they have to offer, what is it that they're really offering you as far as logic, rhetoric, reason, facts, observations? It's definitely a one-sided conversation.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're a little quiet, quieter than normal, but I can certainly hear you.
Well, at least that I'm not destroying people's ears.
Well, and you are. You're just not destroying them in the way. Like with him, his ears got destroyed because he couldn't handle the truth. It sounds like that the evidence of how that it works is right in front of him, and so you destroyed some ears there. It sounds like to me.
Well, we're just getting started. We didn't even get to go over like but a fraction of the thing, and that was too much for him.
Yeah, exactly. I was kind of on standby to see where he was going with it because my degree certainly absolutely is a mathematics degree. It has another name on it, but it's a mathematics degree, and it has more math than the vast majority of college graduates. And so I can explain how that works forwards and backwards, but yet what the globe side has to offer was that vitriolic, nasty, vile speech. It's the only thing they have to offer, it appears. Yeah, unfortunately, Professor Triangle, there was somebody come in more or less asking about the mathematics, and then got angry and took off.
It's the same guy they've been cooking for a while. So he was just quiet and then like wanted to ask some mathematics question. Yeah, Daga's got it right.
Yeah, I knew that I had heard the voice, but I don't remember their name.
It was Carl something. It was a name I can't easily remember. No, it was Kinsekomvdek. That's the name. It started with a K, that's all I remembered. But anyway, I made 7 new songs, and I'm ready to preview them for you guys if you want.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because it reminded me that for what I've been trying to work on, Chat GPT kept telling me all these ways to do it, this and that, and it's pretty retarded, as we both know and agree. It would just end up getting me in loops. It would say, do this, and then that wouldn't work, and it would say, no, you're not supposed to do that. And then I'd say, okay, well, then why did you tell me to do that? And this and that. And finally, Chat GPT told me that it apologized for doubling down when it should have known that the specific thing that I'm trying to get it to do, that it's not trained on that type of music, et cetera, et cetera. And it said it would be glad to suggest some other tools that might work better.
Yeah, it's extra difficult to get like a jingle from the 60s or 70s because it's just very underrepresented in the training data.
Yeah, now, if, like you say, I wanted it to give me some music of just banging on pots and pans in my kitchen, it probably would come up with that in a 5-star manner.
Yeah.
But I did get it to. I have found it useful. What I'm looking for, it actually did a really good job in the free version, and so I do think ChatGPT is right in that when you switch to the paid version, it becomes more creative. And what I need is simplicity. That in the free version, it was almost spot on what I wanted. The only thing that I couldn't get it to do was just strip out the intro. I just wanted it to start singing and start, with the music. And that was the only thing there. But anyway, somebody there, are you trying to join in with his friend? Yeah, I love it when they're like so excited to come join in with us, and then so they start breaking in right halfway through somebody's sentence, and then by the time you stop and let them in, they already gone. But yeah, that's I do think that there's something to that, as far as like what I'm looking for. It is more or less just simple, and it's wanting to be more upscale, and the free version did okay with that. But then, like I say, the only thing I just couldn't get the free version to do, more or less, was just to start right from the very beginning, not have a 15-second intro.
Yeah, like I told you, like it's very finicky, but at the same time, I have like a high level subscription, so that gives me access to the new studio they have, and so I can take the song and I can split down the stems of the song and put them into the studio and just edit it like I'm in any normal music DAW. It's really nice, and then from there I can even generate new different types of beats, different instruments, different vocal tracks. It's really interesting. So it's getting upgraded very regularly.
Yeah, and they have a sale on the upgrade to that. If you buy it for the year, it's 40% off, and I may have to do that because I will say this, that the 5 or 6 songs that I've put on Fascist Book Reels, each one has gotten several hundred views, and like between Very few people have watched them all, but they've at least all watched at least a few seconds of it, and so it's getting traffic starting. And I've gotten in the 3 days, 4 days I've been doing it, I've gotten approximately 10 new people liking the page because of it that were not followers. So I may have to. I may very well need to upgrade.
Yeah, but be aware, Sudo just lost its court case. All the music distributors, Spotify, and all these platforms were suing Udio and Suno, and Udio already caved, and Suno just caved. However, Suno didn't cave as badly as Udio. Udio doesn't allow you to download their songs anymore, whereas Suno will allow you to download the songs still, and but they're gonna put a rate limit on how many songs you can download. Uh, so that's gonna be an issue, and that's one of the reasons why I'm making so many songs lately.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what'll what'll come out of it, because it is an interesting thing, because on one hand they are scraping, but on the other hand every musician listens to lots and lots of music, and they allude to various other songs and performers.
Yeah, but Udio and Suno both admitted to uh, basically using all publicly available music, like all of Spotify and all that, and they were just like, yeah, it's it's creative use. We're not creating the music out of it. We're creating this program. But then they argued in court that, like, well, you might be creating this program, but this program enables your users to create competing products against the creatives, and uh, the creative industry has certain protections. So, yeah, what appears to be happening is there seems to be some mergers happening in the background. Most likely, there's gonna be some form of like Suno already has an internal platform where that you can publish your music and it can get popular. They just don't pay you. Uh, and I think the plan is to try to move Suno and Udio into these AI-based platforms, kind of like Spotify, but with AI music. And we'll really see how and where that really goes in the future. But it's kind of up in the air right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that it's. I don't think AI music creation's going anywhere. The question is just how much is it going to cost? So
Yeah, and
at some point these
are there
very
gonna be? There's also are there gonna be limitations on like what platforms it can be on? Like, there's questions. Uh, Currently, it's all good. It's because it's in a gray area, but who knows how the cars are gonna land?
well, and the way that I see it likely going down is that they they will probably charge you, the user, a license fee for how much this one is based upon all the music that it's trained on. So it might be a thing to where instead of the $24 a month or whatever it is, it maybe it's $94 a month, and then you get to do the same thing.
Wow.
The number one lesson in the legal system is all things come of fee, O Lord. And kind of on a side note, the Chat GPT image creation is getting a whole lot better. It, I threw it a little curveball in a way, and it actually come up with what I thought was a pretty good image, and then I added some more stuff to it, and it made it. I think there was too much in that one. I think it was too cluttered looking. It made a few mistakes, but ultimately, it's amazing how good the Demon AI machines are getting.
The different models are good at different things. So ChatGPT has an image model. It's good at making static images. It can edit images, but it's bad at that. If you want to edit images well, you use Nano Banana 2.0 or the latest Nano Banana. Yeah, each one of them is like especially good at certain things because they were trained on certain things.
Now, I just sent you a message. Give me one more second. I'm going to actually send you the text. The text that went with that was actually a joke.
Yeah, I love it, but it's clearly ChatGPT. If you watched enough AI generated images, they have a style.
Oh, no doubt about it. It's 100%. You can tell it's Chat GPT. But do you recognize anything that's in that?
The Folgers, I've seen that before. I don't know. The peach, I don't know what that is. The pasta-ish, that like is pasta. And I don't know what that soap bar is supposed to represent, so I don't know.
No, fair enough. Those are all local references to Cincinnati. So the guy in the back, and I just sent the description of that. That was actually a comment I made on somebody's post, and then I loaded that into Chat GPT and said, "Hey, make me an image that resembles this." And so in the back, you have Jerry Springer. I don't know if you've heard of him. He was the mayor of Cincinnati. He got a big scandal of giving a prostitute a check. And then the other one's a Cincinnati Reds player that I know his sister. Uh, that radio station there on the billboard, and then the products there, the Folgers and the Coast soap. That's by Procter and Gamble, headquartered there. And so I didn't even tell it Coast soap. I just told it the Folgers coffee and some other P&G product, and then it picked that. And so I'm going to send the next one where I added in a couple more Cincinnati things, and then you'll find that one hilarious here in just a second. And that bowl of chili, it's not 100% obviously, but that bowl of chili, Cincinnati has a style of chili that's famous there called Cincinnati chili, oddly enough. But that restaurant that I was telling it was Skyline Chili, but there's a bunch of them there that serve that. And it's not really like chili like an American chili. It's more like a Greek pasta topping. And it's huge there. That's a huge regional chain, that Skyline Chili, and then there's Gold Star Chili. And but outside of it, people would be like, "What is this?"
I'm sorry, I'm replying to a message.
Oh no, you're fine. I was also then, and then you'll see I sent you the second picture, and that gets a little more into the weeds, but you'll see it. You might recognize that it messed up the bar of soap at that point. And long story short is it's still very damn impressive, regardless of the. I almost just thought of going with that picture for the fun of it, and because the Cincinnati people would have laughed at that. But long story short is it's still impressive.
Yeah, I got a message from Grumman, and he was trying to critique something I said earlier, and he's saying from 30 kilometers to 35 kilometers, the rate of change is 0.14 kilopascals per kilometer. That's 12% change per kilometer, but that statement is numerically misleading and instrumentally irrelevant. In barometric sensing, absolute difference matters. It's not a percentage of remaining scraps. Like, he's dealing with very tiny numbers, and so and extrapolating from that based on that tiny number, and then 12% of that tiny number. Yeah, well, that's still tiny. It's kind of like saying, my bank account dropped 20%. I'm broke. But the bank account only had $5 in it.
Yep, of course.
Yeah, that last picture, very cluttered. So I'm up to 40 new songs right now.
Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
Well, I guess I'm playing a song.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical G on the climb, altitude test. Signal shifts sideways, but the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight. But the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what.
What the fuck is?
If prediction don't match, then the premise gets caught. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saint. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, clock that phase, but anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it alleys, alias, whatever the craze, but the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jealousy flatline based on too pure. Survey chains closed with a radius unsure. What radius? If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comet stack cracks, no foundation. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Data over doctrine, that's the realist saint. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can crown a theory when the math shows strain. Yup. I'm the signal, the noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Fall back. Non-circular logic, yeah, I slice through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative game. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Frame invariant truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the case. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp. This ain't belief, it's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Yeah. Foundation cracked and the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat aesthetic, but the real definition. Empirical vigor, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science not tradition.
That was interesting.
Yeah, that's the first of my 7 songs that I made today.
Was that you singing?
No, it was my AI.
Oh, it's AI. All right, never mind then. I was wondering why it sounded like that. You gonna be posting that, bro? For the
I'm
world to
sorry,
see?
I'm dealing with a guy crying at me in DMs. Yeah, I'll currently all this music is being loaded onto a bot on our home server where there's an FE radio bot that plays random music that we've made on the radio, and I'm looking into uploading all this onto SoundCloud and Bandcamp. If people like, should be able to listen to it for free on SoundCloud, and then Bandcamp, if you want to buy the track or whatever, you can do that there.
Cool. I didn't know you guys had like a home server.
Yeah, it's filled with information. We got terabytes of information on Flat Earth on that server.
That would actually be kind of useful. Do you mind dropping the invite for that? You can just DM it.
I'll find it.
Yeah. Not that I'm converting to flat Earth, but might as well join the server since I've been on here long enough.
Like Professor Triangle earlier and the guys were talking about uh, Aquila, a platform, or aerial platform that was designed to transmit internet. I think it was Google or Amazon that made it, and then they canceled it and didn't use it. But when they were talking about it, it made me think, wait, what if you have a drone like that? If it's lower down, it can be moving at slower speeds, and it could match the apparent speed of the Starlink going across the sky. And so I made a song concerning that today.
I just want to know how you match 17,500 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's called perspective motion. And so the closer something is, the slower it needs to move.
Okay. But you can measure its actual speed.
Care to elaborate?
Radio.
Continue. Make a coherent
Continue.
argument. Like radio is not enough. You would need to transmit information with that. Now we need to see that.
You Doppler shift.
What about Doppler shift?
It's how you measure the speed of a satellite.
What's the point?
You can measure the actual speed of the object. You're not basing it off of what it appears to be going.
That doesn't. What are you talking about?
Your claim that Starlinks are drones in rows.
I didn't claim that. I said I made a song concerning how you could make something appear like Starlink when it's actually a drone.
Right, and I'm saying that because you can measure their actual speed, that goes out the window.
That doesn't change what I said.
So, a close drone would still appear larger than the Starlink chains.
Larger? Talking
Yeah.
about angular size?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't see the Starlink satellites' angular size. You see the lights coming off of them. They're too small to discern with through angular size.
And a close drone wouldn't be?
No, it's also too small to discern. That's the
And
point,
then,
dumbass.
yeah, and then again, the speed that you can measure. The point is that they physically cannot be drones.
Well,
That's
you could
just not
easily
something
create
that's
something
possible.
that looks like Starlink. That's my point. And people would look at it and see it moving across the sky and could assume it is Starlink.
But it's not.
But they're assuming it.
Right, but we're not looking at things and saying, oh, this is Starlink, we can measure speed.
99% of you dumbass Globers do that, actually.
And
And
the
I have
other
not seen that
1%,
1% that I'm allowing you to have. That like I have not seen that. So I'm an
you
empiricist.
haven't.
So you claiming stuff means squat.
So you haven't looked at all.
I have not
So you haven't
pinged
backed anything up.
those supposed satellites, so I cannot confirm or deny your claims.
So, but you still deny a lot of claims.
What claims did I deny, dumbass?
You're saying that Starlink could be drones. I'm saying that's
No,
impossible.
I said
That's
you
not
could.
what he said.
That's not what I said. You have a problem with your ears, and you are dumb.
And here we go with the insults.
Yeah, that's just facts now. You have proven it. You have a problem with hearing, so you could not repeat what I said or understand what I was saying, and you assumed other things and started arguing against that. Did you not?
You said it could be a drone.
Did I say that? No.
Yes.
I said you could make a drone appear like Starlink, and you could make people think it was Starlink.
Yeah, but then the people that actually know how to measure the speed would realize it's not.
I would love to measure the speed. That's something I would love to do, so I'll look into that. Doesn't change the
Stop
fact
rushing.
that I'm completely correct and you're a dumbass.
Well, the fact that you can measure speed means that you can't make a drone appear to be Starlink in every regard.
Did I say that?
Saying a blanket statement
No,
of
I
you can make it
didn't,
appear.
and you're a dumbass. Everybody knows that now.
You made a blanket statement that was incorrect. That was
No,
my
I
point.
made a very specific statement that you did not respond to. You responded to your imaginations because you're a dumbass.
What imaginations did I respond to?
You responded to claims I didn't make. Those are your imaginations.
You're saying you can make drones appear to be Starlink. I'm saying that's not
I said I could make
possible.
drones appear to move across the sky like Starlink. Yes. That's not difficult to understand.
And then you get to the
It's very
issue that you
easy
can
to make
measure their
something
speed.
look like something. Is it not? Or are you too dumb to understand this concept?
Until you measure the speed, yes, it can appear to be something.
Yeah, you got it. Way.
So what do you think Starlink actually is?
I don't know.
Because I've heard that argument where it's a drone, so I thought that's where that was going.
Yeah, you made a mistake. But I forgive you.
Yo, Dreas. Genuine question, buddy.
Sure.
I asked this the other night, but we could never get to the bottom of it. If the Earth is flat, then where would the edge be?
You're joking.
I don't know.
I think
I
he
don't know
is.
why.
I think he is joking.
No, I'm being fully serious.
I mean, I've never gone to the edge, so how would I know?
In my interpretation of a flat Earth, there has to be an edge or something.
Yeah, that is
Like a
your
wall or something.
imagination. You're now trying to ascribe to me, and you're asking me to validate your imaginations. I do not partake in that.
No. But you guys talk about your observations and stuff like that, and like
Yeah,
how you
that's
only
the
really believe
surface.
things that
That's
you can
the
see.
surface you can observe and measure.
Yeah, well, if the Earth is a flat plane, and we've discovered pretty much all of the major land masses and whatnot.
Have we? How do you know that?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious. We've kind of been on this planet a while. We've kind of discovered all of the main nooks and crannies.
You believe that. That's your belief. I have no reason to believe you.
Sure, but like I'm just saying, in my interpretation of flat surfaces, like I'm looking at my floor right now, it's pretty flat, and then once you get to the end of it, there's a wall there. You know,
Yeah.
if we take that analogy and we put it onto your flat Earth model or
My
lack
flat
thereof
Earth?
model.
No. My flat Earth isn't your room. Your mom doesn't
That's an
clean my
analogy,
flat
buddy.
Earth.
It's an analogy, buddy. So like,
Yeah, your
what's
analogy is
stopping us from
faulty.
Well, it's
going?
non-analogous then.
What's stopping us from going beyond the plane that we live on? Is there a wall there? Is there an edge? What's going on? Why can't we explore further? Is there something
Royal
stopping us?
V, I don't ask me. I have my life to live, and I am doing my research in the area I can access. I'm not exploring the world and trying to map it. That's not my job.
You guys don't have any thoughts or opinions of what could be stopping us then? You know, you do a lot of research in this stuff.
We're not in the
Especially the
habit
more
of
scientific
speculating.
stuff.
We're not in the habit of speculating about things that we cannot verify or test. Like if I had a boat and I was super rich and I wanted to explore the world and I didn't have all the responsibilities I have in my life, then I might go and explore the world and map the world and have fun with that. But that's not my life. How hard is that to understand?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty easy to document, seeing as we've already like circumnavigated the world multiple times. And
no, you mean it's really easy for you to believe the stories about those motions. Like I can travel in a circle around my neighborhood, and I can tell you a story about how I was traveling around the globe.
So you're saying all
It's
these
not-
circumnavigations are just stories; they're not real.
No, I'm saying people sail in circles.
They sail in circles.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pretty sure they don't, because it's pretty well mapped out their journey, and they.
Are you saying
travel
circumnavigation is not a circle?
It's a great circle.
Yeah, so dumbass, they go in a circle. You can do the same thing on a flat surface. The surface doesn't preclude you from going in a circle. This is so simple. An elementary school child could understand this.
So they're just traveling around in a circle. But what's stopping them from reaching the edge then? Where
I
is there
don't
a wall?
know. I am not an expert on their minds in the past. I don't know why they did that. Most likely they're navigating by the stars, they're navigating by compasses, the things we know they navigate by, and those things lead you in basically a circle.
Sure. All right, so you don't have an answer. That's all right.
So, looking at the Magellan, however you say his name, Elcano expedition, the first circumnavigation, it's not a circle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I actually
Projected
looked
onto
into
a
that
flat
one.
map.
So they didn't circumnavigate then?
No, circumnavigation is just a term that they use.
Yeah, for going in a big circle?
Yeah, circle around the globe. You see, a circle.
Yeah, and if you translate that, that still means a circle on a flat plane. You could
No, I'm
orient
looking
the
at-
different continents in different ways and still get caught in the circles.
No, here's that route projected on a flat Earth. That's what it looks like.
Wow, you're a dumbass.
Is that it? Is that all you got?
You're such a dumbass. This isn't a flat map.
A sphere. So
Yeah, this is a globe projection flattened out. And as you can see, they're going in a circle here.
yeah,
But
that's what
on
all
different,
flat
on
maps of the
different
Earth are.
projections of your same globe, you can see they're just going in a circle around the north.
It's not a circle. That's an up and down
Even
line.
different projections of your globe, you can see they're going in a circle around the south. Like, these are just projections. What we can determine is they went in a circle because they came back to where they started, you dumbass.
Yeah, but when you project it on a flat map, it's a relatively straight
What
line.
flat map? You are just projecting a globe flat.
What a flat map is.
What do you think you mean when you say flat map? What are you talking about?
A globe projection.
Yeah, globe projections are not our maps, are not maps of how we see the world. That's maps of how your belief system works, dumbass.
The point is that it's not.
You're appealing
going
to
in
your
a circle.
you're appealing to your model.
No, I'm
as
not.
proof of your model. Do you
No,
understand
I'm
how
not.
circular and retarded that is?
No, that's not what I'm doing.
No, that's literally
No.
what you're doing. So dumb. I'm not gonna subject myself to that dumbassery. Besides, it's 2 a.m., so I'm actually gonna go to sleep. If somebody else wants to unmute him and talk to him, feel free.